Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 9. Damn it. What exactly have you done? The Blood Clan True God glared at the two werewolf True Gods, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had only just arrived to see both of them and the destroyed Blood Realm secret realm, and his heart felt as if the sky had collapsed. Although he was a true god at the peak of the median god realm, and his own value was far greater than that of an ordinary secret realm, this was the Blood Realm secret realm. Once the Blood Ancestor found out, as the person in charge, he would have no path to survival. Beside him, the two werewolf True Gods, whose bodies were entirely silver white, also glared with wide eyes. Gilman, stop spouting nonsense here. Why the Blood Realm secret realm ended up like this? I'm afraid you know better than anyone else. Both of them were also peak median gods, though their strength was slightly inferior to Gilman's. Together, the two of them could roughly match Gilman in strength. Likewise, they were also the persons in charge of the werewolf clan's Blood Realm secret realm. Seeing that the Blood Realm secret realm had been completely destroyed, both sides chose to pin the blame on the other. I know. Upon hearing this, Gilman was absolutely furious. Hey, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I will capture you two culprits right now and hand you over to the Blood Ancestor. Just you. The werewolf Jack's expression turned ferocious, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs as powerful divine power surged from his body. The fact that the Blood Realm secret realm had been destroyed was already set in stone. If they didn't want to die, their only choice was to kill Gilman and frame this as a conspiracy by the Blood Clan. In an instant, the world power of the three surged forth. It looked as if they were about to collide, forming a distorted spherical space. But a figure suddenly appeared before the three of them. Stop arguing. I destroyed this place. The newcomer looked at the three of them with a smile, and his words made their hearts tremble. The pupils of the three shrank, and they spoke in unison. But their voices came to an abrupt halt, because Sumyubai's eyes were currently filled with a bright purple light. Death rules soul control. After adding the catastrophe trait to multiple soul-type laws, Sumyubai's soul control was already capable of rivaling existences like the Lord of the Undead Realm, and even faintly gaining the upper hand. How could a mere median god resist such a level of power? Almost in an instant, their divine soul defenses were shattered, and their gazes turned dull. Immediately following, the same light as Sumyubai's lit up within the pupils of the three, and a mark appeared upon their divine souls. Notification. You have successfully controlled the soul of the Silver Light Wolf God Jack. Notification. You have successfully controlled the soul of the Lord of Dark Blood Gilman. Two system notifications rang out, and Sumyubai suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head. He immediately understood that this was because the divine souls he was controlling were approaching their limit. Although he had reached the level of a peak overlord god in terms of the fusion degree of the death rule, his own divine soul was still only at the late stage of the median god realm. Now that Brian had recovered to his peak, adding to peak median gods meant he could no longer continue to control more. Of course, if he wanted to force the control, Sumyubai, who possessed the Sea of Death, could still succeed. It was just that there was no need for that. One true god of the werewolf clan was enough. Having made his decision, Sumyubai's gaze immediately swept over the other werewolf true god, and the bright purple light in his eyes instantly turned gray-white. Death rules soul annihilation. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1 trillion. Notification. You have obtained divine crystals times 100. Notification. You have obtained extra large space ring times 1. A series of system notifications rang out, and that werewolf true god instantly perished in front of Sumyubai, who possessed the combat power of a peak overlord god. He had no power to resist whatsoever. With a thought, the deathly silence chi instantly enveloped the corpse of the werewolf true god, and he then brought it into his internal small world. As for the items in his space ring, Sumyubai was in no rush to check them. Gilman and Jack had already knelt before Sumyubai. Master. Sumyubai glanced at the two of them and moved his divine sense. Death bestowal. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 20 0 soul points to bestow grace upon two targets and make them your believers? Notification. If the target refuses the bestowal, the soul points will be fully refunded. Although Sumyubai did not intend to let these two guys live for long, he still bestowed grace upon them to make them believers. Notification: you have consumed 20,000 soul points. Current soul points 3.58 trillion. Notification: you have added to fanatical believers and gained 200 points of death power. Anyway, 20 million soul points were negligible to him now. What if those 200 points of temporary death power came in handy? After all, what he was about to initiate next was a massacre. After becoming fanatics, the gazes of both Gilman and Jack became fervent. Sumyubai reached out and swept his hand across the starry sky, using the wheel of time and space to directly open a portal, stepping into it with the two of them. Inside the Frost Prison Divine Palace, Brian had not yet finished his thoughts when he saw Sumyubai suddenly appear with the two men. His pupils constricted slightly, and he said in surprise, "Peak Intermediate Gods, Master, what is this? Is the Master to divine? How much time has passed?" He actually captured the Peak Intermediate Gods of two races. It was as if it had all been prepared in advance. Sumyubai took a step forward, sat back on the sovereign's throne, and spoke slowly. "You two, mark out all the forces of the werewolf race and the blood race within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom." Having said this, Sumyubai turned his head to look at Brian, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. The Sovereign's emergency wartime authority allows for multiple portals to be opened simultaneously within the Divine Kingdom. Right. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 662, Instant Kill, Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Demon Wolf Planet. This planet was entirely controlled by the werewolf race, and it was almost impossible to see the figures of players from other races. The strongest person on the planet was a werewolf true god at the early stage of the lower god realm Wooly. The announcement of Brian reclaiming the throne of the Frost Prison Sovereign left Wooly feeling somewhat suspicious and uneasy. Although he was not qualified to offend Brian, during the era when Raphael held power, the entire werewolf race had been very close to him, and that naturally included him. Now, he was afraid that Brian would purge them, the supporters of Raphael. It would not be difficult for Wooly to leave, but his clansmen, his foundation, and everything else were all on Demon Wolf Planet, which made it difficult for him to make a choice. He even harbored a glimmer of wishful thinking in his heart. What if Brian didn't purge them? After all, there was no hatred between them. The werewolf race within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom could support Raphael, so they could just as easily support Brian. Holding onto this wishful thinking, Wooly did not leave Demon Wolf Planet immediately. However, he still reported the changes in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to his clan. Yet, the change of the sovereign of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom did not attract the attention of the werewolf race. After all, to them, it didn't matter who was the sovereign. The only thing worth paying attention to here was the Blood Realm Secret Realm. It was just that the werewolf race did not know that the person in charge of the Blood Realm Secret Realm had already had his soul controlled by Sumyubai and had become the guide for their destruction. A spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared above Demon Wolf Planet. Immediately following, a portal opened abruptly. Who is it? Wooly, the controller and strongest individual of Demon Wolf Planet, soared into the sky instantly and arrived in front of the portal. At the same time, in the major cities of Demon Wolf Planet, many Saint Extermination-level werewolves flew over at high speed. Patriarch. This seems to be the Divine Kingdom's emergency wartime portal. The moment they saw the portal, everyone's expressions became grave. As the Patriarch of the Demon Wolf Planet branch, Wooly also frowned when facing this portal. What does Brian mean by this? Is he really preparing to purge us? No. What benefit would that bring him? Although the werewolf race could only be ranked in the middle of the 10,000 races ranking, they still possessed a certain amount of strength. Normally, Brian of the undead race would naturally not be afraid of the werewolf race. But if there were a large-scale massacre, the werewolf race would definitely retaliate. Of course, the target of the retaliation would only be Brian. They would not dare to bare their fangs at the powerful undead race. Does he want to give us a show of force first? Thinking of this, Wooly narrowed his eyes, believing he had guessed Brian's intentions. He made a decision in his heart. No matter what the person sent by the other side said later, he had to endure it. As long as he survived this ordeal, Demon Wolf Planet would be secure. But everything that happened next was completely different from what Wooly had imagined. A figure walked out of the portal, their gaze landing immediately on Wooly, who was in the lead. "Are you the strongest person on this planet?" Hearing this, Wooly was slightly stunned. He did not expect Brian to look down on him so much, because the person who had just walked out of the portal was actually just a level 9 mythical grade Dark Elf player. Although he felt very aggrieved, knowing that he could not compete with Brian, Wooly chose to endure. He nodded with a gloomy expression. I don't know." But just as he opened his mouth to confirm his identity, the Dark Elf player interrupted him. "If you are, then good, kill." The Dark Elf player's gaze was cold, and he spat out the word kill, as if he were the true god at the level 11 Law Lord realm, and Wooly were merely a level 9 mythical grade. As soon as these words were spoken, anger burned in Wooly's eyes, and the surrounding Saint Extermination level werewolves cursed angrily. "You, a tiny mythical grade Dark Elf. Who gave you the courage?" "Patriarch. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Brian is actually humiliating us like this. At worst, we'll fight him to the death." However, their angry curses were never finished. They all widened their eyes in unison, and their bodies could not help but start to tremble, as if they had seen some terrifying scene. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the soul resounded throughout the entire Demon Wolf Planet, and a golden skeletal divine dragon flew out of the portal. The next moment, Wooly, the lower god, was gripped by the dragon's claws. That terrifying death, divine power and immense strength instantly suppressed him, leaving him unable to move. Not only that, Wooly felt a tearing sensation coming from his soul. The dual pain of his soul and divine body made Wooly unable to help but let out a roar, his pupils shrinking sharply. "This is the feeling of death. Is Brian really going to tear off the mask and carry out a great purge?" At this moment, Wooly finally panicked. "Brian, aren't you afraid?" But his threatening words, like those of the surrounding Saint Extermination level werewolves, stopped abruptly halfway through. Bang! With a fierce exertion from the skeletal dragon emperor, Wooly's divine body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. At the same time, the soul fire within the skeletal dragon emperor's eye sockets flickered with a grayish-white light. The law of soul annihilation, bestowed upon it by Sumubai, instantly swept across the surroundings. Wooly's shrill, miserable screams echoed within the blood mist, but these screams did not last long before falling into complete silence. In the span of a breath, the patriarch of the Demon Wolf Star branch had fallen. The strength of this 5-star skeletal dragon emperor was no longer what it had been when Sumubai and Aoshin were engaged in their battle of prodigies. Back then, it only had the enhancements from the Sea of Death, but now, it had absorbed a massive amount of life force nurtured by the World Tree, coupled with the more powerful laws bestowed upon it by Sumubai. Every 5-star skeletal dragon emperor now possessed the combat power of a median god. Instantly killing Wooly, who was at the early stage of the inferior god realm, was effortless. This scene completely stunned the surrounding Saint Extermination level werewolves, who one by one chose to scatter and flee. If even the patriarch was dead, what else were they waiting for? But they were destined to be unable to escape, because the appearance of the skeletal dragon emperor was merely the beginning. As the portal continued to expand, countless golden skeletons brandishing weapons charged out from within. The Scourge Legion, having been enhanced by the 2 supreme treasures of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, had descended upon the world for the first time. The Sovereign has decreed, kill without mercy. The next moment, a Death Knight riding a warhorse appeared before each of the fleeing Saint Extermination level werewolves. However, these Death Knights no longer gave off that gloomy, oppressive feeling. Even the warhorses they rode were covered in solid golden battle armor. Within the death energy that originally swirled around their bodies, there was now a faint trace of life force. With a casual swing of their swords, the Death Knights forced the Saint Extermination level werewolves back, shattering any hope they had of escaping. What are these monsters? How can they have life force, such terrifying power? Even commander tier units like Death Knights have reached the peak of the Saint Extermination level. How is this possible? How can Brian be this strong? Doubt, confusion, terror. In an instant, a myriad of emotions flooded the hearts of these Saint Extermination level werewolves. Yet, the Death Knights would not answer their questions. Their aura, At the peak of the Saint Extermination level, swept across the high sky as they swung their longswords down once more. Chapter 663. The Golden Scourge Legion. The 9th tier mythical level Dark Elf player stood with his arms crossed, hovering high in the sky, his gaze sweeping over the wailing Saint Extermination level werewolves. The fall of these Saint Extermination level werewolves was only a matter of time. His presence here served only to provide a transit point for Sumubai. They were all slaves Sumubai had once saved from Victor after becoming believers. They naturally qualified to have their souls amplified through these believers. Sumubai only needed to sit in the Frost Prison Divine Palace to command the Scourge to ravage the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Of course, this also required the use of Brian's authority as the Kingdom Lord to open emergency wartime portals in many locations simultaneously, and the Demon Wolf Star was one of them. In addition to the Death Knights, Lich Lords also arrived above the Demon Wolf Star. The Sovereign has decreed, leave none alive. The hoarse voice resounded across the entire Demon Wolf Star as the overwhelming Golden Scourge Legion flew like locusts toward the cities below. A series of terrified screams immediately erupted within the Demon Wolf Star. What kind of undead are these? Why are they golden, so strong? I'm a 7th tier epic level player, and I can't even beat one skeleton. Help! Why do these skeletons' health bars get longer the more we hit them? Damn it! Why do the skeletons emerge from the corpses of our clansmen killed by these things? Hey, these newly born skeletons aren't golden. They don't seem as strong. To hell with your hay. Is now the time to observe that. Run for your lives. Everyone, flee. I don't believe these skeletons can stop everyone amidst the chaos. Mythical level werewolves soared into the sky from every city. Although they lacked the ability to travel to other planets in the short term after entering the vacuum of space, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death. Right, however. How could Sumubai allow any fish to slip through the net? If he said he would leave no one alive, he meant to shake them until their very souls were scrambled. The Lich Lords had long since spread out across the high altitude of the Demon Wolf Star, working together to cast Death Decay to weave an inescapable net. The mythical level werewolves shooting into the sky suddenly felt the heavens grow dim, followed by the sensation of a heart-stopping power of death. Some of the faster werewolves had already crashed into the range of the Death Decay. Woo! Save me! Save me! Arg! No! Screams rose one after another. The moment they entered the range of the Death Decay, the bodies of these werewolves began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the equipment on their bodies disintegrated rapidly. In just a few breaths, their white bones were exposed beneath their flesh. Soon, corpses reduced to mere skeletons fell from the sky. At the same time, these skeletons split into two, and two more scourge skeletons were born, joining the battlefield below. How could it be like this? It's over. We are completely finished. A massacre. This is a massacre. Our werewolf clan will never let this go. The new Kingdom Lord is declaring war on the entire werewolf clan. How does he dare? The werewolves who were slightly slower stopped dead in their tracks outside the range of the Death Decay formation. At this moment, their faces were filled with terror and despair. Fight. They definitely couldn't win. Flee. There was nowhere to run. What should they do? There was absolutely nothing they could do. Having witnessed the miserable end of their clansmen, they no longer had the courage to charge in and try. Consequently, those werewolf players who had just escaped decisively chose to turn back toward the surface. Compared to the wither of death, they would rather be hacked to death by the skeletons below. At least that way, they wouldn't have to endure such agonizing torture. However, this did not change their fate, because the directive received by the Scourge Legion was to leave not a single blade of grass growing on the entire Demon Wolf Star. After crushing Wooly to death, the 5-star skeletal dragon emperor turned its head and flew back into the portal. Since there were no longer any 11th tier Lawmaster realm entities on this planet, there was naturally no need for it to remain. Admittedly, with the combat power of a mid-level god, the 5-star skeletal dragon emperor could easily destroy this planet. But Sumubai clearly had his own considerations for not doing so. First of all, every life-bearing planet represented a certain amount of resources. Although these resources didn't mean much to Sumubai now, it was a different story once the quantity added up. Moreover, he could use Catastrophe to upgrade all these resources by 1 tier for free. Due to the special existence of the Blood Realm Secret Realm, the influence of the werewolf and vampire races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was not small. If every planet and secret realm were destroyed directly, the losses would be immense. After all, from the moment Brian became the Kingdom Lord again, Sumyubai had regarded the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom as his private property. Most importantly, if the Skeletal Dragon Emperors destroyed the planets directly, how would the Scourge Legion expand? This massacre targeting the vampire and werewolf races was not just a retaliation on behalf of the human race, but also the first step in the Scourge Legion's massive expansion. The prestige of the Scourge Legion was destined to resound throughout the myriad worlds. What was happening now was only the beginning. Although the Scourge Legion that initially arrived on Demon Wolf Star through the portal looked numerous, they were far fewer than the number of werewolves here. However, their average strength was completely incomparable to the werewolf players on this planet. Sumyubai's past SSS tier skills, while ineffective against powerful lawmasters, were considered heaven-defying divine skills in the eyes of these players. As the battle progressed, the number of werewolf players dwindled, while the Scourge Legion grew ever larger. Gradually, the pale-bodied skeletons completely outnumbered the Golden Skeleton Legion. They were all newly born Scourge skeletons. To become more powerful, they still needed to be taken into Sumyubai's inner world to undergo the dual reinforcement of the Sea of Death and the World Tree. However, their current strength was already sufficient for this place. The entire Demon Wolf Star was filled with the flames of war. Screams, pleas for mercy, and wails were incessant, but the Scourge Legion showed no mercy whatsoever, continuing to strike down their enemies, hacking their way from one end of the planet to the other. In front of the portal, that 9th-tier mythical Great Dark Elf player had not made a single move. However, a phantom book had been floating above his head the entire time. Although this book was not as exquisite as the Death Codex, it also exuded a thick aura of death. This was a new ability of death amplification. Although it was not reflected on the status panel, Sumyubai had naturally gained this realization in his heart when he amplified these believers. The phantom book floating above the Dark Elf player's head looked exactly like the original Book of Death. The greatest function of this phantom was that no matter how far away Sumyubai was from the soul-amplified target, he could still absorb soul points through it. Therefore, even though Sumyubai was still in the Frost Prison Divine Palace, the soul points within the Death Codex were rising rapidly. The distance to 50 trillion was already not far off. Because Demon Wolf Star was only one of the many planets being attacked by the Scourge Legion. At the same time, a large number of planets belonging to the werewolf and vampire races were being shrouded by the Wither of Death formation. Chapter 664. Time to take action personally. Bonus chapter, notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 6. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 5. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1000. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 100,000. Every minute and every second, the notifications of soul extraction being effective were flooding the screen. Sumyubai sat upright on the throne of the Divine Palace, quietly waiting for the soul points within the Death Codex to reach the limit. Brian, holding the scythe of the Death God, stood in the center of the main hall, divine power permeating his body, his powerful aura filling the entire hall. Around the hall, emergency wartime portals rose from the ground one after another. In front of each portal was a gray-black light curtain. This was the death curtain that Sumyubai used to quickly transfer his troops. The other end of the death curtain was naturally connected to the Sea of Death within his inner world. From time to time, golden 5-star skeletal dragon emperors would fly out from one portal and dive into another. Following their entry, a large number of Golden Scourge Legion members would also awaken from their slumber, their eye sockets flickering with soul fire, as they followed closely behind to slaughter their way in. Behind those portals were planets and secret realms controlled by the werewolf and vampire races. Jack and Gilman had already left, each heading toward the largest strongholds of their respective races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Although every skeletal dragon emperor killed the strongest enemies first, it was still difficult to completely block the news of the massacres occurring on the planets and secret realms controlled by the werewolf and vampire races. The largest strongholds of the two races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom would receive the news sooner or later. That was where Jack and Gilman came in handy. They were peak mid-level gods from their ancestral homelands and could easily take over the discourse. After all, the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord was only at the peak mid-level god realm. The experts of the vampire and werewolf races in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom were not as strong as the Kingdom Lord. Jack and Gilman could intercept information for a certain period of time from above, and lead the members of the two races astray from below, making them form the wrong judgment that reinforcements from their clans would arrive soon, only to eventually be met by Sumyubai's Golden Scourge Legion. I have to say, controlling the divine souls of these two guys really made Sumyubai's plan much more convenient. Otherwise, given the current size of the Golden Scourge Legion, it would be far from enough to directly cover all the planets and small worlds belonging to the two races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. With the participation of both, Sumyubai could eliminate the forces of the two races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom one by one. From the weakest to the strongest, Brian released his divine power, divine light swirling within his eyes as he watched the Scourge Legion, led by his master's followers, charge into one portal after another. He couldn't help but recall the words his master had spoken back when they were attending the auction on the Cold Abyss Star. Brian, make a list for me of the races that like to feed on humans, ranked from weakest to strongest. Clearly, the human race, represented by his master, had now officially begun its revenge against these races. The Blood Clan and the Werewolf race were simply unfortunate enough to be chosen as the first targets. From here on out, none of the races on that death list would be able to escape. Thinking that this list had been compiled by his own hand, Brian felt a surge of pride and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the scythe of the Death God. A single list could bring about so much death. He and the position of the Death God were simply a perfect match. As his thoughts reached this point, the corners of Brian's mouth curled into an arc that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Seeing this, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Brian, what happy thought has come to mind? Nothing, master. I was just getting a little carried away. Brian hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, do you think I can really become the next Death God? If you can't even secure the position of Death God with my help, do you still have the face to follow me? Once these words were spoken, they immediately instilled a powerful sense of confidence in Brian. That's right. With his master by his side, he would definitely be able to become the next Death God. Thinking of this, the divine light in his eyes grew even more intense. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Your soul points have reached the upper limit. 50 trillion already. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Back when he destroyed the entire Blood Realm secret realm, he had only obtained a little over 2 trillion soul points. Moreover, the Blood Realm secret realm was vast, not something a few planets could compare to. It was easy to imagine just how many planets and small worlds controlled by the two races the Golden Scourge Legion had slaughtered. At the same time, the number of Scourge skeletons was increasing exponentially, already becoming countless, through his various followers. Sumyubai collected a massive number of Scourge skeletons into his internal world. Due to the 100x time dilation, it wouldn't take long in the outside world for them to reach their peak combat power under the dual enhancement of the Sea of Death and the World Tree. Soon, these newly born Scourge skeletons would allow the Golden Scourge Legion to expand to a terrifying degree. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and summoned the Codex of Death. Slowly flipping it open, 50 trillion soul points poured down like a waterfall, transforming into powerful energy and opening this rule-level treasure once again. As a stream of light merged into his brow, the long-awaited system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have accepted the Advancement Quest Field Death 8. Field Death 8 Advancement Quest. To become a true Overlord of Death, you must personally experience more death. Within 10 years. Completely kill 10 billion living beings to experience the power of death. Quest restrictions. 1. The targets must be true living beings, and their strength must not be lower than Tier 6. 2. Targets killed by summoned creatures or contracted beasts do not count. 3. If the quest is not completed within 10 years, the quest data will be wiped, and you must start over. Quest duration, 10 years. Quest objective 0 10 billion. Please do everything in your power to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Overlord of Death class. And unlock more class powers. Do you truly understand the meaning of death? The difficulty of the quest was exactly as Sumyubai had expected. He slowly stood up from his throne, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It was time to take action personally. Today's extra chapter is here, Chapter 665, Dark Knight Secret Realm. Racial Battlefield, Master. Are you going to take action yourself? Seeing Sumyubai stand up, Brian quickly asked, yes. Sumyubai nodded slightly and walked slowly to Brian's side. Have the worlds that meet the criteria been selected? Before he had even opened the Codex of Death, Sumyubai had already guessed the conditions for the advancement quest. Now that he had officially received the quest, it was just as he had expected. The kill count had increased from 1 billion to a full 10 billion, and the strength requirement had changed from Tier 5 to no lower than Tier 6. Ordinary small worlds or planets would find it difficult to satisfy these quest conditions. To avoid trouble, Sumyubai had previously instructed Brian to filter through the information provided by Jack and Gilman to select worlds suitable for him to complete the quest. Master, they have already been selected. Brian nodded and gave a light wave of the scythe of the death god in his hand. The next moment, a portal opened beside him. The color of this portal was distinctly different from the previous ones. It glowed with a faint red light, and although one could not see the scene on the other side through the portal, Sumyubai could feel an aura of slaughter. This world is somewhat special. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, golden light flashing in his eyes as if he had pierced through the portal to see the scene behind it directly. Brian explained, the war between the werewolf race and the blood clan is constant. This secret realm is their battlefield within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Speaking of this, he paused and continued, you could also say this is a training ground for both races. Anyone who can walk out of this secret realm can be called an elite. I see. Sumyubai nodded in satisfaction. Since it was the battlefield for the two races in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, both sides must have deployed a massive amount of troops there, and the players from both races capable of entering the battlefield would certainly not be weak. This perfectly satisfied the requirements for the advanced quest. I'll leave things here to you. Sumyubai patted Brian on the shoulder, and with a flick of his divine sense, he immediately cast soul amplification upon him. In this way, even after he entered the secret realm, he would still be able to use Brian as a relay station, allowing the Golden Scourge Legion to continue slaughtering the planets and worlds of both races. The notifications of soul extraction taking effect continued to flood his screen, and the soul points within the Book of the Dead kept climbing steadily. However, the next time he needed to open the Book of the Dead, it would require a terrifying 500 trillion soul points. This was by no means a small number. But the influence of the werewolf race and the blood race within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was not insignificant. As long as the Golden Scourge Legion put in a little more effort, let alone the next time he opened it, even opening it twice more would be more than enough. After leaving this place to Brian, Sumyubai took a step forward and walked directly into the portal, which was glowing with a faint red light. The Dark Knight Secret Realm. This small world was even larger than the Blood Realm Secret Realm. Furthermore, it was not divided into multiple continents but existed as a single, unified landmass. One could only imagine just how vast this continent was. There was no daylight in the Dark Knight Secret Realm. The sky was forever a dim, dusky color. 9 silver moons hung high above the continent, bringing a sliver of light to this gloomy world. If this were not a battlefield for two races, it would certainly be considered a beautiful world. But the presence of the two races caused the air here to be permeated with an inescapable stench of blood. The entire continent was severed at the waist by a mountain range in the center, dividing it into northern and southern halves. The south was the territory of the blood race, while the north belonged to the werewolf race. The massive armies of both sides spread out from the central mountain range, extending all the way into the distance. Even within their respective territories, one could still see many enemy figures. It could be said that there was absolutely no place on the entire continent that was truly safe. Even the general headquarters of both races were occasionally harassed by the flames of war. Roars, sounds of slaughter, and the clashing of metal echoed throughout the continent. There were no exquisite buildings here, nor was there any commerce to speak of. All that existed were makeshift camps and military merit who survived here. The only thing one needed to do was to constantly slaughter on the battlefield. As long as one had enough military merit, there was nothing one couldn't exchange for. And the ticket to leave this place also had to be exchanged using military merit. The Dark Knight's secret realm was essentially a meat grinder that operated frantically at every moment, every single second. Many players from the werewolf and blood races died on the battlefield. They often didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. The blood race members who died at the hands of the werewolves were often torn to pieces, and one could see werewolf soldiers on the battlefield chasing down enemies while gnawing on the corpses of the blood race in their hands. Conversely, the werewolf soldiers who died at the hands of the blood race would be sucked dry into mummified husks, not even a single drop of blood remaining. Although the blood race complained about the foul, fishy stench of the werewolves, this was a battlefield, and blood was their best supply. Ample blood allowed them to maintain their peak state at all times and survive better, compared to life and death. No matter how foul-smelling the blood was, they would swallow it all without hesitation. Kill, brothers, kill the blood race. Get the rewards. Reaching the peak of wolf life starts today. Follow me and charge. Killing 1 is breaking even. Killing 2 is a huge profit. There's a 9th rank mythical grade blood race member here. Someone come. Let's gang up on him. Ha. The military merit gained from killing him is definitely enough for all us brothers to exchange for several human blood rations each. TSK. I want to exchange for a mythical grade human thigh. That taste, when roasted until it sizzles with oil, is simply divine. You werewolf scum. Today is the day you die. Ha! The blood of these beasts is still as foul-smelling as ever. Who's to say otherwise? If it weren't for earning battle merit to exchange for human blood rations, I wouldn't want to suck the blood of these beasts at all. If I could walk out of the Dark Knight's secret realm, I would absolutely spend a whole month sucking on human blood rations. Stop talking. Just thinking about the deliciousness of human blood rations makes me want to drool. On the vast, boundless Dark Knight battlefield, players from both races roared as they charged at each other. The two races were already sworn enemies, and with the catalysis of military merit and the temptation of exchanging for human blood rations, they became even more frantic. This place only communicated with the outside world when transporting supplies, otherwise, it remained in a state of total lockdown. Therefore, the Dark Knight's secret realm was completely unaware of the news that the forces of both races were being attacked. Even the announcement of Brian reclaiming the throne of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom failed to affect this place, because in the eyes of the commanders of both races, no matter who the ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was, they would not come to cause trouble for the Dark Knight's secret realm. This was because this was merely one of the many battlefields between the two races. They existed in many places, not just within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. In racial wars, under normal circumstances, even a world lord would not intervene casually. This was one of the unwritten rules of the myriad worlds. It was just a pity that the commanders of the two races did not know what kind of existence they were about to face. Not to mention that Sumubai didn't know about this rule. Even if he did, he wouldn't take it too hard. Brian hadn't even mentioned this unwritten rule in front of Sumubai, because he knew very well that from the moment the blood race and the werewolf race appeared on the death list, their ending had already been sealed. Chapter 666. The enraged Sumubai. Above the central mountain range, the space suddenly rippled. Immediately following, a portal suddenly appeared, its flashing light illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Such a disturbance naturally attracted the attention of nearby soldiers. Soon, commanders from both races arrived to investigate, and like the frantic slaughter of their subordinates, the two commanders merely glanced at each other and did not immediately resort to violence. Risking one's life was something for those below to do. They had finally attained their current strength and status. How could they possibly act rashly? If they won, the benefits were minimal. But if they were defeated, it was highly likely that they would even lose their lives. How could those who managed to become commanders not understand the stakes involved? This is an emergency wartime portal. The vampire commander's pupils constricted, a flicker of confusion flashing through his eyes. On the other side, The werewolf commander also frowned. Is Brian crazy? Does he actually want to interfere in our battlefield? Hearing this, the vampire commander narrowed his eyes slightly. If this guy wants to establish his authority, did he pick the wrong place? This is utterly foolish. HMPH. I'd like to see exactly what he's trying to do. The werewolf commander let out a cold snort. Divine power rippling across his body as a formidable aura surged into the sky. As the commander-in-chief of the werewolf race on the Dark Knight battlefield, although his strength was inferior to the Lord of the Frost Prison Kingdom, he was still a late-stage mid-level god. Even though there was a gap in strength, he was not panicked in the slightest, because he knew very well that as long as he sat in this position, he represented the entire werewolf race. The vampire commander opposite him also unleashed the same level of power. His gaze locked tightly onto the rippling portal, cold light flickering in his eyes. Interfering in a racial battlefield was no different from declaring war directly on both races. Would Brian really dare to do such a stupid thing, facing two powerful races ranked in the middle of the 10,000 races ranking, let alone a mere kingdom lord? Even a lord of a realm would have to weigh whether it was worth it before doing such a thing. Therefore, in their eyes, it was impossible for Brian to dare to intervene. This open portal must have some other motive. Was he here to negotiate? It was just unclear what kind of bargaining chips this kingdom lord, Brian, held in his hands. The werewolf commander and the vampire commander exchanged a silent look, each harboring their own secret calculations. When Sumyubai's figure stepped through the portal and appeared between them, both had already prepared their opening remarks. I wonder, who are you? But just as they opened their mouths, their voices came to an abrupt halt. Their pupils also instantly turned dull and lifeless, losing their luster. Immediately afterward, the two corpses plummeted downward. These two late-stage mid-level godlaw lords had fallen to Sumyubai's death rule soul annihilation the moment they met. They didn't even have time to react. The combat power of a peak high-level god was truly terrifying. Dying along with them were all the soldiers of both races in the vicinity. To deal with these small fries, Sumyubai didn't even need to concentrate the power of soul annihilation. Even a mere area of effect coverage was something they could not withstand. Deadly aura of annihilation emerged, surging into the corpses of the two mid-level gods. With a thought from Sumyubai, the two bodies were collected. At this moment, a series of system notifications finally rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 100 billion. Notification: you have obtained divine crystals times 10. Notification: you have obtained ultra-large space ring times 1. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 100 billion. Notification: you have obtained divine crystals times 10. Notification: you have obtained ultra-large space ring times 1. To late-stage mid-level god commanders. And they are this poor. As his divine sense probed into the two ultra-large space rings, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. The resources on these two guys were far less than he had imagined. However, even a mosquito is meat, no matter how small, and after being promoted for free, it could at least count as fly meat. Storing all their resources into his own space ring, Sumyubai then released his divine soul power to begin scouting this battlefield. His divine soul was now at the late-stage mid-level god realm, and when spread out, it was more than enough to cover the entire secret realm. Although this didn't allow for precise investigation of many things, for Sumyubai, it was enough. He just wanted to see if the werewolves and vampires here were sufficient in strength and numbers to complete his quest. But the next moment, Sumyubai's expression changed drastically, his already cold gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a blade. A monstrous killing intent erupted from within him, and the mark of the killing god, which had been silent for a long time because he hadn't fully comprehended the law of slaughter, slowly emerged at this moment. The mark of the killing god seemed to sense Sumyubai's astonishing killing intent. Hovering before him, trembling slightly and flashing with a blood-red light. You're courting death. Sumyubai spat out the two words coldly, as chilling as if they had come from the 9 netherworlds, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The next moment, his figure had already vanished from where he stood. The blood-flashing mark of the killing god also disappeared along with him. Somewhere in the southern Dark Knight continent, this place was rarely untouched by the flames of war. Large space tents were arranged in a circle, guarding an ultra-large space tent in the center. This was the temporary general command post of the vampire race, and also the place where officers exchanged their military merits. The reason it was temporary was that within the Dark Knight secret realm, even the general command post would be attacked from time to time. Therefore, whether it was the vampires or the werewolves, the general command posts would relocate periodically. Under normal circumstances, soldiers exchanged their military merits for supplies and rewards at their respective officers' locations. As for the officers, they had to come here to make their exchanges. Inside the temporary general command post, there was a place enclosed by metal fences that resembled a pasture. Every few meters, there stood a 9th-rank mythical-level vampire powerhouse. These powerhouses guarded the entire pasture airtight to prevent the blood food inside from escaping. However, they felt that doing so was meaningless, because the blood food inside the pasture, accustomed to being kept in captivity, had long since become numb. How could they possibly escape? Wilson, I heard you're exchanging for 1-0 blood food this time. Quite a harvest, not far away. Two vampire officers chatted as they walked toward the pasture. Haha, just good luck. I wiped out a werewolf legion. The vampire general known as Wilson laughed. Didn't you also redeem 800 blood food units? We're in the same boat. You have no idea. Those little brats under my command have been starving and impatient for a long time now. Another vampire commander also began to laugh. If I don't redeem some blood food to take back to them, they'll probably start clamoring for a change in leadership. I just saw the commander leave earlier, and he seemed to be in quite a hurry. Do you think something might have happened? What could possibly happen? Do you really think that bunch of beasts from the werewolf race could turn the world upside down? While chatting, the two arrived in front of the ranch gate. Yo, you two have had a pretty good harvest. The vampire in charge of the redemption used a wristband to verify their redemption vouchers. While smiling and congratulating them, he ordered his subordinates to select 1-800 blood food units from the ranch and bring them out. As the metal gate opened, rows of people with numb expressions were chained together in a line and slowly led out by a vampire. What was being kept in captivity in this ranch was, shockingly, the human race. Chapter 667, The Captive Human Race. Bonus chapter. These humans, regardless of gender, were not wearing a shred of clothing, standing there naked, waiting to be distributed. They seemed to have long since grown accustomed to all of this. There was no expression on their faces. Just like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Charlie, the quality of this batch of blood food isn't very good. There isn't even a single tier 9 mythical grade 1. Wilson's gaze swept over the group of humans, and he couldn't help but frown. Charlie, who was responsible for the redemption, gave an awkward smile. You should also know that this period is quite special. The high-quality blood food has all been sent to the blood garden. Hearing this, Wilson and the other vampire general exchanged a glance, a look of disappointment flashing in their eyes. However, all human blood food was supplied to the blood garden first. They were merely ordinary generals on a Divine Kingdom battlefield. Being able to redeem some low-strength blood food was already considered decent. Soon, the two began to make their selections. Wilson preferred sturdy young men, while the other vampire commander was more interested in women and children. Different races might have different aesthetics, but the vampires viewed the human race entirely as blood food. They didn't care about appearance or physique at all. In other words, when humans slaughter pigs, do they care if the pig looks beautiful or handsome? The only standard was whether there was plenty of meat and whether it was succulent. Applied to the vampires, their selection standard was how the scent of the blood smelled, age, appearance, physique. These factors were not within the vampire's scope of consideration. Some liked type of blood, some liked type B, and others liked type O or AB. Blood type was their true standard for selection. The humans brought out from the ranch were not allowed to be exchanged at will. If one wanted to pick, they could only choose from those already brought out. Therefore, Wilson and the other vampire general haggled for a while before finally confirming their respective choices. Bruce, I made a concession for you this time. Remember that you owe me a favor. Wilson looked at the blood food he had selected, a look of displeasure flashing across his face. In the selection just now, he had clearly come out on the losing end. Bruce grinned. Fine, I know. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. His mood was clearly quite good, although the quantity of blood food redeemed this time was slightly less than Wilson's. The quality was significantly higher. He was quite satisfied with this. Wilson glanced at Bruce, truly unable to stand his smug face. Just as he was about to say something more, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Who is it? Wilson, Bruce, and the person in charge of the blood food redemption spoke at the same time, their voices clearly filled with astonishment. This was the location of the vampire battlefield in the Dark Knight Secret Realm. There were spatial ceiling formations covering a vast area. Even a being at the upper god realm could not possibly appear here so easily. Appearing suddenly was one thing, but even the spatial ceiling formation hadn't reacted in the slightest. You're courting death. Sumyubai didn't even look at the three of them, merely letting out a cold snort as a terrifying oar swept across the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang! A series of sounds of knees hitting the ground rang out. All the surrounding vampires fell to their knees in unison, expressions of terror appearing on their faces, their pupils dilated wide. Cold sweat dripped down the temples of Wilson and Bruce, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This pressure, it was the power of laws. How could there be a peak upper god realm powerhouse in a remote place like the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? And why did he happen to appear on a racial battlefield like the Dark Knight Secret Realm? Furthermore, he displayed such a powerful side the moment he arrived. For a moment, both of their hearts tightened. The administrator in charge of the blood food redemption turned pale, fully mobilizing the divine power within his body, attempting to break through the pressure brought by Sumyubai to transmit the situation here. But his efforts were clearly in vain. Enraged, Sumyubai did not hold back at all, unleashing his full strength for the first time. That substantial like aura suppressed everyone present, leaving them unable to move. It wasn't just Wilson and the other two. All the mythical grade vampire powerhouses around the entire ranch were now kneeling on the ground, unaware of what had happened. Sumyubai's gaze did not linger on the vampires for even a second, falling directly onto the humans who were chained together. The goal of this trip was urgently just to complete the advancement quest to break through to the Tier 10 Saint Extermination grade. When his divine soul detected this scene, he could not suppress the anger in his heart at all. As a human, how could he stand by and watch his own kin being kept in captivity like pigs and sheep by an alien race without feeling anything? Even if Sumyubai didn't know these people at all, his mind was still filled with endless killing intent. This was an anger stemming from the bloodline of his race. Death divine power surged out of his body, instantly sweeping over all the humans at the entrance of the ranch. The chains binding them were eroded away completely in an instant. Yet, these people still showed no reaction, as if it made no difference to them whether they were bound by chains or not. Seeing this, Sumyubai's killing intent surged even more violently. He specifically controlled his soul power, sweeping it across everyone's minds. However, the soul control he had imagined did not exist. How could this be? This discovery caused Sumyubai to furrow his brows tightly. Just as a human could never truly empathize with the pigs and sheep they kept in captivity, he was completely unable to understand why these people were like this. Taking a deep breath to calm the killing intent in his heart, Sumyubai once again utilized his soul power, attempting to stimulate these numb people before him. All of you, wake up! Today's extra update is served. Chapter 668, Sumyubai's Decision. These captive humans had varying levels of strength. The weakest were only at the 3rd or 4th rank, while the strongest even possessed the realm of an 8th rank legendary level. However, that was merely their realm. Their combat capability was completely unworthy of mention. Under the captivity of the Blood Clan, they had never learned how to fight. Their current levels and ranks had been forcibly pumped into them by the Blood Clan. Sumyubai carefully controlled his soul power, attempting to awaken the sunken souls of these people. But the next moment, the killing intent in his eyes surged once again. Boom, boom, boom. Violent divine power of death erupted, and under the reinforcement of the law of death, it instantly shattered the person in charge and the 2 Blood Clan generals who were kneeling on both knees. Amidst the sky-filling blood mist, the shrill screams of the 3 echoed. Who exactly are you? By rashly interfering in the battlefield between our Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan, are you not afraid of the wrath of the Blood Ancestor and the Wolf Ancestor? If you want these blood food, you may take them. Please. For the sake of the blood ancestor, spare us. The voices of the three came from the sky, filling blood mist out, sensing death approaching. They were filled with confusion, threats, and pleas for mercy. That power of law just now made the three understand that this suddenly appearing powerhouse must be in existence at the peak of the upper god realm. The opponent appearing here could never be just for a small night secret realm. Therefore, they directly brought up the blood ancestor, attempting to make the other party change their mind. After all, there was a massive gap even among peak upper gods. And the blood ancestor was precisely a peak upper god who had fused the law of blood to the extreme of 9 patterns. Not only that, he also had no weak achievements in the law of darkness and the law of shadow. Even some world lords were no match for the blood ancestor. To be precise, the blood ancestor was the world lord of the bloody world himself. His strength, while not the most top tier among the many world lords, could definitely be ranked in the middle. Just like the blood clans ranking on the myriad races list. Unfortunately, the words of the three could not change Sumyubai's mind in the slightest, let alone the blood ancestor. Even if the king of heaven himself came today, it wouldn't matter. Gray-white light flickered in his eyes, and his soul power, carrying soul annihilation, instantly ground the last remnants of the three's souls into nothingness. The screams also came to an abrupt end at this moment. Not far away, the ranch guards kneeling on the ground watched this scene trembling, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Although they desperately wanted to flee, Sumyubai's terrifying, mountain-like oppressive force pinned them down, leaving them unable to move, forced to watch the sky-filling blood mist slowly drift down. Sumyubai had divine power protecting his body, so naturally, he would not be stained by the blood mist from the explosion of the three's divine bodies. But those captive humans were so frightened by Sumyubai's terrifying power that they curled up on the ground one by one, not even trying to avoid the falling blood mist. If not for the fact that Sumyubai's divine power had obliterated all their energy when the three perished, the erosion of the divine blood alone would have been enough to doom these captive humans to eternal destruction. Looking at the state of his fellow kin, Sumyubai's anger burned even hotter. The reason he couldn't control his killing intent and directly blasted those 3 blood clan members to death was entirely because he had sensed the true condition of these people when he used his soul power just now. A normal person's soul is filled with all kinds of information that also represents everything that person knows. But the souls of these people before him were tragically simple. All they knew was how to eat and sleep. Looking at their blank yet fearful eyes, Sumyubai finally understood why these people showed no reaction even after the chains were removed. For generations, their ancestors had lived in the captivity of the blood clan, let alone learning how to fight. Even their language and writing had long been severed by the blood clan. Perhaps as their strength grew, they would possess higher learning capabilities due to the strengthening of their souls, allowing them to better learn various things. But unfortunately, under the generations of captivity by the blood clan, these people had no idea what learning was. Even the person in the crowd with a realm as high as the 8th rank legendary level was no different from the others. Because of this, although they also possessed the status of players in the Myriad Worlds game, they had never thought of breaking free from the blood clan's captivity, because they didn't understand what the voices in their minds meant at all. In their lives, eating, sleeping, and finally becoming blood food was everything. Abba. The only 8th rank legendary human looked at Sumyubai in terror, making instinctive sounds with his mouth. Seeing this, Sumyubai's expression turned as dark as water. He understood that these people could almost be considered ruined. Even if he saved them, it would be very difficult to change anything, because their cognition was no different from that of pigs and sheep kept by humans. No, even pigs and sheep were better off than them. After all, pigs and sheep still knew how to survive. But these people were in a state of complete numbness. Sumyubai's power made them feel fear instinctively, but even so, not a single one of them attempted to run away. The reason the nearby blood clan guards did not flee was because they were being suppressed by Sumyubai. However, these humans were not suppressed at all. Sweeping his gaze over these people, Sumyubai's expression became extremely complex. Was there really any meaning in saving them? Thinking of this, Sumyubai took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. Perhaps death was the only true liberation for them. Just as a fierce internal struggle raged in Sumyubai's mind, His gaze suddenly fell upon a child, and his pupils constricted sharply. A child, that's right. They might be beyond saving, but their next generation could be taught from a young age. No, to be precise, even these people could start over. They were like blank slates right now. All they needed was to break their current perceptions and learn from the beginning. If this were back on Blue Star, this would clearly be an impossible task. But this was the Myriad Worlds. All they needed was time. And time was exactly what Samurai did not lack. Because the flow of time within his internal small world was a full 100 times faster than in the Myriad Worlds. Moreover, upon seeing this child, Samurai thought of another question. When all the Blue Star players were pulled into the Myriad Worlds game, where did the elderly on the verge of death and the children go? In the past. Because his parents had passed away early, and he had no relatives. Samurai had never considered this question. Now, seeing this child, the question suddenly struck him. Where exactly did the Myriad Worlds game take the elderly and children of Blue Star? However, this was clearly not the right time to resolve this doubt. Samurai silently noted it in his heart, preparing to find an opportunity to ask Feng Yuan once this matter was concluded. Judging from their recent contact, Old Man Feng was definitely one of the high-ranking figures of the entire human race. He was very likely to know the answer to this question. As for now, before taking these people into his internal small world, Samurai's gaze fell upon the only 8th rank legendary level individual among them. The next moment, a deep, bright purple light ignited within his pupils. Chapter 669, Soul Reshaping. Even after entering the internal small world, these people would need someone to teach them carefully before they could regain their human cognition. Otherwise, no matter how much time passed, they would remain nothing more than pigs and sheep in human form. Samurai did not have anyone around him suitable for this task, but that did not stump him at all. Since there was no one, he would simply create one. Samurai had now fused the law of death to a level of 55, and the law of death included the law of the soul. Therefore, his attainments in the realm of the soul had already reached an extremely high level. Reshaping these souls, which hadn't even reached the mythical level, was a simple task for him. The moment the purple light flickered in Samurai's eyes, the 8th rank legendary level man involuntarily raised his head and locked eyes with Samurai. The next moment, purple light ignited in his eyes as well. Law of Death, Soul Reshaping. Terrifying power of the law descended, and the man's soul immediately began to twist. However, he seemed to feel nothing, remaining blankly crouched on the spot, staring back at Samurai. Teaching these people started with the basics, so it did not require much complex knowledge. Following his own plan, Samurai quickly reshaped the soul of this 8th rank legendary level individual. Just as when the Myriad Worlds game first descended and poured vast amounts of information directly into the minds of the people of Blue Star, Samurai also molded the things he wanted the other party to master into his soul. However, the former was just basic information, while what Samurai did was to transform this person at the soul level. A moment later, the purple light in the eyes of both Samurai and the man slowly dissipated. The man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sprang up from the ground. Master, could you please give me a set of clothes first? Looking at his naked kin all around him, the man's face turned bright red. After having his soul reshaped, he had finally learned what shame was. Samurai casually picked out a set of equipment from the spoils he had previously obtained and tossed it to him. From today on, you shall be called Bai. Bai caught the equipment, a flash of excitement appearing in his eyes. Then, with a thought, he put on the equipment and hurriedly knelt on one knee before Samurai. Bai, thanks master for the name. Get up. With a movement of Samurai's divine sense, his divine power lifted Bai to his feet. Do you know your future task? Bai nodded firmly. This subordinate will certainly not fail master's trust and will bring all our kin back to the right path. Hearing this, Samurai nodded slightly, raised his wrist, and made a call. Soon, the voice of Fujia Tianjia came through the communicator. Boss, you finally remembered me. He said it with deliberate grievance. But ever since Samurai entered the Myriad Worlds, it had indeed been a long time since he had contacted him. Even after he himself entered the Myriad Worlds later, he hadn't been able to meet this boss. You are my money bag. How could I forget you? Samurai smiled slightly. Don't be impatient. You will have your use soon. Fujiya-chan also laughed. Boss. Things over at Vivian's side are already settled. I'm just waiting for you to take over. I know. Once I finish handling the advancement matters, I will come over personally. Sumiyubai nodded slightly. Alright, for now, go get me a batch of equipment. Hearing that there was serious business, Fujiya-chan immediately put away his smile and became serious. What are the requirements? As long as they can be worn, the lower the level, the better. Alright, no problem. How many do you need? Although he was puzzled as to what his boss wanted with such low-level equipment, Fujiya-chan agreed directly. Sumiyubai's consciousness reached out once more, enveloping the pasture of the two clans. Let's start with 2 million sets. I'll need more later, so prepare a larger quantity. As soon as these words were spoken, Fujiya-chan was stunned, almost doubting he had heard correctly. 2 million sets of low-tier equipment. And judging by the tone, it sounded like this was only the first batch. Despite being filled with immense confusion, he didn't ask a single question and simply replied, "Understood. Just give me a few minutes." 2 million sets of low-tier equipment were easy for the current Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce to handle. They didn't even need to purchase them. If every life profession player in the chamber crafted just one piece, they could finish it within minutes. Since there were no specific requirements, it was even simpler. This was the formidable capability of a life profession-oriented chamber of commerce. After ending the communication, Sumiyubai moved his divine sense and gathered all the humans before him into his internal small world. Reshaping a person's soul was not a difficult task for him. It only required consuming a portion of his divine soul power and soul energy. However, the number of people kept in captivity by the two clans was not small. In the Dark Knight secret realm alone, there were nearly 2 million of them. This was only because human blood food was considered a luxury for the Blood Clan. Otherwise, the number would surely be even higher. Sumiyubai couldn't possibly reshape every single one of their souls individually. Although he could do it, the time required would be far too long. It was so long that Sumiyubai didn't even consider it and immediately abandoned the idea. What he could do was reshape a small portion of those with slightly stronger souls, then let them become a spark. Just like Bai, with the time flow acceleration of his internal small world, it wouldn't be long before the spark could start a prairie fire, allowing these people to regain their awareness as humans. Now that the human race had re-entered the Myriad Clan's ranking, their base lifespan had increased by 500 years. Therefore, Sumiyubai was not worried that these people would die due to the rapid time flow within his internal small world. After making his decision, a cold glint flashed in Sumiyubai's eyes. Powerful divine power, instantly infused with the laws of death, surged outward. Bang, bang, in an instant. All the guards near the pasture exploded into mists of blood. At the same time, the metal fences surrounding the pasture were completely eroded away by the power of death. Sumiyubai's world power swept out, directly pulling all the humans in the pasture into his internal small world. They had no concept of resistance, so they vanished from the spot in an instant. Immediately following this, more than 28th tier legendary level individuals were released and stood before Sumiyubai. They were also completely naked, their faces filled with nothing but confusion and a hint of instinctive fear. Sumiyubai knew that saying anything to them now would be a waste of breath, so his pupils flashed with a bright purple light. Death rules soul reshaping. Among these captive humans, there was actually one 9th tier mythical level existence. However, the soul of a mythical level being had already undergone a significant qualitative improvement. After all, from the mythical level onward, one no longer needed to worry about lifespan and possessed the ability to control a domain. Reshaping a soul of this intensity would be quite troublesome, even for Sumiyubai. Therefore, he simply chose only the 8th tier legendary level individuals. As the purple light in their eyes faded, their gazes finally held more substance. Casually tossing out 20+ sets of equipment, Sumiyubai spoke slowly. From today on, you shall be called Bai-san, up to Bai-san. Thank you for the name, Master. After the group whose souls had been reshaped on their equipment, they immediately knelt on one knee before Sumiyubai, their faces filled with excitement. The next moment, they were once again taken into the internal small world. Along with them went the 2 million sets of low-tier equipment that Fujiya Tianxia had traded across realms. Chapter 670. The Might of the Divine Domain. Bonus Chapter. The commotion caused by the destruction of the pasture was significant, quickly drawing a large number of powerhouses from the general headquarters. Damn it! What are the guards doing? How could they let someone break into the blood food pasture? Those beasts of the werewolf clan actually dare to come and snatch our blood food. They are simply courting death. We absolutely cannot let them escape. The commander must have been lured away by their diversionary tactics. Figure after figure arrived, tearing through the air, each radiating a powerful aura. These blood clan generals were suffused with powerful divine power and fluctuations of laws. They were clearly prepared for battle. Those qualified to guard the general headquarters were, without exception, 11th tier true gods of the Law Lord realm. However, when they saw that the intruder was only Sumubai, and that they couldn't even see the information of the vice commander who was at the median god realm, their hearts skipped a beat. The vice commander's pupils shrank. But as the strongest person currently at the general headquarters, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke. This is the battlefield between our blood clan and the werewolf clan. I advise you, Your Excellency, it would be best to. But before he could finish his sentence, his vision was flooded by a dazzling white light. This white light erupted from Sumubai's heart, instantly enveloping the entire general headquarters. This was an ability he could only use without a godhead by borrowing the power of the heart of reincarnation, the reincarnation divine domain. The entire general headquarters changed in an instant. The dim, gloomy sky vanished, replaced by a world filled with pure, holy light, against dark creatures like the blood clan. The holy light of the light element was clearly the best choice. The extremely pure power of holy light condensed into a phantom figure within the reincarnation divine domain. If one looked closely, they would find that this figure bore a 9/10 resemblance to Lanyu after she had fused with the angel sisters. However, the feeling this figure gave off was not nearly as complex. All she possessed was absolute light. Even the wings behind her were entirely condensed from holy radiance. With her appearance, sacred flames ignited one after another within Sumubai's samsara divine domain. These sacred flames seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, each locking onto a true god of the blood clan and latching onto them. Immediately following this, more power of sacred light continuously manifested within the samsara divine domain, causing the sacred flames on the surfaces of these blood clan true gods to blaze ferociously. Simultaneously being consumed were their divine souls. In an instant, terrified screams echoed throughout the entire divine domain. Ugh, this is a divine domain. How could a powerhouse at the upper god realm appear on the dark night battlefield? His such terrifying power of sacred light. My blood is boiling. Help me. Why hasn't the commander returned yet? I can't take it anymore. You idiot. Don't you understand yet? That is an existence at the upper god realm. The commander has likely already fallen. What? Those damned werewolves, how dare they? Where did the werewolf race get such pure power of sacred light? What exactly is in the dark night secret realm that would attract such a powerhouse? I never expected that I, a member of the blood clan, would actually have my blood burned dry. After Sumubai activated the samsara divine domain and pulled everyone from the blood clan's general command into it, he did not linger. With a shift of his divine sense, he and the entire samsara divine domain appeared in another location that looked even bloodier. This was the temporary general command of the werewolf race in the Dark Night secret realm. Compared to the blood clan, the humans kept in captivity by the werewolves suffered an even more miserable fate. They were often torn alive into several pieces and then devoured by the werewolves. Sometimes, they were even forced to watch as the others roasted their own limbs. Compared to corpses, the werewolf race preferred to feed while their prey was still alive. Sumubai's previous rage was precisely because he had witnessed this scene through his divine soul. Enemy attack. Who is it? This is a divine domain. How is that possible? The moment Sumubai appeared, the werewolf race's temporary general command sounded the alarm. It was simply because his method of arrival this time was far too high profile. However, the werewolf race's alarm was of no use whatsoever. The samsara divine domain descended, instantly pulling all the werewolves inside. The blood clan true gods, who were currently suffering under the torture of the sacred light, were momentarily stunned to see the werewolves also being pulled in. The true gods of these two mortal enemy races stared at each other with wide eyes within the samsara divine domain. But soon, only fear and despair remained in their eyes. A divine domain was definitely not something they had the ability to break, let alone breaking it. They couldn't even perceive where Sumubai, who had released the divine domain, was. In other words, the moment they entered, their fate had already been sealed, only death awaited them. The gap between them and Sumubai was as insurmountable as a chasm. If not for the fact that Sumubai intentionally controlled the damage of the sacred light to torture them a little longer, they wouldn't have been able to endure even for a single instant before being completely burned to ashes. Now, white smoke rose from the bodies of these true gods from both races. Their divine bodies were already battered and broken, and the expressions on their faces had become extremely twisted. The excruciating pain of their divine souls being scorched made them wish for death. Sumubai sat upon his throne, watching this scene coldly. It was not until all the true gods of both races had fallen that he waved his hand to collect the spoils of war and deactivated the samsara divine domain. Upon entering, he had already sealed the space here. It was impossible for anyone to escape. After making arrangements for the humans kept in the werewolf ranch, Sumubai's figure slowly flew into the high sky, his gaze sweeping across the continent below. Next, it was time to complete the advancement quest. Today's extra update is here. Wishing my godfathers a peaceful and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. By the way, Happy Children's Day, and also begging for gifts. Chapter 671, Death's Harvest. The news of the general command being annihilated had not yet spread. On the Dark Knight continent, the war between the two races continued as usual, for hatred, for military merit, for the future, regardless of what their reasons were before entering the battlefield. By now, everything had turned into the motivation to kill the enemy. But just as the soldiers of both races continued to fight, a heart-stopping power suddenly descended. The soldiers of both races on every battlefield felt their hearts tremble. They involuntarily stopped their movements and suddenly looked up. At this moment, no matter where they were, they could see a figure slowly ascending into the sky. Although the figure was not large, behind him, a hideous and terrifying phantom half-manifested. That was the materialized projection of the law of death that only appeared when Sumubai used Death's Descent. Only this time, the phantom of the law of death did not merge into Sumubai's body, but remained behind him. As Sumubai continued to ascend, the phantom of the law of death gradually grew larger and larger. That terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Dark Knight secret realm. All the Blood Clan and werewolf soldiers on the battlefield could not help but feel a sense of despair at this moment. Although they couldn't understand it, they could clearly perceive that death was coming. Heavens! How could such a terrifying existence appear? The Dark Knight secret realm is finished. No, I don't want to die. I haven't earned my military merits or reached the peak of my wolf life yet. I cannot die here. What kind of virtue or ability do we have to have provoked such a powerhouse? All the Blood Clan and werewolves were suppressed by the terrifying pressure of the law of death's phantom, unable to move, and could only stand blankly in place, waiting for death to arrive. Instant death is actually not painful. Knowing that death is approaching but being unable to resist is what drives one to madness. Especially during this time of waiting for death. That suffocating sense of despair is something no one can endure. Agony, torture, despair. All kinds of negative emotions filled the hearts of every Blood Clan and werewolf soldier. As the phantom of the law of death grew larger, the pressure borne by the Blood Clan and werewolf soldiers within the Dark Knight secret realm became increasingly intense. Many low-ranking warriors were already trembling all over, if not for the divine power of death permeating the entire continent forcing them to stay conscious. These 5th or 6th tier soldiers would have long since fainted. Sumubai transformed into a god of death, looking down upon all living beings below. His eyes were filled with a grayish-white divine light, devoid of the slightest emotion. All that remained was a tranquil, deathly silence. At this moment, in the eyes of all the vampire and werewolf soldiers, Sumubai was the very embodiment of death. Gradually, the phantom behind Sumubai expanded until it was roughly the size of the entire night secret realm. The dense divine power of death had already spread across the entire continent. The divine light of death within the phantom's pupils, like two incomparably massive stars, scrutinized every life within this secret realm. The night continent was like a dining table to him, waiting to become nourishment for death. Sumyubai also made his move at this moment. He gently raised his hand, slowly performing a downward pressing motion, and coldly spat out a single word, die. The simple word die echoed in the minds of every vampire and werewolf soldier. They all widened their eyes in unison, yet they could no longer make a single sound. Sumyubai's words were as if his command had become law. The phantom of the rule of death behind him followed suit with the same motion. As the massive hand of the rule of death phantom pressed down toward the continent below, the space of the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. Die, die, die. A soul-shaking voice emanated from the mouth of the rule of death phantom, echoing continuously throughout the night secret realm. The skin of the vampire and werewolf soldiers on the continent withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light in their pupils gradually dimmed as well. Death had arrived, miraculously. The attack of the rule of death phantom did not affect the mountains or rivers of this continent in the slightest. What it harvested was life alone. A moment later, the giant palm of the rule of death phantom finally landed upon the night continent. Except for Sumyubai, every living creature within this secret realm silently lost its life. Following this, the rule of death phantom opened its gaping maw and swallowed all the soul power it had harvested, and all the power it consumed was fed back into Sumyubai's body. This intoxicating sensation made Sumyubai involuntarily stretch his body. This move was a technique he had created himself through the rule of death, which was already more than half fused death harvest. Today was the first time he had used it. How could these vampires and werewolves in the night secret realm withstand an attack at the peak of the high god realm? When the rule of death phantom dissipated, the night secret realm, once filled with the flames of war, became completely silent. The war that had not ceased for countless years finally vanished from this continent. This was simply because, apart from Sumyubai, there were no living creatures left here. Death had taken them all away. The soul-devouring effect of death harvest left them without even a chance at resurrection. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1000. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 500. Notification: death harvest effective. You have gained 3,286. 57 points of soul power. Congratulations on completing the advancement quest. Your EXP cap has been increased. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 270. All 4 attributes come 126. 0. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 622. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to the 10th tier. Compatibility with the Death Sovereign class has increased. Unlocking partial class powers. Power fusion in progress. Please wait patiently. The 3 steps of breaking the limit had long since ended. After completing the advancement quest Field Death, a golden light erupted from Sumyubai's body, soaring into the sky. The breakthrough from the 9th tier mythical level to the 10th tier saint extermination level was, for him, a matter of course. Not only that, but even the class powers that previously required time to fuse were completed in an instant. The power fused upon breaking through to the 10th tier for the exclusive hidden class Death Sovereign should have been second only to achieving the 11th tier Law Lord status, where the class power is completely fused. For any player of any race, the strength increase brought by a sovereign class profession would be astonishing. But for Sumyubai, it was nothing at all, because his growth within the tributaries of the River of Time was simply too immense. His strength had long since far surpassed the limits of his tier. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Bai for officially breaking through to a 10th tier saint extermination level professional. Partial powers of the Death Sovereign unlocked. Your class bonuses have changed. Click to view details. Sumyubai clenched his fists, feeling the improvements brought by the breakthrough while releasing his world power to sweep across the entire night secret realm. Crack, crack, crack. As all the vampires and werewolves died, their corpses did not fall. Instead, scourge skeletons were born directly from within them. In an instant, Sumyubai had gained a scourge army numbering in the tens of billions. From the initial 10 small skeletons, it had finally become a true undead scourge. And this was merely their initial state. As Sumyubai's world power covered them, all the scourge skeletons were taken into his internal small world. only after being strengthened by the two great rule treasures, the Sea of Death and the World Tree. Would the day come for them to reappear in the world? By then, the name of the Golden Scourge Legion would surely shake all worlds. Chapter 672. 10th tier Saint Extermination level. Both my divine body and divine soul have improved by nearly 30%. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the improvement brought by the breakthrough was only around 30%, it was already much stronger than he had imagined. Considering it was only a breakthrough to the 10th tier Saint Extermination level, his divine body and divine soul had both reached the level of a late-stage median god. To have achieved such a significant increase was already quite impressive. This was still largely due to his own astonishing potential, coupled with the nature of the sovereign class. The 30% boost Sumyubai received, if applied to an ordinary Saint Extermination level player, would be enough to increase their strength by countless times over. The strong remain strong. This has always been an unchanging truth. After storing all the calamity skeletons from the Black Knight's secret realm into his internal world, Sumyubai began to examine the changes in his class bonuses. According to Brian, this was also the final time. Once a player breaks through to the 11th tier Law Sovereign Realm and achieves the status of a true god, the power of their class will completely merge with their own being. At that point, they will become one of the candidates for Sovereign. Of course, that is merely being a candidate. Compared to other sovereigns, the difficulty of becoming the next Death Sovereign is arguably the highest. This is because, in addition to the Book of Death one already possesses, one must collect the other 35, and those who possess a Book of Death are, without exception, powerful individuals. Do not be fooled by the fact that Brian was only at the peak of the median god realm back then. His combat power was close to that of a high god. The reason he was able to obtain a second Book of Death was entirely due to good luck. However, his good luck stopped there. If he hadn't been unfortunately caught in the crossfire of the great battle between Zushingchen and the Void Monarch, and then targeted by Dylan, which forced him into a deep slumber, Brian's talent would surely have allowed him to break through to the high god realm long ago. As for Dylan, he cannot be judged solely by his strength. After all, he associates with the space-time sovereign. Possessing 3 Books of Death is nothing to him. Collecting all the Books of Death to fuse them into the Death Canon is merely meeting one condition. But this single step is enough to keep all other Death Sovereign candidates locked out. As time passes, the Books of Death will inevitably gather in the hands of the powerful. This includes existences such as the Lord of the Undead Realm. In truth, Brian does not know that besides collecting the Books of Death to fuse into the Death Canon, there is another way to satisfy the conditions to become the Death Sovereign. That is to forge a new rule-level treasure of the Death Element. However, such a feat is almost impossible for an existence at the 11th tier Law Sovereign Realm. Even the strongest high god of the past Death God Bok spent immense effort, and only managed to forge a high-level low-grade treasure like the Scythe of the Death God. Except for a cheater like Sumyubai, the emergence of any rule-level treasure would inevitably cause turmoil across the myriad worlds. Even the rule sovereigns would take action because of it. This is also the reason why Feng Yuan and the other high-level human leaders suddenly chose to stop hiding and let humanity return to the myriad races ranking. Because Sumyubai's successful comprehension of the rule Great Tao must mean that he possesses a soul-type rule-level treasure. The old monsters who have been silent in the myriad worlds for many years will inevitably go mad searching for it and engage in fierce battles. What Feng Yuan and the others are doing now is deterrence. Do not look at the fact that humanity is currently only ranked in the middle of the myriad races ranking. Once it is known that humans possess a method to hide their strength and evade the detection of the myriad worlds game, you can be certain that humanity has been fully exposed. Sakanyu was the one who sought out Shan, the Lord of the Undead Realm. Under these circumstances, from Feng Yuan's words, it was clear that Shan had failed to shake off Sakanyu. However, these matters were being handled in secret by the human leadership, and Sumyubai, as the person involved, was unaware of them. Regarding this, Sumyubai did not go out of his way to ask. If Old Man Feng did not say anything, he naturally had his reasons. Since he said there was no need to worry about the issue of the Realm Lords, then he would just proceed according to his original plan. Even if an accident occurred, he still had a nearly invincible trump card. Thinking of that naive and sweet girl, The corners of Sumyubai's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly during his journey through the river of time. Besides the world tree and his soaring strength, the greatest gain was the accidental formation of the heart-to-heart contract with Lian, the sovereign of luck. One of the masters of the 9 supreme rules. Does she have any opponents in the current myriad worlds? Sumyubai involuntarily touched his heart, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Lian seems to be the only supreme rule sovereign he knows of who still exists. The others have either gone missing or are confirmed to have fallen. Even Zhu Xingchen, the space-time sovereign, is rejected by the myriad worlds and is not currently present. In that case, this trump card I picked up for free really seems somewhat invincible. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, withdrew his thoughts, and looked at the death cannon hovering in his palm. He already possessed the death cannon that other death sovereign candidates were pursuing. Now, all he lacked was the realm, current soul points, 6.39 trillion to 500 trillion. The next time he opens the death cannon, it will require a full 500 trillion soul points. What puzzled Sumyubai, however, was that the level requirement to open it was 300. Is it because my strength is too high that I skipped some skills? Sumyubai was thoughtful. However, he did not pay it much mind, because after comprehending all the laws of the death element, skills no longer held any meaning for him. If the next time he opens it is the final advancement quest, that would be a good thing, as it would save some time. With a thought, he put away the death cannon and finally looked at the changes in class bonuses brought about by the advancement. Death Sovereign Class Bonus 1. You have taken a major step on the path to becoming the Death Sovereign. Each level up grants an additional cum 100, 0 to all attributes, and cum 1, 0 to free attribute points. 2. You are now able to withstand more power. Each level up grants an additional 2, 0 points of sovereign power. 3. You have already progressed a certain distance on the path of the Death Sovereign, further mastering the ability to absorb soul points to strengthen your own soul. At this stage, you have gained a deep understanding of this ability, so the absorption conversion rate has increased to 50%. As the final rank below a true god, the profession bonus brought by the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level is a massive tenfold increase. However, for the current Sumyubai, this can only be considered better than nothing. What he wants now is to quickly break through to the Tier 11 Law Lord realm and achieve the status of a true god. Only then will his strength be able to rapidly increase once more. He has already far exceeded the 3 conditions for breaking through to the Tier 11 Law Lord realm: Divine Soul, Divine Body, and a complete path of law. What is lacking now is merely the level in the advancement quest, Chapter 673. Things are different now. Bonus Chapter, Notification, Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points cum 6. Notification. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points cum 100. Notification: Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points cum 1000. Notification. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points cum 100. Led by a group of believers, Sumyubai's Golden Scourge Legion is still frantically slaughtering the forces controlled by the two races. However, 500 trillion soul points is not a small number, so it will still take a little time to accept the advancement quest. As for his level, for Sumyubai, it has never been a problem. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, the level he stayed at the longest was likely level 2 for Odot at that time. While breaking through to the Tier 9 mythical level in a tributary of the River of Time, there was no one nearby to provide him with EXP, so naturally, he could not level up. But now, he is not in a tributary of the River of Time. Experience points are everywhere. Previously, while slaughtering the generals of the two races, Sumyubai had specifically left behind a lower god of the werewolf race, with the intention of using him to level up after his breakthrough. The space beside him vibrated, and a charred and recognizable lower god of the werewolf race appeared next to Sumyubai. Before this, he had been enduring the scorching of the holy light fire within the Samsara divine domain. Under long-term torture, his mind had long since neared collapse. Now that the holy light fire had suddenly extinguished, he found himself momentarily unable to adapt. Without the suppression of the Samsara divine domain, the remaining divine power in his body immediately began to circulate, and he became much more clear-headed. The werewolf lower god struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing the lifeless dark night continent, he froze in place. Gone. It was all gone. Whether it was the vampire race or the werewolf race, there were no living creatures left on the entire dark night continent. This person is simply lawless, intervening in a racial battlefield and carrying out a massacre. Is he truly not afraid of the wrath of the blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor? The remaining werewolf lower god felt a shock in his heart and turned his head tremblingly to look at Sumubai. Who exactly are you? Although he did not know why he was still alive, judging by the methods the other party had used earlier, he knew clearly that he certainly would not survive. At the moment of death, he only wanted to know who the werewolf race had provoked, and why the Dark Knight's secret realm had met such an end. It wasn't just the werewolf race, but also the vampire race. What kind of hatred or grudge could drive this person to do such a crazy thing? The destruction of an ordinary secret realm or planet is not actually a major event for the entire werewolf and vampire races, but the nature of the Dark Knight's secret realm was different. In terms of importance alone, the Dark Knight's secret realm might not be as significant as the Blood World's secret realm, but this was one of the racial battlefields. Attacking the Dark Knight's secret realm was equivalent to declaring war on both the vampire and werewolf races simultaneously. Even an existence like the Lord of the Undead realm could never easily do such a thing. Hearing this, Sumubai glanced at him, and the facial components of the calamity of eternal silence instantly faded away. The next moment, the werewolf lower god's expression stalled. Be human. At this moment, he finally understood why the other party would do such a crazy thing. Bai, are you preparing to ignite a racial war between the human race and our two races? His vision was far inferior to Sean's. In his view, the human race had only just managed to re-enter the myriad races ranking with great difficulty. Declaring war on the vampire and werewolf races now was purely seeking his own death. Just based on you lot, you weren't qualified. Sumubai sneered. Since Old Man Feng and the others had decided to re-enter the myriad races ranking, it meant that the human race definitely possessed more than just this bit of strength. As a human, Sumubai knew this better than anyone. If nothing else, Yumu, who even needed to steal wine from the old man in the waist pouch, was definitely stronger than him. The hidden strength of the human race was at least several times stronger than what had been exposed so far. From the words of Huijian and Zuxingchen, Sumubai understood one thing: humans who have fused with bloodlines, no matter how strong their power or realm, cannot change the human race's ranking on the myriad races ranking. This also meant that the hidden power of the human race was far beyond what the powerhouses of the myriad worlds could imagine. Hearing Sumubai's disdainful words, the werewolf lower god said in a deep voice, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth of the myriad worlds. When the human race was powerful back then, how did they treat my werewolf race?" Speaking of this, he seemed to have forgotten the fear of death and continued, looking across the myriad worlds. This is a very common occurrence. Hearing this, the expression on Sumubai's face did not change in the slightest. He said coldly, "Just as you said, the weak are prey to the strong. When the human race was weak, no matter what you did, the human race could only endure it silently." Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. "But now, things are different. The human race has risen again, and you can only endure it silently, just like now. I feel that the vampire and werewolf races deserve to die. Since you are powerless to resist, you can only go to your deaths." As his voice fell, Sumubai's terrifying divine soul power instantly obliterated the soul of this last remaining werewolf lower god. The next moment, the color faded from his pupils. At the same time, a series of system notification chimes rang out in Sumubai's ears. "An extra update is served today. I forgot to offer my well wishes to the foster fathers who are about to take the college entrance exam yesterday. Shi Xiang, apologize once again. However, speaking from the heart, I hope all you foster fathers preparing for the exam will focus on your studies and come back to support this book once it's all over." Chapter 674, Max Level. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1 billion. Notification: You have obtained Divine Crystal times 100. Notification: You have obtained Super Large Space Ring times 1. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 271. All 4 attributes come to 126. 0. Skill point come 1. Free attribute points come 1,622,500. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 300. All 4 attributes come to 126. 0. Skill point come 1. Free attribute points come 1,622,500. A true god at the 11th tier Law Master realm, even if only a lower god, is far beyond what a saint extermination level existence can compare to. Following a series of golden lights shooting into the sky, the death of this last remaining lower god of the werewolf race pushed Sumyu Bai's level directly to the level cap of 300. Finally, I've reached this step. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyu Bai's eyes as he waved his hand to store the corpse of the werewolf lower god. After taking one last look at the now lifeless Dark Night continent, his figure vanished from the spot. Teleportation. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the wartime emergency portal that was glowing with a faint red light. As he stepped through the portal, another system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully reaching the level cap. Friendly reminder: you must complete the following 3 conditions to break through to the 11th tier Law Master realm and achieve true god status. 1. Condense a divine body. Completed. 2. Condense a divine soul. Completed. 3. Comprehend a complete path of law. Completed. Sumyu Bai had already satisfied the 3 conditions for breakthrough long ago. Logically speaking, the moment his level hit the cap, he should have been able to break through directly to the 11th tier Law Master realm. Just like the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters, when they broke through, they didn't have to complete any advancement quests. After condensing their divine bodies and divine souls, they all began their breakthrough the moment they comprehended a complete path of law. But Sumyu Bai still needed to complete an advancement quest. The reason for this difference wasn't because Sumyu Bai was human. It was for another reason, one that Sumyu Bai had already learned about from Brian. The current system notification was merely clarifying the reason once more. Notification detected that player Bai possesses a sovereign class. To fully integrate the power of the class, you must complete the final advancement quests. Notification: please open the Death Codex as soon as possible to accept the final advancement quest and fully integrate your class power. A sovereign class is, naturally, extraordinary. If he were to force a breakthrough to the 11th tier Law Master realm right now, Sumyu Bai could do it, but if he did that, he wouldn't be able to integrate the remaining power of the Death Sovereign class. Because the integration of class power must occur before achieving true god status. However, this wasn't a major problem for Sumyu Bai. The Golden Scourge Legion was still exerting its strength, and the soul points within the Death Codex were still increasing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before he gathered enough soul points to open the Death Codex again. The only uncertainty now was whether this final advancement quest would be any different. Frost Prison Divine Palace. Brian was diligently maintaining the activation of a large number of wartime emergency portals, temporarily acting as a commander to coordinate the Golden Scourge Legion and the various believers. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was only a corner of the undead realm. Its sphere of influence was incredibly vast, spanning over a dozen star systems. The number of planets and small worlds fully controlled by the werewolf race and the vampire race was not small. Therefore, the Golden Scourge Legion still had plenty of work to do. The red glowing portal beside him rippled, and Sumyu Bai's figure stepped out from it. The next moment, he was already seated back upon his throne. Brian spoke immediately. Congratulations to Master for completing the breakthrough. It's only the 10th tier. What comes next is the most important part. Sumyu Bai waved his hand, looking at Brian with a thoughtful expression. By the way, when you broke through to the 11th tier Law Master realm, what was your final advancement quest? The Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters didn't need to complete a quest when they broke through because they didn't have a sovereign class. But Brian did, and he was also a Death Sovereign. The final advancement quest. A look of recollection flashed in Brian's eyes as he spoke slowly. My advancement quest back then was to personally kill 10 billion creatures of at least the 6th tier within 10 years. Recalling the hardships and suffering he endured to complete that quest, Brian couldn't help but look at the figure on the throne with envy. If he had even 1% of his master's strength back then, why would he have needed to go through so much trouble? He could have just found a few small worlds of hostile races and slaughtered them, just like his master was doing now. But unfortunately, although Brian was a top-tier expert among the peak saint extermination level at that time and possessed a sovereign class, his strength had only reached the demigod realm. Compared to Sumyubai at the saint extermination level, there was simply no comparison. Killing 10 billion creatures above the 6th tier was not easy for him. Most importantly, planets and small worlds with such quality inevitably had true gods guarding them. Those were not people he could afford to provoke. Brian didn't have the guts to carry out a slaughter in such worlds, let alone a middle god. Even a random lower god could have ended his miserable life prematurely. Therefore, Brian had completely relied on slowly accumulating the required kill count for his advancement quest. 10 years of mission time. And it was almost not enough. Thinking of this, Brian couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Compared to his master, he was simply not on the same level. However, after hearing Brian's words, Sumyubai frowned. Slaughtering 10 billion creatures above tier 6 in 10 years. Wasn't this the advancement mission he had just completed? The advancement mission brought by the Death Codex was clearly much more difficult than the one from the Book of Death. With the same mission requirements. One was for a breakthrough from Tier 9 Mythical Grade to Tier 10 Saint Extermination Grade, while the other was the final mission for a breakthrough from Tier 10 to the Tier 11 Lord of Lo's realm. Seeing this, Brian spoke up again. Master, you possess the complete Death Codex. The final advancement mission will certainly be different. Sumyubai nodded slightly. He was well aware of this point. But was this final advancement mission really just about continuing to increase the kill count and the strength of the targets? If that were truly the case, it would be too simple for him. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai looked thoughtfully at the Death Codex that had suddenly appeared in his palm. Current soul points, 11.96 trillion over 500 trillion. In just this short while, the performance of the Golden Scourge Legion had already exceeded 10 trillion. The number of new Scourge skeletons collected into the small world within Sumyubai's body had also reached a terrifying level. Even his original small world was no longer sufficient to contain so many Scourge skeletons. They had all been transferred to the macroscopic Sea of Death. Here, the Scourge skeletons born from the slaughter of multiple planets and small worlds were merely a drop in the ocean. Sumyubai waved his hand to put away the Death Codex, his gaze flickering. He always felt that his final advancement mission would likely not be this simple. Chapter 675 Shon's Conjecture, Undead Realm, Edge of the Starry Graveyard. There was a space here that was slightly distorted, with grayish-white and golden divine light flickering all around, giving off a no-entry for the living vibe. The range of the distortion was not large, but inside, it was an entirely different world. This was formed by the collision of the divine domains of two top-tier powerhouses, and inside was a vast, boundless world. The grayish-white death divine power and the golden divine power dotted with green light were deadlocked, forming a strange balance. Under the confrontation of these two forces, this world had become incredibly peculiar. Every second, the two divine powers were consuming each other while simultaneously generating new power, as if they were endless. All of this was because the battle between the powerhouses who had opened these two divine domains had not yet ended. There was no earth-shattering spectacle as one might imagine, as beings of the same level. Every move Shan and Sekonyu made felt like a return to simplicity. On both of their godheads, there were 10 rule patterns, though the 10th one was just a tiny bit shorter than the others. This meant that they were both peak high gods at the limit of 9 patterns. As the lord of the undead realm, Shan naturally fused with the rule of death. His strength could be said to stand absolutely at the peak below the rulers of laws. In the Tier 11 Lord of Lo's realm, there were very few who could surpass him. Such beings almost all possessed divine titles recognized by the myriad worlds and were the strongest high gods under their respective rules, such as God of Slaughter, God of Death. Ordinary rule-based gods like the God of Wind or God of Thunder were not even as strong as Shan, because what he had fused with was one of the 9 supreme rules. And the fact that Sekonyu could fight Shan for so long without a clear winner meant he was naturally no weakling. What he had fused to the 9 pattern limit was the rule of metal, which was far less powerful than Shan's rule of death. But the reason Sekonyu could become the undefeated war god was not solely due to his 9 pattern limit rule of metal. Beyond that, He also possessed profound attainments in the rule of life, one of the 9 supreme rules. Although he hadn't reached the 9 pattern limit, he was not far off. There were not many high gods in the entire myriad worlds who could fuse to rule paths simultaneously. If Sekonyu were to take one step further and fuse the rule of life to the 9 pattern limit as well, he would be fully qualified to drop the word undefeated and be crowned with the title of War God. The rule of metal created powerful defense, and the rule of life brought terrifying recovery abilities. This was what achieved Sekonyu's reputation as the undefeated War God. He had once challenged top powerhouses of various races along the way, and although he rarely won, he had never once been defeated. Now that he had re-emerged, he had come directly for Sean, the Lord of the Undead Realm, clearly possessing sufficient confidence in his own strength. Clang! The rusty battle blade collided with the metal long staff, emitting a harsh sound of metal striking metal. The weapons in both their hands were high-level low-grade treasures, although there was still a slight gap compared to the Scythe of Death. They were definitely rare treasures in the myriad worlds. Although the human race was far from its former glory, they still possessed many good things. In terms of treasures, even Sean, a high-level member of the top-tier undead race, could not gain much of an advantage. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, streaks of invisible blade light slashed towards Sekonyu. This was not energy, but the power of the rule of death. Even for a peak high god at the 9 pattern limit, one could not afford to be careless when facing this power. Boom. But Sekonyu ignored it entirely, gripping the metal long staff with both hands and erupting with terrifying power, actually seizing the opportunity to blast Sean away. However, Sean's blade light of rule power also landed on him. The power of the rule of metal had long been fused into Sekonyu's body, raising the defense of his divine body to the limit. But facing the rule of death, one of the 9 supreme rules, he still could not resist it. In an instant, Sekonyu's divine body was slashed full of holes by Sean's rule power, looking as if it were about to crack apart inch by inch. That power of the rule of death, fused to the limit, was still continuously eroding his divine body and soul. If it were an ordinary, peak-level high god of the rule-based type, they would have been instantly crippled by this full-force strike from Sean. Though it might not have led to immediate death, they would certainly have lost the majority of their combat capability. However, Sekonyu did not even frown. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and swung his metal staff to charge at Sean once again. It was as if the divine body that was on the verge of falling apart was not his own. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating. Come again. I've been hiding for so many years. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this satisfying. At the same time, the power of the life rule circulated throughout Sekonyu's entire body, dispelling the residual rule power left by Sean and rapidly repairing his divine body. By the time the two clashed again, the terrifying injuries Sekonyu had sustained earlier had already recovered by more than half. Madman, before the fight began, Sean had been certain that he could absolutely suppress Sekonyu. Although the other party had a great reputation back in the day, he had never challenged an existence of his level. His strongest opponent had only been the Fire God, who held the title of a standard rule god. But as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly alarmed. This guy fought like a complete and utter lunatic. It was one thing that his fighting style was completely reckless, but he was also an unkillable cockroach. While his own strength was indeed superior, it was only enough to maintain the upper hand. Wanting to completely suppress Sekonyu was a difficult task. Anyone facing an opponent like Sekonyu would find it a headache. Moreover, what terrified Sean was that this guy, Sekonyu, seemed to be constantly adapting to his power. Although it was extremely subtle, the keen sense Sean had noticed it. The damage he dealt to Sekonyu was definitely a tiny bit lower compared to when they first started. This was truly frightening. Sean understood that, short of a breakthrough, it was almost impossible for his strength to advance any further. Yet this madman, Sekonyu, still had room to grow. The first generation of top-tier powerhouses among the human race were simply monsters. Thinking of this, Sean's heart began to waver, and a hint of retreat even sprouted within him. He understood that even if they continued to fight, it would be meaningless. There was almost no hope of shaking off this madman's entanglement. However, thinking of the soul-type rule supreme treasure in Bai's hands, He felt unwilling to give up. In his view, if he could obtain that treasure, he would definitely have the hope of becoming the new Death Sovereign. He was completely incapable of crafting a Rule Supreme treasure out of thin air. But with a Soul-type Rule Supreme treasure as a foundation, things would be different. Using a Soul-type Rule Supreme treasure as a core and utilizing the heritage of the undead race, it was entirely possible to forge a new Death-type Rule Supreme treasure. Furthermore, was the item in Bai's hands definitely a Soul-type Rule Supreme treasure? Could it be a Death-type Rule Supreme treasure that also contains Soul-type properties? At this thought, Sean's pupils noticeably constricted, because he suddenly thought of an incredible possibility. Could the 12 books of death that had vanished into thin air be related to Bai? Although this speculation was highly bizarre, it took deep root in Sean's heart. The Rule Supreme treasure in Bai's hands might just be the legendary Death Cannon. Otherwise, how could a little guy at the 9th rank possibly comprehend the great Tao of rules? Chapter 676. The Combat Madman Sakon Yu, bonus chapter. Although Sean hid his emotions well, the momentary change in his pupils was still keenly detected by Sakon Yu. While he didn't know exactly what the reason was, Sakon Yu knew that all he needed to do was ensure the other party couldn't do anything. No matter what Sean had thought of, as long as he couldn't shake him off, it would be to no avail. Wild battle intent surged in his eyes. His aura climbed once more, and with a thought, the metal staff in his hand expanded violently, instantly transforming into a pillar that reached the heavens. The power of the metal rule surged, sweeping across with enough force to crush a great world. At this moment, Sakon Yu had already utilized the power of his authority. At the same time, emerald green, dragon-shaped patterns suddenly appeared on the staff. This was the augmentation of the life authority. Sean, stop holding back. Put in more effort. Were those previous attacks just scratching an itch for me? Sakon Yu unleashed his verbal taunts, and with a flick of his divine sense, the massive metal staff smashed toward Sean. The divine domains where the two were deadlocked began to tremble violently at this moment. Death divine power, metal divine power, and life divine power, the three forces surged and clashed, making this strange world seem as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Sean's gaze tightened. He never expected that Sakon Yu would possess such power. However, this was clearly not the time for shock. He immediately mobilized all his power and slashed out with his battle blade. The rust on the battle blade vanished without a trace in an instant. Terrifying death energy completely enveloped the blade, and the blade's edge spat out endless dead silence. At the same time, a phantom of the death rule that filled the heavens and earth instantly condensed behind Sean. The appearance of that phantom was exactly the same as the one condensed by Sumyu Bai when he used Death Harvest. The only difference was that the rule phantom condensed by Sumyu Bai only had an upper body, while the one Sean condensed was the complete form. Not only that, but his condensation speed was faster, and it was even clearer. The moment the phantom appeared, Sean's aura surged sharply. As he slashed his blade, a battle blade also appeared in the hands of the death rule phantom behind him, which then struck down toward the incoming pillar that reached the heavens. Boom! Violent power erupted, and the space around the two was torn apart in an instant. Dense spatial rifts appeared and began to expand rapidly. Yet, these spatial rifts posed no threat to either of them. They couldn't even shake the divine power diffusing from the surface of their bodies. CRACK. The next moment, the divine domains that had been deadlocked for so long suddenly began to collapse following this clash. Both of their figures appeared simultaneously within the dark space. BFFT. Sean and Sakon Yu both spat out a mouthful of divine blood, their auras dimming significantly. Clearly, neither had come out unscathed from that clash, which had mobilized the full power of their respective authorities. However, Sakon Yu looked significantly more miserable. His entire divine body had been shredded by that blade, and even his divine soul had suffered immense depletion. Even the hand gripping his metal staff was trembling, albeit imperceptibly. In contrast, Sean was in much better shape. Nevertheless, the destruction of his divine domain had still taken a toll on him. Although he still held the upper hand, Sean's expression was extremely grim. Could it be that his strongest strike couldn't even completely destroy this guy's divine body? The expressions of the two formed a sharp contrast at this moment. Sakon Yu, whose divine body had nearly been shattered, had a fighting spirit that soared to the heavens, his signature white teeth flashing as he laughed heartily. Haha, that's more like it. That's the spirit. It's not that I'm complaining. But if you had this kind of power, you should have brought it out sooner. You really forced my hand. Accompanying a barrage of verbal taunts, Sekonyu transformed into a streak of light once more, closing in on Sean with his metal staff in hand. Come again today. Either you beat me to death, or you'd better play along with me properly. At the same time, the power of the law of life was rapidly repairing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, more than half of Sekonyu's tattered divine body and riddled divine soul had recovered. Not only that, but the divine domain that had been destroyed also descended once again. Under normal circumstances, once a high god's divine domain is destroyed, it cannot be reopened for a short period. But powerhouses of Sekonyu and Sean's caliber were clearly exceptions to this rule. Relying on their powerful divine souls and terrifying divine power, they could open their divine domains multiple times in a short span, unless, of course, they had truly reached their limit. Facing the suppression of Sekonyu's divine domain, Sean had no choice but to reopen his own to neutralize the opponent's power. In an instant, the two entered the world formed by their divine domains once more, the three forces remaining in a stalemate. Although Sean's divine domain was clearly stronger, the margin was limited, and he could not achieve total suppression. This time, facing Sekonyu's attack, Sean did not retaliate, choosing instead to evade. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. Sean's face was dark. I won't go after Bai. His heart bled as he said these words. That was an opportunity to break through to the 12th tier law sovereign realm. How could he be willing to give it up just like that? But facing a madman like Sekonyu, he truly had no other choice. If he kept fighting, he might end up injured himself. Sekonyu didn't care, but there were plenty of people eyeing the position of the Lord of the Undead realm. Therefore, Sean could only agree for now and plan for the long term later. But Sekonyu's next words made his blood boil with rage. Sekonyu simply hoisted his metal staff onto his shoulder, shook his head, and said, "Whether you go after him or not is your business. But I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Let's finish this first." As the words fell, the streak of light charged at him again. When a battle-crazed lunatic hasn't had enough, how could he possibly stop? Extra chapter for today, chapter 677. Better to meet the god of death than provoke Sekonyu. Sekonyu. Sean's expression shifted. He blocked Sekonyu's attack with his blade, but instead of counterattacking, he took the opportunity to dodge far away. But how could Sekonyu, already caught up in the heat of battle, possibly let it go at that? Without a word, he raised his metal staff and charged again. The power of the law of life was constantly repairing his injuries in this short amount of time. Sekonyu had already recovered 7 or 8/10 of his strength. Sean dodged repeatedly, seemingly having no intention of engaging with Sekonyu again, because he knew very well that he had no way to kill this madman, and continuing to fight would only serve as a sparring partner for his opponent. At this thought, Sean's expression grew increasingly ugly, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. That old schemer Yuan, he really has a devious plan. Sending this madman Sekonyu here not only achieves the goal of keeping an eye on me but also uses my law of death to help him temper his law of life. His intentions are practically written all over his face. The more Sean thought about it, the angrier he became. But faced with the human race's open scheme, he really had no good solution. First, without knowing the true foundation of the human race, he couldn't afford to truly burn bridges. Second, this madman Sekonyu was just too resilient. Sean, you're not very enduring, are you? Don't run, let's keep going. Seeing Sean avoiding the fight, Sekonyu quickly resorted to verbal taunts. He was a man who excelled at two things: taking a beating and having a foul mouth. Before a fight started, he didn't like to talk nonsense, but once he entered a combat state, it was as if he had become a different person. Not only did he talk a lot, but it was all trash talk. In many of his past challenges, he had goaded opponents into attacking him in a fit of rage after they learned his reputation and refused to fight. Now, after so many years, it was clear that his skill in verbal combat had become a bit rusty. But as long as he regained his old rhythm, Sekonyu was confident he could goad Sean into stopping his evasion. When that time came, he would be able to have a truly satisfying fight. In Sekongyu's view, no creature was perfect, not even main gods or supreme gods. He believed that as long as one was willing to try, one could always find anyone's trigger point. When he danced repeatedly on the opponent's nerves, no creature could hold back. Holding this thought, Sekongyu launched a mental assault while attacking frantically. If you can't handle it, just say so. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that the Lord of the Undead Realm is impotent. Don't misunderstand. By anyone I only mean the human race. As for other races, I can't guarantee that. Sean, you aren't really finished, are you, you little brat? Look me in the eye, however. No matter what he said, Sean still showed no intention of taking the bait. Clearly, Sekongyu had not touched upon any of Sean's triggers within the stalemated divine domain world. Although Sean's expression was unsightly, he was determined not to make another move. He did not want to fall into the trap of that old scoundrel Yuan, acting as a free sparring partner for Sekongyu and helping him temper and fuse the laws of life. Not only would this bring him no benefits, but it was also highly likely that he would end up injured, affecting his own strength. That would simply be a loss that outweighed the gains. Naturally, Sean would not engage in such a profitless transaction. Consequently, Sekongyu, whose combat power was slightly weaker, now appeared to be suppressing Sean, the Lord of the Undead Realm. The two chased and dodged, circling endlessly within the divine domain. If an ordinary true god were to see this, they would surely find it inconceivable. One must know that in the absence of rule sovereigns, the Lord of the Undead Realm was essentially in the top tier of power across all worlds. Only the veterans knew the true weight of the name Invincible War God Sekongyu. Sean couldn't help but recall that popular little rhyme. Better to meet the god of death than to provoke Sekongyu. Challenge Yuan to a duel, and even a main god will return in defeat. Although the god of death was strong, he was predictable. As long as you didn't offend him, you were fine. Sekongyu, however, was a madman. Once he set his sights on you, you had no choice but to fight. As for Yuan, you absolutely could not let him prepare in advance, otherwise, you would never know how many tricks he had hidden up his sleeve. Once, when Yuan was just rising to fame and had only just broken through to the high god realm, the human race was also just emerging, not even possessing a single peak high god. Yet, his enemies had spent a fortune to hire a peak high god. Although that peak high god's god had only had 6 patterned rule marks and could not be called a top-tier existence. Suppressing Yuan, who had just broken through to the early stage of high god and hadn't even touched upon the great Tao of rules, should have been as easy as flipping one's hand. Right, however, the outcome of that battle left everyone who knew about it stunned. Yuan had somehow learned of the enemy's plan to hire someone and had made a series of preparations in advance. In the end, he had actually managed to scheme that peak high god hired by his enemies to his death. This incident was the beginning of Yuan's fame. Later on, he even schemed against a main god, causing the other party to arrive in a rage, only to return in defeat. This was a record that even the former god of death had never achieved. As the universally recognized strongest high god, the god of death could only choose to flee when facing a main god at the rule sovereign realm. Yet Yuan, though no one knew what methods he used, had truly forced a main god to retreat. This was also the reason why, even after rumors spread that Yuan was suspected to be the successor of Zhuanshan, no one dared to target him, because no one knew how many schemes that old fox Yuan had hidden, waiting for others to walk right into his trap. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the human race had completely risen to power by then. Thinking that the old fox Yuan might be watching him from some corner, Sean couldn't help but shiver. He could ignore Sekongyu's verbal taunts, but being targeted by Yuan would be truly unfortunate. While dodging Sekongyu's attacks, Sean pondered what other arrangements Yuan might have made. Although he had verbally agreed not to go after Bai Yi again, how could he be content to miss out on the opportunity for a breakthrough? Since this stopgap measure hadn't managed to stop the madman Sekongyu, Sean could only grit his teeth and look for another way. It was just that this path was destined to bring him more opponents. But he couldn't worry about that now. There were already enough powerhouses eyeing Bai Yi anyway. A few more opponents wouldn't make much of a difference. It was better than having no chance at all, right? Sean, you son of a bitch. You really know how to endure. Sekonyu swung his staff again, habitually spouting trash talk. But the next moment, the long blade in Sean's hand suddenly erupted with a dense, grayish-white divine light. Colliding fiercely with his metal staff, clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. This time, Sean did not dodge. Boom! Violent divine power erupted suddenly, and the powerful shockwaves swept through the surroundings instantly. Both retreated a great distance simultaneously, looking at each other from afar. Seeing this, Sekonyu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. That's more like it. Come, let's Conti. Before the word continue could leave his lips, Sekonyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 678, The Sovereign Descends. The next moment, a powerful pressure descended, and the divine domain that the two had been stalemated in for so long dissipated silently. Like spring snow meeting the warm sun, the newcomer clearly had no intention of harming them, as they did not suffer the backlash of the divine domain shattering. When Sean and Sekonyu returned to the dark space, they immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop to a terrifying degree. Following that, a giant human face appeared before them. The giant face was condensed from extremely pure water-type divine power, its features constantly shifting with the ripples of the water. The divine power fluctuations it emitted were not particularly strong, but the pressure it exerted was terrifying, because what condensed the giant face was not divine power, but the higher-tier sovereign power of a main god. The moment it appeared, the entire dark space fell silent, as if frozen by that terrifying low temperature. Greetings, Sovereign. Sean bowed slightly at the first opportunity, paying his respects to the giant face. As the lord of the undead realm, he could remain neither servile nor overbearing when facing a main god at the rule sovereign realm. Unless it was an extreme situation, even a main god would not rashly attack him within the undead realm, because that would incur the backlash of the undead realm itself. Although the backlash would not cause a main god to fall, it would still cause some impact. What's more, this main god was not only invited by him but also hailed from the undead race. Greetings, Sovereign. Sekonyu also bowed slightly, facing a main god. Not only did he show no signs of fear, but a flicker of fighting spirit flashed deep within his eyes. This madman. Was he actually feeling eager to give it a try? There has to be a limit to madness, right? Sean's mouth twitched. He truly could not fathom how Sekonyu's brain worked. He had assumed that once the main god descended, the other party would know when to retreat. But looking at it now, he had clearly thought too much. As the water currents rippled, the gaze of the undead race's main god turned towards Sekonyu. I remember you, little madman of the human race. That is my honor. Sekonyu grinned. Being remembered by a main god naturally made him quite happy. However, although he was a madman, there was nothing wrong with his brain. Having fighting spirit in his heart did not mean he wanted to challenge a main god right now. What would be the difference between that and throwing his life away? Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked one step at a time. The matter of challenging a main god could not be rushed for now. The rise of the human race once again can be considered a great blessing for the myriad worlds. The undead race's main god nodded towards Sekonyu. With the level of strength he possessed, he clearly knew more than Sean did, but immediately after, the tone of the conversation shifted. The undead realm is currently under the control of my undead race. In consideration of the human race's past contributions, I will not hold this against you this time. You may leave. As for the matter of Baiyi, I have my own judgment. As these words were spoken, the temperature in the dark space dropped once again. Sekonyu felt as if the divine power within his body had ceased to circulate. Even the power of the laws was frozen at this moment. Clearly, the undead race's main god had issued an eviction order. His words could be said to have already given the current human race enough face. Otherwise, the moment he descended, he could have directly crushed Sekonyu to death. After all, not everyone possessed the combat power of the death god Bak or the methods of Yuan. Sekonyu had voluntarily entered the undead realm and sought out the realm master. Even if the undead race's main god had killed him, it would have been justifiable. The reason he did not strike was due to the same concerns Sean had. Does the current human race still possess main god level combat power? And if they do, which old friend would it be? Facing the pressure of a main god, Sekonyu forcibly circulated the divine power in his body and grinned again, revealing his signature set of pearly white teeth. Master, allow me to first convey greetings to you on behalf of Senior Wine God. As soon as these words were spoken, Sean's pupils suddenly constricted. As expected, the human race really did still have hidden main god level combat power, and it just had to be that wine god. That old schemer Yuan. Did he even calculate that I would invite the water master to intervene? The title wine god sounded like the title of a certain lineage of gods, but in reality, it had nothing to do with his strength. It was simply because the person loved wine. The wine god Yumu was a main god level existence at the 12th tier lawmaster realm. Although he was not of the human race, he had always stood behind them. Thinking of this, Sean was suddenly stunned. But wasn't it confirmed that the wine god had fallen? He couldn't help but look up at the water master. The speed of the water currents on the giant human face changed slightly at this moment. Yumu. He actually didn't die. There was a trace of obvious surprise in his voice. As fellow main gods, if a main god of any lineage fell, they would all sense it. Because the moment a main god fell, the authority they held would once again become ownerless and return to the myriad worlds. Only in this way could the next master of that lineage be born. However, although they were all at the lawmaster realm, these main gods could only sense whether the authority of their own level had returned to the myriad worlds. They could not perceive the supreme gods who mastered the 9 supreme laws. Therefore, almost all supreme gods were rumored to have mysteriously disappeared rather than fallen. Firstly, it was because no one could perceive whether the supreme law authority had returned to the myriad worlds. Secondly, up until now, no new supreme god had ever been born, but the water master was able to detect whether a main god level entity had fallen. After that great battle back then, he had clearly felt that the authority held by Yumu had returned to the myriad worlds and become ownerless. Now, suddenly hearing this from Sekonyu, how could he not be surprised? Facing the scrutinizing gaze of a main god, Sekonyu did not retreat even half a step. He simply met his gaze with neither servility nor overbearingness, the thread of fighting spirit deep in his eyes growing even stronger. This madman was actually using the pressure of a main god to temper his own fighting spirit. Sean felt that he had still underestimated the extent of Sekonyu's madness. Now, he had to admit that in this regard, he was indeed far inferior to the other party. A madman, isn't that also a form of purity, HMPH? Seeing Sekonyu acting mysterious, the water master couldn't help but snort coldly. Just as he was about to teach this little fellow a lesson, the main god power that formed the giant human face suddenly stopped flowing. At this very instant, he suddenly perceived the reconvergence of the wood-type law authority. That annoying fellow Yumu, he really didn't die. The water master's heart shook violently, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Yes, only that person could help the human race hide and evade the detection of the myriad worlds game. It was just that he hadn't expected that person to be able to forcibly hide even a main god level existence. Could the law authority be played with so easily in the palm of one's hand? This was simply inconceivable. What kind of incomprehensible realm had that person reached? Had such an existence truly fallen? But if he hadn't fallen, why would the human race need to hide for a moment? 1,000 thoughts raced through the water master's mind. Just as he was filled with doubt, another terrifying divine power descended into the dark space. Chapter 679, and new main god. Bonus chapter. This time, the divine power brought a feeling as refreshing as a spring breeze. Immediately after, a second giant human face emerged. However, unlike the water master, this giant human face was condensed from the wood-type main god power. Greetings, master. Greetings, Senior Yumu. Sean and Sekonyu bowed simultaneously, though their forms of address differed. However, this time, the depth of Sekonyu's bow was significantly greater than when he had encountered the Sovereign of Water. Yumu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting directly to the Sovereign of Water, who was also a sovereign god. Bruno, I believe I just heard someone saying that regarding the matter of Baiyi. He has his own judgment. At this point, Yumu deliberately paused for a moment before asking with a smile. Why don't you tell me? How exactly do you intend to judge it? As soon as these words were spoken, the massive human face of the Sovereign of Water stiffened, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Here it comes, that same annoying and familiar tone of threat. So many years had passed, yet this protective fellow hadn't changed one bit. He had once clashed with Yumu over the affairs of a junior, only to lose a vast amount of glazed divine water to his opponent, which was eventually brewed into fine wine. Now that they were meeting again, he still felt he had no chance of winning. The moment Yumu reclaimed the authority of wood, the flowers, plants, and trees across the myriad worlds grew wildly in an instant, as if welcoming the return of the sovereign of wood. This scene, if it had occurred in a single isolated world or planet, would not have been considered an anomaly. Any low-level god of the wood or life element could achieve such a feat. Only those who truly stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds understood what had just transpired. In the light domain, a figure suddenly opened their eyes, the holy light within them seemingly piercing through layers of worlds. Has a new sovereign of wood been born? The figure's eyes were thoughtful, though it wasn't clear what they were contemplating. In the dark domain, another figure slowly manifested, their pupils seemingly devouring all light as they received information from an infinite distance away. I wonder which little fellow has achieved the breakthrough. As they spoke, a strange curve appeared at the corner of their mouth. The human race is rising once again, and a new sovereign of wood has suddenly emerged. Interesting, how interesting. With these words, the figure slowly vanished, as if they had never appeared at all. At the same time, one sovereign god after another at the rule sovereign level was awakened. They understood that the fluctuation just now meant there was one more sovereign god level existence in the myriad worlds. It was just that these sovereign gods did not yet know that the person who had broken through to the rule sovereign level this time was an old acquaintance from the past. For the moment, besides the human race, only Bruno, the sovereign of water of the undead race, and Sean, the lord of the undead realm, were aware of this news. Oh, wait, that wasn't entirely true. There was someone else who knew. In the divine realm, the cradle of gods, clang. A crisp sound of a sword hum pierced the sky, and spatial fluctuations suddenly rippled through the previously empty dark space. Crack. The next moment, the sound of the divine domain shattering echoed, and two figures slowly emerged. One of them had violent lightning flickering across his body, clutching a warhammer in his hand. However, the lightning on his body was gradually fading, and a long sword had pierced through his chest, pulsing with divine power. How could you be so strong? After leaving behind these words, the light in his pupils vanished forever. Not far away, a middle-aged man with a full head of silver hair flicked his fingers, and the long sword instantly flew back into the scabbard on his back. At the same time, a spatial ring and a crystal-clear gemstone appeared in his palm. The gemstone had 999 facets, was deep purple in color, and was wreathed in 10 strange patterns. The patterns emitted a certain profound fluctuation, as if one would become lost in them just by taking a single glance. The name of this gemstone was a godhead, and among the 10 patterns wreathed on its surface, one was clearly a fraction shorter than the others, signifying that this was a 9-pattern ultimate godhead, the god of thunder. Huijian weighed the godhead and the spatial ring in his hand, curling his lip in disdain. Is that it? From his words, it was clear that the one who had just fallen under his sword was none other than the strongest high-level god of the thunder element, who held the title of god. Huijian's divine sense stirred, and he stored the spoils into his internal small world, his gaze falling upon the corpse of the god of thunder. I told you nicely, but you wouldn't listen. You just had to come and disturb me while I was busy with important business. Are you satisfied now? Having said this, Huijian frowned. Now you've forced me to change locations again. What a nuisance. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and stored the corpse of the god of thunder away. The brat Bai should be able to use this. I'll make him trade it for some good wine later. Just as he was about to tear through the dark space to leave, he suddenly felt a certain intuition in his heart. The next moment, a look of solemnity appeared on Huijian's face, and he whispered to himself, "Old ghost Yumu, even you have been forced to reveal yourself. The time left for the human race is growing shorter and shorter." With these words, Huijian tore through the dark space and departed. Faintly, one could still hear his grumbling voice. It's all that brat Bai's fault. How am I supposed to steal wine from old ghost Yumu in the future now? No, I must make that brat add more wine for the god of thunder's corpse. In the lucky domain, the prayer realm, the city of dreams, Liu Yin was not at the edge of the City of Dreams as she usually was, but was instead inside her own Supreme Divine Palace. At this moment, she was sitting on the Supreme Divine Throne, dangling her feet and staring blankly. She hadn't even noticed that the lollipop in her mouth had finished. No one knew what was going through her large, watery eyes. The instant Yumu reclaimed the authority of wood, Liu Yin suddenly raised her head, divine light swirling in her beautiful eyes. The direction she was looking was none other than the death domain, where the undead realm was located. Isn't that the old man from before? As a supreme god, she instantly confirmed the identity of the new sovereign god. The rule sovereign who had taken hold of the authority of wood this time was not a newcomer, but an old face. Liu Yin couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose. It must be that fellow's doing again. As she spoke, she rubbed her beautiful hair, a trace of displeasure flashing across her face. HMPH, you didn't bring me along last time, but this time, I won't let you decide everything on your own. With these words, Liu Yin slowly stood up from the Supreme Divine Throne. Her bare, jade-like feet hovered just a fraction of an inch above the ground. Liu Yin reached out and traced a line through the space before her, a flash of cunning in her eyes. Before stepping through and vanishing from the Supreme God Palace, the palace was empty. So naturally, no one noticed that the goddess of luck had gone out to roam again. An extra chapter for today. Delivered, Chapter 680, The Death Continent, the Death Realm. The Death Continent. This was a continent spanning countless star systems, situated at the very foundation of the entire Death Realm, with endless galaxies and great worlds hanging suspended above it. Many stars appeared within arm's reach, yet in reality, they were separated by unfathomably vast distances. This place was the center of the entire Death Realm, as well as its most prosperous and powerful region. The mere threshold for entry required one to reach the 11th tier Law Master stage. Only by achieving the status of a true god was one qualified to set foot on the Death Continent. Beyond that, even a peak 10th tier Saint Extermination level existence could not sneak inside. This place gathered nearly 90% of all true god level existences within the entire Death Realm. It was also the true battlefield where the myriad races clashed within the Death Realm. Outside the Death Continent, all other racial wars were nothing more than minor skirmishes, mere training grounds. Lower gods and middle gods were not even worth mentioning here. Only those who reached the upper god realm could possess any semblance of fame. Here, races like the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan, which ranked in the middle of the myriad race rankings, had almost no say. Compared to the truly top-tier races, they were still far too weak. Although the Wolf Ancestor and Blood Ancestor of the two clans possessed World Master level combat power, they were only single individuals, and they were already the strongest existences their races had to offer. The only reasons the two clans could still barely rank above the human race were twofold. First, the human race's true powerhouses had not yet been fully exposed. Second, the damage from that great war in the past had been too severe for the humans. Their current foundation was too poor, and a massive gap had emerged between their top-tier powerhouses and the combat strength of the vast majority of their people. A single Sekongyu could surpass the Blood Ancestor, but aside from the already exposed Sekongyu, the average strength of the human race was still far behind that of the Blood Clan. It was clear that the human race would need quite some time to recover its former glory. A powerful race could not be sustained by just one or two, or even dozens, of top-tier powerhouses. Unless those one or two top-tier powerhouses were strong to a monstrous degree. The human race was currently only just beginning to show its face and had not yet expressed any intention of vying for supremacy again. The Blood Clan and Werewolf Clan might be slightly stronger than the current human race, but placed on the vast, boundless Death Continent, they were not even worth a glance. There were countless races stronger than them. Even if the vast majority were unsuited to the environment of the Death Realm, there were still dozens, if not hundreds, of races that could crush them. The strongest among them were, naturally, the undead race and the demon race. These two great races ranked 3rd and 5th on the myriad race rankings, respectively, and the gap between them was not very large. However, the demon race had not poured all their strength into the Death Realm, because they understood that if they went head-to-head with the undead race, they would inevitably suffer losses. The numerical advantage of the undead race was simply too great. Therefore, The demon race decisively chose to settle for second best, investing their main forces into other realms. As for this place, they did not simply wash their hands of it, they chose to cooperate with the undead race, yielding the majority of the benefits in exchange for a small portion of administrative control. Thus, the division of power on the Death Continent, or rather, the entire Death Realm, was the undead race first, and the demon race second. These two great races occupied 90% of the great worlds in the Death Realm. Only then did it fall to other races to carve up the remainder. Administrative control aside, powerhouses from various races still came to the Death Continent to train and adventure. Of course, those who came were all true gods who had comprehended Death-type laws, because here, their chances of advancing further were much higher. Ever since the Death Sovereign went missing, the Death Continent had maintained this status quo for endless ages. But ever since the announcement that Bai Yi had comprehended the rules of the Great Tao at the 9th tier, everything had changed. Back then, Vanes and Li Yun were able to track Sumyu Bai to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom only because he lacked powerful concealment methods. Later, after adding the catastrophe trait to the Eternal Silence Tribulation, no one could narrow their search range down to a Divine Kingdom anymore. Even if a main god were to act personally, at most, they could only know that Bai Yi was currently within the undead realm. Below the level of a main god, being able to track Bai Yi to the Death Realm was already quite an achievement. Therefore, many of the powerhouses attempting to find Bai Yi had chosen the Death Continent as their destination. Every single day, powerful existences from various races arrived here. Among them were many from top-tier races like the God race and the Demon Beast race. Even the Titan race and the Holy Light Angel race, who detested the aura of death, had each dispatched some terrifying powerhouses. After all, the temptation of a soul-type rule treasure was simply too great. Although many powerhouses did not know Bai Yi's exact location, they were very clear that as long as he remained in the Death Realm, he would inevitably arrive at the Death Continent, the center of it all. Rather than wandering around trying their luck, it was better to wait here like a hunter waiting for a rabbit, conserving their energy. In the eyes of these powerhouses, given the human race's behavior of risking exposure and returning to the rankings just to bolster Bai Yi's confidence, they would surely send people to protect this prodigy. In this way, no matter who found Bai Yi first, a great battle would inevitably erupt. That would be enough. With their keen perception, how could they fail to locate him during a battle of that magnitude? When that time came, it would be a matter of who had the superior skill. Somewhere on the Death Continent, a figure stopped at the peak of a mountain, looking dejected. The next moment, a cold, beautiful face appeared beside him. Aoshin looked at Yu Xiaoyu with some helplessness. "My dear lady, you've been following me. What exactly do you want?" "Following you?" Yu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in disdain and let out a soft huff. "Little Shinshin, you'd better save your breath. You defeated opponent." As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyu deliberately looked Aoshin up and down, the disdain in her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly apparent. Despite this, the cold, indifferent expression on her face did not change in the slightest. This God Clan iceberg perhaps only melted ever so slightly when she was teasing Aoshin. "If that's the case, then why do you keep following me?" Aoshin rubbed his temples in frustration and muttered under his breath, but immediately after, his expression shifted, and he let out a startled cry. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, let go, you crazy woman." It turned out that Yu Xiaoyu had grabbed one of his ears at some point and suddenly twisted it several times. "I only know that as long as I follow you, I won't have to worry about not finding Bai Yi. Why are you so obsessed with finding him?" Aoshin shook his head. "There are so many powerhouses in the myriad worlds, aren't they enough for you to challenge? Those old fogies are boring. One by one, they all look like they're on their deathbeds. I only like to spar with those who are also peerless geniuses." Yu Xiaoyu looked at Aoshin with a smile. "Little Shinshin, you had better not think about using your spatial authority to run away. No matter what, I must have a battle of geniuses with that guy Bai Yi." Hearing this, Aoshin curled his lip. "I'd like to run, but what would I use to escape? Even if I used teleportation to get away, I'd just be dragged back by Yu Xiaoyu's time reversal." Until he grasped a method to break through her space-time reversal, he was destined to be unable to shake off this crazy woman. Growing more irritated by the second, Aoshin decided to be impulsive for once. He reached out, took out a scroll inscribed with complex runes, and tore it open. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a single sentence echoing slowly in the air. I'm heading to the Nether Immortal Workshop. Follow me if you want. The Nether Immortal Workshop. Juk Xiaoyu was slightly stunned at first, but then her already cold face instantly seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. She said in a deep, sharp voice, Aoshin, you dare. Immediately after, she also took out a scroll and tore it open, her figure disappearing from the spot. Chapter 681 Sorry, 6th Elder. Soon, Aoshin arrived in front of the Nether Immortal Workshop. This place was located in the most prosperous, massive city on the Death Continent, and it was the headquarters for all Nether Immortal Workshops in the Death Realm. The hollowed-out high-rise building of the headquarters alone was as vast as a star. One could only imagine how many amusements were hidden within the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop, which was famous for its various forms of entertainment. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the largest money pit in the entire Death Realm. No matter what race a player belonged to, they would inevitably find their favorite form of entertainment here. Aoshin did not come here for pleasure. Of course, within the Death Realm, the intelligence network of the Nether Immortal Workshop was in no way inferior to the bounty hunter's home. Precisely because of this, it had become a place where those powerhouses who had come from the myriad worlds in search of Baiyu were highly likely to stop. Helping Baiyu figure out his opponents in advance was the main purpose of Aoshin's trip. Glancing at Juk Xiaoyu, who was just one step behind him, the corner of Aoshin's mouth curled into a smirk. You like to follow? Then follow. I want to see if a dignified God Clan genius will actually enter this Nether Immortal Workshop with me. If it were just Juk Xiaoyu wanting to engage in a battle of geniuses, he would even be happy to bring her directly to Baiyi, because in his view, among those of the same rank, there was absolutely no one who could be Baiyi's match, even if this person was the #1 genius of the God Clan in the myriad worlds. Such a possibility simply did not exist. Aoshin, who had been beaten by her since childhood, knew Juk Xiaoyu's character well. She definitely had no other ulterior motives. But that did not mean that other God Clan powerhouses didn't. Although he and Juk Xiaoyu were strong, they were only at the level of geniuses compared to those true old monsters. There was still a massive gap. After all, neither of them had even broken through to the upper God realm yet. Until he could root out all the enemies hiding in the shadows, Aoshin would not rashly go to find Baiyi. In front of truly top-tier powerhouses, even the special skill summon follower of the Myriad Worlds game would inevitably leave behind traces. When that time came, those powerhouses would be able to follow the clues and find exactly where Baiyi was. Lost in thought, Aoshin took a step forward and walked directly into the extremely luxurious gate. Behind him, Juk Xiaoyu's delicate brows furrowed, and a flash of barely perceptible struggle crossed her face. But it was only for a fleeting moment. The next instant, she returned to her cold, indifferent expression and followed closely behind Aoshin into the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop. Welcome, HMPH. Juk Xiaoyu let out a cold snort, and the welcoming voices of hundreds of beautiful maids from various races on both sides immediately came to an abrupt halt. This was the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop, which specialized in intelligence gathering. It could be said that not a single staff member here was simple. They had long since memorized which powerhouses existed in the myriad worlds and which figures absolutely could not be offended. Clearly, Juk Xiaoyu, as a genius of the God Clan, was already on the list of those who must not be offended. With Juk Xiaoyu's temper, how could she possibly hide her identity or conceal her aura while traveling through the myriad worlds? Beyond the fact that her own strength was approaching the peak of the upper God realm, the God Clan behind her was her true source of confidence. One might ask, who in the myriad worlds would dare to offend the God Clan so blatantly? To act against a God Clan genius, wouldn't that be courting death? Oh my, you? Aoshin suddenly felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly spoke up. But before he could finish his sentence, Juk Xiaoyu had already kicked him in the backside. Hurry up and lead the way. Beyond these words, Juk Xiaoyu's voice also echoed in his mind. I know what you're trying to do. Hurry up and confirm it. I can't wait to test Baiyi's strength. With her keen intelligence, she had seen through Aoshin's thoughts at a glance. However, This didn't matter to her. As long as she could have a fight with Bai Yi, waiting a little longer was fine. After all, there were countless people in the myriad worlds looking for Bai Yi right now. And how many of them had a target as clear as hers? Aoshin heard this and decisively waved his hand toward the attendant at his side. Are there any divine-grade private rooms left? The beautiful girl from the Foxkin race immediately stepped forward, though upon catching a glimpse of Juk Xiaoyu's cold, indifferent gaze, she was perceptive enough to maintain a respectful distance from Aoshin. Lord Aoshin, for prodigies like you and Lady Juk Xiaoyu, there are always divine-grade private rooms reserved here at our nether immortal pavilion. The beautiful Foxkin girl bowed slightly, though her gesture was directed toward Juk Xiaoyu. To honored guests, please follow me. This time, the two walked side by side. Aoshin pondered for a moment, his voice resonating within Juk Xiaoyu's mind. Viewer, take my advice, you are truly no match for Bai Yi. We haven't fought yet. So how would you know? Juk Xiaoyu ignored the way Aoshin addressed her and said confidently, he has his Tao of rules, and I have my authority of rules. Once these words were spoken, Aoshin could only shake his head helplessly. He understood that he could no longer dissuade her. Once this mad woman suffered a sound beating, she would naturally understand his good intentions. But why did he suddenly feel a sense of both petty satisfaction and heartache? The journey was silent. Led by the attendant, the two entered the pre-reserved divine-grade private room. Through the special formation on the window, all the other private rooms were laid bare to their view. Of course, this only applied to those rooms that had their windows open. For those that remained closed, even if they were only human grade, one could not probe any information from them. This was the rule of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. However, since this was a place for trading intelligence, there were naturally ways to obtain it. Aoshin was already well versed in this. Yet, after a series of practiced maneuvers, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Stiffly turning his head, he saw Juk Xiaoyu looking at him with a look that was not quite a smile. Little Shin, not bad. I never would have guessed you were so familiar with the procedures of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Aoshin's mouth twitched, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gave an awkward laugh. If I said someone else told me this, would you believe me? Juk Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't the answer be I believe you or I don't believe you? Aoshin was stunned, clearly not expecting Juk Xiaoyu to deviate from the script. But then, a flash of inspiration struck him. It was the sixth elder. The sixth elder of your dragon race. Juk Xiaoyu stared into Aoshin's eyes. That's right. Who else could it be? Aoshin nodded with a firm expression, silently chanting in his heart, forgive me, sixth elder. You wouldn't want me, this dragon race prodigy, to be beaten black and blue by my fiancé, would you? This scapegoat is best suited for you to carry. HMPH, that old man who doesn't act his age again. Juk Xiaoyu snorted coldly. But she did not press the matter further. Before long, various intelligence reports appeared out of thin air on the table before them. Chapter 682. Initiating the final advancement quest, bonus chapter. At the same time, far away in the ruins of the ancestral dragon, the sixth elder suddenly opened his eyes. The fifth elder beside him looked on with confusion. Old six, what's wrong? The sixth elder shook his head. Nothing. I just don't know why, but I suddenly felt a chill down my back just now. Hearing this, the fifth elder grinned. You've offended so many people in the past. It's only natural that someone is thinking of you. Upon hearing this, the sixth elder was not angry. Instead, he nodded in deep agreement. That's true. As his voice trailed off, he prepared to close his eyes once more. It wasn't the first time he had experienced such a chill, and he didn't take it too hard at all. Outside the ruins of the ancestral dragon, there might be trouble, but here, even a main god at the Rule Sovereign Realm wouldn't be able to do anything. Besides, they couldn't get out anyway. So what was there to fear? Let them think of him. Just as the fifth elder was also preparing to close his eyes, the first elder suddenly opened his and spoke in a deep voice. How are the matters regarding the support for the human race proceeding? As soon as these words were spoken, all the surrounding dragon race elders woke up, except for us old fellows. Everyone who could be sent out has already been dispatched. Big brother, are we betting this big again? That's right. Although I don't oppose helping the current human race, Isn't this move a bit too much? Big brother, it's not too late to rescind the order. After all, we have already separated from the demon race. The group of elders expressed their concerns one after another, but their words were cut off by a sharp shout. Enough. I am well aware of the price of doing this. The first elder's gaze was exceptionally firm. But a small bet is worse than not betting at all. Since we are going to bet, we might as well bet as big as possible. From the moment we made our choice last time, the fate of the dragon race has been tightly bound to the human race. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the depths of the collapsed starry sky. There lay the true ruins of the ancestral dragon, and the hope for the future of the dragon race was currently within it. When he flies out from the ruins of the ancestral dragon, that will be the day the position of the dragon race's prodigy changes hands. At that time, perhaps it will also be. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation flashed within the first elder's pupils, which shone like stars. The human race has been hiding for many years. Has the dragon race not also been silent for too long? Frost Prison God Kingdom. Frost Prison Divine Palace. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Regarding the changes brought about by his comprehension of the Tao of Rules, Sumyu-bai was aware of them, but not entirely clear on the specifics. He only knew that the reason the human race chose to re-enter the myriad races ranking at this time was to protect him. However, Sumyu-bai did not know exactly how the human race was doing it. Feng Yuan didn't say, and he didn't ask, because he knew very well that whether he knew or not, it didn't matter. What was most important now was to complete the final advancement quest, Notification. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points Kung 6. Notification. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points Kung 100 System Prompt. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points Kung 1. System Prompt. Soul Extraction Effective, Soul Points Kung 100. Over the past week, the Golden Calamity Legion has slaughtered countless planets and small worlds controlled by the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan. As the number of players from both races falling at the hands of the Golden Calamity Legion increased, the number of Calamity Skeletons also rose rapidly. However, for them to join the battlefield, they still needed to undergo the dual reinforcement of the Sea of Death and the World Tree. This would normally have taken some time to complete, but Sumyu-bai's internal small world now possessed a time dilation effect of 100 times. Therefore, at this moment, the vast majority of the Calamity Skeletons had already donned golden armor, crossed the emergency wartime portals opened by Brian, and begun their conquest of the two races' territories. However, not every planet or small world possessed the quality of the Blood Realm Secret Realm or the Night Secret Realm. Thus, even though the number of the Golden Calamity Legion soared, it still took Sumyu-bai an entire week to finally hear the long-awaited system notification. System Prompt. Your soul points have reached the upper limit. This time, without waiting for Sumyu-bai to summon it, the Codex of Death appeared automatically, exuding an aura of dead silence as it hovered before him. This change drew the attention of Brian, who was in the center of the Grand Hall. Although the Codex of Death did not belong to him, it did not prevent him from feeling excited about it. The final advancement quest seemed to have turned into a fully automated template. Sumyu-bai didn't even have time to react before the soul points within the Codex of Death, which had just reached their limit, began to be consumed rapidly. 500 trillion, 490 trillion, 480 trillion, 10 trillion, 9 trillion. When the full 500 trillion soul points were completely exhausted, the Codex of Death suddenly erupted with a dense, grayish-white divine light. The next moment, the divine light enveloped Sumyu-bai. In an instant, Sumyu-bai felt his vision go black, and he was transported directly into another world. Here, there was no time, no space, and no basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Apart from death, there was nothing. Isn't this the strange world I entered when I first comprehended the great Tao of Death rules? Sumyu-bai's gaze sharpened. It was just as he had guessed. The final advancement quest opened by the Codex of Death would not be that simple. But what exactly is the final quest? While waiting for changes to occur, Sumyu-bai calmed his mind and attempted to continue merging the great Tao of Death rules. In this strange world where only death existed, merging the various laws under the death rules was like a fish in water. Without realizing it, Sumyu-bai's consciousness became completely immersed in it. Here, apart from death, it seemed that everything else had lost its meaning, face no longer changed, and even time had ceased to flow. After an unknown amount of time, Sumyubai finally opened his eyes, only to discover that he had long since exited that strange world and returned to the Frost Prison Divine Palace. The Codex of Death transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body, and a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Today's extra chapter is served, Chapter 683. What kind of devilish requirement is this? System prompt. You have comprehended a portion of the true meaning of death. The fusion degree of the Great Tao of Death rules has significantly increased. Current fusion degree 67.28%. Hearing this, a flash of joy appeared in Sumyubai's eyes. Under normal circumstances, the strange world entered after opening the Codex of Death was intended to help Death Sovereign class professionals better comprehend various laws of the Death element. But Sumyubai, a player with a cheat, clearly didn't play by the rules, because as early as the 9th rank mythical level, he had already fully comprehended all Death element laws and successfully merged them into the Great Tao of Death rules. Although this was all thanks to Cataclysm and the Sea of Death. Wasn't that also Sumyubai's own ability? After all, Cataclysm was his innate talent to begin with. When you come with a built-in cheat, can that be compared to ordinary cheating? Precisely because of this, he was able to gain such a massive harvest the moment he received the final advancement quest. This was the Great Tao of Rules. He hadn't expected it to directly increase his fusion degree by 12%. Stepping into the 6th pattern realm in one go, there wasn't much of a gap left to reach the 7th pattern realm. However, because Sumyubai had not yet condensed a godhead, these 6 long and 1 short Tao patterns could only linger upon his divine soul. But this also brought him an unexpected surprise. System prompt. During the process of merging the Great Tao of Death rules, the quality and strength of your divine soul have increased by a certain margin. Divine Soul Quality, Peak Median God. Divine Soul Strength, Peak Median God. This works too. Sumyubai hadn't expected that the final advancement quest would bring him such a surprise before it had even truly begun. Although his divine soul had only improved from the late stage of Median God to the peak, it was already quite good. After all, it was a free gain, and it could save him some time. The following system notification was what Sumyubai was truly concerned about. System prompt. You have accepted the final advancement quest Feeling Death Final Chapter. Feeling Death Final Chapter. Final advancement quest. To become a true Death Sovereign, you must understand and feel death more deeply. Quest requirements. 1. Within 10 years, completely kill 100 billion living beings to feel the power of death more deeply. The targets must be true living beings, and their strength must not be lower than rank 6. 2. Slay a god across realms, and the opponent's realm must be at least peak lesser god. Please note, you may not borrow the power of the Codex of Death during the battle, otherwise it will be invalid. 3. Only after completing the first 2 objectives can the final trial be unlocked. Quest duration, 10 years. Quest objectives, ordinary beings, 0, 100 million, true god. Please use every possible means to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Thoroughly integrate the power of your profession, and become the successor to the Death Sovereign. You are drawing closer and closer to the true meaning of death. As Sumyubai had expected, the final advanced quest initiated by the Death Codex was not something the Book of Death could even compare to. The difficulty of the very first condition alone was 10 times that of other Saint Extinction level Death Sovereign professionals. However, this time, there were no longer any restrictions on summoned units or contracted creatures. This meant that the kills caused by the Golden Scourge Legion could now also be counted toward the quest. Therefore, as soon as he accepted the quest, the counter for Sumyubai's first objective began to jump rapidly. Every second, the number was increasing by the millions. Even if Sumyubai stood here without doing anything, it would only take him a little over a day to easily complete the first objective. Compared to the miserable Brian back then, the efficiency was simply incomparable. As for the second objective, it was not even worth mentioning to Sumyubai. A mere peak lower god, why would he even need to borrow the power of the Death Codex? Moreover, besides the Death Codex, he possessed so many rule-level supreme treasures: the Sea of Death, the World Tree, the wheel of time and space, and the unknown great heart of reincarnation. Taking out any one of these, let alone a peak lower god, would be enough to scare even a peak middle god to death. What's more, ever since his combat power reached the peak upper god level, the Death Codex, which had not yet been fully unleashed, had become of minimal use to him. Its primary purpose now was to trigger advanced quests. I wonder if the power of the Death Codex will be fully unleashed after this advancement. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the word successor to the Death Sovereign. The key lay in the three-word successor. According to Brian, players who possess the sovereign profession should only become sovereign candidates after completing the final quest. Now, in his case, it was directly a successor. This sounded much higher ranked than a candidate, as expected of the Death Codex. Thinking of this, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, wanting to summon the Death Codex to check if this rule-level supreme treasure had undergone any improvements. However, the Death Codex, which he could summon at will in the past, now showed no reaction at all. Sumyubai's brow furrowed instantly. Seeing this, Brian, who was in the center of the grand hall, hurriedly spoke up. Master, what is wrong? Hearing this, Sumyubai looked over immediately. I can't summon the Death Codex. Although what Brian possessed back then was only the Book of Death, there should be many commonalities between the two. Therefore, Sumyubai felt that Brian might know something. Brian did not let Sumyubai down. Don't worry, Master. I believe the Death Codex is currently unleashing its own power, and the key is the soul points consumed earlier, when your subordinate accepted the final advanced quest back then. The Book of Death also went through this process. Speaking of this, he smiled slightly. This is a good thing, because back then, before I even finished the final advanced quest, the power of the Book of Death was already fully unleashed. Fully unleashed. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. If nothing went wrong, he would soon have another rule-level supreme treasure in its complete state. And it was a death-type rule-level supreme treasure that was most compatible with his current combat power. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy. Finally, he looked at the known third quest requirement. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead opened, with yin-yang fish rotating within. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. The next moment, some information slowly emerged beneath the third quest requirement. 3. Only after completing the first two objectives can the final trial be opened. To become a true Death Sovereign, you must personally feel and experience death. Yet you cannot truly die. During the quest, all your rules, authorities, and treasure effects that can grant immunity to or transfer death will be completely nullified. To complete the final trial, it takes more than just strength. Seeing the last quest requirement, Sumyubai was momentarily dumbfounded. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the most difficult quest he had encountered since entering 10,000 Worlds game. Even after activating the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, he still couldn't quite understand this quest requirement. To personally feel and experience death, yet not be able to truly die. What kind of devilish requirement is this? Is it a state of life-death superposition? Chapter 684, Skywolf's Secret Realm. When encountering problems he didn't understand, Sumyubai habitually looked up at Brian. An old man in the house is like a treasure. After all, don't look at how Brian's combat power couldn't keep up anymore. He still knew quite a lot of things. After all, no matter what, this guy was once one of the candidates for the Death Sovereign. Although that candidate status ceased to exist after he lost the Book of Death, but that did not affect his understanding of the Death Sovereign profession. Seeing the gaze Sumyubai cast his way, Brian understood instantly. Master, please speak. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. His help to the Master must be the greatest. That guy Frost definitely wasn't as useful as him, but the next moment, Brian's expression suddenly stalled, and the look on his face stiffened. He only heard Sumyubai ask in confusion, "Is there any way to allow me to enter a state of life-death superposition?" Hearing this question, Brian was completely bewildered. If someone else had asked this, he would have already slapped them away with a hand of death. Life is life, and death is death. Where would such a thing as a state of life-death superposition come from? But since the one asking this question was his respected and great master, that was a different matter entirely. Brian thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. Master, could we be a bit clearer? What exactly does this life-death superposition state mean? It means being able to personally feel and experience death, without actually dying. Sumyubai's explanation caused Brian's CPU to overheat on the spot, leaving his mind in a state of utter chaos. Feeling it was one thing, but to experience death without actually dying. How could that be possible? Forget it. I'll ask someone else. Seeing the expression on Brian's face, Sumyubai knew it was a lost cause. I'm sorry, Master. It is this subordinate's incompetence. Brian apologized with a somewhat aggrieved tone, feeling quite unsettled inside. However, he did not sink into despair. Instead, he chose to use this as motivation to become stronger. If his knowledge base couldn't keep up, then he would strive to break through to the upper god realm as soon as possible. Didn't the Master say that as long as he condensed a godhead, there would be a surprise? Thinking of this, Brian couldn't help but clench his fists. It's fine. This isn't your fault. Sumyubai waved his hand, offering Brian a word of comfort. This question was much like when he had asked about the great Tao of rules. For Brian, it was indeed a bit beyond his level. He immediately raised his wrist and dialed Feng Yuan's communication channel. For matters like this, it was more reliable to find old man Feng. As for Huaijian, well, better not. That old guy would lose contact from time to time. However, after Feng Yuan heard Sumyubai's question, he only left behind a single sentence before hurriedly ending the call. Finish the other requirements first. You will naturally understand when the time comes. It is not yet the time. This old man Feng, why does he love being a riddle monger so much? Sumyubai curled his lip. Although Feng Yuan hadn't spelled it out, he had given Sumyubai a certain sense of grounding. At least he was no longer completely clueless. With a flicker of his divine sense, he closed the quest list and slowly stood up. Regardless, he still had to complete the first two quest requirements first. The quest conditions he had originally envisioned were not quite like this. Therefore, he had specifically left the two strongest forces of the werewolf race and the vampire race within the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Now it seemed there was no need to keep these two forces around any longer. Sumyubai took a step forward, appearing directly beside Brian, and nodded at him. Let's begin. A brilliant light erupted in Brian's eyes. Frost Prison God Kingdom, Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm. This secret realm could almost be considered the largest of the small-scale secret realms. This was the strongest base of the werewolf race within the Frost Prison God Kingdom. The vast majority of soldiers trained in the Dark Knight secret realm would come here, and after a round of selection, they would be sent to the ancestral land of the werewolf race, Wolf God Mountain. It could even be said that the Heavenly Wolf secret realm was essentially a branch office of Wolf God Mountain within the Frost Prison God Kingdom. The controller here was a true god of the werewolf race at the peak of the Middle God Realm Clove. Although his strength was not as great as the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord, it was not to be underestimated. This was because this guy could directly contact the powerhouses at Wolf God Mountain and request reinforcements from the ancestral land at any time. Under normal circumstances, even the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord would not look for trouble with the Heavenly Wolf secret realm, because the two sides were, in a sense, in a cooperative relationship. However, the strongest person here was no longer Clove, because his direct superior, who used to communicate with him, had arrived here due to the incident at the Blood Realm secret realm. Though both were at the peak of the Middle God Realm, there was still a significant gap. Jack came from the ancestral land, so his strength was naturally much greater than his. Inside the ancient castle at the center of the Heavenly Wolf secret realm, a werewolf true god with blue-gray fur frowned as he looked at Jack. Lord Jack, why hasn't the support from the ancestral land arrived yet? In the past few days, more and more planets and small worlds controlled by the werewolf race have fallen. Ever since Brian regained the position of Kingdom Lord, he seems determined to use the werewolf and vampire races to make an example of them. If it weren't for Jack saying that reinforcements were on the way, he would have already taken his elites and fled. If the Kingdom Lord were still Raphael, he naturally wouldn't be like this. But Brian was a famously talented genius back then, capable of rivaling an early-stage upper god while at the peak of the Middle God Realm. Don't look at it as just a small sub-level. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Now that so much time had passed, who knew if Brian had already broken through to the upper god realm? Facing such an enemy, Clove only wanted to leave first, then seek help from the ancestral land to stage a comeback. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. In this matter, it was clear that Brian, this Frost Prison Kingdom Lord, had gone too far. Even if the werewolf ancestral land sent powerhouses to take everything back, the Lord of the Undead realm wouldn't be able to say much. Set your mind at ease. If something really happens, aren't I still here? Jack casually comforted Clove. His soul had long been completely controlled by Sumubai, and he had even become one of his fanatical believers. His current mission was simply to stabilize the Heavenly Wolf secret realm. As for reinforcements, what reinforcements? He hadn't reported the situation here to the ancestral land at all. Hearing the same reassurance again, Clove really couldn't hold back anymore. Lord Jack, why aren't you anxious at all? If this continues, all our forces in the Frost Prison God Kingdom will be gone. What use is being anxious? Jack frowned, showing his displeasure. Just as he was about to spout a few more platitudes, he suddenly stood up, a flash of joy appearing deep in his eyes. They're here. Clove, standing to the side, and the group of werewolf true gods below all stood up simultaneously, following Jack as they rushed out of the ancient castle. As the strongest force of the werewolf race within the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Among these werewolves, there were 15 beings at the Middle God Realm alone. There were over 300 lower gods, and they were all at least mid-stage lower god powerhouses. At this moment, their faces were also filled with surprise, because in everyone's hearts, Jack's words meant that the reinforcements from the ancestral land had arrived. Clove flew out of the ancient castle in excitement, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Brian, let's see how you handle this now. But the next moment, he and the group of werewolf true gods froze, their gazes involuntarily turning toward Jack. What happened to the promised reinforcements? How could it be like this? Chapter 685 Secret Realm Fusion. Bonus Chapter. Dark Blood Secret Realm. Just like the status of the Skywolf Secret Realm, this place was the most powerful stronghold of the Blood Clan within the borders of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The original controller was a Blood Clan true god at the peak of the Intermediate God Realm, named Omar. Likewise, after Gilman's arrival, he had lost his voice in the matter. At this moment, inside the Dark Blood Secret Realm, a scene identical to the one in the Skywolf Secret Realm was unfolding. The edges of the two secret realms were gradually becoming illusory and distorted. Behind Gilman, his bat wings swayed, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. Beside him, Omar frowned deeply. This is the group of Blood Clan true gods behind them also furrowed their brows, because the current situation was something they had only heard of in the past, and had never witnessed with their own eyes. Secret Realm Fusion. As Omar's words fell, the Blood Clan true gods immediately prepared all their defensive measures. Secret Realm Fusion, like the wartime emergency portal, was one of the privileges of a kingdom lord. However, unlike the portal which could be opened by consuming divine soul and divine power, Secret Realm Fusion was not something that could be performed easily. Even if Brian's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary kingdom lord, he still had to pay a certain price. Furthermore, within 100 years, even if the kingdom lord were replaced, it could only be performed once. Now that the opponent had suddenly fused the secret realms, what exactly were they trying to do? Also, which secret realm was being fused with the Dark Blood Secret Realm? Thinking of this, the pupils of the Blood Clan true gods shrank, and a name flashed through their minds simultaneously. The Skywolf Secret Realm. Sure enough, as the distorted space at the edge of the secret realm ceased to be illusory, a large group of werewolf true gods suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Is this trying to make us kill each other? Omar snorted coldly. Brian is far too naive, in his view. So what if the secret realms were fused? Although the werewolf race and the Blood Clan were mortal enemies, they were now both facing the threat of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight each other, and they might even unite. After all, the two races knew each other's roots. While Brian was merely an outsider interfering, the Blood Clan and the werewolf race could completely survive this crisis first, and then fight over the fused secret realm later. If they hadn't joined forces, Omar would have worried about whether they could wait for reinforcements from their ancestral lands. But now, his confidence had doubled. As a long-time rival, he understood Clove well. The other party would definitely make the same choice as him. In this way, Brian's scheme would come to nothing. Therefore, in Omar's view, Brian's move was entirely self-defeating. On the other side, Clove of the werewolf race had the same thought. However, just as both were preparing to speak and persuade Jack and Gilman, spatial fluctuations occurred in the newly fused secret realm again. Following that, a wartime emergency portal suddenly appeared between the two sides. Seeing this scene, Clove and Omar's hearts trembled instantly. Could it be that Brian was preparing to take action personally? Was he truly not afraid of retaliation from both races? For a moment, both men looked at Jack and Gilman simultaneously. "My lord, what should we do? Brian has at least the combat power of a high god." But Jack and Gilman did not answer them. Instead, they knelt on one knee directly toward the portal. "Welcome, master." This scene left all the werewolf and blood clan true gods present stunned in place. What was going on? Immediately after, a figure stepped through the portal and arrived in the fused secret realm. Who was this? Omar and Clove were dumbfounded, because the person who arrived was not the Brian they had imagined. Sumyubai's information was naturally not something they could investigate. After arriving, Sumyubai did not waste any words, simply saying coldly, "Kill." The next moment, spatial fluctuations swept across the entire secret realm. Under the blessing of the wheel of time and space, the space here was completely sealed. No one would ever be able to escape again. Yupuchi. Omar and Clove had only managed to utter a single word before their eyes suddenly widened, because the hands of Jack and Gilman had already pierced through their chests. Roar. Following that, heads of 5-star golden skeleton dragon emperors descended instantly, charging directly into the crowd of true gods from both races and beginning to ravage them. At the same time, Sumyubai's world power unfolded instantly, and countless golden calamity skeletons appeared out of thin air, brandishing the weapons in their hands and beginning an indiscriminate slaughter. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 6. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 100. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 1000. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 10 billion. Notification: You have obtained Divine Crystal times 1000. Notification: You have obtained ultra-large space ring times in an instant. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: Congratulations on completing the second quest requirement, God Slaying Beyond Realm. With the fall of the first intermediate god from the two races, Sumyubai had also completed a portion of his final advancement quests. However, this was not his goal. His divine sense swept over the base camps of the two races. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, Sumyubai's heart was still burning with rage. The number of humans kept in captivity in the Skywolf Secret Realm and the Dark Blood Secret Realm actually exceeded 10 billion. What a shocking number this was. The total population of the former Blue Star was only 8 billion. And this was merely one of the captivity sites within the borders of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. One could only imagine, looking across the entire myriad worlds, just how many humans were being kept in captivity by these two races. Sumyubai's gaze was somewhat uncertain. What kind of massive upheaval had the human race encountered back then that made Feng Yuan and the others prefer to let things be rather than intervene, choosing instead to remain hidden? And now, because of his own existence, they had chosen to expose themselves. What kind of disaster would this bring upon the human race? An extra chapter is served today, Chapter 686, The Pantheon, the Divine Realm, the Cradle of Gods, the Pantheon. As the #1 race on the myriad races ranking, only the god race themselves truly knew how deep their foundation ran. Even when the human race was rising powerfully in the past, they had been unable to shake the god race's position on the myriad races ranking. The Pantheon was the central hub of power for the god race. The true top-tier existences of the god race would usually leave a projected avatar here. This was so that in the event of an emergency, they could discuss and react with the fastest possible speed. Of course, it had been a very long time since any situation in the myriad worlds had been deemed urgent enough by the god race. Looking from the cosmic starry sky, the Pantheon distorted space. making it impossible to see its full appearance, but from the inside, it was quite minimalist. The pantheon was divided into 5 levels in total. Only those who had successfully condensed a godhead and broken through to the realm of high-level gods, the Lords of Laws, were qualified to leave their projected avatars on the first level. As for the second level, they were all Lords of Laws who had already begun to fuse with the rules of the Great Tao and had achieved the peak realm of high-level gods. They were the backbone of the god race. Usually, if there was any matter, it only required them to take action to handle 99.99% of it. At this moment, the second level was very lively. Although the true bodies of these peak high-level gods were not in the pantheon, it did not hinder them from conversing through their projected avatars, unless their true bodies had entered certain special regions. Why has Princess Yu been following that guy Ocean around? It's a matter between the two of them. What does it have to do with you? HMPH, what the two of them? It's not even a sure thing yet. How can the dragon race of today compare to the past? Exactly. I think the engagement between Princess Yu and Aoshin will be called off sooner or later. Alright, you two, stop being so sour. Even if things fall through between Princess Yu and Aoshin, you two wouldn't stand a chance anyway. As soon as these words were spoken, the two god race members who had just spoken suddenly froze. Although they were peak high-level gods who had already begun the fusion of the rules of the Great Tao, the gap between a 0 pattern and a 9 pattern extreme peak high-level god was completely incomparable. A 0 pattern peak high-level god didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of a 9 pattern extreme peak high-level god. Of course, that was on the premise that neither side possessed rule authority. Otherwise, the outcome would not be certain. Rule authority, under normal circumstances, could only be mastered by existences at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, in the hands of a peak high-level god. It was a dimension reduction strike to the enemy. Only powerhouses at the peak high-level god realm could truly unleash the power of rule authority below the peak high-level god realm. Because they had not yet come into contact with the rules of the Great Tao, they could only apply it mechanically and could not achieve the most perfect effect. Although the 11th tier Lord of Lo's realm blocked the vast majority of living beings, looking at the entire myriad worlds, the number of true gods was still quite significant. Among them, those who could break through to the peak high-level god realm were definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. And those who had mastered even a small portion of rule authority were 1 in 10,000. The current prodigy of the god race, Juxiayu, was exactly such an existence. Moreover, what she had mastered was the time authority, one of the 9 supreme rules. Although Juxiayu was currently only at the mid-level god realm, her future achievements were simply limitless. And she was not someone the peak high-level gods on the second level of the pantheon could compare to, even if their current strength was greater than Juxiayu's. Therefore, the previous remark had completely struck a sore spot for the two of them. Yes, they couldn't stand Aoshin and even had thoughts of replacing him, but alas, they truly weren't qualified. If they weren't of the same race, given Juxiaoyu's coldness, she wouldn't even have glanced at them. One of them said with some displeasure, "Bullshit, was I being sour? I was speaking up for Princess Yu. In what way is that Aoshin worthy of our Princess Yu? At the very least, he has mastered a portion of space authority. Double kill." A single sentence left the two of them speechless. The other peak high-level gods soon began discussing other topics. The Death Continent has been truly lively lately. I wonder whose hands that soul-type rule treasure in Bai's possession will eventually fall into. HMPH, besides our god race, who else is qualified? That's true. The Thunder God seems to have already set off. Sigh, it seems we are just here to join in the fun. The only ones who can truly contend for Bai are those top-tier existences. Indeed, but not participating in such a grand event would be a bit unjustifiable. It seems everyone thinks the same. I'll take this opportunity to go for a stroll on the Death Continent as well. What if I'm lucky enough to run into Bai first? At the same time, the third level of the Pantheon was also engaged in discussion. However, there were very few existences capable of leaving a projected avatar here, without exception. Their level of fusion with the rules of the Great Tao was at the 9 pattern extreme. Among them, there were even those like the Thunder God, who possessed titles such as the God of a certain element. However, The top-tier powerhouses on the third level were currently looking at an empty seat with furious expressions. Just a moment ago, the projected avatar on that seat had suddenly vanished. The Thunder God has actually fallen, and so quickly. HMPH, no matter who it is, daring to kill a powerhouse of our god race is simply seeking their own death. This matter is not that simple. A sturdy, middle-aged god race powerhouse frowned. To be able to kill the Thunder God in such a short time, the opponent must be in existence at the rule sovereign realm. So what if they are a rule sovereign? The others all snorted coldly in unison. How many rule sovereigns who dared to make an enemy of the god race have fallen in the past? Hearing this, the sturdy, middle-aged god race member also nodded. Regardless, this matter must be investigated. The God of Thunder was heading to the Death Continent on this trip. I have already rushed over there. Once I have a conclusion, I will report it to the main god. No matter who the other party is, this matter must be investigated to the very end. The subject of their discussion was, naturally, that foolhardy fellow, the God of Thunder. He had originally intended to head to the Death Continent, hoping to see if he could obtain the Soul-type Rule Supreme Treasure in Bai's possession and test whether it could help him take a step further. But as luck would have it, he ran into Huijian before he had even left the Cradle of Gods. And then, there was no then. This guy just had to show off in front of Huijian and prevent him from doing his business, ultimately resulting in his immediate demise on the spot. He didn't even have the chance to use a projection avatar to pass on any information. At first, he felt there was no need. Later, he simply couldn't do it. If he had known earlier that Huijian was so terrifying, the God of Thunder certainly wouldn't have lingered near him for even a second. He would have headed straight for the Death Continent. However, doing so would only have delayed the outcome of his demise. This was simply because his target was Sumu Bai, a cheater secretly protected by all the powerhouses of the human race. Your hardworking author is rushing to finish the manuscript without pause. Here is a fresh chapter for you godfathers to enjoy first. There are 2 more chapters to come. To clarify, the mention of reviewing yesterday was just a joke. This author is not a high school student, so please don't misunderstand, godfathers. Those blessings go to the high school seniors heading to the battlefield these days. I wish you all a bright future. Chapter 687, Human Crisis. However, the sudden demise of the God of Thunder still caused a sensation on the third level of the Pantheon. For a time, several world lords who had originally not intended to go to the Death Continent now set off one after another. Beyond investigating the truth behind the God of Thunder's death, they were equally interested in the Soul-type Rule Supreme Treasure in Bai's hands. They hadn't gone before only because the God of Thunder had already gone to them. It made no difference who obtained it because ultimately, the right to control this supreme treasure would still depend on the level of compatibility. This was the god race's distribution rule. Whoever was the most suitable would be the one to use it. It was precisely because of this that the god race could grow stronger and stronger, and not merely because they were born powerful. If the world lords of the third level and the powerhouses holding the title of god were the top-tier existences of the god race walking among the myriad worlds, then the projection avatars on the fourth level were the true foundation of the entire god race. Because on this level, there were shockingly several giant human faces. They were all main gods at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. They were already aware of the God of Thunder's demise, but strangely, these main gods of the god race were not enraged by it. The projection faces of the main gods did not speak, but the space of the entire fourth level vibrated slightly. They seemed to be discussing something through their divine sense. The giant faces would occasionally frown, and at other times, divine light would flicker in their eyes. However, the content of their conversation remained unknown. Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the far North Star region, within a small secret realm. This secret realm had no name. It was the place where the remaining high-level members of the human race had gone into seclusion after hiding their strength. In the center of the secret realm, atop a mountain peak that pierced the clouds, sat a grand hall. The previous high-level meetings of the human race had taken place here, and the human race's return to the myriad races ranking had also begun with the people here breaking the seals. Now, at that ancient, simple conference table, although there were still those 9 figures, a closer look would reveal that 8 of them were merely projection avatars. The only one whose true body was still present was Feng Yuan. No, to be precise, his name was Yuan. The surname Feng was one he had added himself after the great upheaval of the human race. It was just that he had used the name Feng Yuan for so many years that he had long since grown accustomed to it. Our name's important. Divine light flickered on the conference table. It was dense inscriptions condensed from Feng Yuan's divine power, and these inscriptions formed various formations. Through these formations, Feng Yuan could better coordinate the powerhouses of the human race. Although he did not walk the myriad worlds like other human powerhouses, he was, in reality, the busiest one of them all. It was precisely because of this that he always ended his communications with Bai Yi so hurriedly. It wasn't that Feng Yuan wanted to be a riddle maker, it was that he truly had no time. The divine light of the formations flickered, and from time to time, certain areas would turn red. Likewise, other areas would gradually turn green. It was as if the cosmos and starry sky were reflected in Feng Yuan's eyes as his hands continuously condensed streams of inscriptions, placing them onto those formations, following his movements. The formations immediately underwent changes, however. Only he could understand what this meant. Whenever an area flashed with red light, Feng Yuan's brows would furrow slightly. Clearly, the red light represented something unfavorable. Just at this moment, a bald man at the conference table suddenly grinned, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. The mission on my end is no problem now. The one who spoke was the projection avatar of Sakonyu. From his words, it could be inferred that after Yumu descended, the threat posed by the water sovereign of the undead race had been completely neutralized. With Senior Yumu there, it would be strange if there were any problems. Feng Yuan nodded slightly. You just keep following Sean. If anyone comes looking for him, just drag them into a fight together. The water sovereign must have already understood what I intend to do. Sean might not help you with all his might, but he certainly won't cause any more trouble. You're the one who understands me, after all. Sakonyu rubbed his wrists. His eyes filled with a longing for battle. Dragging several people into a fight meant he would definitely be the one on the receiving end of the beating. But so what? Hadn't he survived until this day by enduring exactly that? The more people there were, the more excited he would become. For a battle maniac like Sakonyu, Feng Yuan had long since made arrangements. Although the top combat power of the human race was not weak, their numbers were truly too few. If it were anyone else, they might not necessarily be able to make Sean seek help from the Lord of Water while acting alone. Therefore, Sakonyu was the most suitable choice. The others also had their own respective missions. Buzz, suddenly, several formations at the southernmost end of the conference table flashed with red light simultaneously. At the same time, several formations on the other side experienced the same situation. In an instant, all the formations on the conference table were cast in a faint, ominous red glow. Seeing this, Sakonyu immediately furrowed his brows. However, he did not make a sound, for he was afraid of disturbing Feng Yuan. He knew his position very well. As a combatant, there was no need for him to express his opinions in front of Feng Yuan, the central brain of the operation. Whatever the other party arranged, he would simply carry it out. As for anything else, thinking about it was useless. So they really chose to strike at the same time, did they? Feng Yuan let out a cold snort, clearly having anticipated this situation. However, judging by his tightly locked brows and his hands moving so fast they blurred into afterimages, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Beside him, the curvaceous and beautiful young woman suddenly opened her eyes, her expression sharp. The monster race has truly made their move. The old man sitting at the head of the table and the bearded, burly man beside him also spoke with grim expressions. Just as you predicted, the mechanical race has also acted. Losses are inevitable. All I can do is minimize them as much as possible. Feng Yuan's movements did not stop for a second. His gaze fixed firmly on the formations without turning his head to look at the others. It was as if, through these formations, he could directly receive a vast amount of information. The formations flashing red in the south represented the crisis brought about by the mechanical race. Feng Yuan opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. His commands seemed to be transmitted directly to that region through the formations. The next moment, those formations that had been covered in red light suddenly took on a tinge of green. Only then did Feng Yuan suddenly speak. Yuchu, the dragon race's reinforcements have arrived, remember? Your mission is to pin down the monster race. It would be best if you could make them hesitate to act recklessly. Having said this, his voice paused, and he finally added one more sentence. Do not let our friends from the dragon race suffer too heavy a loss. It is truly rare for them to offer help in our time of need. The beautiful young woman, Yuchu, nodded heavily. Rest assured, I understand what must be done. As her voice faded, her projection ceased its movements. It seemed the situation was so urgent that it no longer allowed her to simultaneously control her projected avatar. Without turning his head, Feng Yuan continued, Senior Q, how much longer can you hold out? A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the old man at the head of the table. 3 days at most, the bearded, burly man beside him had an exceptionally grim expression. 3 days is already the limit. Hearing this, Feng Yuan frowned. Even Senior Q could only hold out for 3 days. It seems the mechanical race has truly spared no expense this time to cast the human race into an abyss of eternal doom. But it is understandable. After all, among the myriad worlds, if one were to speak of hatred toward the human race, this race would definitely rank first. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 688. The Prestige of the Name Yuan. Watching the formations flashing red on the other side, the divine light in Feng Yuan's eyes began to swirl slowly, and a trace of anxiety appeared in the depths of his pupils. He seemed to be waiting for something. Q glanced at Feng Yuan. He rarely saw such an expression on the man. In the past, no matter what he did, this person would only begin once he had absolute certainty. But now, because of Bai Yi, the human race had been forced to expose itself. This had clearly disrupted Feng Yuan's rhythm. Many preparations had not yet been put in place. Thinking of this, Q could not help but sigh. This could not be blamed on Bai Yi, because until a powerhouse capable of suppressing the destiny of the human race appeared, no matter how Feng Yuan prepared, it would be far from enough. Bai Yi clearly possessed such potential. It was just that, at present, he had not yet fully grown. What the human race needed to do now was to give their all to ensure that Bai Yi could take that step. Only then could the human race truly rise again, reclaiming and even surpassing everything they once had. Before that, sacrifice and loss were unavoidable. After a moment of thought, Q said in a deep voice, Yuan, I will do my best to buy more time on my end. Whatever you need to do, just go ahead and do it. As he spoke, he turned to look at the bearded, burly man Yahello. Take them and hurry with the relocation. Some resources can be abandoned first. People are the foundation. Yahello nodded heavily. Understood. Although 3 days is very tight, it is enough to relocate half of them. At this moment, Feng Yuan suddenly spoke. Half is far from enough. Yahello, what about now? Hearing this, Yahello was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise suddenly flashed across his face. To sovereign-class starships, you really have your ways. Immediately afterward, he exclaimed loudly, infinite energy. What the hell is this? Clearly, the appearance of sovereign-class starships with infinite energy was enough to make even a top human powerhouse like Yahello lose his composure. This is Bai Yi's greatest secret. Feng Yuan spoke slowly, though his expression was extremely grave. This matter is limited to the few of us. You must ensure no one else catches a hint of it. The 2 sovereign-class starships with infinite energy naturally came from Vivian and Brian. This was something Feng Yuan had specifically arranged for Sumu Bai to handle not long ago. Vivian and Brian did not have much use for them for the time being, so they were borrowed directly. At the time, Sumu Bai had suggested using Catastrophe to help the top human powerhouses improve once more. But this was rejected by Feng Yuan. Firstly, the rule DOS they had fused with were already at a level where further improvement would disrupt the hierarchy of the rules. Not to mention whether the catastrophe would be 100% successful. Even if it were, they would be rejected by the myriad worlds, which would instead cause the human race to lose its remaining combat strength. Secondly, the human race was already weak. The reason they were able to temporarily stabilize the situation was entirely due to bluffing and the lingering prestige of the past. If a sudden influx of treasures possessing the cataclysm trait and heaven-defying effects were to appear, it would not be a good thing. Rather, it would attract even more formidable enemies. Ultimately, it was because Sumyubai's current strength was still far from sufficient. Within the human race, there was no lack of traitors. If the Cataclysm talent and the Cataclysm trait were accidentally exposed, that would be a true catastrophe. By then, perhaps even the god race would take action personally, compared to the survival of the entire human race. What did the current losses and sacrifices even amount to? Feng Yuan never looked only at immediate gains or losses when doing things. What he aimed for was a grand future. Seeing Feng Yuan's solemn expression, Yan Liu also gained a deeper understanding of the significance of this matter. I understand. Not a single one of the mid-level gods on those two spaceships will remain conscious. Transfers did not rely primarily on spaceships, but on mid-level gods who possessed inner worlds within their bodies. If the human race had not suffered a generational gap, those responsible for the transfers should have been high-level gods. Because their inner worlds were larger, and their transfer efficiency was higher, that it was now being handled by mid-level gods was simply a matter of necessity. As things stood, apart from the high-level figures who had remained in hiding, the human race could not scrape together enough high-level gods. Otherwise, with them present, how could the human race have barely ranked behind the blood race and the werewolf race? Seeing that Yan Liu understood the importance of the matter, Feng Yuan did not say anything more. He had no time to spare at the moment. After a long while, Feng Yuan's brows finally relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a rare arc. Senior Q, your helper has arrived. Yuan, you're something else. I didn't expect you to be able to invite even this guy. Q looked at Feng Yuan with some surprise. We had a bit of friendship back in the day, though I did have to pay a certain price this time. Feng Yuan did not specify what the price was, but both Q and Yan Liu could tell that it was clearly not small. After all, the one coming to provide support was no ordinary figure. The other party could be said to be one of the few existences in the myriad worlds closest to an invincible high-level god, second only to the death god. With the support of such a powerhouse, Q immediately nodded at Yan Liu. Proceed with the transfer without worry. As long as the machine race doesn't go insane, I can definitely hold them off for 7 days. That would be fantastic. Yan Liu's eyes lit up. Some resources he had been prepared to abandon now seemed like they could be brought along after all. The two exchanged a glance and began to focus entirely on completing their tasks. No longer disturbing Feng Yuan, the latter's hands continued to condense inscriptions, tinkering with the formation on the conference table. As of now, he was the commander-in-chief of all the powerhouses of the human race. As long as he did not reveal himself, even a 12th-tier rule sovereign-level main god would hesitate to act, fearing the consequences. The prestige of the name Yuan was truly that terrifying. Extra update provided today. Chapter 689, The Bewildered Sumyubai. Fusion Secret Realm. The Golden Skeleton Dragon Emperor slaughtered the true gods, and the Golden Cataclysm Legion swept through the entire secret realm. Sumyubai remained silent, his gaze cold as he watched all the members of the blood race and werewolf race head toward their doom and be converted into members of the Cataclysm Legion. Far from feeling any sense of accomplishment, he felt a strange sense of urgency in his heart. Although Feng Yuan had not stated it explicitly, Sumyubai could guess that the current situation of the human race was clearly not optimistic. Otherwise, Feng Yuan and the others would not have needed to remain in hiding for so long. He had long since engraved the names of all the races on the death list provided by Brian into his heart. At the very top of the list, the names of 2 races were particularly glaring to Sumyubai. The machine race, ranked 7th on the myriad races ranking. The demon race, ranked 2nd on the myriad races ranking, although the god race, ranked 1st, was not on the list. Both the machine race and the demon race were forces that the current human race was powerless to resist. Notification, Soul Extraction Effectives, Soul Points Kung 6. Notification, Soul Extraction Effectives, Soul Points Kung 5. Notification, Soul Extraction Effectives, Soul Points Kung 1000. Notification, Soul Extraction Effectives, Soul Points Kung 100,000. Beyond the Fusion Secret Realm, other worlds controlled by the werewolf race and the blood race were also being ravaged by the Golden Cataclysm Legion. The system notification sounds in Sumyubai's ears had never ceased. ever since he opened the Death Codex and accepted the final advancement quest. This Rule Supreme treasure no longer had an upper limit on soul points. Although the Death Codex could not be summoned at the moment, some information had already appeared in Sumyubai's mind. As long as he could successfully complete the final advancement quest, he would no longer need to consume soul points to open the Death Codex in the future. In other words, there would be no more restrictions on Sumyubai opening the Death Codex. Of course, when he opened the Death Codex at that time, there would no longer be any quests or skills. What would remain was the great Tao of Death rules entrusted by the previous Death Sovereign. In this regard, it was not much different from the Wheel of Time and Space. After completing the final advancement quest, Sumyubai would be able to use the Death Codex to conduct an open book exam, following in the footsteps of the previous Death Sovereign to gradually fuse the great Tao of Death rules to 100%. On this point alone, the Death Codex could already be called a Rule Supreme treasure, not to mention what other functions the Death Codex might have once fully liberated would only be known after the liberation was complete. From then on, soul points would only have two remaining uses. First, Sumyubai could strengthen his own divine soul by absorbing soul points. Second, he could consume soul points to assist himself in fusing the great Tao of Death rules. Therefore, even if it was no longer necessary to consume soul points to open the Death Codex, it remained indispensable. However, for Sumyubai right now, there was one other piece of data that was even more important than soul points. That is the kill count. The final advancement quest's second requirement had long been completed, and Sumyubai had already learned of the third requirement through the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils. Although he did not understand exactly what was needed to fulfill the third requirement, the conditions for the first requirement were very clear. Having slaughtered the players of the two races in the Fusion Secret Realm, combined with the achievements of the Golden Scourge Legion on other planets and small worlds, a system notification soon rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: congratulations on completing the first quest requirement. Completely kill 100 billion creatures above tier 6 to 100 billion 100 million. At this moment, the Fusion Secret Realm was naturally a scene of dead silence. Only the sound of the Scourge Skeleton's bones clashing echoed throughout the entire Secret Realm. With a thought from his divine sense, Sumyubai gathered all the newly born Scourge Skeletons into the small world within his body. It would not take long for them to possess strength equal to that of the Golden Scourge Legion. Although, for the time being, the effects of the Sea of Death and the World Tree on the Scourge Legion were merely to strengthen their power. But these two rule-level products were still in a state of growth. Sumyubai always had a feeling that in the future, under the transformation of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, the Scourge Legion would likely undergo earth-shaking changes. As for the future, one would only know the result when that time came. But right now, the system notification ringing in Sumyubai's ears left him stunned like a wooden chicken. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully achieving the first two quest goals. The final trial has officially begun. Quest requirement: to become a true overlord of death, you must personally feel and experience death. Yet you cannot truly die. During the quest, all rules, authorities, and treasure effects that allow you to be immune to or transfer death will be completely invalidated. To complete the final trial, it takes more than just strength. Sumyubai had already known the specific content of the third quest requirement. What truly caught him off guard was the system notification that followed. Notification: you are currently in a semi-dead state. Please recognize your true self and awaken from this state to pass the final trial. A semi-dead state. This system notification struck Sumyubai's soul like a tolling bell. He stood there, completely dazed, ignoring Jack and Gilman, who were kneeling before him. So, does this mean I was already dead before entering the Myriad Worlds game? Sumyubai's eyes were vacant as he muttered to himself in a low voice. In a trance, he finally understood why his HP could never be increased. Even when he condensed his divine body, his HP had failed to transform into the vitality possessed by a true god. This point had always puzzled him immensely, but now, the system notification gave him a glimmer of realization. Yet, Sumyubai still had no clue how to awaken from this semi-dead state, because in his view, he had been alive from the very beginning. Whether it was the sensations of his body or his self-perception, he had never felt lost. He simply could not comprehend what a semi-dead state meant, just as he had been unable to understand the final quest requirement before. For the first time, Sumyubai felt his worldview suffer an incredibly intense shock. He could not figure out why he, who was clearly living well and appeared no different from a normal player, would be in a semi-dead state. At this moment, Sumyubai felt his mind in chaos, becoming at a loss for what to do. What state was he actually in right now? What was the essential difference between being semi-dead and truly dead? He lifted his head stiffly, his gaze seemingly falling on Jack and Gilman, but in reality, it wasn't focused, completely adrift. Do you know what a semi-dead state is? Sumyubai's questioning voice rang in their ears, but it sounded as if it contained no emotion whatsoever. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Jack and Gilman wouldn't even have believed they were facing a living creature. Even when facing true death, they had never had such a feeling. The two couldn't help but shiver, but as Sumyubai's fanatic believers, they answered the question honestly. Overlord, I believe that having one's soul fall into a deep slumber is a semi-dead state. My thoughts are different from Gilman's. Death is death, and being alive is being alive. Where would a semi-dead state come from? Chapter 690, Inner Demon. Jack and Gilman's words were completely different, however. Neither of them provided the answer Sumyubai was seeking. You are both right. Sumyubai nodded slightly, his eyes still vacant, his tone as dead as it had been before, even more silent than when the rules of death descended. It is a pity that you cannot resolve my doubts. As the cold words fell, although there was not the slightest killing intent emanating from Sumyubai, Jack and Gilman felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Immediately afterward, a thought flashed through both of their souls simultaneously. I am completely useless to the Overlord. The moment the thought arose, their eyes instantly became dull and lifeless, and all their aura and energy fluctuations vanished in an instant. Just because of a light, airy sentence from Sumyubai, these two peak intermediate gods, who had their souls completely controlled and had become fanatic believers, chose to end their own lives at the same time. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: soul absorption effective. Soul points come 1 trillion. Notification: you have obtained divine crystal times 100. Notification: you have obtained extra large space ring times 1. Notification: soul absorption effective. Soul points come 1 trillion. Notification: you have obtained divine crystal times 100. Notification: you have obtained extra large space ring times 1. Once the level reached its maximum, the concept of EXP no longer existed. Jack and Gilman, those two masters of laws at the peak of the median god realm, had only provided Sumyubai with some gains in soul points and divine crystals. However, the system notification sounds ringing in his ears failed to have the slightest impact on Sumyubai. He stood there as if he hadn't heard them at all, his eyes remaining vacant and unfocused. The sudden realization that he had been in a semi-dead state all along had caused Sumyubai to fall into a mental trap. At this moment, he was obsessed with figuring out whether he was truly dead or alive. His current state was akin to a cultivation deviation. His entire being had fallen into a state of madness. It was just that Sumyubai's madness was not expressed outwardly, but was instead a fierce battle of heaven and man taking place within his heart. I died a long time ago. No, perception cannot lie. I have always been alive. That was merely a hallucination before death. The myriad worlds game, the forbidden divine lands, the myriad races, the human race, Huijian, Fengyuan, Fujiutianjia. These are all just my own delusions. They don't exist at all. Impossible. I killed that pair of scoundrels, Liu Ryan and Zhaozu, with my own hands. That feeling was so clear. How could it be fake? Face reality. Liu Ryan and Zhaozu are still living carefree lives. Everything is just the result of my own unwillingness to let go. I am already dead. Can one really construct such a vast world in an instant before death? Nothing is impossible. Obsession is far more powerful than one can imagine. Hey, if that's the case, then why is it impossible that I am not dead? The dull gaze of Sumyubai suddenly regained a glimmer of light, and he let out a sharp shout. No matter what, he refused to believe that all of this was just a hallucination before his death. Although his mind was in chaos, he still remembered that the Myriad Worlds game was not merely a game, but a real world. He firmly believed that his current state was being influenced by an inner demon. It was precisely because of this that Sumyubai did not sink completely, but instead maintained a final shred of consciousness. But that was as far as it went. He did not know what he had to do to annihilate the inner demon and wake up from this chaotic state. The inner demon was, in reality, himself, facing such an enemy. Numerical values and strength had no meaning. Laws and rules were also of no use. To defeat the inner demon, he could only rely on his own enlightenment. What Sumyubai did not know was that his inner demon was not born solely because he had fallen into a near-death state before entering the Myriad Worlds game. Furthermore, he was not the only player who had been pulled into the Myriad Worlds game while near death. Although the probability of such a thing was not high, given the base population of 8 billion on Blue Star, such cases did exist. Moreover, the Blue Star players were only located in the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land. Who knew how many such Forbidden Divine Lands existed throughout the entire Myriad Worlds? But Sumyubai was the only one whose HP cap had permanently failed to increase for unknown reasons. Remaining at only a single point of health, the corpses of Jack and Gilman plummeted straight down toward the continent below. But Sumyubai showed no reaction to this. After the two fell, the entire Fused Secret Realm fell into absolute silence. All life here had been harvested by the Golden Scourge Legion, leaving behind nothing but an empty world. The light in Sumyubai's eyes was extremely dim, as if it could be extinguished at any moment, causing him to return to a vacant state once more. This situation persisted for an unknown amount of time. After a long while, the space in front of Sumyubai suddenly trembled, and dense with type main god power appeared out of thin air, condensing into a massive human face. Yumu, who had previously been in a standoff with the water sovereign of the undead race, had appeared in this Fused Secret Realm for some unknown reason. He was a genuine main god, an existence at the 12th Order Rule Sovereign Realm. Yumu's gaze fell upon Sumyubai, his expression extremely complex. However, he did not speak, nor did he do anything. He simply watched the other party quietly. Although Sumyubai's state was not right, he still sensed the energy fluctuations when Yumu descended. To any true god at the Master of Lo's realm, the power of a main god was as clear and bright as a beacon in the dark night. Under normal circumstances, if a main god whose allegiance was unknown were to suddenly descend, Sumyubai's first thought would certainly be to leave. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall without sufficient strength. He would never allow himself to be in danger. However, Sumyubai was clearly not normal at this moment. With a dull gaze, he looked up at Yumu's giant face, the light deep within his eyes flickering, like a lonely boat on an endless ocean, not knowing when it might capsize. Facing a main god at the Rule Sovereign Realm, he opened his mouth and asked a question. Do you know what a semi-dead state is? It was the same question he had previously asked Jack and Gilman. Now, the object of his inquiry was Yumu, the Sovereign of Wood. Facing this question, the expression in Yumu's eyes shifted. After a long silence, he let out a heavy sigh. You've worked hard. After the words worked hard, there seemed to be more he wanted to say, but Yumu did not speak them. Sumyubai was clearly unsatisfied with this answer. His gaze remained fixed on Yumu, and he continued to repeat his previous question. Do you know what a semi-dead state is? This time, Yumu did not speak again, simply watching Sumyubai quietly. Within the empty Fused Secret Realm, Yumu's giant face and Sumyubai gazed at each other, as if his appearance was merely to ensure that Sumyubai would not be disturbed. Chapter 691. The main body arrives in person. Bonus chapter, Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Frost Prison Divine Palace. Throughout the entire Divine Palace, emergency wartime portals were everywhere. But because of Sumyubai's distraction, the death curtain released by Brian had completely dissipated. After the Golden Scourge Legion finished slaughtering a planet or a small world, they could only slowly travel through portals to the next planet or small world that required conquest. What exactly is happening to Master? Brian's brows were tightly locked, his expression grave. Through the portal, he could see everything happening within the Fusion Secret Realm, and he knew that his master was not in any immediate danger. However, the dissipation of the death curtain and the world force left him utterly baffled. Sumyubai's current state was extremely peculiar. Brian could not perceive what was happening to him at all. Suddenly, Brian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "My master god!" The appearance of Yumu's giant human face immediately made Brian's heart tremble. His first instinct was to abandon the maintenance of the wartime emergency portal and head to the fusion secret realm to take his master away. But before he could act, Yumu's voice crossed through the portal and echoed in his ears. "Don't be nervous, little one. I have no ill intentions toward Bai." Once these words were spoken, Brian's trembling heart suddenly calmed down, because he understood that even if the other party had malicious intent, given his own strength, there was absolutely no possibility of rescuing his master from their hands. Now, all he could do was trust the other party and secretly inquire with a high-ranking member of the human race, Feng Yuan. Through the previous incident of borrowing a sovereign-level starship, Brian had added Feng Yuan as a contact. Currently, this was the only person he could turn to. Before that, all Brian could do was stall the other party as much as possible to avoid causing any irreversible impact on his master. "I wonder which sovereign has descended. Brian failed to welcome you from afar." Brian immediately bowed toward the giant face of Yumu inside the portal, his voice exceptionally respectful. However, neither Yumu nor the Feng Yuan he contacted gave him any response. For a moment, Brian felt a sense of panic rising in his heart, but this panic quickly turned into sheer terror, because, without him even noticing, a figure had appeared right in front of him. All the formations and restrictions of the Frost Prison Divine Palace had failed to play the slightest role. One had to know that these were personally laid down by the Lord of the Undead Realm. Even if a peak upper god were to arrive, it would be impossible for them to appear before him without making a sound. The newcomer had a youthful face with crane white hair and a white beard, dressed in a cyan robe with an ancient-looking wine gourd hanging from his waist. If his eyes hadn't clearly seen the person, Brian wouldn't have been able to detect any aura at all. A sovereign of rules. Brian's pupils shrank violently, and his body involuntarily wanted to kneel to the ground, facing a master god, and one who had arrived in their true form. The pressure was simply not something he, a peak middle god and lord of laws, could withstand. In the myriad worlds, the number of true gods who had actually seen the true form of a master god was few and far between. Even the vast majority of peak upper gods never had the chance to see one. This was the first time Brian had felt just how powerful the pressure of a master god's true form truly was. He couldn't control himself at all. He only wanted to kneel at the other party's feet. But the mark belonging to Sumyubai within his divine soul inexplicably granted him a sliver of strength, preventing him from kneeling instantly. "Rise. Since you are one of Bai's people, then you are considered part of my human race's side. There is no need for such grand formalities in the future." The sovereign who had suddenly descended in his true form was naturally Yumu. He spoke indifferently, and the still-standing Brian suddenly felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, his entire body lifted by an invisible energy. Human race. Brian's heart trembled. Hadn't the human race long since declined? How could there still be a sovereign of rules-level existence? Moreover, if the human race truly had a master god-level powerhouse, how could they currently be ranked only in the middle of the myriad races ranking? Thinking of this, Brian suddenly remembered something. The last time the human race rose to power, the reason they were so formidable was not just because of the human race's growth potential. More importantly, it was because of a large group of top-tier powerhouses who did not belong to the human race but were wholeheartedly devoted to them. Among them were existences at the Sovereign of Rules level. Even the legendary Sovereign of Time and Space had a great connection with the human race. Thinking of the existence whose battle aftermath had caused him to fall into a deep slumber, Brian couldn't help but shudder. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the strength of the Sovereign of Time and Space and the Monarch of the Void, it was absolutely the most terrifying power he had ever felt in his life. To this day, he still could not comprehend what level of power that was. Clearly, the Master God before him was one of those alien Master Gods who had been devoted to the human race back then. Thinking of this, Brian immediately bowed respectfully to the other party. Brian pays his respects to the Sovereign. Following that, he couldn't wait to speak. "Sovereign, my master." Yumu waved his hand, interrupting Brian's words. "I have come precisely to assist him." As the words fell, He had already vanished from the Frost Prison Divine Palace. At the same time, on the other side of the portal, the giant human face within the fusion secret realm slowly dissipated. Replacing it was Yumu's true form, looking at the glimmer of tenacious divine light deep within Sumyubai's eyes. Yumu couldn't help but nod slightly. Immediately after, he slowly raised his hand, and the ancient wine gourd at his waist floated up. Yumu flicked his finger, and the wine gourd opened with a sound. A drop of grayish-white wine liquid transformed into a stream of light, instantly arriving before Sumyubai. A strange fragrance of wine seemed to awaken Sumyubai's consciousness. He wrinkled his nose, took a deep sniff, and then opened his mouth to swallow the drop of grayish-white wine liquid into his belly. Yumu retracted the wine gourd and watched Sumyubai quietly, murmuring to himself, "Whether you can take this step depends on yourself." Today's extra chapter is served. Special thanks to Godfather Litna for gifting the Great God certification. Chapter 692. Drunken Dreams and Death. In the silent fusion secret realm, Yumu stood quietly opposite Sumyubai. His gaze appeared as calm as an ancient well, but deep within his eyes, there was actually a trace of tension. Ever since Sumyubai swallowed that drop of grayish-white liquid, he had closed his eyes, and his entire being no longer emitted a single trace of aura. If it weren't for the expressions constantly shifting across his face, even Yumu, a being at the main god realm, would have assumed he was completely dead. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Yumu murmured softly, involuntarily picking up his wine gourd as if wanting to take a sip. The reason he was known as the god of wine was that he was never seen without a gourd in his hand. Although Huijian also enjoyed drinking, compared to Yumu, he could only sit at the children's table. The finest wines in all the myriad worlds were all crafted by the hands of the god of wine. Yumu, however, it was extremely difficult to get a taste of the wine he brewed himself. Even those who were his peers at the Rule Sovereign Realm rarely had the good fortune to enjoy. Whenever Huijian wanted a drink, he had to resort to stealing. Of course, that was also because Yumu chose to turn a blind eye to it. But this time, the wine gourd Yumu had already brought to his lips paused. In the end, he did not drink the wine. Instead, he slowly lowered the gourd and continued to monitor Sumyubai's condition. Throughout his life, he had brewed countless top-tier wines alone. Only that drop of grayish-white liquid just now had utilized the power of others. It was the one and only drop in the entire myriad worlds of wine that transcended the rules and reached the rule-breaking realm. Even Sumyubai's catastrophe talent could no longer enhance this wine further. Its name was Drunken Life, Dreaming Death. It was also the only treasure capable of helping Sumyubai cross this hurdle. Watching the ever-changing expressions on Bai's face, Yumu's thoughts drifted back to a long time ago. That was when Zhu Xingchen had come to him, accompanied by 4 other supreme gods. Senior Yumu, is the base wine I mentioned last time ready? Although Zhu Xingchen's strength had long since surpassed Yumu's by an unknown margin, he still used an honorific. This was simply because, before he had risen to power, Yumu had provided him with immense help. "I have not failed the task. It is ready." Yumu stroked his beard. His eyes and brows curved in a smile. As he spoke, a vast ocean appeared beneath the feet of the 6 of them. Within it was the base wine he had prepared according to Zhu Xingchen's requirements. Every single drop of this vast sea of wine was a law-level treasure. Combined, it could absolutely be called a rule-level creation. Seeing this, Zhu Xingchen nodded toward the 4 supreme gods beside him. "Everyone, let us begin." As his voice fell, the Sovereign of Fate was the first to act. A slender, jade-like hand reached out and brushed gently across the surface of the sea, causing waves to instantly ripple through the wine below. The vast rules of fate, constrained by the supreme divine power of the Sovereign of Fate, seemed to be continuously injected into the sea of wine. Each of those waves represented a node of fate. As for whose fate this actually was, there was no way to know. "Take this chance." Cold, clear voice escaped the red lips of the Sovereign of Fate, and upon hearing this, the Sovereign of Life and the Sovereign of Death acted simultaneously. In an instant, endless supreme divine power of life and supreme divine power of death converged, pouring into the wine sea below like a waterfall. Yet, these 2 supreme divine powers did not merge. They remained distinct and clearly separated. Not only that, but they also seemed to be rapidly canceling each other out and annihilating one another. Life and death were opposites. They could not coexist, even with the two supreme gods, the sovereign of life and the sovereign of death, taking action. The result was the same. Xingqian, can this really work? A trace of worry could not help but flash across Yumu's face. Although he was a main god at the Rule Sovereign realm, he had never once seen a situation where life and death could coexist. If the person making the request hadn't been Xingqian, he wouldn't have even entertained the thought of trying to inject the supreme divine power of life and the supreme divine power of death into the wine he was brewing. How could this possibly succeed? No rush. What follows is the key. Although Zhu Xingqian's tone sounded relaxed, his expression was extremely solemn. It seemed that even he, the sovereign of time and space, could not see the final outcome of this brewing process through the river of time and space. A product that transcends the rule realm, is it? Time flowed within Zhu Xingqian's eyes. At this moment, he clearly had not yet broken through to the rule-breaking realm, and he only had a few conjectures about this realm that did not exist in the myriad worlds. As more and more supreme divine power of life and death were injected into the wine sea, the waves stirred up by the rules of fate gradually took on color. However, it was half grayish-white and half emerald green, appearing completely incongruous. The two supreme divine powers continued to clash and annihilate each other, until the entire sea of wine was completely filled with the two supreme divine powers. Zhu Xingqian finally looked toward the last supreme god. Next, it is up to you. The latter nodded solemnly. I will do my best. Although it was a simple sentence of 4 words, Zhu Xingqian heard the determination behind them. The next moment, this final supreme god finally acted. One could see chaotic-colored divine light erupting from his hands, and an extremely complex supreme divine power instantly condensed. These supreme divine powers transformed into 2 giant hands, instantly plunging into the sea of wine and beginning to stir the winds and clouds. Under the influence of these giant hands, the previously antagonistic supreme divine power of life and supreme divine power of death actually achieved a brief peace. In the myriad worlds, only this final supreme god could temporarily allow these two opposing forces to coexist in peace. His identity was, without a doubt, the sovereign of chaos. However, this peace could only be maintained for a fleeting moment, because the supreme divine power of chaos was merely fused from the 9 basic divine powers: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wine, thunder, light, and dark. Although he was powerful, he could not yet stand above death and life, which were also supreme divine powers. Even though fusing these two forces had always been his lifelong pursuit, at this moment, it was clearly still beyond his reach. To be precise, it should be said that there was no clue at all. This attempt was entirely to verify Zhu Xingqian's wild and imaginative idea. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could witness this miracle. The supreme power of chaos acted like a stabilizer, constantly balancing the other 2 supreme powers. Between the 3, a strange equilibrium was quickly achieved. However, such an equilibrium was exceptionally fragile. The sovereign of chaos narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Yaoshu. Yaoshu was the name of the sovereign of fate. The moment the sovereign of chaos spoke, she raised her arm once again. Whoosh! Following that, the waves within the sea of wine actually formed transparent bubbles, crashing into one another. With every collision, the supreme power of life and the supreme power of death, bound within the bubbles, showed signs of merging under the balance of the supreme power of chaos. Seeing this scene, Yumo, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably as he looked at Zhu Xingqian in disbelief. Such a thing, could it actually be possible? At this moment, he finally realized that this little guy, whom he had watched grow up all along, had far surpassed him not only in strength but also in perception. It wasn't just him. A look of pleasant surprise flashed across the faces of all the supreme gods present. Even with their supreme status, they were shocked by the fusion of life and death. Chapter 693. Beyond the rule realm, crackle, crackle, the bubbles collided continuously, and the supreme powers within them were slowly merging. It was just that the speed was simply too slow. The gazes of the supreme gods could not help but fall upon Zhu Xingqian. The latter nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with divine light. The next moment, the rule of time and the rule of space descended simultaneously. The entire sea of wine instantly seemed to have had an acceleration key pressed, and everything began to speed up. At the same time, this vast, boundless sea of wine was also constantly shrinking. It was not that the wine inside was decreasing, but that the entire space was being forcibly compressed by Zhu Xingchen. Although they were both at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, Yumu, the sovereign of wood, was merely a main god, in front of supreme gods like Zhu Xingchen. His power was of little use. However, this time, his main god power was not needed. He was only needed to brew the fine wine. And when it came to brewing wine, he was the most skilled in all the myriad worlds. Senior Yumu, let's begin. After completing all the preparatory work, Zhu Xingchen looked at Yumu. The latter took a deep breath. His gaze focused. Boom. The next moment, his wood-type main god power surged out of his body, condensing into an invisible cauldron that contained the rapidly shrinking sea of wine. Immediately after, the surrounding temperature began to soar instantly. Yumu was actually using his own main god power as fuel to ignite the divine fire for brewing the fine wine. Under the influence of Zhu Xingchen's rule of time, the speed of the wine brewing was extremely fast. A moment later, a single drop of wine slowly condensed and floated before everyone's eyes. It was the essence of that previously vast, boundless sea of wine. Strangely, even though this drop of wine had fused the powers of life and death with the assistance of fate and chaos, its color was a grayish-white. This color represented only death. Moreover, the aura it emitted was solely that of extinguishing death, containing not a single trace of vitality. Did it fail after all? Zhu Xingchen frowned, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. The other sovereigns also furrowed their brows, clearly not understanding where the problem lay. Everything had proceeded so smoothly. So why did this drop of wine still only contain the aura of death? Only Yumu, who had truly performed the brewing, suddenly had a look of wild joy on his face and laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. It's done. It actually worked. His words immediately drew 5 gazes. It's done. The supreme gods, including Zhu Xingchen, flashed with surprise and confusion, speaking in unison. It is absolutely done. Yumu's gaze was fixed intently on the drop of wine floating between them, his eyes as if he were looking at a peerless beauty. Even the stunningly beautiful sovereign of fate and sovereign of life could not divert his attention. At this moment, this drop of fine wine seemed to be his entire world. The life force it contains can only be felt once it is consumed. The moment he successfully brewed this drop of wine, a flash of realization dawned on Yumu. As he carefully summoned his wine gourd, he said to the gods present, "The next realm is called the Destruction Rule Realm." Destruction Rule. The 5 supreme gods could not help but repeat the name of this realm, their eyes filled with different expressions. Can even rules be destroyed? Zhu Xingchen's eyes flickered, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind, as if he had grasped something. The other 4 sovereigns were also lost in thought, feeling a faint sense of excitement in their hearts. These supreme existences had long since reached the limits of the myriad worlds. Although they had always wanted to take a step further, they could not see the path ahead. Now, having finally seen hope through verifying Zhu Xingchen's idea, how could they not be excited? But the next moment, everyone was startled by a fluctuation they had never felt before. They saw that the space around the drop of wine had instantly become shattered and distorted, like a broken mirror, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The sovereign of fate, Yaoshu, frowned deeply. The myriad worlds are rejecting it. Has the product of this realm already exceeded the limits that the myriad worlds can withstand? The sovereign of chaos sighed. The sovereign of death, standing to the side, saw the divine light in his eyes dim slightly. If we were to break through, would we also be rejected like this? Inevitably. The sovereign of life's voice remained cold, though her tone carried a hint of regret. After being rejected from the myriad worlds, what would be the consequences? Just when they had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, they suddenly discovered that it might be a dead end. Such a stark contrast was difficult for all the supreme gods present to accept. Even Zhu Xingchen, the sovereign of both time and space, silently closed his eyes at this moment. However, he was not feeling despair. Rather, he was peering through the river of time and space, scanning everything that would happen in the future. Yaoshu clearly noticed this. After a moment of thought, she slowly extended her arm and pointed into the air towards Zhu Xingchen. The next moment, The rules of fate enveloped Zhu Xingchen. With the blessing of fate, the scenes within the river of time and space suddenly began to change. Time holds no meaning for a sovereign of time and space. His divine soul had explored the river of time and space for an unknown duration. Yet in the outside world, only a fleeting instant had passed. When Zhu Xingchen opened his eyes again, he heard Yumu speaking with a hint of anxiety. "Everyone, let's think of a way to preserve this drop of fine wine." The rejection from the myriad worlds was growing stronger, and the droplet of wine was becoming increasingly ethereal, as if it might vanish at any moment. This disappearance was not a transfer to another location in the ordinary sense, but a complete erasure from the myriad worlds, never to exist again. Yet, a group of supreme gods had no clue how to preserve this droplet. Even they were seeing a product of the rule-breaking realm for the first time. They had no idea what could be done to prevent it from being rejected. Seeing all the supreme gods shake their heads, Yumu felt a surge of despair. If even they had no solution, what could he, a mere main god, possibly do? Could he only watch helplessly as this peerless wine, unique in all the world, simply vanished? At this thought, Yumu suddenly had a wild idea. He vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already right in front of the droplet of wine. The usually composed god of wine had now become a wine-crazed lunatic because of this drop of rule-breaking realm liquor. In his madness, he actually intended to swallow it in one gulp before it could be rejected by the myriad worlds. The supreme gods' gazes sharpened as they witnessed this. "Are you insane? Dangerous. Don't touch it. Back away." However, they only shouted warnings. Not one of them stepped forward, because the force of rejection surrounding that droplet had reached its absolute peak. They weren't sure if they would be dragged into the rejection as well if they rashly approached. Although Yumu had a deep friendship with Zhu Xingchen, he was not close to them. Calling out a warning was already benevolent enough. As for risking their own lives for Yumu, that was clearly impossible. However, Yumu's wild idea did not come to fruition. The force of rejection surrounding the droplet stalled him for a split second. In that very instant, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air between him and the wine. This person was, naturally, Zhu Xingchen. He raised his hand to summon the wheel of time and space, pointing one finger at the wine and another at Yumu. Black and white divine light flickering in his eyes. "Senior Yumu, this drop of wine will have great use in the future. You mustn't let your impulses get the better of you." Chapter 694. Rejection by the Myriad Worlds. Bonus chapter. The next moment, time began to flow backward for Yumu, returning him directly to his previous position. Zhu Xingchen's mastery of the rules of time had long since reached perfection. Yumu, a sovereign of wood, was utterly powerless to resist his time reversal. "Xingchen, you have a way." Although his time had been reversed, as a main god, Yumu's memories remained intact. Far from being angry about failing to drink the wine, he looked at Zhu Xingchen with pleasant surprise, his eyes burning with intensity. "Of course." Zhu Xingchen smiled slightly, as his other finger pointed toward the droplet of wine. The wheel of time and space suddenly erupted with dense black and white divine light. The next moment, the energy fluctuations radiating from the gray-white wine droplet instantly diminished, quickly fading to a negligible level. Yao Shu and the others felt their pupils constrict at the sight. This guy actually possessed the ability to seal a product of the rule-breaking realm. Had he already taken that step? For a moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through the minds of Yao Shu and the other supreme gods, divine light swirling in their eyes as they pondered the implications. As the divine power of time and space sealed the droplet, the rejection from the myriad worlds gradually dissipated. The mirror-like, shattered space instantly returned to normal. Zhu Xingchen flicked his finger, and the sealed wine droplet shot toward Yumu. "Senior, I must trouble you to keep it safe for a while. When the time comes to use it, you will naturally know." Although the other four supreme gods had contributed greatly to this brewing process, Zhu Xingchen had already negotiated terms with each of them before they began. As for the fine wine produced, it naturally belonged to him. Therefore, after seeing this, Yao Shu and the other supreme gods did not display any signs of displeasure. Even though they were also covetous of this drop of rule-breaking realm wine, it was clearly unrealistic to think they could use it to break through, to fall out with Zhu Xingchen, the only dual attribute supreme god in the myriad worlds. Over this single drop of wine would be a losing business. Rest assured, I will keep it safe. Yumu nodded heavily and carefully stored the sealed wine droplet inside his wine gourd. Since other supreme gods were present, he did not ask Xuxingchen for specific details, but instead looked toward the gods and spoke slowly. Everyone, let us give a name to this one, and only peerless wine. Hearing this, the group of supreme gods looked collectively at Xuxingchen, clearly not very interested in the task of naming. It wasn't theirs anyway. Did the name really matter? Xuxingchen smiled slightly and looked at Yumu Sr. For matters like naming fine wine, it is most appropriate for you, the god of wine, to do it. Ha 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 ha. That is true. Yumu laughed heartily and did not decline. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Then let us call it drunken life, dreaming death. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to taste this drunken dream of life and death, unique in all the myriad worlds. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yumu's gaze remained fixed on Sumyubai. Now, he finally understood some of the futures that Xuxingchen had once foreseen. To be precise, he was currently standing within that very future. This drunken dream of life and death had been brewed specifically for Sumyubai. Only by using the drunken dream of life and death could Sumyubai's flaws be mended, helping him successfully cross this hurdle and achieve the 11th tier realm of the Lord of Laws. It was just that Xuxingchen was no longer in the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, a free-spirited figure couldn't help but flash through Yumu's mind. Haijian, I hope your plan succeeds. On the other side of the portal, Brian also watched Sumyubai's condition with nervous tension. Although he could not understand his master's current state, the fact that a main god's true body at the Rule Sovereign realm had come in person clearly indicated that this was no simple matter. And looking at the other party's expression, it seemed there wasn't even full certainty of success. This made Brian feel deeply anxious. If nothing else, Sumyubai's life and death were tied to his own existence. Just then, a black and white Teiji disc suddenly condensed and instantly hovered above Sumyubai's head. This was the wheel of time and space. Seeing this, Yumu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his expression becoming even more solemn. It has begun. Back then, it was the wheel of time and space that had sealed the drunken dream of life and death. And now, it would be this supreme rule artifact that would break the seal. Dense black and white divine power descended, enveloping Sumyubai entirely. A blurry phantom slowly emerged and pointed a finger at the wheel of time and space. The moment they saw this figure, the divine bodies of both Yumu and Brian trembled simultaneously. The former was somewhat emotional because he hadn't seen Xuxingchen for so long. However, he knew very well that this phantom was not Xuxingchen himself, but merely a manifestation of power. As for the latter, it was entirely because he recalled the fear buried deep within his heart. Back then, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a sudden spatial rift, and his strongest divine body had been destroyed without a sound. Although he hadn't been able to see the figure in the rift clearly, the moment he saw this phantom, he knew with absolute certainty that this was the sovereign of time and space. After Xuxingchen's phantom pointed its finger, it dissipated completely. The great Tao of time and space rules entrusted within the wheel of time and space had been fully mobilized. As the two rules descended, the drunken dream of life and death that Sumyubai had swallowed gradually began to have its seal broken. A supreme divine power of death, filled with an aura of annihilation, instantly flooded his entire body. At the same time, the myriad worlds began to reject him instantly. Today's extra update is here. The college entrance exams are over. Congratulations to all the godfathers who took the exams for being liberated and reaching the shore. Chapter 695, The Terrified Yumu. In an instant, the space around Sumyubai shattered completely, and along with it, his divine body became fragmented and battered. However, this was not a simple spatial shattering. It did not cause him any actual harm. The eye-catching single drop of blood in his HP bar did not drop to zero because of this. The sole purpose of the myriad worlds was to expel the drunken dream of life and death that had just had its seal broken. And Sumyubai, who had swallowed the drunken dream of life and death, naturally became the target of the myriad worlds' rejection. In an instant, a supreme divine power of death, dense to the extreme, permeated outward and filled Sumyubai's entire body. His complexion turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, to be precise, The skin all over his body had lost its color under the influence of the supreme divine power of death. Bai, you must hold on. Yumu clenched his fists, secretly breaking into a cold sweat for Bai, but by now, there was nothing more he could do to help. Whether he could successfully cross this step depended entirely on Bai himself. The only reason he remained here instead of leaving immediately was to prevent anyone from disturbing Bai, nothing more. The grayish-white supreme divine power of death radiated from within Sumyu Bai's body. The level of this power had already reached the limit of the myriad worlds. Therefore, although the vast majority was absorbed by Sumyu Bai, even the tiny bit that leaked out affected the entire fusion secret realm. As the supreme divine power of death rippled through the fusion secret realm, everything here rapidly lost its vitality. Flowers, plants, and trees began to wither, and the mountains and rivers showed signs of decay. If not for Yumu waving his hand and using his own main god power to protect the portal, this energy would have already passed through Brian's portal and entered the Frost Prison Divine Palace. At that point, the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom might have faced a catastrophe. The power of a supreme god was absolutely world-destroying for a small divine kingdom. As he absorbed more and more of the supreme divine power of death, Sumyu Bai's vitality grew increasingly faint. The only thing that brought Yumu a sense of relief was that the expression on his face was still changing rapidly, as if he were having a very long dream, and the flow of time within that dream was incredibly fast. But soon, Yumu frowned, a flash of worry appearing in his eyes. This won't do. At this rate, Bai won't be able to fully absorb the drunken dream of life and death before being expelled by the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, Yumu couldn't help but feel anxious, because as he was now, he simply could not provide any help to Bai. Just at this moment, the wheel of time and space above Sumyu Bai's head trembled once more. First, the white divine light flickered slightly. This was the power of the space rule. The next moment, the speed at which the spacer on Sumyu Bai was shattering slowed down significantly. Although the rejection of the myriad worlds was not merely a spatial rejection, the complete space rules of Zuxingshan entrusted within the wheel of time and space could still play a certain role. While it could not stop Sumyu Bai from being expelled, it was still possible to delay the time of the expulsion. Immediately afterward, the black divine light also flashed violently, and the time rule began to exert its influence. The speed at which the expressions on Sumyu Bai's face shifted was so rapid that even Brian could not keep up. Seeing this, Yumu's brows finally relaxed. He understood that this must be the contingency plan left behind by Zuxingshan. First, by manipulating the laws of space, he delayed the onset of the world's rejection. Then, by manipulating the laws of time, he accelerated Sumyu Bai's personal timeline, allowing him to absorb the drunken life, dreaming death much faster. After all, this was a product of the rule-breaking realm. Even with Sumyu Bai's current strength, it would take an incredibly long time to absorb it completely. Ultimately, the reason he could possess the combat power of a peak upper god was entirely due to the power of the great Tao of rules. However, when it came to absorbing drunken life, dreaming death, the great Tao of death rules could have no influence whatsoever. The speed of absorption depended entirely on Sumyu Bai's divine soul and divine body. Now, with the contingency plan left by Zuxingshan, Yumu felt his hope increase significantly. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, his gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. "Oh!" As Yumu let out a fierce shout, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, instantly thrusting toward a spot not far from Sumyu Bai. That location was right at the edge of the world's repulsive force. At the same time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in that very spot. As the one acting as the guardian, Yumu's divine soul power was constantly monitoring the situation around Bai. Therefore, the moment spatial fluctuations were detected there, he launched an attack without hesitation. This was the most critical moment for Bai, regardless of who it was. Appearing so suddenly made them his enemy. After all, with him present, the few remaining powerhouses of the human race would not just show up without even a greeting. Furthermore, there was no one close to Bai who possessed the means to use such a method. Therefore, without a second thought, Yumu thrust his spear with all his might. To avoid affecting Sumyu Bai, he had meticulously controlled his power to a perfect degree, ensuring not a single shred leaked out. Yet, the terrifying force contained within the spear still tore through the spacer on it, creating a series of spatial rifts. But the next moment, Yumu's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to discover that the circulation of the main god power within his body had inexplicably stalled for a split second. That mere moment of stagnation caused the power of his strike to plummet by more than half. In all his long years, Yumu had never encountered such a situation. Crucially, he knew clearly that this was not caused by the opponent's power. The main god power itself had malfunctioned. His heart trembled immediately. He did not know how strong the newcomer was, but they were far too bizarre. At this moment, Yumu's spear tip had just reached the point where space was torn. Simultaneously, a bare foot stepped out from the rift. Without the person making any movement, Yumu's spear strangely missed its mark. What? Yumu was first struck with shock. How could his attack have missed so inexplicably? And then, the killing intent that had just surged within him vanished instantly, because he had already seen who the newcomer was and felt the powerful aura she radiated. This was a supreme god. It's you. Upon seeing Yumu, the newcomer frowned slightly. Why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Lion, who had signed a heart-to-heart contract with Sumyu by a twist of fate. Hearing this, Yumu was about to speak, but Lion's expression suddenly turned gloomy, because she could barely sense any life force left in Sumyu. What did you do to him? The lollipop in her mouth was instantly crushed. A look of fury appeared in Lion's eyes, and her voice turned icy. Immediately after, Yumu was enveloped by a colorful bubble. He widened his eyes instantly. Master of Luck, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I am, however, Lion, blinded by concern, had no desire to hear what he had to say. She merely glared at him fiercely. Boom, crack. The next moment, various phenomena appeared within the white bubble. Wind blades, thunder, spatial rifts, curses, and so on. These were not Lion's powers. She had simply drained away all of Yumu's good luck, making him exceptionally unlucky. Therefore, these forces came entirely from the world itself. After all, the goddess of luck could also be called the goddess of calamity. Chapter 696. I don't think so. Although these forces originated from the world, they were drawn in by Lion's supreme god power and naturally carried the blessing of the rules of luck. Even though Lion was not skilled in combat, her status as a supreme god was absolute. It was not something a main god could challenge. Facing the power of one of the 9 supreme rules, even a main god-level existence like Yumu had to muster every ounce of his focus. For a time, he didn't even have the chance to spare a thought to speak or send a telepathic message. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the colorful bubble, Yumu swung his spear continuously, struggling against the forces of the world. Lion, however, did not spare him another glance, moving directly to Sumyu's side. This is. Only after getting close did Lion, through the dense, overwhelming supreme god power of death, sense the repulsive force of the world. Her pupils constricted, and her expression changed drastically. Thief Bai is clearly so weak. Why is he being rejected by the world? This was the first time Lion had ever seen such a situation. However, she had heard of it from her sister, but her sister had clearly stated that such a thing only happened when breaking through to the next realm. Yet, Thief Bai clearly hadn't even reached the 11th tier Lawmaster realm. How could he be rejected by the world for being too strong? The reason Lion had suddenly appeared was that she had sensed through the heart-to-heart contract that Bai Yu was in crisis. But she had never imagined that the crisis Thief Bai was facing would be rejection by the world. This was completely beyond her expectations. For a moment, Lian, the supreme god, felt somewhat at a loss, because she had only heard some relevant information from the goddess of fate and had absolutely no idea how to stop it. Fortunately, however, she could sense that due to the existence of a certain power, the rejection from the myriad worlds was proceeding extremely slowly. Power, that's it. Sensing this power, Lian, whose attention had been entirely focused on Sumyu, suddenly noticed the wheel of time and space hovering above his head. Her mind had previously been so fixated on Sumyu himself that she had overlooked the wheel of time and space, which had fallen silent after releasing its power. HMPH, that guy is up to his tricks again. Lian let out a soft huff, though the look of worry in her eyes diminished significantly. Although she didn't quite care for Zhu Xingchen, that riddle monger, She knew that he would never do anything harmful to Bai Yi. This was simply because Bai Yi was the hope for the future of the human race. And Zhu Xingchen, who hailed from the human race, was wholeheartedly devoted to it. Bang! A soft sound came from behind. It was the sound of a colorful bubble, which Li Yin had released casually. Bursting. Yumu stepped out, holding his long spear. Aside from his aura being somewhat unstable, his divine body did not appear to be injured. He immediately shouted, "I am here to protect Bai Yi." Although he did not understand why the goddess of luck would be so concerned about Bai Yi's state, it was clearly a good thing. Hearing this, Li Yin also recalled that Yumu, the Lord of Wood, had always stood with the human race, and she realized that she had just been flustered by her own concern. However, she was not close to either the human race or Yumu, so naturally, she felt no need to apologize. Therefore, without even turning her head, her gaze remained fixed on Bai Yi as she spoke softly. "You were the one who attacked first." The only thing she had ever cared about was the little thief, because this guy was her only hope of finding her sister. Hearing this, the corners of Yumu's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat depressed. He picked up his wine gourd and took a deep swig. He was protecting Bai Yi, so it was only right to strike first against someone who appeared suddenly. But it was equally true that the other party was right to fight back. Most importantly, he truly couldn't beat her. So what else could he say? After washing away his frustration with the fine wine, Yumu put away his gourd, flashed to Li Yin's side, and sighed as his gaze fell upon Sumu Bai. This hurdle can only be crossed by himself. Li Yin's delicate brows furrowed. "I don't think so." As the words fell, she immediately pointed a finger at Sumu Bai, who was at the center of the rejection. The next moment, an invisible ripple descended, seemingly altering the aura surrounding Sumu Bai. "This is the authority of luck." Yumu was slightly stunned and looked at Li Yin with some surprise. He had not expected that this legendary Lord of Luck would be willing to go this far for Bai Yi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Sumu Bai with a strange expression, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought this kid had such potential to be a kept man? Li Yin's action was not merely using the authority of luck to influence Sumu Bai's fortune. After all, since signing the heart-to-heart contract, the latter's luck value had been raised to the level of 3 question marks. He was certainly not lacking in luck, but luck value could not influence the rejection of the myriad worlds. What she had just done was to temporarily lend all of the authority of luck she possessed to Sumu Bai. Only in this way could it be possible to exert a certain influence on the rejection of the myriad worlds through the power of the authority. Li Yin was currently at her weakest, as she had temporarily lost all of her authority of luck. This was the reason for Yumu's astonishment. He, who had been keeping a close eye on Sumu Bai, didn't even know when he had become involved with the Lord of Luck, and such an intimate relationship at that. Regarding this, a place popped into his mind. The river of time and space. Bai Yi and the Lord of Luck must have met in the river of time and space. Only there could he be completely unable to detect any information. Lost in thought, divine light flickered in Yumu's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Xingchen, just how massive is this game of chess you are playing?" Yumu's contemplation was soon interrupted by a voice filled with pleasant surprise. "Its sister's power." Li Yin's eyes lit up as she stared fixedly at Sumu Bai. But this time, she was not looking at Sumu Bai himself, but at a power that had suddenly emerged within his body. She could never mistake this familiar fluctuation. It was the supreme divine power of fate and the laws of fate. Seeing this, Yumu suddenly realized everything. That guy Xingchen is truly worthy of being the Lord of Time and Space. Is this all something you had already foreseen? Using the authority of luck to leverage the power of fate within the drunken dream of life and death, this was truly a stroke of genius. 70%. Yumu spoke suddenly, drawing Li Yin's attention. Seeing her look over, he continued to explain. The probability of Bai Yi succeeding has now increased to 70%. In his view, this probability was already quite high. But Li Yin frowned in dissatisfaction. So low. As the Lord of Luck, everything she did had a 100% success rate. What was the difference between a 70% success rate and 0%? Yumu was left speechless for the second time. However, He understood that the Lord of Luck didn't think this probability was low out of false modesty. She truly believed it to be so. Neither of them spoke again, simply watching Sumyubai in the center of the rejection, each with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. After the power of fate appeared, Sumyubai's state underwent a sudden change. The supreme divine power of death that had been flooding his body began to gradually subside. However, his grayish-white skin did not regain its healthy color because of this. It seemed that some crucial power was still missing. Chapter 697, The Delayed Death. Bonus chapter, Where Am I? Sumyubai only remembered smelling a strange, fragrant wine, and then, uncontrollably, he had swallowed it down. Immediately after, he felt his consciousness become incredibly heavy, much like the sensation of having exhausted one's soul power to the point of slipping into a deep slumber. However, instead of falling asleep, a series of scenes flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. From his birth to his carefree upbringing, coming from a family with superior wealth and status, he had been a favored child of heaven since he was young. Whether it was wealth, appearance, or intellect, he had always been a standout among his peers. Yet, all of this changed the moment he met Lee Ryan. First, his parents died in an accident, and later, he himself was involved in a car accident, becoming a vegetable. Now, as these scenes flashed through his mind, they instantly stirred up Sumyubai's memories. His thoughts returned once again to the moment just before the Myriad Worlds game descended. Mubai, don't come looking for me after you die. I'm doing this for your own good. You're no different from a dead man anyway. Beside the bed, Liu Ryan whispered softly, slowly reaching her hand toward the life support machine. Clearly, she was preparing to pull the plug. Although there was a hint of apology in her words, there was not a trace of guilt on Liu Ryan's face. Instead, she wore a smile. Sumyubai did not understand his current state, but he knew clearly that this was definitely not a memory. Back then, when he was in a vegetative state, he could only hear Liu Ryan's voice, but now, he was actually witnessing all of this from a third-party perspective. This was clearly something a memory could not achieve. The young man pushed the door open and frowned, saying, "Ryan, we're at this point now. What are you still hesitating for?" Jiaozu appeared in the scene, and his impatient expression made Sumyubai's blood boil with rage. His parents are both dead. As long as he dies, you will be the sole legal heir to the inheritance. As he spoke, a flash of greed appeared in Jiaozu's eyes. He reached out to wrap his arm around Liu Ryan's waist and laughed. "I have waited a full 5 years for this day. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these past 5 years? As Jiaozu spoke, he began to grope Liu Ryan. The latter rolled her eyes and retorted, "Weren't you quite excited when you watched the videos of me and Sumyubai?" Sumyubai had once thought that after killing those two bastards with his own hands, he had already moved past this incident. But now, hearing their conversation again and seeing the scene, he realized that he had never truly let go. Yet, all of this was merely a playback within his mind. Even though he now possessed the strength of a peak-upper god, he was completely unable to do anything. When Jiaozu reached out to pull off the oxygen mask in the scene, Sumyubai suddenly felt a familiar sensation of suffocation rushing toward him. In just a few seconds, his consciousness began to blur. Why do I still have such a realistic feeling now? It is as if all of this just happened. Am I going to die? Sumyubai's soul began to sink. Although he kept telling himself in his heart that everything in the Myriad Worlds game was real, he simply could not shake off that intense feeling of suffocation. Even though he no longer needed to breathe and could fly through the cosmos in his physical body, he was pressed to the point of being unable to catch his breath by this sensation. Gradually, Sumyubai truly believed that he had died. He even felt the presence of a dense power of death, the power of death. But it was precisely this power that caused him to wake up in a start. If the Myriad Worlds game hadn't descended, where would the power of death come from on Blue Star? Moreover, this power of death was even purer than the power he mobilized when using the Death Codex. To be precise, it should be that this power was more complete. For a moment, Sumyubai felt somewhat dazed. What exactly is real? Everything seemed to have passed in an instant. Yet it also felt like thousands of years had gone by. The conversation between those two bastards, Liu Ryan and Jiaozu, and the scene of them laughing while pulling off the oxygen mask, kept echoing repeatedly in his mind. However, the anger in Sumyubai's heart gradually dissipated. The approach of death made everything lose its meaning. Hatred, frustration. These things seemed unimportant at this moment. What he wanted most now was to live. Only by living could he take revenge with his own hands. And only then could everything in the Myriad Worlds game become reality. Sumyubai gradually gained enlightenment and understood what state he was currently in. Life and death, for him, was a hurdle that he had to overcome. If he lived, then everything was real. If he died, then even if it were real, what use would it be? Death meant that everything would vanish into smoke. Although he did not understand why he had died back then but was only now truly facing death, Sumyubai knew that no matter what, he had to survive. However, that increasingly dense supreme godly power of death kept dragging his soul down into the abyss. In the darkness, a voice seemed to whisper in his ear, "Living brings too much pain. Do not resist. Death is the true liberation." But how could Sumyubai not resist throughout his journey? Although his catastrophe talent had allowed him to proceed without obstruction, his willpower had long since become incredibly resilient during that initial brush with death. It could be said that he had reached his current standing in the Myriad Worlds entirely by relying on a sliver of consciousness that could have dissipated at any moment. Although catastrophe was a bug, the true bug was actually Sumyubai himself. At this moment, he was confronting death itself. Death could not completely submerge Sumyubai, but he also seemed unable to bring himself back to life. However, his resilient will held on until another power appeared within the drunken dream of life and death. The gears of fate began to turn at this moment. The repetitive scenes finally ended, replaced by that towering gateway, the Myriad Worlds game, descending upon Blue Star. Today's extra update is here, my dear readers. Don't be anxious. I know I've written many chapters for this breakthrough, but this was all necessary to write. Some plot holes need to be filled, and some new foreshadowing must also unfold from here. The results after the breakthrough will certainly not disappoint you all. Additionally, there is good news. This book has been scouted by a publishing house and will be released as a physical book. To be honest, I am quite surprised myself. Chapter 698, Yu Xingchen's first move. Congratulations to Blue Star for being selected to participate in the Myriad Worlds game. The global transmigration will officially begin in 30 seconds. Friendly reminder. Game-related information has been stored in your minds. Please recall it at your convenience. The notification sound of the Myriad Worlds game, heard for the first time, rang out in Sumyubai's ears once again. Basic information regarding the Myriad Worlds game simultaneously appeared in his mind. For Sumyubai, who had been on his deathbed back then, these things were simply his last straw, his final hope for survival. He still clearly remembered how he had clung to his last breath to endure those 30 seconds that felt like a lifetime. At that time, what supported Sumyubai was the endless rage in his heart, and the deep hatred he felt for that pair of scumbags, Liu Ryan and Zhaozu. Now, the arrival of the Myriad Worlds game had once again become Sumyubai's final straw. He had come to a realization. Back then, he hadn't actually held on until the Myriad Worlds game truly arrived. In the mysterious depths of existence, the power of fate had played a role. Not just fate, but death as well. When his consciousness was blurred back then, Sumyubai hadn't felt anything strange, but looking back now, it had only been a few seconds since Zhaozu pulled the oxygen tube when his consciousness began to fade. This was clearly not right. The laws of death had already begun to influence him at that very moment, and space-time, Sumyubai's heart jolted. Previously, his soul had been dragged down by death, making it impossible for him to easily perceive which powers had influenced him back then. It was only after his realization that he finally discovered some clues. The powers of death and fate that influenced him were extremely pure. Certainly not something a true god at the 11th tier Law Lord realm could mobilize. Therefore, these were clearly the rules and supreme divine power. But Sumyubai knew very well that when the Myriad Worlds game arrived on Blue Star, the Sovereign of Fate and the Sovereign of Death had already gone missing. Their power must have been sent to the future by the Sovereign of Time, which was his own past exactly at the moment the Myriad Worlds game arrived. And wasn't the Sovereign of Time Yu Xingchen? He was also the Sovereign of Space. No, to be precise, it was Yu Xingchen who united a group of sovereigns to leave behind some power. and then sent this power through him to the past. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's heart trembled. He couldn't help but admire Zhu Xingchen's grand design, and at the same time, he understood where these supreme divine powers came from. That drop of strange liquor. Although he didn't know where that drop of liquor came from, Sumyubai was already certain that these supreme divine powers definitely originated from it. Zhu Xingchen was truly worthy of being the sovereign of time and space, capable of achieving such an incredible feat. Back when Sumyubai first realized he was in Zhu Xingchen's chess game, he had thought that the other party had seen everything through the river of time, and thus influenced the future from the past through the laws of space-time. However, at this very moment, he finally understood. Zhu Xingchen's first move was actually played through himself, who was about to break through the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Space-time and fate finally felt like a closed loop at this moment. If he hadn't swallowed that drop of strange liquor during his breakthrough, these supreme divine powers could not have appeared at the moment the Myriad Worlds game arrived. If that were the case, there would be no him today. But if he hadn't been able to enter the Myriad Worlds game back then, he wouldn't have been able to break through either. Now, it was clear that only the final step was missing for a perfect closed loop. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's soul began to vibrate violently, forming a confrontation against the terrifying supreme divine power of death. He understood that what he needed to do now was to endure those 30 seconds once more, allowing everything to form a perfect closed loop in his mind. The 30-second countdown for the global transmigration began to tick. That inescapable feeling of suffocation suddenly became even more intense. Everything that had happened in the past played out like a revolving lantern, replaying continuously in Sumyubai's mind. However, this time, he did not focus on those memories, but silently calculated the countdown. To 9 seconds, 28 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds. A day feels like a year was not enough to describe Sumyubai's current feeling. Every second the countdown ticked was a form of torture for him. In his current state, he had no strength at all and could only rely on his tenacious will to resist the devouring of death. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. By now, the supreme divine power of death had reached its peak, constantly devouring Sumyubai's will, trying to drag him completely into the abyss of death. At this moment, Sumyubai's soul gradually overlapped with his body on the hospital bed. The past and the present reached the moment of death simultaneously. If he sank here, he would never be able to wake up again. The Sumyubai of the past would be unable to enter the Myriad Worlds game, and the current him would also be erased by the Myriad Worlds. Even the fates of the players he had influenced would change. Not just their future fates, but their past ones. Sumyubai did not know that the impact of his existence, or lack thereof, was far greater than he had imagined. It was not just the fates of Liu Ryan, Jiaozu, Fujia Tiangxia, and others. The Shenlong Empire and the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods would also undergo earth-shattering changes because of this. Perhaps it even included the human race, or even the entire Myriad Worlds. Sumyubai's remaining will was like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. It was also like a flickering candle in a gale, appearing precarious. Even so, he remained unyielding, never bowing his head to death, until the countdown for the global transmigration reached the second to last second. Sumyubai finally clearly sensed the existence of the space-time divine power. To 0 seconds. Yes, the original countdown was not actually a full 30 seconds. After the second to last second passed, the Myriad Worlds game directly initiated the global transmigration. So that's how it was. Sumyubai suddenly realized that he hadn't truly endured those final 30 seconds back then. In reality, he had already reached his limit at the second to last second. It was Zhu Xingchen's supreme power of time and space that had directly interfered with the start time of the Myriad Worlds game, causing the global transmigration to occur 1 second early. It was precisely this 1 second that allowed Sumyubai to successfully enter the game. The moment the countdown ended, 10,000 feet of golden light erupted, and billions of beams of light descended instantly from the sky, precisely enveloping every single person on Blue Star. The next moment, the beams of light dissipated, and all of humanity on Blue Star vanished without a trace. At the same time, Sumyubai once again felt the fluctuations of the rules of fate. However, this time it was not on himself, but in the room next door. In that room were Liu Ryan, whose face was flushed but filled with worry, and Zhaozu, who was somewhat exasperated after his efforts to prepare for the Myriad Worlds game had come to nothing. The gears of fate began to turn for them as well. Although Sumyubai had not been able to begin merging with the great Tao of the rules of fate, he had gained a certain level of insight into the laws of causality. In the dark, he could feel that the rules of fate had altered the originally mediocre talents of the two. However, fate had not favored them too much, it had merely changed their soon-to-be-awakened talents to S rank. Clearly, this was to ensure they would leave the novice village as quickly as possible and encounter Sumyubai. Only by dealing with this pair of scoundrels could Sumyubai clear his mind and formally step onto the path of the strong. It really is watertight. Sumyubai's remaining will was teetering on the edge. And now, he finally understood everything that had happened in the past. But this was not enough. To truly be reborn from death, he still needed to endure that 1 second that Zhu Xingchen had forcibly skipped. Chapter 699, Return to Void. The tug-of-war between Sumyubai and death reached its extreme at this moment. To him, this final second felt as long as a century. It was also in this second that he suddenly understood. What Zhu Xingchen had done was not to move the start time of the Myriad Worlds game forward by 1 second, but to make him directly leap over a 1-second timeline. The two were not the same concept at all. This was not something that could be compared to time acceleration or deceleration. Even time pausing and time reversal could not compare to it, because this action would cause an impact on the entire river of time and space. A mere second might sound simple, but this second had caused a tremendous impact on the Myriad Worlds, because a Myriad Worlds without Sumyubai was destined to be doomed in the future. Without him, the only forbidden level talent, Cataclysm, would not have appeared, and there would be no incomplete heart of reincarnation. At the same time, Sumyubai also understood the significance of the existence of the two ferrymen of the river of time and space. Lion had once said that they were the former masters of time and space. But in reality, they had long since fallen. It was Zhu Xingchen who had used some special means to make them the ferrymen of the river of time and space, allowing them to continue existing in a special state. Although they could not exist apart from the river of time and space, it was still better than the outcome of falling, right? Back then, Sumyubai thought Zhu Xingchen had done this entirely to help the two former masters. But now he understood that this was only one reason. The existence of the two ferrymen was also to suppress the river of time and space. If not for them, after Zhu Xingchen was expelled from the Myriad Worlds, the entire river of time and space might have directly overturned when he forcibly made Sumyubai skip a second through the means he left behind. Every living being has a different weight of life, and their significance in the river of time and space is also different. And Sumyubai was clearly the most important kind. The break in the timeline on his body would cause a massive impact on the river of time and space. Now, what Sumyubai needed to do was to endure this final second and patch up the break in the timeline. Only then could his timeline be restored to completeness, and he could awaken from his semi-dead state. But this second was clearly not so easy to pass. Wandering on the boundary between life and death, the slightest carelessness would lead to a complete fall into the abyss of death. Just as Sumyubai's remaining will was about to collapse, he once again felt the power of fate and time and space. The images in his mind underwent earth-shattering change in an instant. Although it was still a revolving lantern of memories, Sumyubai was certain that he had never experienced the events in these new images. It was a world of nothingness, with 10 figures standing in the air, although they were only seen from behind and he could not feel any aura. Sumyubai inexplicably knew that these 10 figures were all existences at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, and they were not ordinary rule sovereigns, but supreme gods who had mastered the supreme rules. Wait, weren't there only 9 supreme rules? Looking at those 10 backs, Sumyubai was suddenly stunned. He remembered very clearly that there were only 9 supreme rules in the Myriad Worlds: time, space, life, death, fate, destruction, chaos, power, and luck. Then, who exactly was this 10th figure? For some reason, Sumyubai's gaze fell directly on the first figure dot in the dark. He always felt a sense of familiarity from the other party. Not only that, he also knew that Zhu Xingchen was not among these 10 figures. Clearly, at that time, the Space Sovereign and Time Sovereign had not yet fallen, and Zhu Xingchen had not yet become the sovereign of time and space. This also meant that the image came from the distant past. But why would it appear in his own revolving lantern of memories? For a moment, Sumyu Bai even forgot the threat of death, focusing all his attention on examining the images in his mind, fearing he would miss any detail. Brother Gikshu, why do you say the myriad worlds are incomplete? A voice suddenly rang out, and Sumyu Bai's heart trembled instantly. This was her voice. Gikshu, which supreme god is that? What kind of supreme rule does he wield? Does the incompleteness of the myriad worlds refer to the lack of the rule of reincarnation? So, this means the mastermind behind all of this is not the master of time and space, Zhu Xingchen, but this supreme god named Gikshu. In an instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Sumyu Bai's mind. The name Gikshu was also deeply imprinted into his soul. He desperately wanted to know more, but the vision came to an abrupt end right there. Sumyu Bai woke up with a start, and that intense feeling of suffocation completely left him. Focusing on the sudden vision had, without him realizing it, allowed him to overcome death and successfully make up for that missing second of time. At this moment, Sumyu Bai's lifeline became completely whole. Fate and time-space finally formed a perfect closed loop within him. The dense supreme godly power of death began to fall silent, and in its place, another power began to awaken, refreshing, unprecedentedly refreshing. Sumyu Bai's soul could not help but let out a moan. This feeling was like being reborn. It was not something that could be compared to merely increasing the strength of one's soul. This was the effect of the supreme godly power of life. He had finally conquered death and ushered in the supreme godly power of life. All the images in his mind vanished completely, and Sumyu Bai's soul began to awaken. This was not a simple waking up, but a complete transformation of his entire being. However, the dormant supreme godly power of death did not dissipate. Instead, it miraculously began to slowly fuse with the supreme godly power of life. Inside the fusion secret realm, Li Yin and Yumu stood side by side, their gazes fixed intently on Sumyu Bai. The former held a new lollipop in her hand but had forgotten to put it into her mouth. The latter was no different. He had been holding his wine gourd for a long time, yet he had never brought it to his lips. At this moment, a day and a night had passed since Sumyu Bai drank the drunken life, dreaming death. Even with the influence of the wheel of time and space, the rejection from the myriad worlds had reached its limit. Therefore, both of them looked very nervous, constantly monitoring Sumyu Bai's condition. The spiderweb like cracks of shattered space were now crawling all over Sumyu Bai's body. His skin, pale as paper, no longer had a single intact inch. He looked as if he had been sliced into countless fragments by space itself. Wasn't it said there was a 70% success rate? Why hasn't he succeeded yet? Li Yin's voice carried a hint of anxiety. It wasn't clear whether she was worried about Bai Yi as a person, or worried that without him, she would never find clues about the goddess of fate. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Yumu also furrowed his brows, his expression extremely grim. If Bai Yi could not wake up, then everything would truly have been for nothing. But this matter could only be resolved by him alone. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from Sumyu Bai's chest. What power is this? Yumu's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He was a master of rules. How could he not know what powers existed within the myriad worlds? But regarding this power that suddenly erupted from Sumyu Bai, Yumu was certain he had never felt it before. And like the shocked Yumu, Li Yin, standing to the side, had her eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Although she did not speak, her heart was already in turmoil. This is Chapter 700 Breakthrough, Bonus Chapter. The power that suddenly erupted from within Sumyu Bai was naturally the power of the heart of reincarnation. The godly power of reincarnation was something Yumu had never felt before. So how could he possibly recognize it? As the heart of reincarnation began to exert its power, a new force appeared within Sumyu Bai, the supreme godly power of life within the drunken life. Dreaming death was completely ignited, surging out and instantly filling Sumyu Bai's entire body. The supreme godly power of death, which had previously fallen dormant, also began to slowly fuse with the supreme godly power of life. At this moment, Sumyu Bai's pale skin gradually regained its color. The heart of reincarnation beat violently within Sumyubai's chest, continuously absorbing the energy born from the fusion of the two: time-space, death, fate, chaos, reincarnation, and life. The appearance of the final supreme godly power of life meant that this drop of wine, the only one of its kind in the myriad worlds at the rule-breaking realm, had finally been completely absorbed by Sumyubai. At the same time, the rejection force of the myriad worlds quickly receded, because the thing it wanted to reject no longer existed. And although Sumyubai had absorbed the drunken life, dreaming death, he himself was still an extremely long distance away from the rule-breaking realm. So, he would not be rejected at all. The wheel of time and space above his head seemed to have a spirit of its own. The moment the myriad world stopped its rejection, it retracted the power of the time-space rule and turned into a stream of light, merging into Sumyubai's body, without its influence. The spiderweb-like spatial cracks covering Sumyubai's divine body vanished rapidly, as if they had never appeared at all. These cracks had not caused any damage to Sumyubai. The moment they disappeared, his shattered divine body was restored to its original state. Sumyubai's eyelids twitched slightly. This was a sign that he was about to wake up. Clearly, he had successfully crossed this hurdle. He made it. Yumu's eyes lit up. He finally brought the wine gourd to his lips and took a hearty gulp. The worry on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable smile. Lian also placed the lollipop into her mouth, took a deep look at Sumyubai, reached out to tear open the space in front of her, and stepped through with her bare jade feet. "Don't tell him I was here." Hearing these words, Yumu raised an eyebrow. "Yo, I didn't expect you to be a girl who does good deeds without leaving a name." As Lian departed, an invisible ripple appeared once more, but this time, the ripple came from within Sumyubai's body, and then it vanished without a trace. This was the authority of luck that Lian had temporarily lent to Sumyubai, and it was clear that she had now reclaimed it, because at this moment, Sumyubai no longer needed the assistance of the authority of luck. "I wonder what level this kid can break through to in one go." Yumu sipped his fine wine while looking Sumyubai up and down. To possess the soul and body of a median god while still at the 10th tier saint extermination level was an unprecedented feat in all the myriad worlds. He was very much looking forward to seeing what level Sumyubai would reach upon breaking through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Boom! Soon, a powerful surge of divine power erupted from Sumyubai's body and shot into the sky. A materialized path of law condensed out of thin air, extending from high above all the way to the top of Sumyubai's head. This was the law of soul control that Sumyubai had comprehended first. And like other players who achieved true god status, the path of law that Sumyubai had fully comprehended was not just this one. The next moment, beside the path of the law of soul control, another path of law manifested. The third, the fourth. In an instant, dozens of paths of law filled the entire fusion secret realm. Even though Yumu had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked by this scene. In the countless years of the myriad worlds, Sumyubai was the only one to have comprehended the rules of the Great Tao at the 9th tier. Only he could cause such a massive commotion when breaking through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm and achieving true god status. Other 10th tier saint extermination creatures, even those with extraordinary talent who had condensed a divine soul in advance, could at most comprehend 5 paths of law. And that was just comprehending them. Fully mastering those 5 paths of law before breaking through was almost impossible. Yet Sumyubai had long since comprehended all the laws of the death system. This was something he had gained through his catastrophe talent. A solid foundation built step by step. One could say his roots were incredibly firm. At this moment, the fusion secret realm was completely paved with materialized paths of law. These paths of law attracted one another, condensing into a true, heaven-reaching Great Tao. Sumyubai's figure slowly rose into the air, as if he were truly advancing along this Great Tao. With every bit of progress he made, the aura he exuded grew stronger. The moment he reached the summit would be the moment Sumyubai officially achieved true god status. Watching this scene, the likes of which he had never seen in his life, Yumu couldn't help but nod slightly. With such momentum, he is truly worthy of being the hope of my human race. Across the portal, Brian had already become dumbfounded. He knew his master was strong, but he had never imagined he would be strong to this extent. Not to mention that his master had already begun to fuse the rules of the Great Tao. The aura radiating from his divine body and soul alone was already comparable to his own current level. If he finished his breakthrough, wouldn't he just ascend to the heavens? Just as Brian was in shock, Yumu suddenly frowned. He sensed that someone had broken into this fusion secret realm. And there was more than one extra chapter for today, celebrating 700 chapters. Chapter 701. Ferdinand and Calvin. So, it's these two fellows. With Yumu's level, he easily detected the identities of the intruders, and the other party hadn't even noticed him. As a main god at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, he stood almost at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. It was perfectly normal that he couldn't beat Lien before. After all, Lien was a supreme god to Yumu. Any true god below the rule sovereign realm was no different from an ant, unless it was an existence like the death god Bak, who could barely put up a little resistance. Glancing at Sumubai, whose figure was still rising, Yumu thought for a moment and did not immediately move to deal with the intruders. Instead, he took a leisurely sip of wine before pointing a finger at Sumubai. The power of the main god instantly condensed into an invisible barrier around Sumubai, which was enough to ensure his breakthrough would not be interrupted by the intruders. After doing this, Yumu's figure slowly dissipated from where he stood. Killing two intruders only required a flick of his finger. The reason he didn't act immediately was that he wanted to see just how far Bai's strength would reach after the breakthrough. Although these two intruders were nothing to Yumu, they could serve as perfect whetstones for Bai. Since they delivered themselves as sparring partners, it would be a waste not to use them. Yumu voluntarily hid his figure and aura, which naturally could not be detected by the two intruders. On the other side of the emergency wartime portal, Brian also closed it under Yumu's signal. The secret realm where Sumubai was located was a fusion of the Skywolf secret realm controlled by the werewolf race and the Dark Blood secret realm controlled by the vampire race. After the two secret realms merged, their entrances remained unchanged. One could still enter the current fusion secret realm through the two original entrances. The two intruders Yumu discovered had entered through these two separate entrances. At the entrance to the Dark Blood secret realm, a young man dressed like a gentleman stepped out, with a pair of fleshy wings exuding a thick blood aura behind him. "My children, you're HMM." The young man stretched, intending to call someone to welcome him, but the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. Something was wrong. The Dark Blood secret realm in his memory was not this large. And where did the vampires here go? Could it be that he opened it the wrong way? The young man was stunned for a moment, and then he was attracted by the materialized heaven reaching great Tao in the high sky. Although this great Tao was countless times more solid and wider than the paths of law seen when normal players broke through, he understood that the guy slowly rising in the distance was currently breaking through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. In other words, the other party was still only at the 10th tier Saint Extermination level. How is this possible? The young man's pupils shrank suddenly. Just how many paths of law did this guy comprehend before breaking through? But immediately after, a flash of wild joy crossed his face. Throughout the myriad worlds, there is only one person capable of causing such a commotion upon achieving the status of a true god, Bai. Because only Bai had comprehended the great Tao of rules while still at the 9th rank mythical level. The young man knew very well that with Bai's monstrous talent, there would be no bottleneck between the 9th rank mythical level and the 10th rank Saint Extermination level. Calculating the time since the original Myriad Worlds announcement, it made perfect sense that Bai had now broken through to the Saint Extermination level and achieved the status of a true god. Ha 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 ha. I never expected that I would be the one to find him in an instant. The young man threw his head back and laughed, his fleshy wings trembling behind him as he flew straight towards Sumubai. Ever since that last announcement, countless powerhouses across the Myriad Worlds had been searching for Bai's whereabouts. His own vampire race had been searching relentlessly, and now even the vampire ancestor had emerged from the Blood Sea and entered the Death Realm. He himself had come to the Undead Realm because of the rumors regarding Bai, hoping to ask the local vampires if they had any information. Over this period, he had searched several divine kingdoms, but had come up empty-handed. Bai's trail was a complete mystery. He never expected that upon arriving in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he would be met with such a surprise. The young man could no longer suppress the wild joy in his heart. If father knew that I had found Bai. Thinking of this, the young man suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, if I absorb Bai, it is entirely possible for me to surpass father. Once this thought emerged, it took root deep within his heart, never to be shaken off again. As the firstborn descendant of the vampire ancestor, his status within the vampire race was second only to the ancestor, and his strength had reached the peak of the upper god realm. He was truly one person beneath the ancestor, yet above billions, but in the end, there was still a vampire ancestor pressing down on his head. If he could absorb Bai, wouldn't he have the chance to surpass his father? To be precise, he would definitely be able to surpass his father. If his father could sit on the throne of the vampire ancestor, why couldn't he? The more the young man thought about it, the more excited he became, the look of agitation in his eyes plain for all to see. Notify the vampire ancestor. To hell with that. Could an old fossil like him truly enjoy such a unique, one-of-a-kind blood food as Bai? As for the changes in the dark blood secret realm and why the local vampire members had gone missing, he had long since cast those thoughts to the back of his mind. Compared to absorbing Bai, what did those things matter? A bright future lay right before his eyes, and the young man had already begun to fantasize about the scene after he ascended to the throne of the vampire ancestor. But the next moment, he suddenly frowned. He had sensed a familiar and detestable aura. Bad luck. That guy Ferdinand is truly like a lingering ghost. At the same time, a figure with a human body and a wolf's head appeared in the distance, with Sumyu-bai, who was slowly ascending into the sky. Between them, the two stared at each other from afar, their eyes filled with killing intent. Setting aside the fact that the vampire race and the werewolf race were ancestral enemies, Bai alone was enough to make them enemies who would fight to the death. Who in the myriad worlds didn't know by now that capturing Bai was equivalent to obtaining a soul-type rule treasure? Both clearly had absolute confidence in their own strength, in their eyes. Since Bai had been discovered by them, he was already theirs for the taking. The most important thing now was to eliminate the other. Neither was willing to share such a delicacy as Bai with anyone else. The werewolf, whom the young man called Ferdinand, had a coat of pale golden fur, and in the center of his forehead was a vertical eye. He was, in fact, a three-eyed werewolf. His status within the werewolf race was the same as the young man's in the vampire race, second only to the wolf ancestor. The two had always been evenly matched rivals, having fought each other countless times. This time, as the young man searched for Bai, Ferdinand had followed in pursuit. They had arrived at the dark blood secret realm and the heavenly wolf secret realm almost simultaneously. The fusion of the two secret realms had finally brought them face to face at this moment. Calvin, it seems we must decide the victor this time. A cold light flashed in Ferdinand's eyes, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood, playing. The next moment, a pair of wolf claws shimmering with cold light collided with the longsword Calvin had suddenly drawn. At the same time, both their figures vanished from the spot, entering the dark space. Blood sacrifice divine domain activate. Slaughter divine domain activate. In an instant, the two divine domains collided, creating a stalemate. Calvin also tore off all his pretenses, transforming into a hideous humanoid bat, and with a ferocious expression, he engaged Ferdinand with all his might. Divine power and the power of rules surged. The battle between the two peak ninth pattern upper gods entered a white-hot state the moment it began. Because they had fought countless times before, there was no need for any probing or build-up. Chapter 702. How can there still be protective power? Boom! The powers of Ferdinand and Calvin collided repeatedly, canceling each other out. For countless years, they had never been able to determine a winner. As soon as the other raised a hand, they knew exactly what kind of attack was coming next. It could be said that Ferdinand and Calvin were the beings who understood each other the best. Sometimes, this understanding even exceeded their knowledge of themselves. If not for the fact that their races were ancestral enemies, they might have been great friends, and fortunately, there were no ifs. Peace between the vampire race and the werewolf race was impossible. Ferdinand, do you really think you can defeat me? Calvin's fleshy wings beat behind him, and his violent shadow divine power instantly stirred up to dark tornadoes, dispersing Ferdinand's attack. The two parried each other's moves, leaving no openings. Since the fight began, Although both had used their full strength and every move was lethal, they hadn't even sustained a single injury. Aside from some expenditure of energy, HMPH, you'll find out soon enough, Ferdinand snorted coldly. A full moon suddenly condensed above his head, his pupils dilated instantly, and his entire body swelled in size. Just like Calvin, he had guessed Sumubai's identity. Faced with such temptation, these two old rivals had clearly made the same choice. Calvin had not notified the vampire ancestor, and Ferdinand had likewise not told the wolf ancestor about the information regarding Bai Yi. Now, all that remained was to eliminate the opponent to enjoy Bai Yi all to himself. For countless years, Ferdinand had always wanted to surpass Calvin, but he had never been able to fulfill that wish. This move was a secret technique he had spent years fusing and comprehending, specifically created for Calvin. Beneath a full moon condensed from divine power and the power of laws, Ferdinand let out a long roar toward the sky and swallowed the full moon in one gulp. In an instant, his aura underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. He seemed to become the very embodiment of the laws themselves. Ferdinand's cold gaze locked onto Calvin, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Calvin, come. This move will decide both the victor and who lives or dies." As his voice fell, he transformed directly into a heroic, golden giant wolf and lunged at Calvin, facing this powerful, never-before-seen technique. Calvin's expression turned solemn. However, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he curled his lip, thinking the same thing as this guy again. Ferdinand had prepared a secret technique, but hadn't he done the same? The fleshy wings behind Calvin's back instantly erupted with monstrous blood energy, wrapping him entirely within it. As terrifying divine power and the power of laws surged, they condensed into a massive blood-colored palm. On the giant palm, 9 low runes shimmered with brilliance, seemingly forming a powerful formation. Boom! The blood-colored giant palm collided with the giant wolf Ferdinand had transformed into, and the resulting energy instantly surged outward in all directions. Both of their divine domains trembled violently, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. However, a moment later, the tremors subsided. The divine domains did not shatter and remained in a state of stalemate. Calvin and Ferdinand withdrew their power simultaneously and stood facing each other, both looking somewhat pale. The exchange just now had been a draw once again. Ferdinand's expression was somewhat gloomy. He had not expected that the trump card he had secretly prepared for so many years and never used would still be unable to do anything to this guy. "Calvin, it seems we are destined to never determine a winner." Calvin smiled faintly. Ferdinand snorted coldly but did not refute him, because he knew very well that the other party was right. If they continued to fight, the final outcome would only be mutual destruction. Killing Calvin was something he had always wanted to do, but if the prerequisite was that he would also lose his life, it wouldn't be worth it. But what about Bai Yi? Did he really have to notify the wolf ancestor? Thinking of this, an absurd idea suddenly popped into Ferdinand's mind. Immediately afterward, he looked up at Calvin. Almost at the same time, Calvin also looked up, and their gazes collided in midair. "I have a proposal. I have a proposal." The two spoke in unison, the words they uttered being exactly the same. "Oh, this damn rapport." Calvin rolled his eyes. Without asking what Ferdinand's proposal was, he said directly, "How about we take down Bai Yi first, and then discuss the matter of distribution?" "Good." Ferdinand narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Both of their divine domains faded simultaneously, and they retreated from the dark space together. At this moment, inside the fusion secret realm, Sumubai's figure was still ascending, and he was not far from the end of that heaven-reaching great Tao. Clearly, when they were fighting, they had already decided when to stop, because while defeating an opponent was important, Bai Yi was obviously more important. Even without the stalemate of their secret techniques, they would not have continued to fight. The clash was merely an excuse to convince themselves that in reality, the moment they discovered each other, both had already made up their minds. Enjoying Bai Yi alone was clearly impossible, because even if one could win, they could not stop the other from spreading the news about Bai Yi. Both of them were well aware of this. What remained to be discussed was how to divide the spoils. The fight just now could also be seen as a preliminary negotiation. If one secret technique had gained the upper hand, the distribution plan would naturally have been different. As for whether Bai Yi would resist, that was completely outside their considerations. In their view, even if Bai Yi had begun to fuse with the great Tao of laws, so what? First of all, his own strength was far too weak, and besides, in such a short time, how much could he have fused with the great Tao of laws? Although Ferdinand and Kelvin had not reached the ultimate level of 9 runes, they had both fused their respective great Taos of laws to over 90%. Reaching the 9-rune realm, both were only one step away from the limit of high-level gods, so naturally, they would not take Sumu Bai, who was still breaking through, seriously. Their thoughts also represented the thoughts of all the powerhouses in the myriad worlds today. In the eyes of these powerhouses, taking down Bai Yi was easy. The truly difficult part was how to find Bai Yi, and after finding him, how to eliminate the many other competitors. Ferdinand and Kelvin had encountered such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity in the fusion secret realm, so they naturally had to seize it. The two exchanged a glance and vanished from where they stood simultaneously. The next moment, their figures appeared beside Sumu Bai. The manifested heaven-reaching great Tao only affected Sumu Bai to them. It was as if it didn't exist. Both reached out their arms toward the slowly ascending Sumu Bai, attempting to capture him. However, the next moment, both of their expressions changed. An invisible barrier blocked their movements, and no matter how much force they exerted, they could not advance even an inch. Such strong protective power. Ferdinand frowned. This guy is breaking through to the Lawmaster realm. How can he still have protective power? His situation is clearly very special. Kelvin shook his head. Besides this guy, who else could comprehend the great Tao of laws before breaking through? This must be the protective power of the great Tao of laws. Chapter 703, Awakening. Bonus chapter. The two of them, through their own speculation, found a reasonable explanation for the main god power left behind by Yumu. Ferdinand nodded. It is only natural for someone who could touch the laws of the great Tao before even breaking through to have such protection. Then let's just wait for him to finish his breakthrough. Kelvin grinned, not taking Sumu Bai seriously in the slightest. It wasn't just him. Ferdinand felt the same. In the eyes of both, the boost brought by breaking through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm was negligible compared to the combat power of a peak-upper god. Whether Bai Yi broke through or not made no difference to them. Could a single breakthrough really allow one to fuse the laws of the great Tao to the level of 9 patterns? The two were indeed correct in their thinking. After Sumu Bai broke through, he was indeed unable to directly fuse the death law of the great Tao to the level of 9 patterns. But what they didn't know was that the means Sumu Bai possessed were not limited to just the power of laws. Given that they knew Bai Yi possessed a soul-type supreme treasure of laws and could still be this confident, it was clear they had achieved an extremely high level of mastery in the realm of the soul. A supreme treasure of laws might be able to elevate a person's strength significantly, but when faced with an overwhelming gap in power, these things were ineffective. Yumu remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the two. As long as Sumu Bai's breakthrough remained undisturbed, he had no intention of intervening. Just like that, under the gaze of the three, Sumu Bai's figure slowly rose into the air, constantly approaching the end of the manifested path to the heavens. During this time, the image of the 10 supreme gods' backs had been flooding his mind. Who exactly was Guizhou? And what was the supreme law he mastered? Reincarnation. That was clearly impossible, otherwise the myriad worlds would not be lacking the law of reincarnation today. Even if Guizhou was no longer around, it could never affect the laws within the myriad worlds. A law sovereign merely masters the laws. It does not mean that they are the laws. For instance, the Death Sovereign, although they had long since gone missing and were even highly likely to have fallen, the law of death still existed within the myriad worlds, waiting for the next true god to master it. As the supreme divine power of life and the supreme divine power of death within his body continued to fuse, Sumu Bai's consciousness became increasingly clear. When he finally reached the end of the manifested path to the heavens, Sumu Bai finally opened his eyes once more. This single glance seemed to contain the entire myriad worlds. Countless stars, worlds, and realms flowed within Sumu Bai's eyes. The path to the heavens completely merged into Sumu Bai's body. His aura surged straight into the clouds, and the divine light in his eyes pierced through the firmament. as if penetrating this fusion secret realm to take in the entire myriad worlds at a glance. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully completing the advancement quests. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm. Compatibility with the Death Sovereign profession has increased. Unlocking all professional powers. Power fusion in progress. Please wait patiently. Brian had once said that after achieving the status of a true god, there would no longer be professions, because all professional powers would have been completely mastered by the player. As a true god, everything must be comprehended by oneself, whether it be methods of attack or defense. They all need to be created based on the path of laws one has comprehended. Even for the same path of laws, different true gods could exert different effects. There could even be situations where the comprehension of the law is the same, yet the combat power differs by several times. With Sumyubai's current strength, the final power of the Death Sovereign profession was fused very quickly. Before he even opened his eyes, the system notification sounded in his ears again. Notification, power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Bai for officially breaking through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm and achieving the status of a true god. Notification. All professional powers of the Death Sovereign have been unlocked. Your divine soul and divine body have been significantly enhanced. Click to view details. Notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 11th tier and achieve the status of a true god. Reward. 1 infusion of origin power. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. Boom! Golden light of all things suddenly surged above the fusion secret realm, and a golden dragon of origin suddenly condensed, roaring as it charged towards Sumyubai. The terrifying pressure was enough to move even Calvin and Ferdinand. Bai is truly lucky. Just by achieving the status of a true god, he can attract an infusion of origin power. A flash of envy crossed Calvin's eyes. The God-forbidden land was a privilege only available to races that had not made it onto the rankings. Although this privilege was not much compared to the improvements brought by the myriad races ranking. But if one could continuously trigger announcements, it was far better than the myriad races ranking. After all, the improvements brought by the myriad races ranking were aimed at the entire race. But the rewards for triggering a myriad worlds game announcement were unique to the individual. In terms of the entire race, the improvement brought by being on the myriad races ranking was naturally more important. But for an individual, it was a different story. Especially for a cheater like Sumyubai, who had walked this path and, aside from the mythical and saint extinction level breakthroughs, had pocketed all other announcement rewards in the Blue Star region. The improvements from these rewards combined were far beyond what the myriad races ranking bonus could compare to. Now that the human race had returned to the myriad races ranking, there would be no new God-forbidden lands in the future. Although the myriad worlds game was constantly expanding, the humans pulled into the game from now on would enter the myriad worlds directly. Sumyubai was unaware of this. He only knew that after his breakthrough, his body felt as if it possessed infinite power. The final series of system notifications also rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for achieving the lower god realm. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for achieving the middle god realm. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for meeting all requirements to condense a godhead. Once you successfully condense your godhead, you will step into the upper god realm. The moment the system notifications ended, Sumyubai also completely regained his senses. His gaze instantly locked onto Calvin and Ferdinand, his eyes cold and sharp. Are you two waiting for me? Extra update for today, Chapter 704. The Hidden Dangers of the God-Forbidden Land. God-Forbidden Land No. After the Shenlong Empire completed its unification, the entire scope of the imperial capital expanded several times over. Today, this place has become the center of God-Forbidden Land No. At the heart of the imperial capital, the Shenlong Imperial Palace has also undergone reconstruction, becoming even more magnificent. The Shenlong Emperor sat upright on his throne, his brows tightly furrowed. It was clear he had encountered some thorny problem. The space within the grand hall vibrated, and a figure appeared out of thin air, their gaze falling upon the Shenlong Emperor. I have been to see it. Those energies are very strange, even I dare not get too close. This person was none other than the other Vice Hall Master of the Shenlong Hall. Xingjun had long since ventured into the myriad worlds, and Feng Yuan had also left God-forbidden land No. 7, taking the other to Saint Extermination level powerhouses with him. As for Harriman, after completing his mission, his life was taken by Sumyubai. His life had already been marked the moment he spoke Sumyubai's identity aloud back then. The only reason he wasn't killed immediately at that time was simply to help the Shenlong Empire unify God-forbidden land No. 7 as quickly as possible. Sumyubai was not at all lacking in combat power at the early stage of the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level. There was naturally no need to spare the life of a guy who could betray the human race at any moment. Now, the two Vice Hall Masters had become the strongest individuals in the entire Shenlong Empire. Hearing what the Vice Hall Master said, the Shenlong Emperor's brows furrowed even deeper. Even you dare not approach it. What kind of energy is this exactly? It is not any known form of energy. The Vice Hall Master shook his head. It gives me a very eerie feeling. When my power enters it, it simply vanishes for no apparent reason. Having said this, he sat down in a nearby chair, picked up a teacup that still held some warmth, took a sip, and said with some hesitation, "Should we ask teacher about this first?" Like Xingjun, the two of them were also disciples of Feng Yuan. However, Xingjun possessed extremely high talent and was a direct disciple, while they were merely nominal disciples. The Shenlong Emperor thought for a moment and looked at the Vice Hall Master. Are those energies still lying dormant at the bottom of the abyss, with no other activity? Yes. The Vice Hall Master nodded slightly. As long as one does not enter, these energies do not react at all. Hearing this, the Shenlong Emperor pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. In that case, let us not disturb teacher for the time being. Teacher mentioned some time ago that he has been busy with a major matter recently and cannot spare the time. Hearing this, the Vice Hall Master nodded as well. Indeed, there is no need to disturb teacher over such a small matter. I will issue an order to seal off that area. No one is allowed to approach. The Shenlong Emperor sat up straight, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I have already sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Once I reach the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level, I will go and take a look myself. It seems you've beaten me to it again, you fellow. The Vice Hall Master was slightly startled, then smiled. It seemed that every time there was a breakthrough, the Shenlong Emperor was always one step ahead of him. It was like that in the past, and it was like that now. The two discussed the energy at the bottom of the abyss a bit more, but they did not take it too much to heart. In their view, since God-forbidden land was subject to the restrictions of the Myriad Worlds game, the energy there could, at most, be at the Saint Extermination level. Furthermore, external energy would be subjected to extremely strong suppression, added to the fact that the energy was not active and had shown no other signs besides devouring those who entered it. They remained unconcerned. Such eerie places were not limited to the giant abyss pit at the ruins of the Sakura imperial capital. For example, the Forest of Death that Sumyubai had once visited was also a forbidden land for the vast majority of people. It was just that the giant abyss pit at the Sakura imperial capital was slightly more dangerous than the Forest of Death. Therefore, the two did not take it too seriously. However, what they did not know was that the energy beneath the giant abyss pit at the ruins of the Sakura imperial capital was not that simple. After the discussion concluded, the Vice Hall Master slowly stood up and smiled. All right, I must return to seclusion as well. I cannot afford to fall too far behind you. Go ahead. With the Hall Master venturing into the Myriad Worlds, I wonder if he has broken through to the Tier 11 Law Master realm. A look of longing flashed in the Shenlong Emperor's eyes. The Vice Hall Master felt the same. With the Hall Master's talent, I imagine it should be soon. Although God-forbidden land is safe, it limits his growth. As he spoke, he prepared to leave, but immediately after, the announcement of the Myriad Worlds game rang in his ears. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Bai for becoming the first among Blue Star Region players to break through to the Tier 11 Law Master realm and achieve the status of a true god. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to receive generous rewards. Hiss. The two gasped in unison, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Bai, Has he actually already broken through to the Lawmaster realm? The Vice Hall Master widened his eyes, staring blankly at the Shenlong Emperor. At the same time, the Blue Star Region chat channel had exploded once again. Lawmaster realm. True God, is this the realm after the Tier 10 Saint extermination level? As expected of Big Brother Baiyi. He really is the first to break through to Tier 11. Yuyi and the others being able to trigger the Tier 9 and Tier 10 announcements before was probably Big Brother Baiyi letting them do it on purpose. Yuyi, that makes a lot of sense. Please don't say it again next time. I feel like the gap between us and Big Brother Baiyi is getting wider and wider. I wonder if we will ever be able to see him again. Are you dreaming? Is the guild leader someone just anyone can see? Sigh. I really want to enter the myriad worlds to venture out. Even if I die, I'd accept it. Although the permissions for the cross-world teleportation array had been open, as of now, apart from Yuyi and the other two, no other Blue Star player could withstand the energy generated by cross-world teleportation. When Fujiya Tianjia went to the myriad worlds, he had also sought help from Feng Yuan, but apart from him, Sumyubai's proxy. Who else could have such great influence? Therefore, despite many players wanting to enter the myriad worlds to venture forth, they lacked the necessary qualifications. Just as everyone was shocked by Baiyi's breakthrough, several more announcements rang out in succession. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Jinmi for becoming the second player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm, achieving the status of a true god. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Yuyi for becoming the third player in the Blue Star region 2x10 Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Mingri for becoming the fourth player in the Blue Star region 2x10. This series of announcements left the Shenlong Emperor and the Vice Hall Master completely dumbfounded. Is the Law Lord realm really that easy to break through to? It was one thing for that monster Baiyi, but how did Yuyi and the other two also break through so quickly? Although they had not yet begun to comprehend the path of law, they had long since learned from Xingjun and Feng Yuan about the difficulty of fully comprehending a single path of law. Moreover, that was only one of the thresholds for breaking through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Beyond that, one also needed to condense a divine body and a divine soul. Is the improvement from entering the myriad worlds really that significant? For a moment, both of them had the urge to enter the myriad worlds right then and there. At the same time, the Blue Star players were also stunned, listening to these announcements. Why did it sound like Yuyi and the other two had been waiting for Baiyi to break through? Just as everyone was in shock, another announcement resounded throughout the entire God Forbidden Land. Chapter 705, Sumyubai's Realm. Blue Star Region announcement. It has been detected that there are now more than 3 11th tier Law Lord Realm True God powerhouses in the Blue Star region. The Blue Star region True God ranking has officially opened. The appearance of a brand new ranking list immediately caught everyone's attention. However, when the Blue Star players opened the True God ranking, they were left frozen in place. Blue Star region True God ranking first place. Baiyi Peak Intermediate God second place. Yuyi Early Stage Lesser God third place. Mingri Early Stage Lesser God fourth place. Jinmi Early Stage Lesser God fifth place. The realms of Yuyi and the other two were considered normal, but Baiyi's realm had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. After the crowd regained their senses, the Blue Star region chat channel immediately boiled over. My God, is this the gold content of Big Brother Baiyi? Just broke through, and he's already at the peak of the intermediate God realm. Let me calculate. True gods should be divided into 3 realms: Lesser God, Intermediate God, and Superior God. And each realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Stop calculating. Big Brother Baiyi broke through 7 minor stages in one go. I actually suspected earlier that Yuyi and the others were intentionally waiting for Big Brother Baiyi to break through first. I really deserve to die. I reckon Big Brother Baiyi has broken another Myriad Worlds record. Where is the Myriad Worlds announcement? Why hasn't it come yet? The Myriad Worlds announcement that everyone was waiting for did not arrive as expected, but the appearance of the True God ranking still sparked a heated discussion. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that a pinned message appeared, once again drawing everyone's attention. Holy crap, awesome, too awesome. Everyone, go refresh the True God ranking. Refresh. Why has someone else broken through to the 11th tier lol Lord Realm? No way. Besides Big Brother Bai Yi and Yu's group. The highest level person right now is Sanchi Kingfeng, who is only at level 100 something. Who else could break through? Could it be Fujiu Tianjia, who already left the God-forbidden land? If it's him, that's actually possible. So what if they broke through? Compared to Big Brother Bai Yi, what's so impressive about that? The crowd skeptically refreshed the True God ranking, and their jaws immediately dropped. It wasn't that someone else had broken through as they had imagined, but rather that in just over 10 minutes, Bai Yi's realm had changed again. Blue Star Region True God ranking first place, Bai Yi early stage superior god. Looking at Bai Yi's realm, the worldviews of the Shenlong Emperor and the Vice Hall Master completely collapsed. Breaking through, for Bai Yi, was simply as easy as breathing. They could not understand this rate of improvement no matter what. In the eyes of both, there was nothing but envy, and more envy. They didn't ask to be like Bai Yi. If they could have the same breakthrough speed as Yu Yi and the others, they would be satisfied. But unfortunately, the talent of Yu Yi and the others was far beyond what they could compare to. Frost Prison God Kingdom, Fusion Secret Realm. More than 10 minutes ago. Sumu Bai, who had completely awakened, slowly opened his eyes. The undisguised, powerful auras of Calvin and Ferdinand immediately caught his attention. Powerhouses of the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan. They came at just the right time. Sumu Bai's cold gaze immediately fell upon the two, and his icy voice rang out instantly. Are you two waiting for me? Yes, waiting for you. Calvin looked at Sumu Bai with a smile. As expected of Bai Yi, having just broken through, you've already reached the peak of the intermediate god realm. I admire you. I truly do. As he spoke, he reached out his hand directly towards Sumu Bai. Since you've finished your breakthrough, you can go die now. Ferdinand, standing to the side, was not to be outdone and also reached his hand towards Sumu Bai. Sumu Bai's gaze sharpened, and he was about to mobilize the power of the death rule, but he suddenly stopped, because the hands of Calvin and Ferdinand were blocked by an invisible force in front of him, unable to advance even an inch further. How is this possible? Ferdinand's eyes widened. Haven't you already finished your breakthrough? Why is the protective power of the rules still there? From his words, Sumu Bai gleaned some information. When he was breaking through, was there a protective power of the rules present? Thinking of this, Sumu Bai shook his head secretly. This protective power, I fear, was not bestowed by the rules, but rather someone protecting him from the shadows. Is it a powerhouse from the human race? Sumu Bai scanned his surroundings, unable to help but recall that drop of liquid that had suddenly appeared earlier. That thing certainly wouldn't have appeared out of thin air. It was clear that someone was still watching him from the shadows. Are they trying to see just how far I can go after this breakthrough? Although he couldn't spot the person, Sumu Bai was certain that they were nearby. A curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to watch, then watch closely. His gaze swept over the powerhouses of the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan, and Sumu Bai raised an eyebrow. Who told you that my breakthrough was already over? At the same time, golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. The information on the two individuals instantly appeared before his eyes. Calvin Blood Clan, Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless, Top-tier Blood Clan Organism Lord of Lo's Realm Vitality, 99 Realms Divine Soul, Peak Upper God Divine Body, Peak Upper God Combat Power, Peak Upper God Rule Path, Dark Rule Path Fusion Degree, 95% 9 marked. The first generation descendant of the Blood Ancestor, possessing an unparalleled status within the Blood Clan. His strength is second only to the Blood Ancestor, and he is the lifelong nemesis of Ferdinand. Ferdinand Werewolf Clan Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless, Top-tier Werewolf Organism Lord of Lo's Realm Vitality, 99 Realms Divine Soul, Peak Upper God Divine Body, Peak Upper God Combat Power, Peak Upper God Rule Path, Dark Rule Path Fusion Degree, 95% 9 marked. The strongest mutant of the Werewolf Clan, born with 3 pupils. His strength is second only to the Wolf Ancestor, and he is the lifelong nemesis of Calvin. So strong. Sumu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. To peak upper gods at the 9-marked realm, this seemed a bit troublesome. The realm of a peak middle god was certainly not enough. In that case, I shall condense my godhead right now, having reached this stage. Sumyubai already understood how to proceed with the breakthrough. At this moment, his divine soul, divine body, the small world within him, and his path of laws had all met the conditions for condensing the godhead. As Sumyubai moved his divine consciousness, he instantly began his breakthrough once more. A powerful surge of divine soul energy and divine power erupted from his body. Immediately after, ripples of death-type laws manifested around Sumyubai. 1, 2, 3. This time, these laws did not materialize. Instead, they fused rapidly, intertwining with Sumyubai's divine soul. What? This guy can actually condense a godhead right now. A flash of shock crossed the eyes of Calvin and Ferdinand. Clearly, they had not expected Baiyi to be capable of continuing his breakthrough. To break through from the 10th tier saint extermination level all the way to the upper god realm in one go, it was simply inconceivable. The existence of the protective force meant they could only watch helplessly as Baiyi continued his breakthrough. Although neither of them believed that Baiyi could contend with them even after his breakthrough, the fact that he was currently conscious was problematic. If he were to call for other human powerhouses, things would turn dire. For a moment, both of their expressions turned grim. Calvin and Ferdinand exchanged a glance. Neither could abandon the temptation that Baiyi presented, so they ultimately decided to wait for him to finish his breakthrough. But soon, both of their eyes widened. Because the phenomena produced by Baiyi's breakthrough had completely exceeded their imagination. Chapter 706. Condensing the Godhead. Bonus chapter. Condensing a godhead requires mobilizing all the laws one has comprehended with vast divine power, using a sufficiently powerful divine soul as a cornerstone, and integrating the small world within one's body into it. When countless laws condensed into the great path of death rules, Calvin and Ferdinand didn't think much of it. After all, they already knew that Baiyi had comprehended a great path of rules. But the moment the phantom of his small world appeared, both of them were stunned into silence. Whoosh! First, the phantom of the Sea of Death emerged. The dense power of death within it caused Calvin and Ferdinand's eyes to widen. The phantom of the Sea of Death instantly blanketed the entire fusion secret realm. Following that, a towering giant tree rose from the ground. The phantom of the World Tree appeared, its life-giving divine power rippling outward, creating a stark contrast with the deathly divine power of the Sea of Death. The impact of these two rule-level products alone was enough to deal a massive blow to their worldview. Baiyi didn't just possess one rule-level treasure, he had two. The most critical point was that these two rule-level treasures possessed the most contradictory attributes imaginable. Life and death, how could they possibly exist within the same person? Yet, here they were, witnessing it with their own eyes. Baiyi's breakthrough had simultaneously summoned a life-type rule treasure and a death-type rule treasure. This was a situation that had never occurred in the myriad worlds before. The Sea of Death surged, filling the entire fusion secret realm, while the World Tree, standing in the center of the Sea of Death, covered the entire realm with its branches and leaves. Amidst all this, Sumyubai's aura climbed steadily, quickly breaking through the upper god realm. Calvin shed his usual gentlemanly image, falling into a state of madness. His pupils were dilated, staring fixedly at Sumyubai. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ferdinand wore the same expression, his mouth agape as he muttered to himself. How could he possibly make both life-type and death-type rule treasures acknowledge him as their master? If Baiyi had simply possessed two rule-level treasures, they would have been shocked. But never to this extent. The coexistence of life and death, it was simply too inconceivable. Vast divine power and divine soul energy intertwined, enveloping Sumyubai's small world and gradually forming a crystal. This crystal possessed 9 facets, each one radiating a dense aura of death. 9 facets, representing the initial stage of a high-level god. However, Sumyubai's true strength was not determined by the facets of his godhead. The moment the godhead initially condensed, the law of death descended abruptly. The godhead that Sumyubai had just condensed began to undergo some changes. From the very bottom, traces of patterns formed by law inscriptions began to appear. The first law inscription took shape rapidly, followed by the second, the third. Due to the protective barrier left behind by Yumu, Calvin and Ferdinand could only watch helplessly as the law inscriptions on Sumyubai's godhead continued to increase. A moment later, it exceeded the scope of their understanding. 6, 7. In the end, the inscriptions left by the great Tao of the Law of Death on Sumyubai's godhead reached as many as 8. This also meant that Sumyubai had fused more than 80% of the great Tao of the Law of Death. Such a degree of fusion far exceeded the expectations of Calvin and Ferdinand. However, upon seeing Bai's godhead stop at 8 inscriptions, they let out a long sigh of relief. It was fortunate that it was only the 8 inscription realm. If Bai had fused the great Tao of the Law of Death to 9 inscriptions, they would have already started running. Even if Bai had only just reached the 9 inscription realm, given the power of a supreme law, it would not be something the two of them could contend with. The fusion of a great Tao of law becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and the boost to strength becomes greater as well, especially after reaching 9 inscriptions. Even a 1% increase represents a massive gap. 8 inscriptions and 9 inscriptions are as different as clouds and mud. Calvin and Ferdinand were confident that they could suppress Bai at the 8 inscription realm. After all, although Bai had fused the supreme law of death to the 8 inscription level, his own cultivation realm was merely that of an early-stage high-level god, in terms of both divine soul and divine body. Compared to true peak high-level gods like them, his disadvantages were not small. Most importantly, they sensed that the 2 phantoms of the law treasures summoned by Sumyubai were not of the combat type. Such auxiliary treasures are extremely useful in daily life, but in the upcoming battle, they could not directly increase Bai's combat power. The two looked at each other, simultaneously seeing desire in the other's eyes. They had originally thought that Bai only possessed one soul-type law treasure, but now they discovered that this guy actually possessed 2 law treasures, and they were the supreme laws of death and life, respectively. What is a surprise? This, damn it, is what you call a surprise. Watching Bai, whose breakthrough was about to end, Calvin and Ferdinand secretly mobilized their divine power and the power of laws, already prepared to strike with all their might. This strike would not be a probe, but a full-force attack. The moment the protective power vanished would be the moment they struck. Chapter 707. The Realm of the High-Level God. After the law inscriptions carved 8 patterns onto Sumyubai's godhead, the entire godhead appeared to take on a sense of mystery. As the godhead vibrated gently, the phantoms of the Sea of Death and the World Tree rapidly shrank and merged into the godhead. Calvin and Ferdinand only assumed that Sumyubai had involuntarily summoned the 2 law treasures during his breakthrough. But what they did not know was that these 2 law treasures were merely a part of the small world within Sumyubai's body. When the phantoms of the 2 law treasures completely merged into the godhead instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into Sumyubai's body. Boom! A powerful aura surged into the sky, shattering the clouds above. System prompt. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully condensing a godhead and stepping into the realm of a high-level god. As the system prompt sounded, Sumyubai opened his eyes once again. This breakthrough had finally come to a complete end. The protective power around his body also dissipated in an instant. The energy fluctuation was extremely obvious, and everyone present could feel it. Bai, the fleshy wings behind Calvin instantly overflowed with monstrous blood energy, wrapping his entire body within it. As terrifying divine power and the power of laws surged, they condensed into a giant blood-colored palm. On the giant palm, 9 law inscriptions flickered with brilliance, forming a mysterious formation as it reached directly towards Sumyubai. Ferdinand condensed a full moon above his head and swallowed it into his belly, transforming himself into a giant golden wolf, opening his blood-red maw as he lunged towards Sumyubai. These were the ultimate moves the two had prepared for this occasion, utilizing the 95% of the law power they had fused to the extreme. And now they were attacking Sumyubai in tandem. The dense law of darkness descended, suppressing Sumyubai. Facing the sudden attack from the two, he merely moved his mind. The next moment, a Taiji yin-yang disc suddenly appeared. A powerful space-time fluctuation instantly swept across the surroundings. This is what? Calvin and Ferdinand's eyes widened abruptly. This appearance, this fluctuation. Could it be the legendary will of time and space? The Master of Time and Space was the only dual-element supreme god in the myriad worlds. The Wheel of Time and Space created by him was famous, known to everyone and ignored by none. They could never have imagined that Sumyubai actually possessed a third low treasure. And it was the Wheel of Time and Space. It's over. The moment they saw the Wheel of Time and Space, both of their hearts sank. But everything happened too fast. And their attacks were too ruthless. It was impossible for them to stop instantly. Just as their attacks were about to touch Sumyubai, the great Tao of the Law of Time and the great Tao of the Law of Space left behind by Zhu Xingchen within the Wheel of Time and Space had already been mobilized. A profound and mysterious fluctuation swept out, and Calvin and Ferdinand stopped instantly. Law of Space, space freeze. Law of Time, time stop, maintaining their attacking postures. The two were frozen in midair, their eyes still filled with deep shock and a trace of fear. The consumption is this high. Sumyubai frowned. After all, these two great rules were not comprehended and fused by him personally, but rather borrowed through the power of the Wheel of Time and Space. Therefore, the consumption of divine power when using them was also greater than he had imagined. This time, breaking through in one go from the 10th tier Saint Extermination level to the realm of a high god had allowed Sumyubai to significantly improve his control over the Wheel of Time and Space. Wheel of Time and Space rule supreme treasure cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be replicated. A supreme treasure created by the Master of Time and Space, containing the two complete great rules left behind by him. Specific effects. 1. Except for the Master of Space and the Master of Time, the negative effects caused by any remaining authority over time and space are reduced by 99%. 2. With the help of the Wheel of Time and Space, you can more easily comprehend all laws related to the space and time systems. 3. With the help of the Wheel of Time and Space, you can more easily fuse all laws related to the space and time systems. 4. When you use laws of the space and time systems, consumption is significantly reduced, and effects are significantly enhanced. 5. Depending on your own strength, you can mobilize the great rules within the Wheel of Time and Space to a certain extent, until you have fully mastered these two great rules. Current mobilization level. The degree of mobilization for the two great rules of time and space had increased from the initial 1% directly to the current 50%. In other words, Sumyubai possessed the combat power of a peak high god of the 5-stripe realm in the time and space systems. Although he was still far from the 9-stripe realm of Calvin and Ferdinand, he was still capable of affecting them for a short period, especially the rule of time, which was insolvable for the vast majority of people. Sumyubai took a step forward, leaving the space between the two. He was not in a hurry to attack them, but instead summoned his character panel first. This breakthrough was definitely his greatest improvement yet. Moreover, after replenishing the missing second, he was finally no longer in a semi-dead state. His entire spirit and vitality had undergone a tremendous change. What concerned him most was his maximum HP. The unknown cause had been found and resolved. Surely he wouldn't still be stuck with only 1 point of health, right? Sumyubai took a deep breath and looked at his character panel. Fortunately, this time it did not disappoint him. Player, Baiyu race, human. No nationality, freelance bounty hunter title, human prodigy vitality, 9 realms realm. 11th tier Lord of Laws, High God Divine Soul, Early High God Divine Body, Early High God Godhead, Primary Godhead rules. 1. Rule of Death Fusion level 82% combat power. Peak High God panel combat power, excluding additional means. After breaking through to the 11th tier Lord of Laws, the player's character panel had become more concise. Level and class had completely disappeared. The Divine Soul was no longer divided by quality and intensity, and the Divine Body no longer had tiers. However, a Godhead had been added, and the rules interface had merged with the character interface. Overall, without using external forces, Sumyubai estimated his combat power should reach the 6th-stripe realm of a peak high god. Of course, this assumed the opponent had also comprehended supreme rules. Otherwise, Sumyubai would even dare to clash with a peak high god of the 8th-stripe realm. Looking solely at the panel, Sumyubai was by no means a match for Calvin and Ferdinand. But Sumyubai had lived his whole life. When had he ever relied on panel combat power? with the only forbidden level talent catastrophe acting as such a massive cheat. And having freeloaded so many good things during his promotion, wasn't it meant to be used at times like these? If the panel combat power was a bit lacking, then he would make up for it with external forces, let alone to ordinary peak high gods of the Nine-Stripe realm. Even if an existence like the Lord of the Undead realm came now, they might not necessarily be able to defeat Tsumyubai, who was covered in treasures. Chapter 708. Are you kidding me? Finally, it's not 1 point of health. Looking at his vitality, which had reached 9 realms, a sharp glint flashed in Tsumyubai's eyes. For the longest time, he had been stuck with a maximum HP of 1 point. Although he had never died, he always felt a sense of unease in his heart. Now that this problem was finally solved, one of Tsumyubai's worries had been put to rest. Moreover, possessing a vitality as high as 9 realms immediately upon breaking through was no easy feat. At the moment of his breakthrough, all the remaining class power of the Master of Death had merged into Tsumyubai's body. He possessed the Death Codex, so the extent of his improvement was naturally incomparable to other Master of Death professionals. Coupled with the infusion of origin power from the Myriad Worlds reward, this allowed him to fuse the Rule of Death to 82% in one go. Not only that, but he also gained vitality as high as 9 realms. This was the limit for an early High God's divine body, which meant that Tsumyubai's divine body would soon be able to break through to the mid-stage of the High God realm. With the World Tree, this wouldn't take long. As for his divine soul, with the Sea of Death constantly tempering it, the speed of improvement would not be slower than that of his divine body. Tsumyubai checked his panel, taking less than a second. Affected by the time freeze, Kelvin and Ferdinand, who were frozen in place, had not yet been able to break free from the shackles of the Rule of Time. Although the two had fused the Rule of Darkness to 95%, they still found it difficult to resist the Rule of Time. However, Tsumyubai could only mobilize 50% of the Rule of Time. After all, it wouldn't be long before the two could use their own rule power to break through his time freeze. But this short amount of time was enough. Tsumyubai extended his divine power and instantly pulled both of them into the dark space. The Fusion Secret Realm was already his territory. He would be heartbroken if it were destroyed. After slightly altering the direction of their attacks, Tsumyubai lightly snapped his fingers, actively dispelling the rule power that was affecting the two. Both of them still wore that same wide-eyed expression, only now their targets had shifted to each other. Boom! The next moment, their ultimate moves landed squarely on one another. PFFT. Under the force of their full-strength attacks, both simultaneously spat out a mouthful of divine blood, instantly suffering heavy injuries. And like their previous confrontation, where they had been mentally prepared and constantly wary of the other's strike points, their two ultimate moves had previously countered and neutralized each other, resulting in a stalemate. But this time was different. Tsumyubai's sudden time stop had caught them completely off guard. Furthermore, this cunning bastard had specifically manipulated their positions so that their ultimate moves would miss each other to the greatest extent possible and land directly on their targets. Calvin instantly reverted to his ugly humanoid bat form, his face grim as he channeled divine power to repair his shattered divine body. He never imagined that Baiyu would actually possess the Wheel of Time. The sudden application of time laws had caught him completely unprepared. Ferdinand's condition was no better. More than half of his divine body had been pulverized by Calvin's blood-colored giant palm, and he looked utterly miserable. However, for a true god, this did not count as a fatal injury. What was truly agonizing was the severe trauma to his divine soul and the depletion of his law energy. Without a word, both of them immediately unleashed their divine domains. Blood Sacrifice Divine Domain Activate, Slaughter Divine Domain Activate. In an instant, a divine domain reeking of blood and another filled with the aura of slaughter swept toward Tsumyubai. This time, their divine domains did not consume each other. Instead, they chose to target Tsumyubai simultaneously. The moment the Wheel of Time appeared, both realized that this was no longer a matter of killing for treasure. If they were even slightly careless, they might actually fall here. The instant the time stop ended, both had the thought of notifying the Blood Ancestor and the Wolf Ancestor. After all, Baiyu was clearly impossible to take down, and they couldn't afford to die here. And fortunately, Tsumyubai had only lifted the time stop. not the spatial freeze outside. Their communicators were currently unable to reach the outside world, unless they could free up their hands to break Sumubai's spatial freeze. They couldn't notify anyone at all. Clearly, the two of them had no time for that now. Facing the two magnificent divine domains, Sumubai merely raised an eyebrow. Your divine domains are too monotonous. You'd better come play in mine. Samsara divine domain activate. As his voice fell, a terrifying power erupted from Sumubai's heart. Previously, during his breakthrough, aside from the power sent back to the past by Zhu Xingchen's time laws, the vast majority of the supreme divine power of life and death from Drunken Dream of Life and Death had been absorbed by the heart of Samsara. Otherwise, how could Sumubai's divine body and soul have stopped at the early stage of the upper god realm? However, this had greatly increased the power of the heart of Samsara. Coupled with the fact that Sumubai had reached the upper god realm, he could now channel even more of the heart of Samsara's power. This unknown great supreme treasure was finally beginning to reveal its true might. Bang! Bang! The moment the Samsara divine domain expanded, it directly crushed Kelvin and Ferdinand's divine domains. The ease with which it did so was as if it were popping to bubbles. PFFT, already heavily injured, the two spat out another mouthful of divine blood in unison, their faces turning even paler. This is impossible, Kelvin roared hoarsely, and Ferdinand's face was filled with disbelief. You are only at the early stage of the upper god realm. How can your divine domain be this strong? It was no wonder they couldn't comprehend it, because even a peak upper god with 9 pattern perfection could not so easily crush their divine domains with their own. Such a powerful divine domain was already beyond their scope of understanding. After the shock, a sudden jolt of terror struck their hearts. Could it be that Bai Yi has yet another law treasure capable of enhancing his divine domain? The previous sea entry, plus the Wheel of Time, and now this treasure that enhances the divine domain. For items, for whole items. Are you kidding me? Even a supreme god couldn't possibly possess so many law treasures, right? Is this guy Bai Yi wholesaling law treasures? At this thought, their divine bodies began to tremble involuntarily. This was fear taking root. Everything Sumubai had displayed had completely exceeded the limits of their imagination. I said it before. Your divine domains are too monotonous. Sumubai crossed his arms, standing in the air at the center of his domain, looking down at them. As his words fell, the previously void-like Samsara divine domain was instantly filled with a massive amount of divine power of various attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light. The 8 elemental divine powers emerged simultaneously, suppressing the 2. With the sole exception of the dark divine power they were most proficient in, chaos. This is the power of chaos. Ferdinand's pupils constricted as his divine power erupted, struggling to resist the pressure from the Samsara divine domain. Kelvin, while resisting, looked at Sumubai in terror. This 4th law treasure was actually a supreme law as well, the human race. They have hidden themselves far too deeply. Chapter 709, hiding so deeply. What exactly are they planning? Bonus chapter. Kelvin and Ferdinand had first taken each other's ultimate moves head-on, and then suffered backlash from their divine domains being shattered. Their strength was already greatly diminished. Now, facing the suppression of the various elemental divine powers erupting from the Samsara divine domain, they immediately felt their bodies grow heavy. Just as the two were gradually withstanding the suppression of the elemental powers and preparing to join forces to attack Sumubai, 2 new types of power appeared. This time, both of them were completely stunned. At this moment, they couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The scene before them was simply too inconceivable. The 2 divine powers that appeared last were far more intense than all the ones that came before. A verdant green divine power of life and a grayish-white divine power of death condensed out of thin air, suppressing the 2 of them. These 2 forces, which should have naturally neutralized each other, were now coexisting in an incredibly harmonious manner. There was even a faint, underlying sense that each contained a piece of the other. How could chaos possibly contain both life and death? Kelvin's pupils constricted sharply, his voice trembling. Ferdinand was equally baffled and unable to comprehend the situation. Even though they knew from the outside that Sumubai possessed rule-level treasures of the life and death systems, that was a completely different concept from the power within a divine domain: chaos, death. and Life. These were all supreme powers of the same rank. How could they possibly appear simultaneously within a single divine domain? Just what kind of heaven-defying thing was that final rule-level treasure of Bai's? Although both were utterly shocked, reality left them no time to dwell on it, because the divine powers of life and death, which were clearly several orders of magnitude stronger, had already descended. These two mortal enemies, who had fought their entire lives, now had no choice but to entrust their backs to one another and join forces to resist the attack from Bai. Watching the two of them struggle with all their might to withstand the suppression of the reincarnation divine domain, Bai frowned slightly. These two fellows didn't seem quite up to the task of being his practice partners. Should he just kill them off instead? After a moment of thought, Bai decided to test his current methods on them. Since they were free punching bags delivered to his doorstep, he might as well make the most of them. With this in mind, Bai shifted his divine sense, intentionally lowering the suppression pressure of the reincarnation divine domain just a little, leaving the pair a sliver of breathing room. Immediately following, the divine power of death condensed into a throne behind him. Bai sat down slowly, his gaze scrutinizing the two who were already struggling to take a single step under his control. The suppression force and the methods of the reincarnation divine domain underwent subtle changes continuously. Calvin and Ferdinand had passively become practice objects for Bai to hone his control over his divine domain. This scene infuriated the two of them. They had clearly come to kill Bai and seize his treasures. So why were they now being toyed with like clowns? Were they really such trash-tier true gods? The second strongest of the Blood Clan, combined with the second strongest of the Werewolf Clan, such a combination was rarely seen, and there were few in the entire myriad worlds who could crush them. Yet, they had happened to run into Bai, a player who was using cheats, and he had just happened to make a breakthrough. If Bai were still at the 10th tier Saint extermination level, he would certainly have had no power to fight back against them, because whether it was his cultivation realm, divine body, divine soul, or the degree of fusion with the rule Great Tao, he was far inferior to both of them. But after his breakthrough, everything changed. His combat power had instantly jumped from the weakest peak upper god to the level of the 7th or 8th stripe in one breath, coupled with a pile of treasures he had cheated his way into obtaining. Cleaning up Calvin and Ferdinand was an easy task, compared to the miserable pair of sparring partners. Bai was relaxed and comfortable. He leaned leisurely against the throne, manipulating the reincarnation divine domain with one hand while summoning the Death Codex. This rule-level treasure, the first one he had ever obtained, had finally unleashed its full power. After his breakthrough, information regarding the Death Codex had already appeared in Bai's mind. He hadn't had the time before, but now he finally had the chance to take a good look at the Death Codex in its complete state. For Bai, this was just a normal occurrence. After all, he already possessed several rule-level treasures, and even a treasure of unknown rank. He even had the Wheel of Time and Space in its complete state. But the moment the Death Codex was summoned, Calvin and Ferdinand completely lost their composure. This powerful aura of death, it was actually yet another rule-level treasure. No, there has to be a limit to your wholesale shopping, right? This was already the 5th one. Were rule-level treasures just cabbages that could be found anywhere? And it was the legendary Death Codex that had been split into 36 parts by the Death Sovereign. When did Bai? No, it should be asked. When did the human race collect all 36 books of death? Why hadn't the entire myriad worlds heard even a whisper of this, hiding it so deeply? What exactly were they planning to do? Were they trying to pull the god race down from the top of the myriad race rankings? Thinking of everything the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan had done to the human race in the past, the hearts of the two finally sank into complete despair. In the near future, the entire Blood Clan and Werewolf Clan would inevitably suffer the retaliation of the human race. However, that no longer mattered to them, because they understood that while there was still some time before the destruction of their two races, they themselves would fall here today, setting aside the hatred between their races. How could they possibly be left alive after learning so many secrets about Bai and the human race? Once one possesses a godhead, it is impossible to have one's soul permanently controlled. Therefore, the two didn't even have the heart to beg for mercy. Beg for mercy. It was useless. Only dead blood clan members and dead werewolves could truly keep a secret. For a moment, a look of despair grew in the eyes of both Calvin and Ferdinand. However, those who could cultivate to the realm of a peacock god were all individuals with iron-willed minds. Even in such a desperate situation, neither of them gave up their resistance. If they gave up, they would definitely die. If they continued to resist, although the hope of survival was slim. What if an accident happened? Sumyubai was naturally unaware of their internal monologues. He looked at the Death Codex and hurriedly, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Today's extra chapter is served, my patrons. Please give me a 5-star rating. Recommend this book if you're in a book drought, and send gifts, ors. Chapter 710. The True Judgment of Death, Death Codex. Profession exclusive by you. Special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or retracted at will. A supreme treasure created by the Death Sovereign, containing the Death Rule Great Tao and the authority of death left behind by him. The authority of death. Sumyubai had long since known about the existence of rule authorities. The Signal Light brothers possessed a portion of the authority of luck. Lanyu, formed by the fusion of the Angel Sisters, possessed a portion of the authority of chaos. Aoshin possessed portions of the authority of thunder and the authority of space. Back then, his spatial lockdown was powerful enough to affect even the wheel of time and space before it had fully recovered. Frost, having regained her status as a player, would very likely master the authority of power in the future through her SSS grade talent. One force breaks 10,000 laws. After Sumyubai signed the heart-to-heart contract with Lian, the portion of the authority of luck he could originally only steal for 1 year had also become permanent. But these were all powers they possessed individually. The Death Codex, however, was a supreme treasure of the rules. Sumyubai possessed several such treasures, but only the Death Codex carried the authority of death left behind by the previous Sovereign of Death. So, the Sovereign of Death has truly fallen. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. If one were to be precise, the Sea of Death and the World Tree were not actually true supreme treasures of the rules. Their status windows also displayed them as rule-level creations. And while the Heart of Reincarnation was even stronger than a supreme treasure of the rules, it was currently incomplete. The Zhuanshan treasure mirror was the most mysterious, but it was also in a damaged state. The only thing in Sumyubai's possession that could compare to the Death Codex was the Wheel of Time and Space, which had already been fully restored. This was because both of these supreme treasures of the rules were left behind by the previous supreme gods. Although Zhu Shengchen was rejected by the myriad worlds, it was clear that he had not yet fallen. Sumyubai guessed that this was the reason why the authority of time and space had not been left behind within the Wheel of Time and Space. Rule authority could be said to be the most important thing for a sovereign of the rules. If one lost the authority they controlled, they could no longer be considered a complete sovereign of the rules. The fact that the Death Codex carried the authority of death meant that it was almost certain the previous Sovereign of Death had fallen, rather than having gone missing as the myriad worlds had speculated. Everyone knew that by collecting all 36 books of death and fusing them into the Death Codex, there was hope of becoming the new Sovereign of Death. But for so many years, who had ever succeeded? Sumyubai looked at the status window of the Death Codex, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Who exactly was it that caused the Sovereign of Death to fall? Wasn't his existence equivalent to the embodiment of the rule of death? Can death itself die? And then there were the two ferrymen on the river of time and space. They were the former Sovereign of Time and the Sovereign of Space, respectively. Not to mention what Lian had said herself, that the Sovereign of Life, Lingxi, could never return. Did cannot return also imply that she had fallen? What kind of existence could cause so many supreme gods to fall? Was it the Void Monarch who had fought against Zhu Shengchen? Thinking of the Void Monarch, Sumyubai suddenly realized that he had never asked about the identity of the Void Monarch. Zhu Shengchen was the only dual-element supreme god in the myriad worlds, controlling both the rule of time and the rule of space, and his cultivation realm had even reached the level of destroying rules. Sumyubai truly could not imagine what the Void Monarch could possibly rely on to engage in such a fierce battle with Zhu Shengchen within the myriad worlds. The battle between the two was so intense that Zhu Shengchen couldn't even control his own power, affecting the entire myriad worlds. For example, the unlucky Brian, as well as the birth of the runes land and the manifestation of the tributaries of the river of time and space. And these were just the ones Sumubai had encountered or visited. That great war back then had caused varying degrees of destruction to many places. If the Void Monarch were in existence from within the myriad worlds, it would be impossible to push Su Xingqian to such an extent. Therefore, the only possibility was that the Void Monarch came from outside the myriad worlds. The strange thing was, despite having been in the myriad worlds for so long, Sumubai had never heard any information about what lay beyond. Logically speaking, the Great War between Su Xingqian and the Void Monarch was known to everyone. Yet no information about the world outside had ever circulated. This was clearly very wrong. Sumubai frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Either someone had deliberately blocked the information, or the people he had come into contact with in the past were too low level, or they deemed his strength too low, and thus did not speak of it. He looked up at Kelvin and Ferdinand, who were still gritting their teeth and holding on, and suddenly asked, "Hey, do you know about the Void Monarch?" The two, who were currently resisting the suppression of the divine domain of reincarnation, were stunned. A look of confusion clearly flashing in their eyes. "No, brother. Could you take a look at what you're doing right now? We are enemies. You are currently trampling us. Is there something wrong with you to suddenly ask us questions like this? And since you're asking questions, why don't you weaken the suppression of your divine domain a little? Is this the attitude one has when asking a question? Do we really look that pathetic to you?" Seeing that the two did not answer, Sumubai's brow furrowed, and his gaze turned 3 parts colder. Boom! The pressure of the divine domain, which he had specifically controlled for fear of playing them to death, suddenly spiked by several levels. The divine powers of various elements instantly surged, continuously eroding the divine bodies and souls of Calvin and Ferdinand, leaving the already severely injured pair in agony. Especially the divine power of death and the divine power of life. These two forces, which had been at peace within the divine domain, instantly turned hostile once they invaded their bodies. Calvin and Ferdinand were essentially experiencing a life and death version of ice and fire, feeling as if their souls and divine bodies were about to shatter. "Speak!" A cold word was spat out from Sumubai's mouth, and a thick aura of death instantly enveloped the two. The death codex in Sumubai's hand shimmered. This was the result of the authority of death being mobilized. Authority of death judgment. The next moment, a dense power of death surged madly from the codex, and high above, the phantom of the materialized rule of death condensed once again. Only this time, the phantom was no longer in a half-body state, but had become a complete entity. With the death codex fully liberated, Sumubai's current strength allowed him to command a significant amount of power. The phantom manifestation of the death rule was also many times more solid than it had been in the past. The phantom extended to terrifying palms, but instead of cradling Sumubai, it lifted Calvin and Ferdinand into the air. This was the true application of death judgment. Judgment is judgment. How could one stand in the seat of the judged, even if a failed judgment only cost a tiny bit of soul power? That was unacceptable in the past, because the death codex was not fully liberated and Sumubai's own strength was too weak. He could only use a weakened version. Now, however, he could directly mobilize the authority of the death rule to execute the true death judgment, and the subjects being judged were, naturally, Calvin and Ferdinand. The pupils of the death rule phantom flickered with the light of death. Both of them felt their pupils constrict instantly, feeling as though they were being suppressed by a supreme force. The fear of death deep within their hearts suddenly awakened. Calvin and Ferdinand's bodies trembled, their gazes locked firmly by the phantom manifestation of the death rule, and they stammered, Is this the power of authority?" Chapter 711, Beyond the Myriad Worlds. As peak high gods at the 9-pattern realm, the two were by no means weak. They knew a thing or two about the authority of rules, but they had never experienced it personally. Even the blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor had never managed to grasp even a shred of the power of a rule's authority. Therefore, when the fear of death deep within their hearts was awakened, their reactions were so intense. The expressions of terror on Calvin and Ferdinand's faces were frozen in place, their entire being suppressed within the palms of the death rule phantom. Unable to move a muscle, following this, two gray-white beams of light shot out from the pupils of the death rule phantom. instantly sinking into their respective godheads. This time, what was consumed was not soul points, but Sumyubai's own strength and his control over the death rule. By fusing various laws of the death system, one could indeed control a portion of the death rule, but once this control was consumed, it required a certain amount of time to recover. This was why many powerhouses only used their ultimate moves at critical moments. The reason Calvin and Ferdinand were in such a miserable state had a lot to do with them having used their trump card ultimate moves twice in succession, only to then suffer the backlash of their own attacks. However, for Sumyubai, consumption was not a thorny issue. Divine soul consumption was constantly replenished by the Sea of Death. Divine body consumption was repaired at any time by the World Tree. Even the control over the death rule could be rapidly recovered through the Death Codex. After all, it contained a complete Great Tao of the death rule. Sumyubai's power manifested through the death rule phantom, drawing in vast amounts of death energy to condense a scale between the two palms. Although their bodies remained in the palms of the rule phantom, their godheads had already appeared on the two ends of the scale. After breaking through to the high god realm, the divine soul had already merged into the godhead, but at this moment, it was forcibly pulled out by the scales of death. For the first time, Calvin and Ferdinand felt death so close to them. It felt as if, with just a single thought from Bai, both of their souls would be dragged into the abyss of death. The pupils of the rule phantom continued to flicker with the light of death, and the pressure on their souls grew increasingly heavy. The entire scale of death swayed slightly, as if it were judging which side was the victor. With the physical pressure of the death rule combined with the mental pressure, the souls of Calvin and Ferdinand began to distort. Sumyubai sat upon his throne, looking like a god of death residing high above the 9 heavens. His gaze cold as he watched the two being judged. At this moment, his figure was infinitely elevated in their hearts, to the point where they even felt an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Speak. I'll say it now. In the end, Calvin was the first to break, his soul surging as he signaled his desire to answer the previous question. Sumyubai turned his head slightly to look over. As his gaze shifted, the scale of death actually tilted slightly, sinking toward Calvin's side. Calvin immediately felt the pressure of death he was bearing lighten by more than half. A flash of joy appeared on his face, and he prepared to speak immediately, but Ferdinand, on the other side, was in misery. As his end of the scale rose, the materialized pressure of death doubled instantly. Ferdinand felt as if his soul were being torn apart and then repeatedly ravaged. The fear of death in his heart was instantly magnified infinitely. His gaze was dim, and he looked as if he were on the verge of collapse. Yet he glared viciously at Calvin, gritting his teeth. I'll speak too. But Sumyubai didn't even glance at him, and the scale of death on that side continued to rise slowly. In an instant, Ferdinand's shrill screams echoed throughout the entire Samsara divine domain. Seeing this, Calvin couldn't help but shudder, and he hurriedly spoke. The Void Monarch is a terrifying existence that transcends the supreme gods. It is said that he comes from beyond the myriad worlds. Beyond the myriad worlds. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Continue. Tell me everything you know. I don't know the specific details, only that he seemed to want to enter the myriad worlds back then, but was sealed by the master of time and space and the others. Calvin looked at Sumyubai tremblingly, seemingly terrified that he would raise his side of the scale. Ferdinand's screams from the other side could no longer be heard. Of course, he wasn't dead yet. Sumyubai simply found him noisy and directly mobilized the space rules within the Wheel of Time and Space to seal that area, preventing any sound from escaping. Now that the Wheel of Time and Space had fully recovered, Sumyubai's spatial seals no longer had the limitations of the past. The specific sealing effect and duration were determined entirely by the amount of power he consumed. Although he could not hear Ferdinand's screams, the sight of his extremely distorted soul and the gaze that seemed to wish he could devour him whole made Calvin unwilling to end up the same way. Beyond the myriad worlds. What kind of place is it? Sumyubai asked the question again. This time, Calvin did not hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly. The void. It is the void, that's it. Sumyubai frowned. It was just a name, devoid of any real meaning. The Void Monarch came from the void. Anyone could have guessed that. The question was, what kind of existence is the void? Hearing this, Calvin's expression froze. It was not that he did not want to continue, but regarding the void, he truly only knew the name. The law of death encompassed the law of the soul, and the power of the authority of death was even stronger. Therefore, trapped on the scales of death, Calvin had no way to fabricate a story. The only choice he had was whether to speak or not. As long as he spoke, what came out would inevitably be the truth. Thus, Calvin could only shake his head helplessly. I only know this much. Seeing this, Sumyubai turned his head to look at the screaming Ferdinand and, with a flick of his divine sense, lifted the spatial seal. You tell me. At the same time, the scales of death shifted once more. Ferdinand's side finally stopped rising and instead began to sink slowly. The true authority of death judgment was a tool used by the overlord of death to torture enemies. The result of the judgment was determined entirely by Sumyubai's will. Of course, strength still played a role. If Sumyubai were to try and judge a main god right now, it would clearly be impossible. There was still a massive gap between him and the main gods. Ugh! Calvin's screams came to an abrupt halt, as the space on his side was now sealed instead. Ferdinand wore the expression of one who had narrowly escaped death. Gasping for air, he hurriedly spoke. The Wolf Ancestor. The Wolf Ancestor is a world lord. He definitely knows information about the void. Spare me, and I will go ask the Wolf Ancestor for you. Hearing this answer, a flash of disappointment crossed Sumyubai's eyes, and he withdrew his gaze. The next moment, the speed at which the two ends of the scales rose and sank accelerated instantly. But this time, both Calvin and Ferdinand felt the pressure of death bearing down on them increase crazily. Both looked at Sumyubai with unwillingness, yet they could only helplessly await the arrival of death. The result of the death judgment was entirely controlled by Sumyubai. When had he ever said that sinking meant victory, or that winning meant one could survive? Rising meant the soul was to light death. Sinking meant the sins were too heavy, also death. The authority of death was truly terrifying. Chapter 712. Level 1 Authority of Death. Bonus Chapter. The two fellows before him already knew that Sumyubai possessed 5 rule supreme treasures. How could he possibly let them leave alive? As for Ferdinand's offer to help him ask the Wolf Ancestor, was such a thing something he needed help with? The Wolf Ancestor was just a Wolf Ancestor, not a rule overlord. He could judge him just the same. Although Sumyubai was not clear on the Wolf Ancestor's strength, the werewolf race was only ranked in the middle of the myriad races list. It was absolutely impossible for them to possess an existence at the rule overlord realm. Therefore, at most, the Wolf Ancestor was a peak-upper god with 9 pattern perfection. And he had not even fused with a supreme rule. For Sumyubai, who was covered in supreme treasures, an enemy like the Wolf Ancestor was no longer a threat. If it were an existence like the World Lord of the Undead Realm, he might have felt a few reservations. But a mere Wolf Ancestor, what was he worth? When he had the time, Sumyubai planned to package him and the Blood Ancestor together and finish them off. In a war between races, the strong prey on the weak. There is no absolute right or wrong. Back when the human race was in decline and kept in captivity by the werewolves and vampires, there was nothing to be said about it. But now that the human race was rising again, the werewolves and vampires were destined to be liquidated. Even if Sumyubai didn't do it, other human powerhouses would take action once they had resolved the exposed hidden dangers. It was just that the death brought by slaughter provided great benefits to Sumyubai. So, he decided to do it himself, sealing the spacer on the scales of death. The screams within the domain of reincarnation suddenly ceased. Sumyubai no longer paid attention to the increasingly weak souls of Calvin and Ferdinand, his gaze returning to the Death Scripture. Death Scripture. Profession exclusive White Knight special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or retracted at will. A supreme treasure created by the Overlord of Death, carrying within it the great Tao of the Law of Death and the authority of death left behind by him. Specific effects. 1. Negative effects caused by other authorities of death are reduced by 99%. 2. With the help of the Death Scripture, you can more easily comprehend all laws of the death system. 3. With the help of the Death Scripture, you can more easily fuse all laws of the death system. 4. When you use laws and rules of the death system, consumption is significantly reduced, and effects are significantly enhanced. 5. Depending on your own strength, You can mobilize the great Tao of the law and the authority of death within the death scripture to a certain extent, until you fully master the authority and become the new overlord of death. Current level of mobilization for the great Tao of the law. Current level of mobilization for the authority of death, level 1. The effects of the death scripture seemed similar to the Wheel of Time. It was just that the latter carried to great Taos of law, while the death scripture only had one. However, the existence of the authority of death made this rule supreme treasure no less inferior to the Wheel of Time, and it even faintly surpassed it. After all, the power of authority was simply too strong. Skills like soul extraction, soul amplification, death's gift, and death's descent, which had once existed, had disappeared from the death scripture panel, but Sumubai could still use them. These skills were merely data-driven manifestations of a tiny sliver of the authority of death. Now that Sumubai was already able to mobilize the authority of death, judging by the degree of elevation on the scales of death, these abilities would all be significantly enhanced. It's just this level 1. Watching the mobilization of the authority of death, a flicker of doubt could not help but cross Sumubai's eyes. He felt a golden glow well up in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened accordingly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Yet this time, even the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil could not discern any further information. Clearly, the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, not yet elevated to a rule-level ocular technique, could not inspect information regarding authorities. Sumubai closed the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil and slowly opened the Codex of Death. After its complete liberation, this supreme treasure no longer required the consumption of soul points to be perused at will. On the pages were recorded incredibly profound and ancient inscriptions. These were the great Taos of the rules of death left behind by the Overlord of Death, the skills of the past, as well as the power gained from the advancement of the Overlord of Death profession. All originated from these inscriptions. Through them, Sumubai could perceive the rules of death more intuitively, facilitating the integration of death-type laws. Beyond that, it also recorded the methods for utilizing the authority of death. Of course, these methods of utilization were all devised by the previous Overlord of Death. The Sumubai of the future would certainly be able to comprehend methods of utilization better suited to himself. But for now, he was not yet capable of such a feat. After Sumubai finished reviewing the information in the Codex of Death, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. At the same time, he could clearly feel some soul fluctuations being absorbed by the Codex of Death in his hand. Notification. Authority of Death takes effect. Soul fragments content. Notification. You have obtained high-tier Godhead by 1. Notification. You have obtained extra large spatial ring by 1. Notification. Authority of Death takes effect. Soul fragments content. Notification. You have obtained high-tier Godhead by 1. Notification. You have obtained extra large spatial ring by 1. As Calvin and Ferdinand completely perished, the scales of death slowly dissipated. Fading away along with them was that magnificent phantom of the rules of death. The corpses of the two slowly descended, and with a thought from Sumubai's divine sense, he collected them into his internal small world. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he retracted the Codex of Death. 2 crystals appeared, each marked with 10 lines, 9 long and 1 short. These were the Godheads of Calvin and Ferdinand, each possessing 81 facets. Looking at the 2 Godheads in his hand, a sharp glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes, and he opened his status window once more. However, this time it was not his character panel, but the creator panel that he had not opened for a long time. After his breakthrough, although the profession was gone, the catastrophe characteristics attached through the catastrophe talent had not disappeared, though they had undergone some changes. Most importantly, the third profession catastrophe characteristic, which had never been able to be unlocked, was finally open today. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 713. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Inside the internal small world, not long ago, just as Sumubai broke through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm, the moment the Blue Star region announcement was triggered, after being taken into the internal small world, Yu Yi and the other 2, who had entered a state of closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened their eyes. A powerful aura soared into the sky, stirring the branches of the Sea of Death into turbulent waves. All 3 possessed SSS-grade talents. and as top-tier undead creatures created by Sumyubai through his profession's catastrophe characteristics. Their talent went without saying. By now, more than 10 days had passed in the outside world, which meant that in the internal small world with its 100-fold time flow, nearly 4 years had passed. With the support of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, they had long since successfully condensed their divine souls and divine bodies. All that remained for their breakthrough to the 11th tier Law Lord realm was the final sliver of law comprehension. Until Sumyubai achieved the status of a true god, Yu and the others finally perfected their respective paths of law and took the final step. 3 figures soared into the sky, their paths of law manifesting as they officially began their breakthrough. This movement naturally caught the attention of the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters. Everyone submerged at the bottom of the Sea of Death also opened their eyes at the same time, looking toward the sky. I feel like these 3 guys seem a bit different now, Amon muttered to himself, a look of contemplation in his eyes. Beside him, Cucumber and Green Hair nodded in confusion. Big brother is right. Bang, bang. Amon backhanded them with 2 punches. Do you even understand what you're saying? Just right. Seeing this, Yulan rolled her eyes at him without a word. Lingyu's gaze, however, was fixed tightly on the 3 in the high sky. Her red lips slightly parted, her pupils dilated. This seems to be the power of life, Sister Lingyu. I'd say you're making a bit of a fuss over nothing. Amon curled his lips. Don't the Scourge Legions summoned by the boss all absorb the power of life now? You don't understand. Lingyu shook her head, her gaze sweeping over Yui and the others. They are different. Different is different, anyway. They're definitely on our side. Amon shrugged indiffently. In his view, he didn't need to know so much, he just needed to follow the boss. Just as they were talking, the Signal Light Brothers suddenly showed expressions of wild joy, and Cucumber and Green Hair were so excited they jumped up from the seabed. Yulan frowned slightly. What are you guys making such a fuss about? Amon didn't mind at all, instead laughing loudly. Ah ha ha ha. My big brother has taken the seat of the Heaven's Pride. Hearing this, the Angel Sisters were clearly stunned before they realized what it meant. Patty, that's right. I only have one big brother. Amon looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha. From now on, we can walk sideways in the demon race. Hearing such news, Lingyu and Yulan also smiled knowingly. Patty was one of their own. Him taking the seat of the Heaven's Pride in the demon race was clearly good news for their lord. The seat of the Heaven's Pride was crucial for any race. As long as Patty could secure this position, even if his strength wasn't overwhelming for the moment, he could influence the demon race's decisions to a certain extent, with him mediating from the middle. Even if the demon race did not take action to help Sumyubai, they would at least not become his enemies. Therefore, Patty ascending to the position of a prodigy within the demon race was absolutely excellent news for Sumyubai and his group. However, for the time being, they had not yet had any deep contact with the demon race, so the impact would not be too significant in the short term. The group quickly withdrew their thoughts and continued to watch the breakthrough of Yui and the other 2. Nowadays, there were far more than just a few people inside the small world within his body. On the 4 continents, there were still many figures of human players present. They were all people Sumyubai had saved while passing through the territories of the Blood Race and the Werewolf Race. In particular, the number of humans kept in captivity within the Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm and the Dark Blood Secret Realm exceeded 10 billion. Their existence meant that the entire small world within his body was no longer a place of dead silence. The first batch of people who were saved had now, under the guidance of those pioneers whose souls had been reshaped, understood the meaning of being human. At the very least, these people were no longer naked. They were already wearing simple clothing. Given time, they would inevitably be able to regain the awareness that they should have as humans, even if many among them were already beyond saving. Their next generation now had hope. With the 100-fold time dilation within the small world, this would not take too long. At this moment, the terrifying momentum of Yui and the other 2 breaking through spread throughout the entire small world, causing many people to involuntarily want to kneel on the ground, especially those who had been in the small world for only a short time, because in the past, they had only felt such powerful aura and divine might from the shepherds. The shepherds, naturally, referred to the blood race and the werewolf race in the past. They would have already knelt by now. However, things were different today. There were those pioneers whose souls had been reshaped, as well as the people influenced by them. Even if they wanted to kneel, they could not. Fellow countrymen, Lord Bai has decreed that from now on, we humans do not need to bow down to any foreign race ever again. All of you, stand up and watch closely. Those three gods in the sky who are about to break through are also lives created by Lord Bai. The pioneers shouted with arms raised. As they learned to use their own power, they did their utmost to influence as many people as possible. At first, they forcibly made some people straighten their bodies. As the scope of influence grew larger, more and more people stood up. Even if many of these people lacked awareness, the human herd mentality still existed. Seeing so many people standing up without being punished, others naturally began to follow suit. Moreover, many among them had been taught by the pioneers for 3 or 4 years and had regained some of their cognition. In the end, all the humans in the small world stood up from the ground. This seemed to signify that they had made a clean break with their past identities. And this straight, firm spine at this moment was something Sumyubai had forcibly installed for them. But in the near future, when they truly reshaped their consciousness, they would surely possess their own spines. The initial batch of pioneers was like a single spark. One day, it would be enough to start a prairie fire. The souls of the pioneers were reshaped by Sumyubai, and the people they taught would naturally and deeply engrave the image of Sumyubai in their hearts. Judging from the initial death's gift of the death canon, sovereigns all possessed believers, and these people would all be Sumyubai's most loyal followers in the future, perhaps even fanatic believers. Under the gaze of everyone in the small world, the figures of Yi and the other two slowly ascended to the end of the path of laws. Immediately after, powerful divine power erupted from within their bodies. When the three of them opened their eyes again, they had already broken through to the 11th tier law lord realm, achieving the status of true gods. Yi couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze meeting those of Jinmi and Mingri. We seem to be incomplete. Hearing this, Jinmi and Mingri nodded simultaneously. Indeed, but the sovereign has already broken through. He will make us complete. As the words fell, the three of them nodded toward the several gazes in the sea of death, and their figures vanished from where they stood. When they appeared again, they had already re-entered the sea of death. At the same time, the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters also began their seclusion once more. They only wanted to improve their strength as quickly as possible so they could contribute to Sumyubai. Chapter 714, Netherworld. Within the Fusion Secret Realm, in the dark space, inside the Samsara Divine Domain, after Calvin and Ferdinand fell, Sumyubai did not immediately retract the Samsara Divine Domain, but instead opened the Creator Panel, which he hadn't checked for a long time, to take a look. Creator Panel. Creator. Bai Creation. Netherworld 1. Top Tier Undead. Saint Extermination Level Creature War God Yi in Complete State 2. Top Tier Undead. Saint Extermination Level Creature War God Jinmi in Complete State 3. Top Tier Undead. Saint Extermination Level Creature Archer God Mingri in Complete State. Summonable Talents, Moon God. Undying Bird, Mingri's Judgment. Takeover Able Creations, Yi, Jinmi, Mingri. 4. None. Current limit for creating God-level netherworld entities. Permission to create non-God level netherworld entities, not yet obtained. God level. Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply. If he remembered correctly, the upper limit that creatures born in the myriad worlds could naturally reach was the demigod level. This was something even the Cataclysm talent had failed to break. Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly shook his head. No, it wasn't that the Cataclysm talent failed to break this limit. It was just that when Bingshuang reached the 3rd stage of Cataclysm, she could only reach the demigod level as a creature, apart from Bingshuang. Sumyubai's Cataclysm talent could not be applied to any player themselves, and those bosses created by the Myriad Worlds game did not belong to true living creatures. Their limit was merely the 10th tier Saint Extermination level, catastrophe that would ultimately only cause those bosses to be directly annihilated, because they simply cannot withstand the energy brought about by catastrophe. The changes in the Creator Panel now made Sumyubai understand that God-level creatures could indeed exist within the myriad worlds. God-level creatures, are they true gods from adulthood? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, unable to help but recall what Lion had said to the ferryman while they were in a tributary of the river of time and space. At that time, the ferryman had asked her if she had forgotten her class powers. Stating that he himself was of the Death Sovereign class, Lion had replied, "I've never changed my class. So isn't it normal to forget for a moment? Classes are things that cease to exist only at the 11th tier Law Lord stage." In other words, Lion is a god-level creature. Therefore, god-level creatures are not true gods only upon reaching adulthood. They are true gods from the moment of their birth. No, Lion's life level might even be one tier higher. Sumyubai toyed with the two high-tier godheads in his hand, a few guesses forming in his mind. Perhaps, from the very beginning of her birth, Lion was the sovereign of fortune. This would explain why, despite possessing such a powerful realm and strength, she acts like a naive, innocent girl. With her strength and status, if one adds the doting and protection of the other few supreme gods, it is quite reasonable for her to have retained this purity. All the worldly affairs and dark sides of the myriad worlds never had a chance to pollute her pure soul. The scene from the final second of his breakthrough surfaced in Sumyubai's mind once again. At that time, Lion's voice had indeed sounded. He had a faint feeling. The 10 figures in that vision were the first 10 lives born in the myriad worlds, and also the 10 supreme gods. It is just unclear why, in the current myriad worlds, there are only 9 supreme rules. The existence of the return to ruin seems to have been erased long ago. Keeping this question in his heart, Sumyubai prepared to ask her the next time they met. What was more important now was to first see how to create god-level creatures, and why the race of his creations had changed from undead to nether. The nether race does not seem to exist in the myriad worlds. Furthermore, why had the permission to create non-god level creatures been lost? Although the panel showed it as not obtained, weren't the 3 UI and the others whom he had created initially non-god level creatures? Carrying these doubts, Sumyubai's gaze finally landed at the very bottom of the creator panel. After the Death Sovereign class was completely integrated into his body, the class catastrophe trait had transferred here. This was the first catastrophe trait he had obtained. It was also one of the buds that had provided him with a massive advantage from the very first moment he entered the Myriad Worlds game. Increasing the effects of all his own skills by 100% was incredibly powerful back then. However, after entering the Myriad Worlds and comprehending laws, the first part of the class catastrophe trait gradually lost its meaning, because laws are not skills, and the second part, creating undead creatures, later became less useful as their strength could no longer keep up with his own pace. The only role it could play was allowing the future Sumyubai to come into contact with corresponding rule authorities by mobilizing more SSS tier talents. From this perspective, the second catastrophe trait was still quite useful, unlike the first one which had become completely obsolete. As for the third catastrophe trait, which had never been unlocked, it had finally been activated. Not only that, but the other 2 catastrophe traits had also undergone some changes. Catastrophe trait 1. The effects of the death laws and death authority you use are increased by 100%. The change to just the first point made Sumyubai's eyes widen. A 100% increase in the effects of laws and authority. No wonder he felt so relaxed when he used death authority to judge Calvin and Ferdinand just now. This single effect alone already surpassed everything from the past. After all, the power of authority is something that even Zhu Xingchen, who had reached the destruction low realm, still held firmly in his grasp. In addition to this, there was a line of small text under the first catastrophe trait. Death-type laws and rules originating from your hands will also affect the nether. This description caused a trace of doubt to rise in Sumyubai's heart. What does that mean? Are the nether immune to death laws and rules? He took a deep breath and continued to look at the second effect. 2. You possess the authority to create the nether. Authority details. The nether are not creatures, but truly inanimate objects. You can create different nether through corpses, soul fragments, godheads, and other items. Current authority. God level nether. 3/10 click to view details. Please allow the 3 already created nether to reach a complete state before proceeding with further creation. Non-god level nether authority, not obtained. This authority can only be obtained after breaking through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. Not creatures, but inanimate objects. This description left Sumyubai somewhat dumbfounded, but immediately after, he thought of the ghosts from the legends of Blue Star. Looking at it this way, undead creatures are still creatures. Even though many of them are born from corpses, they still possess life, and can also die. The nether, however, are different. They are inanimate objects by nature, and death has no meaning to them. It is just that many laws and rules that are useful for creatures lose their effect on them. For example, death rules. Since they are inanimate objects, how could they possibly die because of death rules? Of course, this does not mean the nether are invincible against death-type creatures. Even without mobilizing laws and rules, sheer powerful divine energy can still cause them to be completely annihilated. Chapter 715. Top-tier Godhead, bonus chapter. After digesting the information about the nether, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he whispered softly, "Nether, reincarnation. I think I roughly know what you are trying to do." Thinking of this, Sumyubai could not help but look up toward the horizon. At this moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the samsara divine realm, through the dark space, through the starry expanse of the universe, and the long river of time and space, locking eyes with the existence known as Guizu. The other party had been laying out plans since ancient times, all for the sake of having him complete the myriad worlds. Even Zhu Xingqian was merely a piece on his chessboard, of course. Whether the current Zhu Xingqian had already jumped off this chessboard was something Sumyubai could not know. Regarding this, he had no other choice. Even without Guizu's machinations, he would still have to do this. The fine print under the samsara quest was still fresh in his mind. 9,999 years is the final deadline. The myriad worlds require reincarnation. Otherwise, they will be doomed to eternal destruction. Setting aside any talk of the myriad worlds or the human race, for the sake of himself and those around him, the myriad worlds had to be complete. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai clicked on the detailed view of the god-level netherworld. 1. A godhead is the crystallization of an upper god's lifelong power. Only by using such material, supplemented with sufficient soul fragments, can a god-level netherworld be created. Friendly reminder, if you have a matching godhead and corpse, the effect will be even better. 2. God-level netherworlds are also graded. Low-tier godheads can only create lower god-level netherworlds. Only high-tier godheads can create upper god-level netherworlds. And top-tier godheads can directly create peak upper god-level netherworlds. 3. You can modify the power within a godhead, allowing it to be absorbed by a god-level netherworld that has already been born but is incomplete, bringing it to a complete state. Please note, each god-level netherworld can only absorb the power of one godhead. The number of god-level netherworlds that can be created by your authority is limited. Please try to use top-tier godheads, but do not use main godheads, as the god-level netherworld cannot digest the energy within them to peak upper gods. Yet they only left behind high-tier godheads. Sumyubai could not help but frown. Logically speaking, if an early-stage upper god corresponds to a low-tier godhead, then a peak-stage upper god should correspond to a top-tier godhead. Yet, after Calvin and Ferdinand fell, they only left behind two high-tier godheads. In that case, does a godhead only advance to the top tier if the peak upper god has fused their rule Dao to the 9-stripe limit? Sumyubai curled his lip. Unfortunately, those two guys, Calvin and Ferdinand, were still lacking a bit of heat. The degree of fusion of their rule Daos was both at 95%. That final 99% gap was a world of difference. The 9-stripe limit and the 9-stripe realm were completely different concepts. The godhead left behind after an upper god falls cannot be directly absorbed by players. What the netherworld can absorb is a godhead that has been modified by Sumyubai. However, players can use the godhead to gain insights into the original owner's understanding of laws and the degree of their rule Dao fusion during their lifetime. To put it bluntly, the effect of a godhead is similar to some effects of the Wheel of Time and Space and the Death Codex. However, a godhead is clearly inferior to those two rule-level treasures. Even so, every godhead is highly valuable in the myriad worlds. After all, only a master of laws at the upper god realm can condense a godhead. As one's strength improves, one's perspective naturally changes. For the current Sumyubai, perhaps an ordinary upper god is nothing, but looking across the myriad worlds, Any true god at the early upper god stage can dominate countless divine kingdoms. Before Sumyubai appeared, not a single existence at the upper god realm could be found in the entire Frost Prison divine kingdom. Moreover, a godhead can only be obtained after an upper god falls. One can imagine just how rare godheads are. As for top-tier godheads, there is no need to even mention them. A peak upper god who has fused a certain rule down to the 9-stripe limit can become a lord of a world. How easy is it to make an existence like a world lord fall? Therefore, there are not many top-tier godheads in the entire myriad worlds. However, this is not a problem for Sumyubai, because he has always been a cheater. Isn't using a high-tier godhead to freeload and upgrade to the next tier just a way to get a top-tier godhead? Weighing the 2 high-tier godheads in his hand, Sumyubai's mouth curved slightly, his gaze sharpening. Catastrophe target, high-tier godhead. Apply catastrophe trait separately. Prompt. Applying the catastrophe trait separately requires consuming 90.0 points of soul power. Do you confirm the application? Cancel. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. This consumption was indeed about what he had imagined. However, his current soul power already exceeded 2 million. Since each netherworld can only absorb 1 godhead, he must give you and the others the best. The catastrophe trait, naturally, should also wait until after the freeloaded upgrade is complete. You get what you pay for, consuming more soul power. Even if it only improves the effect by a little, represents a huge gap at the peak upper god realm. Sumyubai used catastrophe again, the target still being the 2 high-tier godheads in his hand, but this time, he directly chose to freeload and upgrade by 1 tier. After sublimation and catastrophe, the results would be a main godhead and a supreme godhead, respectively, not to mention whether a main god or supreme god might fall due to the predatory nature of the catastrophe talent. The current Sumyubai also could not afford the sublimation and catastrophe costs. As the catastrophe talent activated, vast, boundless divine power appeared out of thin air and poured into the 2 godheads. At the same time, rule fluctuations descended, supplementing the rule stripes on the 2 godheads. Because Sumyubai was in the dark space, the energy that catastrophe directly extracted from the myriad worlds would not affect the fusion secret realm outside. As the divine power continued to pour in, the facets of the 2 godheads also began to increase rapidly. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 716. The catastrophe trait of a top-tier godhead. The 2 godheads left behind after the fall of Calvin and Ferdinand and gradually underwent changes under the influence of the catastrophe talent. First, the stripe that was only half the length of the other rule markings slowly extended, eventually coming to a halt at a length nearly identical to the rest. Of course, with Sumyubai's current discernment, he could tell at a glance that the 10th rule marking was not yet complete. However, this was already the limit of a godhead, the pinnacle of 9 markings. What changed even more were the facets of the godhead. The original high-tier godhead had 81 facets, but now, each of them possessed 999 facets. A powerful ripple of rules emanated from the 2 godheads. Sumyubai could clearly sense a terrifying power from these 2 godheads that far exceeded what they had possessed before. At the same time, the system notification sound rang in his ears. Notification. You have obtained top-tier godhead ×2. Since both Calvin and Ferdinand had comprehended and fused with the great Tao of darkness rules, the godheads they left behind remained of the darkness element even after being upgraded for free. Contained within them, naturally, was the great Tao of darkness rules at the pinnacle of 9 markings. Such godheads, in terms of the great Tao of rules, were naturally inferior to supreme rules. However, Sumyubai did not care about this. The god-level netherworld absorbed the power of the top-tier godhead itself, not the great Tao of rules contained within it. After all, for things like the great Tao of rules, even the cataclysm talent could not directly allow Sumyubai to fuse with them perfectly. How could the netherworld possibly replicate the rule fusion level of the godhead's original owner just by absorbing a top-tier godhead? If that were the case, it would be far too heaven-defying. Therefore, the element of the godhead had no impact whatsoever. After the upgrade concluded, Sumyubai did not immediately begin the modification. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and he activated his talent once more. Cataclysm. Target, top-tier godhead. Before the system could ask for his selection, Sumyubai spoke directly. Apply the Cataclysm trait individually. Immediately following this, the system notification sound rang in his ears. Notification. Individually applying the Cataclysm trait to two top-tier godheads will consume 1.8 million points of soul power. Please confirm whether to proceed with the application. Confirm. This time, Sumyubai did not cancel. He decisively chose to confirm. Since he intended to use his own people, if he had the capability, he had to use the best things available. The Cataclysm talent activated instantly, and Sumyubai felt a sudden, intense wave of weakness wash over his soul. He hurriedly waved his hand to retrieve a pile of soul marrow and began absorbing them rapidly. These were items obtained from the free upgrade of the few soul essence he possessed. Each one could increase his soul power by 1,000 points. In the current situation, absorbing soul essence clearly would not solve the urgent need. If not for the fact that Sumyubai lacked soul spirit, he would have even felt that soul marrow was slightly lacking. Fortunately, with his current strength, his speed at absorbing these things was very fast. Coupled with the fact that his original 2 million plus soul power was already sufficient for the consumption, no accidents occurred. The reason he absorbed soul marrow was also out of fear that his strength was too high, and a lack of soul power would cause him to fall into a deep slumber. After all, the greater the strength, the higher the soul power required to sustain it. Notification. You have absorbed 1 soul marrow. Soul power count 1000. Notification. You have absorbed 1 soul marrow. Soul power count 1000. Soon, Cataclysm came to an end. Sumyubai waved his hand to put away the remaining soul marrow. He hadn't even had time to apply the Cataclysm trait to these items just now. However, with his current soul strength, soul marrow with the Cataclysm trait applied bit by bit held no real significance. Compared to the improvement of the Sea of Death, these were almost negligible. Notification. You have lost 1.8 million points of soul power. Current soul power, 600,600. Sumyubai made a mental note. The feeling of weakness in his soul only faded when his soul power exceeded 500. In other words, to maintain a peak state at all times, 500,000 soul power was a warning line for ordinary beings. This number was clearly an astronomical figure, but for a true god at the upper god realm, it was not considered much. Sumyubai specifically absorbed a few more soul marrow to keep his soul power well away from the 500. Warning line. This was only temporary. Once he was finished, he would pay a visit to Fujiya, Changjia, and Vivian. Sumyubai believed he would no longer be short of soul power and resources. Withdrawing his thoughts, his gaze fell upon the 2 top-tier godheads. Top-tier godhead special item. Remaining divine power. The appearance of every top-tier godhead signifies the fall of a peak upper god at the pinnacle of 9 markings in the myriad worlds. This top-tier godhead contains all the power of that peak upper god, as well as the great Tao of darkness rules at the pinnacle of 9 markings. Godheads are extremely hard, especially top-tier godheads. Even the existence of a main god would find it almost impossible to destroy one. Since these 2 godheads were obtained through free upgrades, not a single trace of the divine power within them had been consumed. Normally, after a peak upper god falls, there isn't much divine power left in their godhead. Unless they were killed in a single strike, they would certainly have exhausted all their means before falling in unwillingness. In such a situation, how much divine power could possibly remain? However, the divine power within a godhead recovers slowly. Sumyubai had long been aware of this. What he cared about more was the Cataclysm trait he had just applied. As his gaze moved downward, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Cataclysm trait. Through this godhead, you can summon the original owner of the godhead to fight for you, lasting for a certain period depending on the intensity of the battle. However, after the summoning, this godhead will disappear. Summon the original owner of the godhead. Sumyubai was visibly stunned. Such a Cataclysm trait was clearly beyond his expectations, and it made his expression turn strange. There was surprise, but also a hint of disappointment. The joyful part is that this calamity trait is truly powerful, and it is the kind of powerful that knows no bounds. A mere consumption of 900 soul power to summon a World Lord level powerhouse to assist in battle. Could there be a more cost-effective deal than this? If he were to freeload the promotion of a main godhead and then possess enough soul power to imbue it with the calamity trait, would that mean he could summon a main god level existence at any time? By the same logic, as long as his soul power is sufficient, he could even summon all those supreme gods who have already fallen. Even for a cheater like Sumubai, it is hard to imagine what kind of scene that would be. As for disappointment, there is indeed a little bit of it, because he originally thought that after imbuing the godhead with the calamity trait, it would bring some improvements to Yui and the others who were about to absorb the godheads. Although this calamity trait is very strong, it is of no use to the god-level netherworld beings who absorb it. Once absorbed, the godhead is gone, and naturally, it can no longer be used to summon its original owner. However, at least it counts as having gained one more powerful method. Sumubai smiled and shook his head, holding the two godheads. His figure vanished from where he stood. Yet, his figure did not appear in the fusion secret realm outside, and the reincarnation divine domain within the dark space did not disappear either. Chapter 717. Changes in the internal world. Sumubai only felt his vision go black, and everything around him underwent a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering transformation. The dark space and the reincarnation divine domain had vanished, replaced by a wall that reached the heavens and stretched beyond the horizon. Is this my internal small world? Sumubai couldn't help but murmur. The next moment, although his physical position had not changed, his perspective shifted to a god's eye view. He could inspect everything in the entire world with a single thought. This place was indeed his internal small world, and the wall reaching the heavens before him was merely a single branch of the world tree, and compared to other branches, it wasn't even considered thick. Even so, for Sumubai, who was hundreds of kilometers away from that branch, his entire field of vision was completely filled by it. He couldn't see anything else at all. The entire world tree was even more impossible to measure in size. Each of its leaves was more vast than a small world. The world tree stood rooted in the boundless universe, its root system reaching into various space-times, absorbing energy to strengthen itself. The life force it radiated, in turn, nourished one world after another. The single fruit that existed before was no longer solitary. Now, on the branches of the world tree, there were 8 more mature fruits. Inside each fruit, a complete small world was gestating, 9 internal small worlds. This sight left even Sumubai slightly stunned. What shocked him even more was that on other branches of the world tree, there were even more green and ripe fruits growing. Clearly, once they matured, they would also give birth to one brand new world after another, and Sumubai, just from a fleeting glance, saw hundreds of such fruits. It was just that the vast majority of them appeared to have only just begun to gestate. It was clear that it would take quite some time for them to fully mature. Ever since he utilized the power of the wheel of time and space to alter the flow of time within his internal small world, he had not checked on it again. Even his divine soul, due to the difference in time flow, could no longer sink into it. Therefore, he had been completely unaware of the changes in his internal world or the changes in the world tree. Now, I suppose it can no longer be called a small world. In front of the world tree branch, Sumubai muttered to himself, unable to hold back a sigh of emotion. After breaking through to the upper god realm and condensing his godhead, he finally possessed the ability to enter his internal world with his physical body. At this moment, he was indeed inside his internal world in his true form. Although it could not yet be called a great world, it was clearly far beyond any small world. Beneath the world tree, the surging sea of death stirred up waves from time to time. This was because it was constantly battering Sumubai's divine soul, and the intensity of the impact was maintained at the very limit of what his soul could withstand. While battering him, it was also constantly repairing and tempering Sumubai's divine soul. Compared to the drastically changed world tree, the sea of death did not look like it had changed much. The only difference was that its scope had also become immeasurable. Overall, the world tree appeared to be rooted within the sea of death, but in reality, the two were not in the same space. The flow of the sea of death was not affected in the slightest by the standing world tree. The golden vortex at the center overlapped with the entire world tree, looking like the growth rings of the latter. However, the intensity of the soul impact within the vortex had reached the level of a 12th tier rule sovereign. Even the current Sumyubai did not dare to attempt it in the slightest. In a certain corner of the Sea of Death, countless disaster skeletons were immersed within it. Every wisp of seawater that flowed past injected a trace of death energy into their bodies, strengthening their frames and causing their bones to transform toward a golden hue. The life force radiated by the world tree also merged into them bit by bit, bringing about some mutations to these reserve members of the Golden Disaster Legion. But what exactly this mutation was, Sumyubai had yet to discern. The only thing he knew was that the Golden Disaster Skeleton Legion had become even stronger after absorbing the life force. Although the Golden Disaster Legion had slaughtered countless worlds during this period, and their numbers had reached an incredibly exaggerated level, they still only occupied a tiny area when placed within the vast, boundless Sea of Death. Sumyubai looked at this powerful legion that belonged solely to him, a glint of light flashing deep in his eyes. The Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was merely the starting point. Next, the fame of the Golden Disaster Legion would surely resound throughout all the myriad worlds. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze, and with a flicker of his divine sense, his entire being vanished from before the branches of the world tree. The next moment, he entered the interior of the first fruit. This was his original inner world. Compared to the outside, there were no other changes here, save for the addition of over 10 billion members of the human race. This small world had now grown to its limit and could no longer continue to expand. It was precisely because of this that the world tree and the Sea of Death had transcended this world to open up a vast new expanse. Boss, my lord master. The moment Sumyubai appeared, 8 figures flew over at high speed. The 3 Signal Light brothers, the Angel Sisters, and the trio of Yuyi, not a single one was missing. Sweeping his gaze over them, Sumyubai first nodded at the 3 Signal Light brothers and the Angel Sisters. Not bad. You've made significant progress. In the 10+ days that had passed in the outside world, over 4 years had elapsed within this inner world, and the 5 of them had already reached the peak of the lower god stage. With you providing such excellent conditions, it would be inexcusable if we didn't show some improvement. Ling Yu blinked playfully, flashing a sweet smile at Sumyubai. Such a rate of improvement would be considered absolutely incredible in the outside world. But here, it was not impossible. After all, the World Tree and the Sea of Death, these 2 rule-level creations, were capable of rapidly tempering divine bodies and divine souls, respectively. This was the reason they were able to improve so quickly. Oh, right, boss. Amon suddenly spoke up, and Sumyubai immediately looked over. What is it? My big brother has ascended to the position of a prodigy within the demon race. Amon's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. Congratulations. Hearing this, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. The demon race was a race standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, ranked within the top 10 of the myriad races list. Given Patey's talent and combat power, it was clearly not enough for him to become a demon race prodigy. It was obvious that this matter had everything to do with the residing within him. Regardless, this was good news. If I have the chance, I will pay a visit to the demon race. Sumyubai nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the Angel Sisters as he continued. And the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race, I will find time to visit them as well. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. However, they did not notice that when Sumyubai's gaze rested upon them, a flash of surprise flickered deep within his eyes. All right, you all continue your seclusion for now. I came in this time because I have some business with Yuyi and the others. Sumyubai didn't say much more, waving his hand to dismiss them. Before leaving, he added, don't worry about the time. From here on out, the flow of time in this place will accelerate even further. Chapter 718, So Fast. Bonus chapter. Hearing this, a look of shock flashed across their eyes. This was changing the time flow of an entire small world. It was already at 100 times. Could it actually be accelerated further? Seeing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Sumyubai merely smiled slightly and, with a thought, summoned the Wheel of Time. Immediately following, an invisible ripple swept across the entire small world. But the next moment, Sumyubai's expression stiffened, because a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Notification. The number of living beings currently in this world is too high. A 100-fold time flow is already the limit. Click to view details. To many living beings. Sumyubai frowned and clicked to view the details. Soon, he understood. Because so many humans had been brought into this small world, it was no longer possible to continue increasing the time flow. If he were to force an increase, not only would the lives within the world suffer accidents, but the entire small world might even collapse as a result. If this were in the past, this would indeed have been a problem. Sumyubai would have had no choice but to release the humans from the small world. But now, this was no longer an issue, because he had 8 more such small worlds within his body. Beyond that, there were even more small worlds currently gestating rapidly. Boss, my lord, what's wrong? Seeing Sumyubai frown, the group hurriedly stopped their departure and asked, "It's nothing, follow me." Sumyubai shook his head and, with a thought, opened a portal high in the sky. This was his world. He could arrive at any small world instantly. But Amon, Yulan, and the others could not. Therefore, he needed to open a portal to bring them along. The group followed Sumyubai through the portal and instantly arrived in a brand new small world. Compared to the original inner world, while the size was similar, the layout was different. However, branches of the world tree and tributaries of the Sea of Death existed here as well. With them present, that was enough. As for anything else, Sumyubai currently had no intention of inspecting or managing it, leaving the world to develop on its own. The wheel of time vibrated gently, and the great Tao of time rules within it was mobilized once more. The time flow within the second small world was silently altered, 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. Because there was no human population exceeding 10 billion here, the time flow continued to increase even after reaching 100 times. Soon, the number reached an exaggerated 500 times. And this was the limit that his current cultivation level could achieve. Do not be fooled by the fact that Sumyubai possessed the combat power of a peak upper god. That was brought about by the great Tao of Death rules. His actual cultivation level and divine soul were currently only at the early upper god stage. Being able to increase the time flow to 500 times was something he was already very satisfied with. Alright. Now 1 year in the outside world is 500 years here, Sumyubai explained to the confused group. Before they could exclaim, he waved his hand and said, "Go on. You can put aside your comprehension of the laws for now. Focus on breaking through to the upper god realm as quickly as possible. There are surprises waiting for you there." Theoretically, aside from the bottlenecks of creating a small world and condensing a godhead, there are no specific restrictions on the number of laws one must comprehend to reach the intermediate god or upper god realms. However, having the realm without comprehending enough laws means the power of the laws one can wield will inevitably be insufficient. Therefore, no lord of laws would ever focus solely on improving their divine soul and divine body while neglecting the comprehension of the laws. Of course, every true god has a different limit to their talent, even without needing to comprehend too many laws. The vast majority of true gods are destined to stop at the lower god realm for their entire lives. But given the talent of the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters, their limits clearly went beyond that. Moreover, after following Sumyubai, their talents had been greatly enhanced by the World Tree and the Sea of Death. Therefore, Sumyubai was not at all worried about their inability to break through to the upper god realm. As for comprehending more laws, there was no need for that. Once they had a godhead, they could simply cheat. The group's eyes were firm as they decisively flashed away. The upper god realm was now their only goal. At this moment, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon Yui and the other two. However, he only had 2 top-tier godheads in his possession, which was not enough to bring all 3 of them to their complete state. Therefore, Sumyubai simply put 1 top-tier godhead away and fixed his gaze on Yui. "Yui, you go first and give it a try." As he spoke, he looked at Mingri and Jinmi. "You two, wait for now." "Yes, Creator." The 3 knelt on one knee simultaneously. They had no objections to the Creator's arrangements. Sumyubai simply wanted to see what a complete god-level nether being was actually like. His gaze fell on the remaining top-tier godhead, and he mobilized the power of his catastrophe trait. A surge of death energy was instantly injected into the godhead, but this power gave Sumyubai a strange, different feeling. Before he could even carefully contemplate it, the transformation, which he had expected to be troublesome, was already finished. Notification: You have successfully modified a top-tier godhead. So fast, Sumyubai's mouth twitched. He hadn't even had the chance to properly feel what was different about that death energy. Nevertheless, he tossed the modified godhead to Yui. Absorb it. Yui took the godhead and immediately began to absorb it without asking any questions. Sumyubai's gaze remained fixed on Yui, because this concerned not only the birth of a complete god-level nether being but also his third catastrophe trait. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 719. The shocking third catastrophe trait. The moment Yui held the top-tier godhead, he suddenly gained an epiphany. In the myriad worlds, no player could directly absorb the power within a godhead, but the nether beings were different. They were not living creatures, but rather inanimate objects that had never appeared before. After the godhead was modified by Sumyubai, that unique death energy allowed the god-level nether being to perfectly absorb the power within the godhead. The 999 facets of the dark-type top-tier godhead shimmered with light, making the entire godhead look like a dazzling little black sun. Strands of powerful dark divine power continuously poured into Yu's body, and the latter's aura gradually began to differ from that of a normal living creature. Sumyubai stared intently at Yui, unable to help but frown. This speed is too slow. It had already been an hour since he gave the top-tier godhead to Yui, yet only a sliver of the divine power within the godhead had been absorbed. Sumyubai was clearly very dissatisfied with the speed. At this rate, it would be difficult for Yui to fully absorb this top-tier godhead without decades of time. In reality, this speed was already quite exaggerated. One must know that as soon as Yui finished absorbing this top-tier godhead, he would immediately become a peak upper god realm nether being. For anyone else, let alone decades, even thousands or tens of thousands of years would be a massive bargain. After all, looking across the entire myriad worlds, how many people could reach the combat power of a peak upper god? It was just that Sumyubai was used to cheating. It was only natural for him to feel it was too slow when absorbing a godhead took such a long time. However, this was not a big problem, because Sumyubai had already increased the time flow of the small world where Yui was located to 500 times. Decades here would only amount to about a month in the myriad worlds. Watching Yui devote himself entirely to absorbing the godhead, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and summoned the creator panel. It seemed he would have to wait over a month to verify the third catastrophe trait. Catastrophe trait 3. The god-level nether beings you create can break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm in an unconventional way. When he first saw this catastrophe trait, Sumyubai felt extremely shocked. He could currently create 10 god-level nether beings, which meant that in the future, it was highly likely that 10 new rule sovereigns would be born. This couldn't help but make him recall the scene from the final second. Liu Yan and the other supreme gods were also 10 in number. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He had a faint guess in his heart. Perhaps his internal world could grow to be a world of equal weight to the entire myriad worlds in the future. At such a realm, perhaps even supreme gods like Liu Yan had never heard of it. An internal world equivalent to the entire myriad worlds. What kind of concept was that? Even existences like Xuxingchen, who were at the rule-breaking realm, probably couldn't reach this step, right? Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Yui's figure vanished from where he stood, and immediately afterward, he appeared at the peak of a mountain. He remained in the posture of absorbing the top-tier godhead, completely unaffected by the events. Seeing this, Sumyubai exited the second small world and returned to the internal world where the main bodies of the world tree and the sea of death were located. From here, it was evident that both the first and second fruits were shrouded in a thin layer of the power of the laws of time. It was clear that the amount of the power of the laws of time influencing the two small worlds was roughly the same. However, because the first small world contained far too many living beings, it could only maintain a time flow rate of 100 times the normal speed. With Sumyubai's current strength, he was still unable to alter the time flow rate of the entire internal world simultaneously. But for the time being, it was sufficient. Glancing at the remaining 7 empty small worlds, Sumyubai summoned the Wheel of Time and Space once again, mobilizing the great Tao of the laws of time within it. The profound and mysterious power of the laws of time emerged once more, enveloping the remaining small worlds together. Soon, their time flow rate, much like the second small world, was boosted to 500 times that of the outside world. This was the current limit of what Sumyubai could enhance. Once the life within these small worlds exceeded a certain threshold, their time flow rate would decrease proportionally until it remained at only 100 times. Flipping his hand to put away the wheel of time and space, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and completely exited his internal world, dark space. Samsara divine domain. Sumyubai's figure appeared suddenly, though the top-tier godhead in his hand had already vanished. At this moment, only a single instant had passed since he disappeared. Yet, Sumyubai had already arranged everything. After the breakthrough concluded, the arrival of Calvin and Ferdinand had successfully allowed Sumyubai to gain a certain understanding of his current combat power. However, to determine his current limit, Calvin and the other were not quite enough. To deal with them, Sumyubai did not even need to mobilize the power of his law authority. The reason he had mobilized it just now was merely to verify a conjecture in his mind. With a shift of his divine sense, he retracted the Samsara divine domain, and Sumyubai's figure appeared within the dark space. Following that, he exited the dark space and returned to the fusion secret realm. It remained the same as before, devoid of any signs of life. All the vampire and werewolf players had fallen under the blades of the Golden Scourge Legion, their corpses becoming members of the Legion themselves. Sumyubai scanned his surroundings and spoke softly, "Senior, come out." This sentence was directed at the human powerhouse hidden in the shadows. Although he could not perceive the other party's presence, he was certain that the individual had not yet left. Sure enough, not far from Sumyubai, a figure slowly emerged. The person had the appearance of a crane-haired youth, with silver hair and a white beard, dressed in a cyan robe, with an ancient-looking wine gourd hanging from his waist. Deep within Sumyubai's eyes, golden light flickered, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened accordingly. Regrettably, the low-level mystic heaven divine pupil could not view the specific information of the other party. "Bai, your strength is far greater than this old man imagined." Yumu lifted the wine gourd and took a hearty gulp, his face filled with admiration. He had originally thought that even if Bai could defeat the combined forces of Calvin and Ferdinand after his breakthrough, it would still require some effort. Now it seemed that Bai's strength went far beyond that. "Senior is too kind." Sumyubai smiled modestly and was about to ask for the other party's identity when his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the vision of the mystic heaven divine pupil, a thread of causality slowly emerged, connecting Yumu and Sumyubai. Sumyubai reflexively reached out to brush across this thread of causality, and a complete scene instantly surfaced in his mind. In the scene, the old man before him appeared to be dozing off, while a hand was stealthily reaching toward the wine gourd at his waist. And the owner of that hand was none other than Sumyubai's old acquaintance Huijian. The scene ended abruptly, and through it, Sumyubai learned the old man's identity. Chapter 720. The opposite side of the myriad worlds. Notification. You have glimpsed a trace of destiny. Your comprehension of the law of causality has increased significantly. Current comprehension level, 27.96%. This glimpse of destiny had increased his comprehension of the law of causality more than any previous instance. Sumyubai speculated that this might have something to do with the other party's high level of cultivation. However, apart from that scene, he could not see anything more. But Sumyubai had already deduced the other party's identity from this. The old rascal Huijian had mentioned many times that the wine of the Dusk Dawn grade was something he had stolen from Yumu. Clearly, the old man before him was none other than the legendary god of wine Yumu. The fact that his low-level mystic heaven divine pupil could not see through the information meant that Yumu's cultivation must have reached the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. This point left Sumyubai feeling quite astonished. Since the human race possessed a rule sovereign, why were they only ranked in the middle of the myriad races ranking? Similar to the vampires, however, Sumyubai quickly figured this out. Yumu, like Huijian and Zuxingchen, must be a human who had fused with other bloodlines, although they still held the human race in their hearts. In the judgment of the Myriad Worlds game, they were no longer considered members of the human race. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai immediately cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Senior Yumu for your assistance. No need for formalities." Yumu waved his hand. He was not surprised that Bai could guess his identity. Ever since Sumyubai left the God-forbidden land and entered the Myriad Worlds, he had been keeping an eye on him. It could be said that apart from the events that occurred during his time in the tributary of the river of time and space, he was well aware of everything else. He was naturally already aware that Bai Yi had comprehended the law of causality. Looking Sumyu-bai up and down, before he could ask, Yumu spoke first. I know you have many questions. Hearing this, Sumyu-bai's eyelids twitched. If nothing went wrong, the next part would be it is not yet the time, right? Why does everyone love being a riddle-monger so much? He vaguely remembered that Zhu Xingqian also addressed Yumu as senior. Could it be that this habit of speaking in riddles was something he learned from Yumu? Just as Sumyu-bai was feeling disappointed, Yumu's next words made him pause slightly. Ask away. Anything I can tell you now, I will. Really? Sumyu-bai was overjoyed. Yumu stroked his long beard and smiled faintly. What reason would an old man like me have to lie to you? As he spoke, he waved his hand across the space in front of him. In an instant, the clouds that had been dispersed by Sumyu-bai's breakthrough phenomenon gathered back together. Soon, a wine table made of white clouds and two stools condensed between the two of them. Come, sit and talk. Yumu beckoned and sat down first. A wine cup suddenly appeared on the white cloud tabletop, and a strange yet familiar aroma of wine immediately drifted into Sumyu-bai's nose. This is Twilight Dawn. Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up. Without standing on ceremony, he sat down directly opposite Yumu, his gaze sweeping over the cup on the table. Sure enough, the cup contained the unknown grade fine wine he had tasted twice at Huijian's place Twilight Dawn. However, when Yumu served it, he wasn't as stingy as Huijian. Twilight Dawn ruled grade fine wine, a peerless wine meticulously brewed by the wine god Yumu. Every cup contains terrifying energy. Drinking 1/10 of a cup of Twilight Dawn at once will significantly enhance your effectiveness in comprehending various laws. Drinking an entire cup of Twilight Dawn at once will effectively increase your efficiency in fusing rule douse. Rule grade fine wine, only the wine god Yumu can brew it in all the myriad worlds. Though the wine is good, do not be greedy. Rule grade fine wine. Sumyu-bai's gaze sharpened. It was incredible that such a treasure could appear in a place like the Forbidden Land of Gods. But after a moment of thought, he understood. The Twilight Dawn that Huijian had produced back then was measured in drops, and its effects were far less terrifying than a full cup. Otherwise, it would certainly have been affected by the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. After taking a look, Sumyu-bai withdrew his gaze. Just as he looked up at Yumu, he heard the latter speak. Do not use your talent to enhance this wine. It is different from drunken dreams and death. If you enhance it, it will inevitably be expelled by the myriad worlds. Drunken dreams and death, Sumyu-bai murmured. Is that the strange liquid I drank when I was breaking through? Correct. Yumu nodded slightly. I presume you have already made some guesses yourself. Space-time, fate, life, death, chaos. Sumyu-bai slowly listed the major rules, and from Yumu's expression, he knew he hadn't guessed wrong. However, a subtle, imperceptible smile flashed deep in Yumu's eyes. Little one, you missed one luck. Sumyu-bai was clearly unaware that Liu Yan had been there. He did not rush to drink the Twilight Dawn on the cloud table, but instead looked at Yumu with a serious expression and voiced the doubts in his heart. Senior Yumu, what exactly is the void? Yumu did not seem surprised by this question. He picked up his wine gourd and took a sip, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes, as if he were recalling the distant past. The void is the antithesis of the myriad worlds. As he spoke, Sumyu-bai finally understood what the void truly was. In short, the void had always been trying to erode the myriad worlds and assimilate them entirely. When that time came, everything in the myriad worlds would be devoured by the void and become a part of it. However, apart from those at the rule sovereign realm, only a few powerful world lords were aware of this information. In fact, more than 9 epochs ago, the void had almost succeeded. Sumyu-bai knew a little bit about what happened back then. The great battle between Zhu Xingqian and the Void Monarch had taken place at that time. He had always known that this event was very long ago. Now, he finally understood that the specific time was over 9 epochs ago. Such a span of time far exceeded Sumyu-bai's expectations in the myriad worlds. 1 epoch is 129,600 years. This meant that more than 1,000,000 years had passed since Zhu Xingqian sealed the Void Monarch. Now, it was the end of the 10th epoch. There were 9 999 years left until the end of this epoch. And this time frame was exactly the final deadline for the reincarnation quest. If Sumyubai failed to complete the quest by then, failed to create reincarnation, and failed to make the myriad worlds whole, the void would make a comeback. This time, it would clearly be incomparable to the last. Otherwise, since Sushingshin had not fallen, the myriad worlds would not have reached such a desperate state. At this thought, Sumyubai frowned. Senior Yumu, would the Void Monarch not be repelled by the myriad worlds? You are mistaken about one thing. Yumu shook his head. It is not the Void Monarch invading the myriad worlds, but the void itself expanding and encroaching upon them. At this point, his expression became solemn. The Void Monarch's strength could not be fully unleashed back then. What Shingshin sealed was not the Void Monarch himself, but the entire process of the void's erosion, forcibly delaying it by 10 epochs. Yumu picked up his wine gourd, hesitated, then put it back down and said earnestly, this was the limit of what he could do. The person the myriad worlds have been waiting for these 10 epochs is you. Bai, I know this is not fair to you, but the hope of the myriad worlds truly rests on you alone. Chapter 721. Wanted poster. Bonus chapter. Yumu was gone, leaving Sumyubai with even more questions. If the void invaded, why was it only the human race that suffered such heavy losses? What were the experts of other races doing at that time? Furthermore, since the various races of the myriad worlds knew of the threat of the void, why did they target the human race, which had fought so hard to resist during the last invasion? These questions left Sumyubai deeply perplexed. However, regarding this, Yumu only said one thing. It was not yet the time. In his view, Sumyubai was not yet strong enough, and knowing too much would not be beneficial to him. There was still a long road to travel between a peak upper god with 9 pattern perfection and a tier 12 rule sovereign. Only by truly possessing the strength of a rule sovereign realm would he be qualified to know everything. Rule sovereign. Sumyubai looked at the wine glass on the white cloud table, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although it seemed now that the void was the greatest enemy, Sumyubai believed that before facing the void, the human race must stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Regardless of the reasons or excuses other races might have had back then, none of them could serve as a justification. As the saying goes, one must settle internal affairs before dealing with external threats. If the events of the past were to happen again, not to mention whether the myriad worlds would be destroyed, the human race would certainly be doomed beyond redemption. Keep this glass of wine until you begin to merge your next rule Dao. Then drink it. This was what Yumu left behind before departing. Sumyubai accepted his suggestion and waved his hand, storing the wine glass into his internal world. However, he did not notice that after the wine glass entered his internal world, it fell directly into the golden vortex at the center of the Sea of Death. At the same time, the world tree also flickered with a faint radiance. The power of death and the power of life emitted by the Terul level creation slowly merged, strand by strand, into this glass of Dusk Dawn. Both had been constantly emitting power, and Dusk Dawn had not displayed any other fluctuations, which was why Sumyubai had not noticed this subtle change. Waving his hand to disperse the table and chairs Yumu had manifested, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and vanished from the fusion secret realm. Teleportation. Frost Prison Divine Palace. Brian was pacing back and forth with a nervous expression. Ever since Calvin and Ferdinand appeared, Yumu had shut down the wartime emergency portal to the fusion secret realm. He had subsequently lost his perception of the fusion secret realm. The authority of a kingdom lord was simply not worth mentioning in front of a main god. Although he knew that with a rule sovereign present, his master would definitely not suffer, he still couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Calvin and Ferdinand were renowned figures among the Blood Clan and the werewolf race. It was only when he saw Sumyubai's figure appear in the Great Hall that a look of joy finally appeared on Brian's face. Master, you finally returned. You're a kingdom lord now. Can't you be a bit more composed? Sumyubai smiled and flashed to stand before Brian. This subordinate was just worried about you, master. Brian grinned. Once, he had valued the position of kingdom lord highly, as it was the simplest path to contacting the lord of the undead realm. But now, the position of kingdom lord was no longer important to him. Even if Sumyubai were to voluntarily lift the soul control, He would not choose to leave. As a smart man, Brian knew very well that only by continuing to follow his master could his own future go further. How are the werewolf race and the Blood Clan doing? Sumyubai glanced around. The portals that had originally surrounded the entire hall were now few and far between. The system notification sounds reaching his ears had also decreased significantly compared to before. The cleanup has already begun. Brian spoke hurriedly. However, it will still take some time, because the remaining worlds are not inhabited solely by the Blood Clan and the werewolf race. Is that so? Sumyubai waved his hand indifferently. For the races on the list, kill without mercy. As for players of other races, as long as they don't actively attack the Scourge Legion, leave them be. Speaking of this, his gaze gradually turned cold. Issue a public announcement. Starting from today, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom is issuing a wanted notice for all races on the list. Hearing this, the soul fire in Brian's pupils flickered violently, and he hesitated. Master, doing this will definitely attract the attention of experts from various races. It is precisely their attention that I fear they won't give. Sumyubai's lips curled upward. He still needed at least 8 high-level godheads. If the experts of these races did not come, he would have to go and find them one by one, which would be quite troublesome. After all, go into their territory would inevitably lead to some unexpected incidents. But it was different here. At least he didn't have to worry about the issue of the Lord of the Undead Realm. Sumyubai was not sure if he could defeat an existence like the Lord of the Undead Realm if he were to face them now. After all, he had never fought an expert of that level, and it was impossible to infer how strong the Lord of the Undead Realm was based solely on the strength of Calvin and Ferdinand. The Undead Realm was one of the top-ranked great worlds in the entire Death Domain. The Lord of the Undead Realm was a strong contender for the divine title of Death God. And naturally, they were far from being comparable to the likes of Calvin and Ferdinand. I understand, Master. Brian nodded heavily and, following Sumyubai's instructions, issued the announcement to the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. In an instant, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was shaken. Especially those races that were being targeted. They were in an immediate uproar. Some thought of fleeing at the first opportunity. Some had already begun looking for an escape route. And others were directly enraged, because there were hundreds of races on the wanted list, including even top-tier races like the Demon race and the Mechanical race. Perhaps the players of these races within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom were not very strong, but in their view, for a mere Divine Kingdom to dare to openly issue a wanted notice for their entire race was simply having a death wish. Soon, many players began trying to find ways to contact the experts of their own races. The Frost Prison Divine Kingdom had only just changed its Kingdom Lord, and it was already facing a massive upheaval. Extra update for today, Chapter 722. Brian's Breakthrough, Frost Prison Divine Palace. Inside the Great Hall, Brian put down the communicator in his hand and looked up at Sumyubai. Master, the wanted notice has been issued. Well done. Sumyubai nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as a smile appeared on his lips. Next, let's see which race's expert will be the first to come and throw their life away. Hearing this, Brian also grinned. I hope the experts who come will be able to satisfy my master. I suspect it will be quite difficult to satisfy me. Sumyubai shook his head. The existence of beings at the level of Calvin and Ferdinand was already stronger than the supreme powerhouses of many races. Those whose strength could steadily surpass them were almost already at the level of world lords. Such powerhouses were unlikely to come in person just because of a bounty issued by a divine kingdom. Sumyubai estimated that they would, at most, send some true gods at the level of high gods to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. After all, from the perspective of the outside world, the Lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was merely a peak intermediate god. Sending a high god was already more than enough for Sumyubai. As long as they sent high gods, that was fine. He could directly transmute even a primary godhead into a top-tier one. Unless Sumyubai actively exposed his location, it was unlikely to attract truly powerful beings. However, Sumyubai would not be that reckless. When he judged Calvin and Ferdinand, he had already learned a great deal of information related to himself from their divine souls. Right now, the entire death domain was surging with unrest, all because he was here. The top-tier existences of various races had gathered on the Death Continent, all waiting for him to walk right into their trap. All of this was because of the system announcement made when he comprehended the great Tao of rules. That announcement had convinced all the powerhouses of the myriad worlds of one thing. By you must possess a supreme treasure of the soul rule. If it were only peak high gods, even if there were top-tier powerhouses at the world lord level present, Sumyu did not believe he would be at a disadvantage. But such a good thing as a rule treasure would 100% attract the attention of main gods. At this stage, Sumyu did not yet have the confidence to face a main god. This was the reason he chose not to expose his location. Master, shall we just wait like this for now? Brian held the scythe of the death god, looking at Sumyu with burning eyes. During this period, he felt much more fulfilled than he had in the past. Although he had been the lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom back then, he had needed to balance the forces of various races. How could he have been so unbridled? Although the undead race was strong, Brian was merely one of countless members of the undead race. At that time, he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge the prodigies of the undead race. Nor did he have much of a background to rely on. Within the entire undead race, he had absolutely no say in anything. The position of Frost Prison Lord was also something he had only managed to attain after experiencing countless hardships. But looking at it now, this position was clearly no longer important. Thinking of this, Brian's gaze couldn't help but sweep over the scythe of the death god in his hand. Now, his only goal was to become the new death god. When that time came, let alone a small Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, even the undead realm would be within his grasp. He would even possess immense influence throughout the entire death domain and within the undead race. Waiting is, of course, necessary. Sumyu nodded. But we cannot do nothing and just wait idly. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Brian, and he raised an eyebrow. You are about to break through, aren't you? Thanks to the master's blessing, this subordinate has already felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. The soul fire in Brian's pupils surged upward. Not long after he dealt with that rebellious disciple, Raphael, the injuries to his divine soul had completely recovered. As for the materials for the strongest divine body, they were not worth mentioning to the current Brian. After all, having followed a cheating player like Sumyu, a few casual freebies and promotions were enough to get Brian materials even more powerful than those of the past. The current Brian had clearly returned to his peak state, and perhaps even surpassed it. Which god? Brian undead race. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom Lord of Frost Prison. Lich King top tier undead creature law Lord realm vitality. 9,999 stars divine soul. Peak intermediate god divine body. Peak intermediate god combat power. Early high god panel combat power, excluding additional means. Having returned to the position of Lord, Brian now has a new goal. Before he was unfortunately caught up in that great war, Brian's talent was not weak at all. Back then, he had been able to contend against powerhouses at the early high god stage. Now that he had returned to his peak, even without counting the scythe of the death god, his strength was already stronger than it had been in the past. The bottleneck to breaking through to the high god realm had hindered him for a long time, but the last time he received the blessing of the divine descent, experiencing a battle at the late high god stage firsthand, it finally allowed Brian to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. If it weren't for the need to help Sumyu maintain a large number of wartime emergency portals, he would have already begun his seclusion. Now that everything had settled, the forces within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom controlled by the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan had been uprooted. When he heard Sumyu ask this question, Brian knew that it was time for him to break through. Since you can break through, then do it now. I will personally guard you. Sumyu flashed onto the throne and nodded toward Brian. The latter immediately said with trepidation, "The time required for this subordinate's breakthrough will not be short. How could I dare to trouble the master? It won't take much time. Just break through with peace of mind." Sumyu waved his hand with a smile, and the wheel of time and space appeared silently in his palm. As Sumyu injected his divine power into it, the great Tao of space rules and time rules within the wheel of time and space were mobilized simultaneously. The next moment, Brian felt as if the spacer on him had been stripped away. Although he still appeared to be in the main hall of the Frost Prison Divine Palace, the space he occupied had already been isolated. Immediately following this, a profound and mysterious fluctuation descended. Just as Brian was feeling puzzled, Sumyubai's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. I have accelerated your time flow by 1,000 times. Begin your breakthrough. 1,000 times, Brian's heart trembled. Although he had long known that his master possessed the supreme treasure known as the Wheel of Time and Space, yet, he never imagined that he would be able to accelerate time by 1,000 times so quickly. The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered violently for a moment, and it took great effort for him to calm the shock in his heart. After restoring his state to perfection, he slowly closed his eyes and began to charge toward the bottleneck of the High God realm. At the same time, a box permeated with dense death energy suddenly appeared before Brian. This was the soul box he had entrusted to Sumyubai back then, and it was the very thing that truly determined his life and death. Now, wanting to break through to the High God realm, it would be impossible without the soul box. Because the core of Brian's divine soul had, in fact, always been inside that soul box. As the final stage of the Lawmaster realm, breaking through to become a high god was clearly no easy task, unless one was a bug-level existence like Sumyubai. Even a genius like Brian would require a considerable amount of time to truly shatter this bottleneck. This time was usually measured in years. Brian estimated that if he wanted to truly complete the breakthrough, it would take as long as 2.5 years, however, with the blessing of 1,000-fold time dilation. All of this was no longer a problem. In less than a day, Brian had broken through the bottleneck and officially begun his advancement. Chapter 723. The Maw Tribe. After Brian's wanted notice was issued, the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was thrown into turmoil. For the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, a wanted notice issued by the Kingdom Lord was the official will of the state, unless the wanted races could bring in powerful individuals from their own kind to deal with it. Their only option was to flee the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Not everyone had the sufficient funds to use cross-realm teleportation arrays. The vast majority of players wishing to escape the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom needed to board the starships of the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. But Sumyubai had long since prepared for this. He had long ago dispatched a group of believers, through the portals opened by Brian, to guard the cosmic passages that were the only way to leave the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. These believers were the very same alien players who had previously been empowered by soul amplification and had led the Golden Calamity Legion in slaughter. Although their strength was not high, their current status was that of special envoys of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Normally, as long as they were within the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, even a low god would have to show them some respect upon meeting them. Moreover, it wasn't actually them doing the heavy lifting, but Sumyubai's Golden Calamity Legion, inside the Dark Universe. A super-large starship was flying at extreme speed. Complex inscriptions were carved onto the hull, with one section forming the four large characters, Myriad Worlds Transport. Clearly, this was a super-large starship belonging to the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. Its destination was to pass through the border of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and head toward an adjacent Divine Kingdom. This ship alone could carry hundreds of millions of passengers, and depending on the ticket price, each passenger could have a space ranging from 10 to 1,000 square meters. Even with the blessing of spatial laws within the ship, it still looked incredibly massive from the outside. In the Myriad Worlds, only a minority were truly willing to use cross-realm teleportation arrays. The vast majority of players relied on starships for travel. After all, the resources required for a single use of cross-realm teleportation were countless times more expensive than taking the starship. With those resources, wouldn't it be better to use them to improve one's strength? Relatively speaking, it was just a matter of spending a bit more time. Yet, for players above the 9th tier mythical level, time didn't hold much significance. Therefore, unless there was an urgent matter, even many true gods at the Lawmaster realm would choose to travel by starship. Of course, existences at the True God realm almost all possessed their own small starships and had no need to board the vessels of the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. However, in one of the rooms on this ship, there was an existence at the peak of the Low God realm. At this moment, this Low God powerhouse had his brows tightly locked, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the young man of his own race beside him. Overall, the two looked somewhat similar to humans, but they only had one large, vertical pupil. Even more peculiar was that large mouth, which actually split all the way to their lobes. "Gavin, can we escape?" A trace of nervousness flashed in the youth's single eye, and his voice sounded somewhat uneasy. "Rest assured, Brian only just issued the wanted notice, and we are already close to the cosmic passage leading to the border. His actions shouldn't be that fast." Gavin offered a word of comfort, though he felt a pang of regret in his heart. His mission on this trip was to escort the youth before him to the Black Mist Divine Kingdom for training. Don't let the youth's lack of breakthrough to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm fool you. His identity was not simple. To avoid any accidents, Gavin had chosen to take the Myriad Worlds Transport Group's starship. After all, in the entire Myriad Worlds, no space pirates dared to target the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. He would have known that just as they were about to leave the border, they would suddenly receive the wanted notice issued by Brian. Their race was called the Maw Tribe. Although they were ranked over 1,000 places lower than the werewolf and vampire races on the Myriad Worlds leaderboard, they had still appeared on Brian's wanted list. Clearly, this was also a race that viewed humans as food. If he had known this would happen, Gavin certainly wouldn't have been stingy with the resources for cross-realm teleportation. But now that things had come to this, he could only pray that Brian's actions weren't that swift. "Attention all passengers. The starship is about to arrive at its destination and is currently decelerating." A mechanical voice rang out in the room, and the starship began to reduce its speed. Soon, a faint tremor rippled through the hull. As light flickered, the entire starship vanished instantly from the dark universe. The next moment, a massive black hole-like structure appeared in front of the starship. That was the spatial passage leading to the Black Mist Divine Kingdom. When he saw the dense, swarming Golden Calamity Legion in front of the passage, Gavin's heart sank instantly. Damn it. Brian's actions were actually this fast. However, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, because he did not sense any threat from these skeletons. "Bullet, do not resist under any circumstances." In a moment, Gavin instructed the young man, already preparing himself for a breakout. Bullet nodded upon hearing this. He knew that now was not the time for willfulness. At the same time, the starship of the Myriad Worlds Transport Group had come to a halt before the cosmic passage. The Lion Man Believer leading the Golden Scourge Legion extended a hand, golden light flickering in his eyes as his voice, amplified by the laws, resonated inside the ship. "Border inspection of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Please cooperate." Although the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was far from qualified to confront a behemoth like the Myriad Worlds Transport Group, they still held the right to conduct inspections within their own Divine Kingdom. Normally, the Myriad Worlds Transport Group would not openly oppose any Divine Kingdom. After all, they were merely in the business of transport, while anyone who bought a ticket could board their ships if they were caught. That was the player's own problem. The Myriad Worlds Transport Group was only responsible for transport and would not be held accountable for anything else. Therefore, once the Lion Man Believer identified himself as an envoy of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, the Myriad Worlds Transport Group's ship immediately opened its hatches. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless figures shot out. They were all races on the wanted list. And now that they had encountered an inspection, they naturally would not sit still and wait for death. If they stayed on the ship, the Myriad Worlds Transport Group would not only fail to protect them but might even facilitate the inspectors. Thus, this moment was their best chance to break through. However, these players had underestimated the might of the Golden Scourge Legion. The Lion Man Believer stood beside a Death Knight and merely waved his hand lightly. The next moment, the powerful Golden Scourge Legion, led by Commander tier units, intercepted all the players attempting to break through. Among these players, there wasn't even a single lesser god. How could they possibly resist the siege of the Golden Scourge Legion? But a moment later, the Lion Man Believer frowned. Boom, not far away, a powerful surge of divine power erupted, instantly annihilating the Golden Scourge Legion in that area. There is a powerhouse at the Law Lord realm. The Lion Man Believer's gaze sharpened. Although Gavin's outburst was powerful, his strength did not affect the Myriad Worlds Transport Group's starship in the slightest. The energy shield on the hull rippled slightly, blocking all the shockwaves. Gavin used his divine power to shield Bullet, intending to break through the encirclement in one go. Facing a peak lesser god, the Lion Man Believer showed no fear and let out a cold snort. HMPH. Courting death. His gaze swept over Bulle, and a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes as he grinned. He hadn't expected to catch such a big fish. Chapter 724. The Aggrieved Emperor of Heaven Splitting. Bonus chapter. Faster, a little faster. Gavin's expression was grave as he continuously struck out to clear the Golden Scourge Legion in front of him, preparing to enter his small starship the moment he broke through the encirclement. The main issue was that his ship's defenses were not particularly strong. If he were surrounded, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Bulle, protected by divine power, also kept attacking. Although he was only at the 10th tier Saint Extinction level, his attacks also contained divine power. Clearly, this was a demigod-level existence. Just as the two thought they were about to break through, a dragon's roar caused the joy on their faces to stiffen. Roar! The dragon's roar, infused with divine power, echoed in the vacuum of space. In an instant, a golden bone claw struck directly at Gavin's face. What? Gavin's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved to block it. But the current golden skeletal dragon emperor possessed the combat power of an intermediate god. How could he possibly contend with it? Bang! The moment they made contact, Gavin's divine body exploded instantly. Following that, the soul fire in the golden skeletal dragon emperor's pupils flickered, and a grayish-white divine power rippled outward. Law of soul annihilation. Ark! Gavin's miserable scream erupted from within the blood mist. After only a moment of combat, this peak lesser god of the Riftmouth race had completely perished beneath the dragon's claw. At the same time, the remaining players attempting to break through were all slaughtered by the Golden Scourge Legion, and pairs of scourge skeletons rose from their corpses. The Lion Man Believer's inspection of the Myriad Worlds transport group ship also concluded at this moment. He waved his hand, and the Golden Scourge Legion immediately opened a gap, allowing the massive starship to enter the cosmic passage and depart. Immediately after, the Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor brought Bulle before the Lion Man Believer. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect to encounter a prodigy here. What a pleasant surprise. The Lion Man Believer examined Bulle, a flash of excitement in his eyes. The opponent had already been sealed by the Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor and showed no reaction to anything in the outside world. It's a pity that Lord Brian is currently undergoing a breakthrough. This surprise will have to wait a while before it can be presented to the Sovereign. The Lion Man Believer shook his head, ordered a Lich Lord to use magic to imprison Bulle, and then once again commanded the Golden Scourge Legion to block the cosmic passage. Anyone wishing to leave the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom from this point had to undergo inspection. The same scene was playing out outside every cosmic passage on the borders of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. However, the other believers clearly did not have the same good luck as the Lion Man Believer. Each race only had one prodigy. It was easy to imagine just how difficult it was to happen upon a player with the prodigy title in a remote corner like the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. That Lion Man Believer could truly be said to have had incredible luck. Beyond guarding the border cosmic passages, more believers led the Golden Scourge Legion to begin a massive purge throughout the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Every planet and secret realm in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom witnessed the terror of the Golden Scourge Legion for the first time. In other worlds, the undead scourge might represent negative images like death, disaster, and destruction. But in the death realm and the undead world, the undead scourge was absolutely the most common type of army, especially in the current Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Sumyubai's Golden Scourge Legion was the official force in every sense of the word. As long as they are within the borders of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, regardless of which planet or secret realm they are in, they possess the authority to enforce the law. However, apart from Sumyubai, no other Divine Kingdom ruler would dare to do such a thing. After all, many secret realms and planets are under the control of members of powerful races, and a ruler must still take them into consideration when acting. But since Sumyubai dared to let Brian issue a wanted order, why would he care about the opinions of other races? If he said that the races on the list were to be wiped out, then not a single one would be left behind, even within the cities. The butcher knives in the hands of these golden skeletons would not pose for a single second. Fortunately, these skeletons were only interested in the races on the wanted list. As for players of other races, as long as they did not attack first, the skeletons would ignore them entirely. Even so, The fearsome reputation of the Golden Scourge Legion soon resounded throughout the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. As the news began to spread, legends of the Golden Scourge Legion began to emerge in the surrounding Divine Kingdoms and even throughout the entire undead realm. Coupled with the pleas for help from many wanted players, a large number of powerhouses began to flock toward the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The vast majority of them were experts from the wanted races, while others simply wanted to see with their own eyes whether the Golden Scourge Legion was truly as monstrous as the rumors claimed. Kill one person and summon two skeletons from the corpse. Such a thing was something even these powerhouses had never heard of before. Death Domain, Soul-Splitting Realm, Valley of the Dead. This was the center of the Soul-Splitting Realm, controlled entirely by the Riftmouth race. When Gavin was on the verge of death, he had sent out a message. So the upper echelons of the Riftmouth race were already aware that their heaven-defying genius had been captured. They immediately notified the patriarch of the Riftmouth race, who was located on the Death Continent and was also the current realm lord of the Soul-Splitting Realm, Emperor Lichian. The latter was instantly enraged. No longer waiting for Baiyi to walk into a trap, he directly used a cross-realm teleportation ray to arrive in the undead realm. But the moment he arrived, two figures appeared before him. Sean looked at Emperor Lichian, who had just stepped out of the cross-realm teleportation array, and frowned. Lichian, you barged into my undead realm without prior notice. Who gave you the nerve, Lord Sean? This matter is indeed my fault. Facing Sean, the realm lord of the undead realm, Emperor Lichian was clearly inferior in both strength and status. He apologized first before explaining. The reason I rushed in this time is because a genius of my race was captured in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Hearing the words Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, the bald man carrying a metal staff beside Sean looked Emperor Lichian up and down, curled his lips, and said, "Your strength is a bit lacking, but you'll barely suffice as a sparring partner. Come on, if you want to go find your genius, you'll have to fight me first." Today's bonus chapter is served. Chapter 725. Has this guy always been this stupid? Sukonyu. The moment the bald figure appeared, Emperor Lichian's pupils constricted sharply. His mouth, which stretched to his ears, opened wide to reveal a set of sharp fangs. However, his eyes were filled with deep, intense terror. Damn it. Why is this madman Sukonyu in the undead realm? And looking at him, it seems he has already reached some kind of agreement with Sean. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Emperor Lichian's mind. The final conclusion was that he had to escape immediately. As one of the races that treated humans as food, the Riftmouth race had a deep understanding of the former dominance of the human race. Although the human race had been in decline for over 9 epochs, the younger generation of Riftmouth players did not know the history of the invincible god of war Sukonyu. But Emperor Lichian had lived through that era. How could he not understand just how terrifying the madman before him was? If it weren't for the human race back then, how could the Riftmouth race only be ranked near 6th on the 10,000 races ranking today? At their peak, the Riftmouth race had once been among the top 10 on the 10,000 races ranking. But it was only because their genius at the time had made an enemy of the human race that they ended up in their current state. This was also the main reason why the Riftmouth race had been capturing human players as food everywhere after the human race declined. Between races, it is difficult to speak of absolute right or wrong. Everything is merely the law of survival in the universe, the dark forest, where the weak are prey to the strong. When the human race was powerful, they had casually slaughtered most of the Riftmouth race's top experts. The Riftmouth race could only swallow their anger, not daring to harbor even a shred of thought of revenge, although that incident was triggered by the fault of their own genius. In the eyes of the Riftmouth race, the human race was simply too overbearing to inflict such heavy consequences for a minor matter. At that time, Emperor Lichian had not yet cultivated to the peak of the upper god realm and was not held in high regard by the human experts, which was why he had luckily survived. Later, the human race suffered heavy losses due to the Void invasion and fell directly off the 10,000 races ranking. And the Riftmouth race finally found an opportunity for revenge for over 9 epochs. The number of humans they had devoured was no less than those consumed by the Blood race and the Werewolf race. After all, for the human race at that stage, whether it was 4,000th or 6th zeroth on the 10,000 races ranking. They were equally unable to resist. Today, although Emperor Lightian had become the strongest of the Riftmouth race, he had only fused one ordinary rule down to the limit of 9 patterns. He was still a long way from returning the Riftmouth race to its peak, but the human race had already risen strongly once again, not long ago. The moment they returned to the ranking, they reached for 380th on the 10,000 races ranking. Such a ranking was already something the current Riftmouth race had to look up to. Therefore, the moment the human race returned to the ranking, Emperor Lightian issued an order forbidding his clansmen from wantonly hunting human players in the myriad worlds. This was the deterrent power brought by the human race's return to the ranking. Races that were not particularly strong, like the Riftmouth race, no longer dared to target the human race. But this small benefit was not worth mentioning compared to the top-tier enemies drawn by the human race's return to the ranking. For Yuan and the others, enemies like the Riftmouth race, the Blood race, and the Werewolf race could be dealt with at any time. The reason they remained hidden was that there were too many formidable enemies secretly eyeing the human race. Races like the Blood clan were simply not significant enough to be on the radar. As for those fellow players who were treated as blood food, they had no particularly good solutions either. By comparison, preserving the seeds of the human race and waiting for the hope of a resurgence was a far more important matter. Furthermore, after that battle, the number of human powerhouses who survived was truly too small. The myriad worlds were so vast that even if they were all exposed, it would be impossible to look after everything. Instead, it would only attract even more powerful enemies. For instance, the monster race or the mechanical race. These were all trade-offs made by the human race. Just like the Lightian Emperor at this moment, who had also made a trade-off. The invincible god of war Sakong Yu was a notorious madman. Back in the day, he had single-handedly slaughtered his way through the entire Scarlet Realm, beating the Blood Ancestor into a panicked retreat. And the strength of the Lightian Emperor was not even on par with the Blood Ancestor. What's more, this was not the Lihan realm. As the Realm Master, he had absolutely no geographical advantage here. Therefore, the moment he saw Sakong Yu, he decisively chose to abandon the prodigy of the Laiku clan and chose to flee for his life. He might have cared about the powerhouses of other races, but Sakong Yu was human. Given the deep-seated hatred between the two races, the Lightian Emperor knew that if he fell into the other party's hands, he would definitely not meet a good end. Compared to his own life, a single prodigy was something he could afford to abandon. In any case, as long as he remained alive, the Laiku clan's ranking on the myriad race ranking would not change significantly. No sooner said than done. The moment Sakong Yu's voice fell, the figure of the Lightian Emperor became blurred. Before the afterimage in his original spot had even dissipated, his true body had already returned to the cross-realm teleportation array, intending to escape. Seeing that Sakong Yu seemed not to have reacted in time, the Lightian Emperor was overjoyed and immediately prepared to activate the cross-realm teleportation array to leave. As long as he escaped the undead realm, he would return to the Lihan realm immediately. At that point, even if this madman Sakong Yu pursued him, he would never be able to kill him on his own turf. But the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened, because the cross-realm teleportation array beneath his feet showed not the slightest sign of activating. It's over. The Lightian Emperor's heart sank. He turned around stiffly and cast a gloomy look at Sean, but he did not dare to voice any questions. Sakong Yu carried his metal staff horizontally across his shoulders, resting both hands on it. He looked at the Lightian Emperor as if looking at a fool, then turned his head and asked Sean earnestly, "Is this guy always this stupid? Does he not know that you, the Realm Master, can directly shut down the cross-realm teleportation array?" "I know. How could I not know? I am a Realm Master level existence. After all." The Lightian Emperor's mouth twitched, and he complained frantically in his heart, but he dared not say it out loud. He was also a Realm Master, so he naturally knew the authority a Realm Master held within the great world they controlled. He just hadn't expected Sean to cooperate with Sakong Yu so readily to keep him here. Since when did the undead race and the human race start getting involved with each other? The Lightian Emperor's expression was tense. His gaze fixed firmly on Sakong Yu, fearing that the other party might suddenly strike and catch him off guard. However, Because he couldn't win, he didn't dare to act rashly, only thinking frantically about countermeasures in his heart, facing this madman. How could he possibly escape with his life, call for reinforcements? But among his connections, was there anyone capable of breaking into the undead realm and rescuing him from the hands of Sekonyu and Shon? It seemed that perhaps there wasn't, right? For a moment, the Lightion Emperor's heart sank to the bottom. He only hoped that a miracle would occur at this moment, such as Sekonyu suddenly dropping dead. Shon rolled his eyes, ignoring Sekonyu, who had already begun his verbal assault, and turned to leave. Solve it yourself, old Shon. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Sekonyu grinned, revealing a signature row of white teeth. The metal staff on his shoulder had blocked Shon's path before he knew it. This guy is too weak. Use your divine domain to help him, at least give me some pressure. As his voice fell, Sekonyu's divine power erupted, instantly sweeping the three of them away from the spot. The next moment, they appeared within the dark space. Shon frowned, but still released his divine domain. He understood that although he had reached a certain agreement with the human race, Sekonyu would still keep a close eye on him, because within the undead realm, he, as the realm master, posed far too great a threat to Bai. Chapter 726. No, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Asking Shon to use his divine domain to help him. I thank you for looking down on me so much. Inside the dark space, the Lightion Emperor wore a look of bewilderment. He clearly hadn't expected Sekonyu to say such a thing. However, this was clearly good news for him. Realizing that he had lost his chance to escape, the Lightion Emperor took a deep breath, his divine power surging within him. His divine domain also unfolded instantly, joining Shon's divine domain to press down upon Sekonyu's. If it were only Shon, although Sekonyu's divine domain would be at a slight disadvantage, the pressure would not be significant. Now, with the addition of the Lightion Emperor's divine domain, the situation was immediately different. Sekonyu's entire divine domain began to vibrate, and at the edges of the domain, tiny cracks even began to appear. Although these cracks were quickly repaired by divine power, it meant that Sekonyu's divine domain was under considerable pressure at this moment. Seeing this, the Lightion Emperor felt a surge of joy. He then held his hands in a void-grasping motion, and two curved blades instantly appeared in his palms. Sekonyu, come on, let me see. It was a pity that his pre-battle declaration had not yet finished when a thick metal staff slammed into his mouth. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the Lightion Emperor was sent flying instantly, crashing into the edge of the divine domain, completely stunned. Sekonyu, this madman, simply doesn't play by the rules. I was careless. I didn't dodge. On the spot, more than a dozen sharp teeth stained with divine blood slowly drifted downward. As the divine power of metal surged, these teeth instantly turned into fly ash. Sekonyu complained with dissatisfaction. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the chatter? As his voice fell, his figure had already reappeared before the Lightion Emperor. Boom! The metallic staff suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering pillar that seemed to prop up the heavens, descending to suppress the Lightion Emperor, who had only just regained his senses. Sekonyu's immense power shook space and time, pinning the Lightion God Emperor below, leaving him unable to move an inch. It was as if the pressure exerted by the two divine domains meant absolutely nothing to a madman like Sekonyu. The Lightion Emperor's expression changed drastically. His pupils dilated, and his eyes were filled with terror. Big it was to bake. This big did not refer to Sekonyu's metallic staff, but rather the chasm in strength between the two. As for Sekonyu, this battle-crazed maniac, the Lightion Emperor believed he had a decent understanding of him. In his view, while the other party was certainly stronger than himself, it shouldn't have been to the extent of total suppression, but reality struck like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the wishful thinking in his heart. This madman Sekonyu wasn't just a little stronger than him, he was unfathomably powerful. In this instant, the Lightion Emperor even felt that Shon might not necessarily be able to defeat Sekonyu either. In a daze, he felt as if he saw the top-tier powerhouses of the Laiku race who had fallen in the past beckoning to him. Damn legs, move, just move already. The terrifying pressure bearing down on him caused the Lightion Emperor's face to twist. He gritted his remaining teeth and struggled to lift the two curved blades in his hands. attempting to deflect a fraction of the force behind Sekongyu's attack. If the suppression hadn't been so overwhelming, preventing him from escaping the range of the attack, he would have fled long ago. Facing this head-on was purely a move of desperation. Divine Power Ignite. The giant staff, carrying the force of a collapsing sky, crashed down. The Light-Yon Emperor's divine power burned across his body, erupting with his peak combat strength. Not enough, still not enough. If he took this blow head-on, he would definitely be severely crippled. He and Sean were both world lords. Yet the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. This could be seen from the respectful title the Light-Yon Emperor used when he first met Sean. Their respective battles against Sekongyu further highlighted just how vast the gap between them truly was. Although Sean hadn't been able to defeat Sekongyu from beginning to end, he had basically been suppressing him, maintaining the absolute upper hand. In contrast, the Light-Yon Emperor was being directly crushed by Sekongyu, with almost no power to fight back. The true value of the undead world's lord was evident. Seeing Sekongyu's attack about to land, the Light-Yon Emperor finally managed to break through the suppression by burning his divine power. Fast, fast, fast. The Light-Yon Emperor was frantic as he swung his curved blades to unleash thousands of law-infused blade beams. He fled the spot at top speed. Even so, he had already prepared himself to endure a portion of the attack. After all, the timing of breaking the suppression was too tight. It was impossible for him to completely escape the range of Sekongyu's strike. However, this was still much better than being at the center of the impact. Bang, bang, bang. The countless blade beams unleashed by the Light-Yon Emperor shattered the moment they collided with the metallic staff. His full-force strike had only managed to stall the staff for a mere split second. Although he didn't look back, the Light-Yon Emperor could feel that the suffocating, terrifying power was already closing in on his back. His burning divine power rippled, and with the reinforcement of low energy, layer upon layer of shields condensed on his body. However, the next moment, the Light-Yon Emperor's footsteps faltered, and a look of distinct astonishment flashed across his face. Because Sekongyu's attack had inexplicably stopped, as divine light flickered, the metallic staff, which had resembled a pillar supporting the heavens, instantly returned to its normal size. It spun, carving an arc of light through the high sky before returning to Sekongyu's palm. Wait, what is the meaning of this? The Light-Yon Emperor was utterly bewildered. Are you playing with me? You retracted your attack so nonchalantly. Doesn't that make me look like a clown for struggling for my life just now? If he hadn't already experienced Sekongyu's strength, the Light-Yon Emperor would have loved to roar. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated, and fortunately, he had already witnessed the gap in power. So, he dared not utter those words. Humiliated is humiliated. Isn't it better to be alive? Boring. Simply boring. Sekongyu hoisted the metallic staff back onto his shoulder, the smile on his face gradually fading. All right, old Sean, put away your divine domain. Hearing this, Sean, who had been resting with his eyes closed at the edge of the battlefield, slowly opened his eyes. Not fighting anymore, not anymore. This guy is too weak. Sekongyu curled his lip. A battle without any pressure had no meaning to him. What he craved was a life or death struggle where he was constantly at a disadvantage, one that could continuously push his potential to the limit. Now that Sean, the lord of the undead world, wasn't attacking and was only releasing his divine domain, fighting the Light-Yon Emperor felt as casual as beating a dog, unless he could force the opponent into a desperate situation where they used their absolute trump cards. It simply couldn't pique Sekongyu's interest. Most importantly, he had just received a message from Yi Yuan. Sean glanced at the aggrieved Light-Yon Emperor and silently withdrew his divine domain. If they weren't fighting, then they weren't fighting. In any case, he certainly wouldn't be crossing hands with this madman again. He couldn't win, and he couldn't kill him. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Chapter 727. If you can't save them, you don't have to leave either. Bonus chapter. Sekongyu carried his staff and walked up to the Light-Yon Emperor, looking down at him from above. Do you know what to do? I will leave the undead world right now. The Light-Yon Emperor gritted his teeth, although he didn't understand why the other party would spare his life. If he could live, he certainly didn't want to die. However, the words that followed from Sekongyu left the Light-Yon Emperor stunned once again. You cannot leave. Go to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Your prodigies are still waiting for you to save them. Upon hearing this, the Licheon Emperor was startled for a moment before he suddenly reacted. Reverse psychology. This was absolutely reverse psychology. At the same time, his heart trembled as he suddenly realized a few things. It seemed that the prodigies of the Liku clan had been captured by the human race. Connecting this to the recent massive changes in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and the turmoil across the myriad worlds caused by Baiyi, the Licheon Emperor's pupils could not help but constrict. That was it. It was highly likely that Baiyi was in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. No wonder a madman like Sikonyu was here. He was very likely the guardian of Baiyi. In an instant, the Licheon Emperor understood everything, and his heart rose to his throat. He must not let this madman see that he had guessed Baiyi's location, otherwise, his life would surely end here. Baiyi had triggered the myriad world announcements so many times that even the top-tier powerhouses of the human race, who had been hidden for over 9 epochs, had chosen to reveal themselves because of him. One could imagine just how important Baiyi was to the human race today. If Sikonyu knew that he had guessed Baiyi's location, he would never let him leave. Thinking of this, the Licheon Emperor also understood why Sikonyu had let him go. The fall of a world lord, while not affecting the entire myriad worlds like a rule sovereign, would still trigger anomalies within a realm. When that happened, the entire death realm would know that he had fallen in the undead realm currently. Because many powerhouses across the myriad worlds could not find Baiyi's specific location, they were all gathered on the death continent, waiting for an opportunity. Once he fell in the undead realm, it would inevitably attract the attention of most of those powerhouses. This was definitely not something the human race wanted to see. Thinking of this, the Licheon Emperor dared not linger any longer. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "I won't go. I really won't go. Bully provoking your noble clan is his fate. You can deal with him however you like. This time, my Liku clan will have no complaints." To ensure Sikonyu did not become suspicious, he specifically pointed out that he had guessed Bully was in the hands of the human race. He said this to hide the fact that he had guessed by his location. However, Sikonyu frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Can you not understand human speech?" I said, "Go to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom right now." No, wait, he really wants me to go. What kind of maneuver is this? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Is Baiyi not in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? Just as the Licheon Emperor was filled with doubt, Sikonyu's voice sounded again. "Get lost immediately. If you don't save your prodigies, you won't need to leave at all." As his voice fell, the vibrations of Sikonyu's divine domain directly forced the Licheon Emperor out of the dark space. Only then did Shan come to Sikonyu's side and say meaningfully, "It seems you all really have confidence in Baiyi." Although the Licheon Emperor was nothing to him, he was definitely not someone that Kelvin and Ferdinand could compare to. As the world lord of the undead realm, he was naturally aware that Kelvin and Ferdinand had entered the undead realm. However, since neither of them were at the world lord level, he hadn't paid them any mind. And Sikonyu hadn't bothered with them at the time either. Back then, Shan had guessed that the human race must still have a top-tier powerhouse secretly guarding Baiyi. But now, seeing Sikonyu let the Licheon Emperor go to find Baiyi, he was a bit confused. Could it be that Baiyi already had the strength to defeat the Licheon Emperor? Thinking of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Just how much is the human race still hiding? No wonder the mere presence of the wine god was enough to make the water sovereign choose to back down. One must know that although the wine god's strength was above the water sovereign's, the undead race did not just have the water sovereign as their only main god. The more he thought about it, the more Shan felt that the human race was hiding too deeply. The image of that old schemer flashed through his mind. How many arrangements had that old guy, Yuan, made over the past 9+ epochs? Slap. Sikonyu patted Shan on the shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. "All right, old Shan. Stop wasting your brain cells. Fight me once, and I'll tell you immediately. Then I'd rather not know." Shan rolled his eyes. "Trying to drag me into being your sparring partner again? No way." Undead realm. The Licheon Emperor appeared in the cross-realm teleportation array, looking completely bewildered. He immediately tried to activate the teleportation array again, but there was still no response. Clearly, Shan had not lifted his restrictions. As a fellow world lord, the Lition Emperor could have forcibly broken through the restrictions to activate the cross-realm teleportation array, but that would require a certain amount of time and would inevitably attract Sean. Attracting Sean meant attracting that madman Sikonyu. Therefore, after trying to no avail, he chose to give up. Sikonyu. What exactly does he mean? The Lition Emperor frowned, his gaze involuntarily glancing at his communicator. He was conflicted about whether or not to send out his guess, but soon, he didn't need to be conflicted anymore, because he discovered that his communicator had already been restricted by Sean, the World Lord. Thinking of Sikonyu's final threatening words, the Lition Emperor shivered and flashed over to a nearby teleportation array. As white light flickered, his figure slowly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Frost Prison Star, Frost Prison City, and the Frost Prison Imperial Palace was right in the center of this city. As soon as he arrived, the Lition Emperor's gaze sharpened. This divine power fluctuation. Someone has broken through to the upper god realm. Today's extra update is here. Chapter 728. Master, I have succeeded. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Frost Prison Divine Palace. With the blessing of 1,000-fold time acceleration. In less than a day, Brian had completely broken through his bottleneck and began to condense his godhead. A powerful surge of divine soul energy and divine power permeated out from his body. And immediately after, layers of fluctuations of the death law emerged around Brian. 1, 2, 3. These laws intertwined with Brian's divine soul, using it as a foundation to begin forging a godhood that belonged solely to him. Sumyubai sat upright upon his throne, the wheel of time and space in his palm shimmering with light as he lifted the spatial stripping and time acceleration surrounding Brian. The next moment, the entire divine palace hall suddenly transformed. A projection of a pale world appeared, mountains piled high with bleached bones emerged, and countless undead creatures wandered across the desolate land. This was the phantom of the small world within Brian's body. To successfully condense his godhood, he needed to integrate this internal world into it. At the same time, a vast wave of divine power instantly swept across the entire Frost Prison Star, surging deep into the cosmic expanse. Players on Frost Prison Star looked up at the sky one after another, their pupils dilating as they stared at the suddenly manifested projection of the small world. What terrifying pressure! What exactly is this? I feel like I can't move. What do I do? Our Frost Prison Divine Kingdom just changed rulers not long ago. Is another massive upheaval happening? Am I going to die? Among the passersby, there were very few true gods at the Law Lord realm. The vast majority were players ranging from the 7th tier epic level to the 10th tier Saint Extinction level. With their limited knowledge, they had no idea what this suddenly appearing small world projection signified. Even some lesser gods were unclear about what was happening. Many of these lesser gods would never encounter a higher god in their entire lives. For them, godhood was something almost entirely out of reach. After all, within the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, the ruler at the peak of the median god realm was already the strongest existence. The situation in other divine kingdoms was much the same. Higher gods were rarely seen within the divine kingdoms. Only those players who were well informed or possessed deep backgrounds understood what this scene truly meant. And such individuals usually stayed in high-end establishments. For instance, the Nether Immortal Workshop. The commotion caused by Brian's breakthrough also startled the players enjoying their lives inside the Nether Immortal Workshop, causing them to look up in surprise. Someone is condensing their godhood. Is there actually someone in Frost Prison City capable of breaking through to the higher god realm? It must be Ruler Brian. I didn't expect him to be able to break through so soon after reclaiming the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. No wonder he was able to take back the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom from Raphael. If I were the Lord of the Undead Realm, I would definitely have chosen Brian too. I never thought I'd live to witness the birth of a higher god with my own eyes. I'm so envious. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the higher god realm. Buddy, keep dreaming. If you and I had that kind of potential, would we still need to be in a backwater place like the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? You still have to have dreams, otherwise, how are you any different from a salted fish? The commotion caused by Brian's breakthrough seemed massive, but compared to Sumyubai's previous display, it was not worth mentioning. After his small world phantom appeared, it began to shrink rapidly, as if being compressed. converging toward a central point. Likewise, Brian's divine power and divine soul all gathered there, gradually forming the embryonic shape of his godhood. Compared to the phenomena produced during Sumyubai's breakthrough, Brian's process looked much simpler. Although the scythe of the death god in his hand was a high-level low-grade treasure, it was still far from being a true rule-level artifact and lacked the ability to trigger any grand phenomena. As the small world phantom shrank rapidly, Brian's aura climbed steadily, and he soon broke through to the higher god realm. As time passed, the vast divine power and soul energy intertwined, completely enveloping Brian's small world and gradually forming a crystal-clear gemstone. This crystal had 9 facets, each radiating a dense aura of death. The 9 facets indicated that this was a primary level godhood, which also represented Brian's current status as an early-stage higher god. With this, his breakthrough had officially concluded. This was the normal process for a median god breaking through to the higher god realm. After all, not everyone was a cheater like Sumyubai, who had long ago comprehended the great Tao of rules and integrated it to such a profound degree. Generally speaking, true gods at the higher god realm only have the possibility of fully comprehending all the laws contained within a specific great Tao of rules after they have broken through to the late stage of the higher god realm. Just like Brian now, he had reached the early stage of the higher god realm, but he had not yet fully comprehended all the laws of the death system. To be precise, he was still very far from it. Moreover, laws cannot be comprehended simply by having sufficient time. Comprehension, opportunity, and luck, all 3 are indispensable. Otherwise, even if a true god were placed in a world where time flowed 10,000 or even 100 million times faster, it would be of no use without comprehension. No matter how much time they are given, they cannot advance further without opportunity. Many laws cannot even be entered without luck. The consequences are unpredictable. Perhaps they might develop a wrong understanding, or perhaps they might suddenly suffer a cultivation deviation. Since Brian had not even fully comprehended the laws of the death system, it was naturally impossible for him to touch upon the great Tao of rules. Therefore, when he broke through, there was no descent of the death great Tao of rules, and no Tao patterns condensed upon his godhood. At this moment, although he and Sumyubai were both early-stage higher gods, the difference in their combat power was like heaven and earth. As the godhood entered his body, Brian's aura instantly retracted. He opened his eyes abruptly, the soul fire within his pupils flaring violently, his excitement evident. "Master, I have succeeded." The higher god realm was a level he had always aspired to reach. Back then, the opportunity to break through to the higher god realm was all Raphael had used to threaten him into revealing himself. Although, after following Sumyubai, this could only be considered a small, phased goal, it still made him feel incredibly thrilled. Looking across the myriad worlds, a law lord at the higher god realm could definitely be considered a powerhouse. If not for the variable that was Sumyubai, Brian would be the only high god in the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom at this very moment. His existence alone was enough to elevate the sphere of influence of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to a higher level. After all, many rulers of other divine kingdoms were merely at the peak of the mid-god realm. This was enough to demonstrate the immense value of the high god realm. Now that he had finally broken through to this long-desired realm, how could Brian not be excited? "Brian, you didn't disappoint me." Sumyubai smiled slightly. "However, don't get too excited just yet. I told you, there is a surprise waiting for you after breaking through to the high god realm." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Brian, and a bright purple light suddenly flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, the soul fire within Brian's pupils suddenly jumped violently, and the excitement on his face instantly turned into shock and suspicion. "Master, you..." Chapter 729, Brian's Ambition. "Master, what are you doing?" Seeing the bright purple light in Sumyubai's eyes, Brian's expression changed drastically, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. This light signified the activation of the law of soul control, and his soul had long been completely controlled by Sumyubai. Now that the law of soul control was suddenly being invoked, Brian did not think his master wanted to erase his soul. After all, if he wanted to erase it, would he have needed to wait until he finished his breakthrough? Then, only one possibility remained. The master wanted to lift the soul control over him. Does the master not want him anymore? For a moment, panic began to rise in Brian's heart. Normally, no one would want their soul to be controlled by someone else forever. But Brian had grown accustomed to relying on Sumubai, and he had long ago decided to follow his master with unwavering devotion. Now, seeing his master preparing to lift the soul control, he, the one being controlled, actually felt a sense of reluctance. Isn't this a good thing for you? Why are you becoming reluctant? Seeing Brian's reaction, Sumubai couldn't help but chuckle. He was indeed preparing to lift the soul control over Brian. The reason was the same as why he had lifted the mount contract for Frost. A controlled soul has an upper limit. If the soul control were not lifted, Brian would never be able to achieve the position of a sovereign of rules in his entire life. Not only that, even if he broke through to the peak high god realm, the difficulty of merging with the great Tao of rules would be many times higher than that of a normal peak high god. This was the restriction imposed by the myriad world's rules upon those who were controlled, whether it was a controlled soul or one bound by a mount contract. In the eyes of the myriad worlds game, they were incomplete. Such souls naturally had no qualification to attain the position of a sovereign of rules. The great Tao of rules would also reject such souls for them. Trying to fuse all the laws of a certain lineage was harder than ascending to heaven. Normally, after condensing a godhead and breaking through to the high god realm, it was impossible for one soul to be permanently controlled. However, Brian, a lord of laws whose soul was controlled before he made his breakthrough, was an exception. Of course, this also had something to do with Sumubai's catastrophe trait. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to completely control Brian, who had also fully comprehended the law of soul control. The law of soul control was not as overpowered as one might imagine. Others did not possess a catastrophe trait like Sumubai's. Their soul control could be lifted. Otherwise, the entire myriad worlds would have been in chaos long ago. Only a bug-level existence like Sumubai could completely control a true god who had comprehended the law of soul control. And besides himself, no one else could lift that control. After all, the sovereign of souls, the sovereign of life, and the sovereign of death did not exist at this time. As long as Sumubai wished, Brian's soul would remain under his control forever. But now, this held no benefit for Sumubai. What he wanted were subordinates and partners with sufficiently high potential, not restricted slaves. Brian was a smart man, and Sumubai believed that even if he lifted the soul control, the other party would make the most correct decision. Even if he didn't choose correctly, he could always control him again. A soul that had condensed a godhead could not be controlled. That applied to normal circumstances. But when could Sumubai ever be defined by common sense? With his death, great Tao of rules fused to 80%. Combined with the soul-type catastrophe trait, he was fully capable of forcibly controlling the soul of a high god. Moreover, there was no need for that, because even if the soul control were lifted, Brian would still be Sumubai's believer, and a fanatic one at that. Although the reason he became a fanatic was entirely due to his soul being controlled. Once one had become a fanatic, their firm faith would no longer change. Facing Sumubai's half-smiling gaze, Brian was silent for a moment before attempting to ask Master, after the soul control is lifted, can Brian become your follower? Naturally. Sumubai nodded slightly, the purple light in his eyes intensifying. Clearly, Brian's choice did not disappoint him. A powerful force of divine soul instantly enveloped Brian. The latter's body gradually began to float, and a bright purple light flickered within his pupils as well. The violently jumping soul fire even began to take on a hint of purple. Brian couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the mark Sumubai had left on his divine soul gradually began to dissipate. Notification. Do you confirm the lifting of soul control over which god Brian? The system prompt rang in Sumubai's ears, and without the slightest hesitation, he chose to confirm. A long time later, the bright purple light in the eyes of both Sumubai and Brian faded away. Brian, from this moment on, you are a free man. Sumubai nodded toward Brian. Master, Brian will be loyal to you forever. As soon as Brian landed, he knelt on one knee before Sumubai to demonstrate his loyalty. Immediately after, the soul fire within his pupils surged violently, and gray-white death flames ignited across his body. A blank contract condensed and floated between Brian and Sumubai. Although the undead do not need to breathe, Brian took a deep breath at this moment and slowly recited the oath of allegiance. Your subordinate, the witch god Brian, is willing to swear by my soul to follow Lord Bai until death. From this day forward, your enemies are my enemies. And wherever your sword points, that is my direction. As the oath concluded, the contract in midair suddenly burst into flames, then transformed into a stream of light that surged into the center of Brian's brow. At the same time, two system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. The witch god Brian has sworn allegiance to you. Do you wish to accept him as your follower? Sumyubai naturally had no reason to refuse. After choosing to accept, the follower contract officially took effect, and the system notification sounded once more. Notification. Congratulations on successfully contracting the witch god Brian as a follower. The follower contract was not a form of enslavement and would not affect the integrity of the follower's soul. Its nature was similar to faith, but it did not reach the level of true devotion, nor would it limit the follower's future achievements. Once the contract officially took effect, Brian finally let out a sigh of relief. He could happily go back to causing trouble with his master. The position of the god of death, Brian, was determined to have it. If he hadn't followed Sumyubai, Brian would never have dared to dream of the position of the god of death. But with such a powerful backer, things were different. Let alone the title of god of death. Even the position of a ruler of rules was something Brian dared to covet. Of course, excluding the supreme god position of the ruler of death, which had already been reserved by Sumyubai. Brian, who had been feeling uneasy ever since his soul control was lifted, finally revealed a smile. Master, what are your orders? Don't call me master from now on. Sumyubai waved his hand, just like the others. Call me sovereign or lord. Yes, sovereign. Brian nodded and slowly stood up. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, because a terrifyingly powerful force had suddenly descended into the main hall of the Divine Palace. Chapter 730, Since You've Come, Stay. Bonus Chapter, Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Frost Prison Star, Frost Prison City. The newly arrived Emperor Lishan narrowed his eyes. This fluctuation of divine power. Someone had broken through to the realm of a high-level god. Could it be Bai Yi? Emperor Lishan's heart trembled. If that were the case, Bai Yi's rate of improvement would be too terrifying. No, that should be impossible. Emperor Lishan shook his head. When Bai Yi triggered the world announcement previously, he was only at the 9th order mythical level. How could he have broken through to the high-level god realm so quickly? After dismissing the conjecture in his mind, Emperor Lishan immediately thought of someone else. The Frost Prison Kingdom Lord. If there was anyone here most likely to have broken through to the high-level god realm, it could only be the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord. Moreover, the location from which that divine power fluctuation originated was right in the center of this city. Wasn't that exactly where the Frost Prison Divine Palace was located? It was perfect. Emperor Lishan had been looking for the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord anyway. I would like to see what gives a mere and who just broke through to the high-level god realm the audacity to issue such a wanted notice. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Emperor Lishan took a step forward and instantly vanished from the teleportation hall. This was not the power of spatial laws or rules, it was simply because his speed was so immense that the moment he took a step, he entered the dark space. When Emperor Lishan reappeared, he had already entered the Frost Prison Divine Palace. The restrictions and formations of the entire Divine Palace were as if they didn't exist to him. Although Emperor Lishan had been easily crushed by Sekonyu, he was still a world lord level existence. How could the restrictions of a mere Divine Kingdom's palace detect or block him? However, Emperor Lishan was discovered nonetheless. The moment he stepped out of the dark space, he locked eyes with a pair of deep, profound pupils. What? Emperor Lishan's pupils shrank slightly from the posture of the figure on the divine throne. It was clear that the other party looking at him was no coincidence. He had truly discovered him. This point shocked Emperor Lishan. This Frost Prison Kingdom Lord had only just broken through to the high-level god realm. How could he possibly have detected him? Brian's reputation was limited only to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and some nearby kingdoms. An existence like Emperor Lishan would naturally never have heard of such a small character. And as for Sumyubai, it went without saying, everyone who had seen him, aside from his companions, had already perished. except for those at the 12th Order ruler of Rule's realm. No one else could recognize his identity even if he stood right in front of them. Then, something even more shocking to Emperor Lishan occurred. He suddenly realized he couldn't see through any of the other party's information. How could this be? Upon seeing Emperor Lishan, Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Emperor Lishan Riftmouth Clan. World Lord of the Soul Rift World. Top tier Riftmouth Clan creature Lord of Lo's Realm Vitality. 99 Worlds Divine Soul. Peak High Level God Divine Body. Peak High Level God Combat Power. Peak High Level God Rule Dao. Soul Rule Dao Fusion Degree. 99.99% 9 Pattern Ultimate. The Riftmouth Clan loves to devour souls, of course. They do not let flesh and blood go to waste either. Emperor Lishan is currently the strongest of the Riftmouth Clan and their only world lord. You are not the Frost Prison Kingdom Lord. Emperor Lishan also saw Brian in the center of the hall at this moment and realized that he was the true Frost Prison Kingdom Lord. Although Brian wore the masquerade mask gifted by Sumyubai, this low-level treasure was seen through at a glance by a peak high-level god. Although Emperor Lishan did not intentionally release his pressure, the sheer weight of his presence still made Brian, who had just broken through to the early stage of the upper god realm, feel an immense burden. My lord, this guy is incredibly strong. Brian flashed to Sumyubai's side, his face filled with gravity. The scythe of the death god appeared silently in his palm, and he mobilized all the divine power within his body. Although he could not discern exactly how powerful Emperor Lishan was. So what if he was strong? Before he had even recovered to his peak, he had already defeated the special envoy of the undead realm, the Black Light Death God Gone, who was at the late stage of the upper god realm. By relying on the scythe of the death god and the blessing of a divine descent. Now that he had already broken through to the upper god realm, what was there to fear? Even if the newcomer was a peak upper god. The reason he felt so confident was also because Brian did not understand just how vast the gap between peak upper gods could be. However, even if he had known that Emperor Lishan was a world lord level existence, his resolve would not have wavered in the slightest. Because Sumyubai was still here, this is the scythe of the death god. The appearance of the scythe of the death god caused a sharp glint to flash in Emperor Lishan's eyes. If he could obtain this treasure, he would never be at such a disadvantage when facing Sakongyu again. Previously, aside from the gap in strength, he had also been at a massive disadvantage regarding artifacts. A high-level low-grade treasure was not something just any world lord could possess. But at this moment, the scythe of the death god was no longer important. What truly mattered was the identity of the person before him. Bai. Although Emperor Lishan could not see any information regarding Sumyubai, by combining the clues he had gathered, he immediately guessed Sumyubai's identity. Sumyubai was somewhat surprised by this, but he was not worried. So what if he guessed his identity? He would just kill him. The Liku clan. A murderous intent leaked from Sumyubai's eyes as he slowly stood up from his divine throne. He remembered that the name of this race was also on that death list. At the same time, some information surfaced within Sumyubai's divine soul. It was the sound of a believer's prayer. And the one praying was none other than Brian, who stood beside him. Notification. Do you wish to grant a divine blessing to this believer and descend a sliver of power? Sumyubai ignored the system prompt, patted Brian on the shoulder, and smiled. You are no match for this guy. Just watch carefully this time. As his voice fell, Sumyubai's gaze turned toward Emperor Lishan, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Since you've come, you might as well stay. As divine power surged, the figures of the three men vanished from the Frost Prison Divine Palace simultaneously. Extra update for today, Chapter 731. What the hell is this, dark space? Emperor Lishan's gaze was fixed firmly on Sumyubai. He could not fathom why Bai Yu would dare to drag him into the dark space. He couldn't possibly think he could defeat him. The world lord of the Lihan world, could he? At this thought, Emperor Lishan's heart trembled, and the power of his divine soul swept across the surroundings. Come out. He could think of no other possibility than the existence of a hidden guardian. Aside from that madman Sakongyu, which other old monsters of the human race had actually survived? In an instant, Emperor Lishan's divine soul power surged, attempting to force out the human guardian hiding in the shadows. However, he was clearly wasting his effort. Because Sumyubai currently had no guardian at all. The reason he had dragged him into the dark space was entirely out of confidence in his own strength. My lord, what exactly is this guy's strength? Watching Emperor Lishan scare himself, Brian, who had been dragged into the dark space along with them, frowned. He was lured by his #1 enforcer. How could he just stand by and not intervene? He had just tried to activate the divine descent state. But Sumyubai had refused him. The reason was that even if he accepted the divine descent, combined with the blessing of the scythe of the death god, he would still be no match for Emperor Li Qian. Therefore, Brian was very curious. Who exactly was this guy who had suddenly popped up? You have only just broken through to the upper god realm. How could you possibly be a match for a world lord? Sumyubai smiled and patted Brian on the shoulder. Focus on consolidating your realm first. Once I deal with this guy, I'll have a surprise for you. As they spoke, information about Emperor Lishan appeared before Brian's eyes. O world lord, the soul fire in Brian's pupils trembled violently. As the ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he knew exactly what a world lord meant. Even the weakest world lord was definitely a peak upper god who had fused the laws and great Tao to the extreme of 9 patterns. With such an existence, it was no wonder his lord said he was no match for him. Thinking of this, a look of confusion flashed in Brian's eyes. Although the Liku clan was on the death list, his lord had not targeted this race before. He had only issued the wanted notice a day ago. How could this guy, Emperor Lishan, have found them so quickly? A wanted notice from a single divine kingdom had actually alarmed the only world lord of the Liku clan. Wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Just as Brian was feeling puzzled, a terrifying suppressive force suddenly descended. Divine power surged across the surface of Sumyubai's body. Samsara divine domain activate. Stop looking. Your opponent is only me. He could naturally see what Emperor Lishan was doing. Just you. Emperor Lishan let out a cold snort, and his divine power surged out as well. Lishan divine domain activate. In his view, although Bai Yi was indeed monstrous, he had not yet fully grown and could absolutely not be his match. But the moment the two divine domains collided, Emperor Lishan's expression changed drastically. Crack, faintly. He felt as if he heard the sound of his own divine domain shattering. No, to be precise, the edges of the Lishan divine domain had indeed developed large-scale cracks. How is this possible? Emperor Lishan's eyes widened, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. What kind of monster is Bai Yi exactly? How could his divine domain possibly be so perversely strong? One must know that under the same realm, the gap between the divine domains of high-level gods is usually not that significant. Previously, Sakon Yu had specifically asked Shan to use his divine domain to assist the Lishan Emperor, just to let him experience more pressure. Yet, even Sakon Yu's divine domain could not destroy the Lishan Emperor's divine domain so easily. Bai Yi, what exactly is he relying on? Crack, crack. As the two great divine domains clashed fiercely, the divine power and the power of rules of Sumyubai and the Lishan Emperor collided with one another, and new cracks continued to appear on the Lishan divine domain. You actually possess a supreme treasure of rules that enhances a divine domain. The Lishan Emperor quickly guessed the reason, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Aside from this answer, he could not think of any other situation that would allow Bai's divine domain to become this strong. Has the human race handed over all their trump cards to Bai? As this thought flashed through the Lishan Emperor's mind, he directly retracted his own divine domain. Without the obstruction of the Lishan divine domain, Sumyubai's Samsara divine domain instantly swept over, enveloping the Lishan Emperor within it. This was a choice he made proactively, since he couldn't win in a clash of divine domains. Rather than letting Bai Yi destroy it and cause himself injury, it was better to just retract it. So what if he was suppressed by Bai's divine domain? Could he really defeat him with just this divine domain alone? Regarding this, the Lishan Emperor possessed ample confidence, since that madman Sakon Yu could withstand the suppression of two divine domains and still crush him. Then he could also withstand Bai's divine domain and crush him in return. Does this greenhorn Bai Yu really think he can deal with him just by fusing the great Tao of rules? Today, he would let him see what it means for there to be a gap even among peak high-level gods. Divine power rippled across the Lishan Emperor's body, resisting the suppression of the Samsara divine domain. He held his hands in a void grip, and two curved blades instantly appeared in his palms. The next moment, he transformed into a stream of light and shot towards Sumyubai. Along the way, the two curved blades spat out blade auras, tearing the space along his path. A very strong divine domain. But before he could finish his arrogant remark, the Lishan Emperor's tone suddenly changed. "What the hell is this?" Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, various types of divine power appeared out of thin air, pressing down upon him. The Lishan Emperor was no stranger to the chaos divine power formed by the fusion of the 9 basic elemental divine powers. But the fact that it was also mixed with life divine power and death divine power caught him completely off guard. His attack also faltered in momentum due to the appearance of these divine powers. However, the Lishan Emperor was, after all, a world lord level existence. Naturally, he would not be like Calvin and Ferdinand, who were beaten into a state of having no power to fight back by a single samsara divine domain. After a moment of shock, he swung his twin blades violently, and the power of rules, fused to the limit of 9 patterns, erupted with a roar, annihilating the various divine powers that were pressing down on him. Inside the samsara divine domain, a terrifying soul storm instantly began to rage. Although the Lishan Emperor's attack had not landed on him, Sumyubai could still feel his divine soul receiving a powerful impact. Is this the strength of a world lord level powerhouse? Sumyubai frowned. His divine soul was only at the early stage of a high-level god, facing the Lishan Emperor's soul storm. Even if it was just the aftermath, he was still affected to some extent. Beside him, Brian's divine soul trembled violently, and he immediately raised the Scythe of Death to block in front of him. The Scythe of Death radiated a dense aura of death, blocking most of the aftermath of the Lishan Emperor's soul storm. At the same time, Brian's aura surged wildly, and his combat power quickly rose to the late stage of a high-level god. This was him borrowing a portion of the Death God's power. Just watching the battle had already forced him to use his trump card. By comparison, Sumyubai was much more relaxed. Although his divine soul had been affected because of the existence of the Sea of Death, the Lishan Emperor's attack was effectively completely nullified for him. The Lishan Emperor was naturally unaware of this. He had already broken through the obstruction of the various divine powers and swung his blades towards Sumyubai. However, the words he spoke made Sumyubai pause slightly. "Bai, hand over the prodigy of my Lishan clan." Chapter 732 Soul Impact. Prodigy. What prodigy? Where did this prodigy come from? Sumyubai was slightly stunned, his gaze sweeping over the two curved blades slashing toward him, and the wheel of time and space suddenly appeared in his palm. In an instant, the time rule descended upon the Lishan Emperor. Time rule, time reversal. The next moment, time began to flow backward for the Lishan Emperor. All of his movements were like a recording being played in reverse, returning to the starting point. However, using the time rule to affect such a powerhouse was no small burden for Sumyubai. After trying it once, he understood that there was no way to reverse the Lishan Emperor's time again in the short term, because the time rule he could mobilize now was only at 50% of its capacity. That single move just now, although it only reversed time by 2 seconds, had almost exhausted the power of the time rule he could mobilize in the short term, as a world lord level existence. Although the Lishan Emperor could not stop time from flowing backward for him, he was very clear about what had just happened, especially when he saw the yin-yang fish disc in Sumyubai's palm. This guy was even more shocked. The human race even gave you a supreme treasure like the Wheel of Time and Space. The Wheel of Time and Space was a treasure created by the Master of Time and Space. And although the Master of Time and Space was not a human, he was famously known for protecting the human race. Therefore, these world lords all speculated that after the Master of Time and Space went missing, the supreme treasure Wheel of Time and Space had mostly fallen into the hands of the human race. The time orb that was auctioned by the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom back then was actually released specifically by someone with ulterior motives. If the Wheel of Time and Space was truly in the hands of the human race, the human race would certainly not let the time orb go. The purpose of the mastermind was to find clues about the Wheel of Time and Space through whoever purchased the time orb. However, the tragedy was that the time orb had been bought by Sumyubai, who also possessed the characteristics of a cataclysm. This point directly caused the mastermind to lose all leads. After all, even the goddess of luck, a supreme deity, had to rely on luck to find Sumyu. Therefore, Emperor Lishan concluded that it must have been the upper echelons of the human race who bestowed this supreme treasure upon Bai Yi. At the same time, his heart sank. Having learned such a secret, he likely wouldn't be able to leave alive. Come out. What exactly are you people trying to do? Emperor Lishan sheathed his blade and stood his ground, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He still believed that there was absolutely a human powerhouse hidden in the shadows. Otherwise, how could Bai Yi dare to summon a supreme treasure like the Wheel of Time and Space in front of him? Watching Emperor Lishan's "I've already found you" act, Sumyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Does this guy really find it so impossible to believe that his opponent is just one person? Since you won't show yourself, then I'll have to force you out. Seeing that the person in the shadows had yet to appear, a fierce glint flashed in Emperor Lishan's eyes. The next moment, a terrifying soul shockwave surged toward Sumyu. He had to know who exactly was protecting Bai Yi. Only by identifying his opponent could he devise a strategy and find a way to escape with his life. As for Bai Yi, despite the shock brought by the divine domain of reincarnation and the Wheel of Time and Space, he was still not taken seriously by Emperor Lishan. From the soul storm just now, he had already sensed that Bai Yi's soul was only at the level of an early-stage high god. Although surprised by Bai Yi's speed of breakthrough, what could a newly ascended high god do, even if he were given another soul-type rule-level treasure? Emperor Lishan had fused his soul rules to 99% and had absolute confidence in his own soul. In his view, Bai Yi was like a child holding an peerless sword possessing sharpness, but completely unable to unleash the weapon's true power. The soul shockwave moved with extreme speed, instantly submerging into Sumyu's soul. Normally, an attack from a World Lord level powerhouse would annihilate the soul of an early-stage high god in an instant. But with Sumyu an ordinary high god, after Emperor Lishan's soul shockwave entered his soul, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, producing absolutely no reaction. The only thing affected was the Sea of Death within Sumyu's inner world. This rule-level creation had actually absorbed the entirety of Emperor Lishan's soul shockwave. The result was nothing more than a few giant waves rising in the sea and some seawater evaporating. After all, the soul shockwaves at the center of the Sea of Death were at the level of a rule sovereign. Emperor Lishan's attack was no different from a tickle to the Sea of Death. Since you like soul shockwaves so much, why don't you try the feeling of having your own soul shocked? Sumyu raised an eyebrow, locked his gaze onto Emperor Lishan, and moved his divine sense. He had previously tested the power of the authority of death on Calvin and Ferdinand. This time, he was prepared to try something new on Emperor Lishan. What? Seeing that his soul shockwave failed to cause any damage to Bai Yi, Emperor Lishan felt incomparably shocked, but immediately after, his expression changed drastically, his mouth, which had been grinning to his ears, hanging wide open. What the hell is this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gray-white ocean appeared within the divine domain of reincarnation. Faintly, one could see a golden halo shimmering within the gray-white sea. This was the Sea of Death from Sumyu's inner world. After breaking through to the high god realm and condensing his godhead, he finally had the ability to manifest the Sea of Death in the outside world. Of course, for now, he could only release a portion of the Sea of Death. The golden vortex at its center was not something he could command just yet. Even so, the thick pressure brought by the Sea of Death was enough to move a World Lord level powerhouse like Emperor Lishan. The Sea of Death instantly filled the entire divine domain of reincarnation, directly submerging Emperor Lishan within it. Boom. In an instant, Emperor Lishan felt countless powerful soul shockwaves attacking from all directions. His resilient soul immediately began to vibrate violently. Damn it, you little brat at the early stage of the high god realm. How can you possibly command such powerful energy? Emperor Lishan gritted his teeth, enduring the powerful soul shockwaves within the Sea of Death. His eyes filled with deep confusion. That Bai Yi possessed a soul-type rule treasure was well known to the powerhouses of the myriad worlds, but he could not understand how Bai Yi, currently only at the early high god stage, could possibly command such immense power from a rule treasure, just like the Wheel of Time and Space, which was also a rule treasure and a supreme rule at that Sumyu shouldn't be able to unleash much power from it at his current level. It was no wonder Emperor Lishan couldn't figure it out. How could he know that the Sea of Death was not a rule treasure? but a rule-level creation. Sumyubai wasn't even commanding the power of the Sea of Death at this moment. He was simply releasing a part of the Sea of Death from his inner world. Emperor Lishan mobilized his soul rule power with all his might to reinforce his soul defense. But this was to no avail, because although his rule power and divine power were vast, they still had an upper limit, and the soul shockwaves within the Sea of Death, due to the existence of the cataclysm characteristic, were infinite. Facing the infinite with the finite, defeat was only a matter of time. Moreover, every soul shockwave possessed the strength of a peak high god. A small number might not harm Emperor Lishan, who specialized in soul rules, but when the quantity reached a certain level, it was a different story. Chapter 733, Emperor Lishan's Hidden Means, Bonus Chapter. Emperor Lishan had persisted in the Sea of Death for quite some time, yet he had not felt the slightest sign that the soul-shattering impacts coming from all directions were weakening. Far from weakening, the frequency of the impacts had not changed in the slightest. He could hold his own for a short while, but if this were to continue for long, even he, a world lord who had fused the laws of the soul to the nine-pattern pinnacle, would be unable to endure it. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Emperor Lishan's eyes, and the divine power within his body erupted instantly. Boom! The seawater surged into the sky, emitting bursts of white steam, and the surface of the sea, which had been shimmering with a golden halo, began to boil in an instant. At this moment, just as he had when facing the suppression of Sekolnu, he burned his divine power once again. A rich purple light ignited within Emperor Lishan's eyes, and his wide open, bloodthirsty maw was flooded with the same violet radiance. The great Tao of the laws of the soul descended. He had finally unleashed his true trump card. Soul authority. Silence. Boom! As the purple light in Emperor Lishan's mouth exploded outward, the Sea of Death actually fell into silence, ceasing to produce any new soul impacts. Seizing this opening, Emperor Lishan brandished his two curved blades and charged towards Sumyubai. There was no escaping, for the Sea of Death permeated the entire divine domain of reincarnation. His only path to survival was to eliminate Baiyi while the soul authorities suppressed the Sea of Death. He had already verified that soul attacks were ineffective against Baiyi, so this time, he would use the twin blades in his hands. He had mastered the power of rule authority for some time now. This was a fact that no one in the myriad worlds knew. Although it was only at the first level, it was enough to elevate his strength into the ranks of first-class world lords, second only to the top-tier world lords in the same echelon as Sean. If it weren't for the fact that the Liku clan had suffered a collapse in their top-tier combat power at the hands of the human race, their ranking would never have fallen so far behind the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan. He had not even revealed this secret when facing Sekolnu, but now, in order to deal with Baiyi, he had finally used it. Of course, the reason he hadn't revealed it before was that he knew full well that even if he mobilized his soul authority, he would still be no match for Sekolnu. My lord, be careful. Brian, who was watching the battle, felt his pupils constrict and immediately called out a warning. However, the only response he received was the upturned corner of Sumyubai's mouth. Don't be nervous, he can't turn the tables. If it were any other rule authority, Sumyubai might have been somewhat wary, but soul authority, in the face of the complete Sea of Death within his inner world, it couldn't stir up much of a storm. What Emperor Lishan could suppress was merely the small portion of the Sea of Death that Sumyubai had released, and even that could not be maintained for long. His attempt to seize this opportunity to finish off Sumyubai was indeed his only choice. But was Sumyubai really so easily finished off? Facing Emperor Lishan's all-out attack, Sumyubai didn't even have the thought of dodging, because he knew that the opponent's attack would never land on him. Baiyi! Emperor Lishan shouted in a deep, harsh voice. His twin blades tore through space, carrying immense divine power and the power of laws, slashing fiercely towards Sumyubai. But the next moment, Sumyubai's figure vanished from his line of sight. To be precise, it wasn't that Sumyubai had disappeared, but that Emperor Lishan's vision was completely blocked by a giant tree that had suddenly appeared. This giant tree filled his entire field of vision, and even his divine soul power could not bypass the trunk to probe the situation behind it. Boom! Emperor Lishan's attack landed on the giant tree in an instant, the terrifying shockwave of divine power causing the surrounding space to tremble. A vacuum zone appeared within the Sea of Death, and all the seawater surged toward the edges of the divine domain of reincarnation, subsequently kicking up monstrous waves. Wrestle. In contrast, the giant tree that had been struck by Emperor Lishan only bore to faint blade marks. Its canopy swayed slightly for a moment, and not a single leaf fell. Moreover, as a verdant green light flashed, those two minuscule blade marks vanished, restored to their original state in an instant. What the hell is this again? Emperor Lishan's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but roar. Facing Bai's successive bizarre methods, even he, a world lord, was starting to lose his composure. What blocked him was, naturally, Sumyubai's world tree. However, this was not the main body of the world tree, but merely a single branch. Even this single branch was a condensed and shrunk version formed by divine power. Otherwise, Sumyubai's divine domain of reincarnation would never have been able to contain a branch of the world tree. Just like the Sea of Death, Sumyubai could now release a portion of the world tree from his inner world. Although it was only a branch of the world tree, it was still a creation of the rule level. How could Emperor Lishan possibly shake it? In terms of rule power alone, Sumyubai was only at the 8-pattern stage, still having a massive gap compared to the 9-pattern pinnacle of Emperor Lishan. In the 3 aspects of cultivation realm, divine soul, and divine body, the gap between the two was even more immense. The early stage of a high god and the peak of a high god were almost incomparable. Normally, he could never be a match for Emperor Lishan, but unfortunately for him, Sumyubai had too many cheats. Emperor Lishan felt the rich vitality radiating from the world tree and was shocked to his core. Could this be the legendary world tree? But hadn't the world tree disappeared along with the goddess of life? Where on earth did the human race obtain it? Just how many good things were on this guide? Bai? Although Emperor Lishan had maintained his rationality, after facing the world tree, the Sea of Death, the Wheel of Time and Space, and that mysterious rule treasure that enhanced the strength of his divine domain, the greed in his heart could no longer be restrained. Men die for wealth, just as birds die for food. At this moment, he no longer cared about the hidden human race guardian. He was single-mindedly focused on killing Bai and seizing these supreme treasures. But just as he prepared to bypass the suddenly appearing world tree, the situation changed once again. An extra update for today is served. Special thanks to Godfather Bai Xiao for gifting the Great God certification. Special thanks to Godfather Shukong 15-7 for gifting the Great God certification. Chapter 734. The effect of the world tree. The Sea of Death summoned by Sumyubai filled the entire Samsara divine domain. However, the only one suffering from the soul impact was Lition Emperor. Brian stood like a reef, firmly rooted at Sumyubai's side. His hands gripped the scythe of the death god, which radiated an ominous and majestic aura. His finger bones turning slightly white from the exertion. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the churning battlefield ahead. Good heavens! This was a peak-level duel between world lords. Although Brian was completely lost and confused by the many exquisite applications of rules and collisions of energy, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. But just the mere ripples escaping from the clash were enough to make his heart race and his soul fire tremble. The gap. This was a chasm as wide as the heavens. Brian knew this clearly. Feeling both bitter and sober, he had only just broken through to the early stage of a high-level god, barely counting as having achieved some success on the path of laws. Having just touched the threshold of a high-level god. But what about Lition Emperor? That was a monster standing at the pinnacle of high-level gods. He had already started playing the high-level game of fusing the great Tao of rules. That was the admission ticket to the circle of the world's top powerhouses. A game for the big shots at the top of the food chain. Brian sighed inwardly. He hadn't even fully grasped the profound and difficult parts of his own primary death-type laws yet. As for that unreachable realm of a peak high-level god, the road was long and arduous, with no end in sight. Looking back at Lition Emperor, he had already fused his soul rules to the 9-patterned extreme. What was even more terrifying was that this old schemer had secretly mastered a Tier 1 rule authority. With this power configuration, he was someone who could walk sideways among the peak high-level gods. In the entire myriad of worlds, there were definitely not many who could pat their chests and guarantee a win against him. One could only say that Lition Emperor had been having the worst luck for 8 lifetimes recently. Just after arriving in the undead realm, He was pressed into the ground and beaten black and blue by that madman Sakalnu. Now, it was even more extreme, running into Sumubai. He was being dizzied and disoriented by a pile of cheats that played dirty and were completely unreasonable. No matter how strong a world lord was, they couldn't withstand a player like Sumubai who treated cheats like a chain reaction cannon. The appearance of the world tree was like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Sizzle. The Sea of Death, which had been suppressed by Licheon Emperor's soul authority and was on the verge of going dormant, suddenly felt its terrifying soul impact force injected with adrenaline. With a hum, it began to boil and churn once again. The pitch-black seawater rolled even more violently, and the shrill screams of countless dead souls faintly emerged, filled with aggression. Licheon Emperor's brows whereupon tightly into a knot, alarm bells ringing in his heart. He made a split-second decision, wanting to use his movement technique to bypass this eyesore of a branch and strike directly at the heart to take out the main body of Baiyi. A legendary atom like the World Tree was simply not something he could shake head-on. However, just as his figure moved and the thought arose, clatter, the viscous, ink-like death seawater around him surged crazily without warning. It was as if countless deep-sea giant pythons had been awakened, breaking through the heavy water pressure at a speed that made even a world lord like him feel his scalp tingle, lunging at him with lethal killing intent, fast. So fast that even after images couldn't be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of water being pierced, sharp enough to pierce the soul, rang out densely. Countless incredibly tough branches, shimmering with emerald lifelike yet carrying a cold, binding intent, shot out like enraged green dragons from above, below, left, right, and every direction, leaving no blind spots. There was only one goal: to lock down Licheon Emperor. Not good. Licheon Emperor's face turned paper white in a flash, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to his crown. At this life or death moment, he dared not hold back even a bit. Roar. A roar exploded like a thunderclap. Whoa. The divine power burning within his body erupted like a detonated star. The blinding divine light instantly illuminated the pitch-black sea area. At the same time, his incredibly powerful divine soul energy, carrying the purest soul rule power, transformed into an invisible giant axe of heaven-splitting proportions, bringing with it the will to crush everything, and slashed fiercely at the incoming emerald branches. He wanted to use his most proficient soul attack to smash these annoying vines into dust. Boom! A terrifying soul shockwave exploded, forming a massive sphere of destruction. The seawater around him was instantly displaced and evaporated, forming a huge vacuum zone on the sea surface. A world-destroying super tsunami was whipped up. Giant waves 1,000 feet high, like the palms of an angry demon god, slammed crazily against the boundary barriers of the Samsara divine domain, emitting a deafening roar. The momentum was so vast, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, what made Licheon Emperor's heart sink into an bottomless abyss was that his full force strike, which was enough to severely injure a world lord of the same rank, had its effect greatly diminished. A small portion of the branches were indeed torn and shattered by this violent soul power, dissipating into specks of green light, but more branches, their surfaces only slightly dimmed, paused for a split second before stubbornly piercing through his soul defense net, which had already been weakened by the Sea of Death. Swish, 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 like countless living emerald venomous pythons that had found their prey. In the blink of an eye, Licheon Emperor's tall and mighty divine body was bound layer upon layer by the dense emerald branches, like a giant piece of amber wrapped in countless tree roots, unable to move. Damn it! This wretched sea. Emperor Licheon was filled with a mixture of shock and fury. Feeling so stifled he was on the verge of vomiting blood as he struggled frantically. Divine power surged within his body like a volcano, his muscles bulging and straining as he attempted to snap these damned branches. But the toughness of the branches far exceeded his imagination, and their numbers were so vast they were despair-inducing. What frustrated him to the point of internal injury was that his strongest trump card soul attacks had the vast majority of its power absorbed by this damned Sea of Death. When it struck the branches of the World Tree, the effect was less than 1/10 of what it should have been. It felt like throwing a punch with all his might into a bottomless quagmire, without even hearing a single muffled sound in return. Break from me. His eyes were splitting, his divine power burning to the limit. until finally, with a snap, he managed to break one of the thickest branches. But before a hint of joy could even appear on his face, SSHHH, SSHHH, SSHHH. Dozens of new branches immediately swarmed over like sharks smelling blood, wrapping around him with lightning speed, tightening their grip even further. The power of the seal grew even stronger. It was truly a case of wildfires cannot destroy the grass. It grows again with the spring breeze, endless and inexhaustible. And the worst was yet to come. These branches that were tightly binding him were not merely providing physical restraint. Emperor Lishan could feel with absolute clarity that his life force was being frantically sucked away by these greedy branches. Chapter 735, Brian's Art of Language, bit by bit, strand by strand. It was as if he were being drained by countless tiny straws simultaneously. Although the speed of a single branch was not fast, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. At the same time, an extremely cold and eerie energy, carrying a powerful sealing and paralyzing effect, followed the tips of the branches like bone-eating maggots, ruthlessly injecting itself deep into his divine body. This energy was like countless cold, venomous snakes coiling around his divine power core and his soul, frantically suppressing his strength, making him unable to even self-destruct his divine body. Emperor Lishan was completely panicked, fear spreading like poisonous vines, draining life force, and preventing self-destruction. This was forcing him into a dead end, not giving him a single chance at all. Although the draining speed wasn't particularly fast, this boiling a frog in warm water would sooner or later turn him into a dried corpse. Not to mention, with the addition of the World Tree, the soul impact of the Sea of Death was becoming more ferocious by the second. Visible to the naked eye, the soul authority power that had been used to suppress the Sea of Death was fading rapidly. Once the soul impact fully returned to its peak, he would have to enjoy the triple luxury package of his soul being pierced and torn by billions of steel needles, his divine body being bound like a zongzi and unable to move, and his life force being continuously drained away. The Sea of Death specialized in attacking the soul, causing unbearable agony. The World Tree was responsible for physical binding and life force extraction, leaving him to wait for death in despair, with two rule-level treasures working together to serve him alone. Even if Emperor Lishan were made entirely of iron, how many nails could he withstand? Time ticked away, each second feeling as long as a year. The soul impact of the Sea of Death was indeed becoming more and more violent, like an unending soul storm, frantically tearing at his consciousness. And the binding of the World Tree remained as stable as a rock, growing even tighter. Emperor Lishan's struggles grew weaker and weaker, the terror in his eyes turning into tangible despair. If this continued, he would truly capsize in the gutter and fall into the hands of a junior like Bai Yi, who was only at the early stage of the upper god realm. It was an utter humiliation. Bai Yi, Emperor Lishan finally couldn't help but roar at the sky. What kind of skill is it to rely on these external objects? If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. He attempted to use the most primitive form of provocation to regain a shred of pathetic dignity, or perhaps create a sliver of a chance for a comeback. And fortunately, Sumyubai didn't even twitch an eyebrow, and a faint, imperceptible sneer even curled the corner of his mouth. How provocation? Why wouldn't I use a cheat if I have one? Am I brain damaged? The human race spent countless efforts and resources to cultivate you, and all you can do is hide behind treasures. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Emperor Lishan continued his verbal output, attempting a moral kidnapping. What you are doing is simply bringing shame upon the human race. To Sumyubai, who had witnessed the masters of internet debate and keyboard warriors, these words were as childish as a kindergarten argument. Emperor Lishan's level of trash talking was completely painless and ecchi, even making one want to laugh. Is that it? However, Brian, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. The soul fire in his deep eye sockets flared up with a whoosh, the ghostly blue flames almost erupting from his sockets. That was extreme fury. Split mouth freak. What are you barking about? You, a realm master, actually have the shamelessness to howl about wanting to fight Lord Bai Yi, who is only at the early stage of the upper god realm, fair and square. Do you have any face left at all? Is your skin made of rule-level material? It's so thick that even rule-level treasures can't cut through it. Not even a cosmic wonder is as thick-skinned as you. Trash, garbage. If I were you, I would have been too ashamed to find a piece of tofu to smash my head against on that world tree, just to avoid polluting the air here and shaming the teen generations of your split-mouth ancestors, fighting with real blades and guns. Brian was indeed still far off, but trash-talking. Although he considered himself inferior to Bing Shuang, having been influenced for so long, he had learned a few of the essentials. As he ranted, Brian inexplicably found himself missing that foul-mouthed guy. You. Emperor Lishan was shaken like a sieve by this series of vicious insults. That iconic ear-to-ear mouth of his opened and closed in anger. Like a fish out of water. He pointed at Brian, stammering you for a long time, but the words behind it were stuck in his throat. He was so angry that his complexion turned from red to green, and from green to purple. Brian wouldn't miss the chance to beat a drowning dog. He pressed his advantage, firing on all cylinders, every word piercing the heart. TSK. Lord Realm Master of the Splitmouth clan. You really are majestic and overflowing with imperial aura. I, a mere lord of the Frost Prison, truly feel inferior. I really should have recorded that scene just now and sold it to the bounty hunter's home, so the myriad worlds could see exactly what kind of character Emperor Lishan is. PFFT. As a dignified world lord and a top-tier powerhouse among the myriad realms, having dominated and conquered for countless years, when had the heaven-splitting emperor ever suffered such a humiliating insult? A massive mouthful of divine blood, brimming with boundless life essence and shimmering with pale golden divine radiance, erupted like a fountain the moment the divine blood left his body. Before it could even disperse, a rich aura of life permeated the air. A branch of the world tree, which had long been famished, let out a whoosh and lashed out like lightning. A flash of emerald light flickered and vanished in an instant. The divine blood was sucked dry, not even leaving a trace of its scent behind. The heaven-splitting emperor's eyes were wide enough to split, his eyeballs webbed with bloodshot veins. If looks could kill, Brian would have already been sliced into 1,000 pieces and his soul annihilated 10,000 times over. And fortunately, with the world tree blocking the way, he couldn't even see a single hair on Brian's head. His signature large mouth was now clamped shut, grinding so hard it creaked, and he didn't utter another word. All his divine power and all his willpower were poured into resisting those damned restraints and increasingly intense soul-shattering impacts. To avoid being influenced by Brian's words, he even forcibly mobilized his divine power to crudely seal off his own sense of hearing. Yet, the resentment, hatred, and bone-chilling murderous intent in his eyes, which had almost materialized into physical form, were already thick enough to freeze time and space. The name Brian had already reached the top of his kill list. The moment he broke free, this ant would be the first one he would grind into dust. He would extract his soul and hang it up like a sky lantern. He would make him wish for death, yet unable to die. Tilde. Just at this moment, the heaven-splitting emperor clearly felt that the last sliver of soul authority he had exerted over the sea of death was like a candle in the wind with a soft. It was completely extinguished. Rumble. The soul-shattering impacts within the sea of death erupted completely, instantly slamming into his divine soul from all directions, top, bottom, left, and right without a single blind spot. The branches of the world tree not only turned a blind eye to this but even thoughtfully loosened just enough to let the destructive soul impacts pour in even more unimpeded. Good heavens! The double hellish torture of body and soul had been cranked up to the maximum. A VIP Supreme Experience, Chapter 736, The Eternal Tribulation Trio, Bonus Chapter. The heaven-splitting emperor's divine soul felt as if it were being sliced and torn by billions of blunt blades simultaneously. The excruciating pain caused his vision to blacken, and with a muffled groan, his face turned as pale as gold paper. Another trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The situation had deteriorated to an unbearable degree, but after all, he was a world lord who had climbed his way up through countless calamities, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His mental fortitude was as unyielding as 10,000-year black ice, forcibly suppressing the monstrous rage and the agony of his soul. He began to frantically seek out that slim chance of survival. Calm down. I must stay calm. This level of attack, while painful, is something I can still endure. The origin of my divine soul remains unshaken, even if I'm being bound and drained. With my massive life origin, I can definitely hold out for at least half a year. This guy Bai Yi is only at the early stage of the upper god realm. How much divine power reserve can he possibly have to maintain the consumption of these two supreme treasures? Wear him down, wear him out. Let's see who has the deeper foundation. The one who ends up with exhausted divine power and drained resources will definitely be him. Victory will eventually belong to me. From a logical standpoint, the heaven-splitting emperor's reasoning was impeccable. Sumyubai's greatest weakness was his low cultivation realm, compared to a world lord. His divine power reserves were like a small puddle against a vast starry ocean. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible for him to maintain the consumption of Teru-level supreme treasures for a long time. The heaven-splitting emperor could afford to wait. But Sumyubai absolutely could not. However, the heaven-splitting emperor could never have dreamed that he had run into a cheater who didn't play by the rules. The Sea of Death and the World Tree were not rule-level treasures that required full power activation at all. They were rule-level creations within Sumyubai's internal world. All Sumyubai was doing now was letting a portion of their power out of their home in his internal world to take a stroll and, incidentally, take a bite out of someone. Compared to truly activating rule-level treasures, this consumption was practically negligible. As for time, for Sumyubai, who possessed the wheel of time and space, that had never been a problem. Gazing through the world tree, Sumyubai watched with ease as the heaven-splitting emperor, bound like an oversized green rice dumpling, gnashed his teeth while resisting the soul storm, his life force being drained away as if he were being slowly bled dry. He rubbed his chin, looking slightly dissatisfied as he pursed his lips. TSK, the power of this pump is still a bit low. With a flick of his divine sense, the wheel of time and space appeared in his palm once again. A pure black light suddenly ignited, deep and mysterious, as if it could swallow all light. A profound and arcane power of the supreme rule, one that governed the rise and fall of all things and the flow of time, suddenly descended upon the scene. Time rule, time acceleration 1,000 times, an invisible ripple, yet one capable of making even a world lord's heart tremble. Instantly and precisely swept across the small area where the heaven-splitting emperor was located. The flow of time in that area was like being hit with a super fast-forward button, suddenly accelerated to 1,000 times its normal speed. 1 second passed in the outside world, but 1,000 seconds had already passed inside. Time was burning wildly here. Could he hold out for half a year? Under the terrifying effect of 1,000-fold time acceleration, for Sumyubai, who was watching from the outside, it would only take a mere few hours. Previously, when he used time reversal against the heaven-splitting emperor, it involved directly changing his state, which was forcefully resisted and neutralized by his powerful realm and rule power, greatly diminishing the effect. But time acceleration was different, in a sense. This could even be considered a buff effect on that area. Therefore, no matter how high the heaven-splitting emperor's realm was, as long as he hadn't transcended the constraints of the time rule, he was bound to be affected. If he weren't bound, relying on a world lord's profound understanding of rules and overwhelming power, he could easily tear through this area of time acceleration and break free. But now, he was bound into a helpless bundle by the world tree, his consciousness continuously battered by the relentless psychic storms of the Sea of Death. Unable to attend to himself, he could neither spare a hand nor muster enough strength to resist the laws of time. He could only act like a fish on a chopping block, forced to endure the agony of this 1,000-fold time acceleration. He watched helplessly as his life force was drained away at an accelerated rate. This was the combination of lethal moves that Sumyubai had meticulously designed specifically to deal with top-tier powerhouses. The World Tree was responsible for binding the target and draining their life. A strike at the physical and vital level. The Sea of Death was responsible for mental torture. A strike at the soul level. Time acceleration was responsible for shortening the process, ensuring efficient harvesting. A strike at the strategic level. 3 prongs working in unison, interlocking, each move fatal. Even a powerhouse as strong as the Realm Lord level Emperor Lishan, once trapped in this dead end, could only lament his fate and accept his defeat. Unless he could break free from the shackles of the World Tree, he could only wait for death, watching Emperor Lishan, whose struggles had become blurred like a fast-forwarded film under the 1,000-fold time acceleration. and whose life force was visibly draining away. Sumyubai curled his lips into a cold and satisfied arc. The effect was perfect. The efficiency was top-notch. This move was a success. Let's call it the Requiem Trio. Rubbing his chin, Sumyubai gave a name to his newly created lethal technique. Currently, this was merely the initial state of the Requiem Trio. Once he truly broke through to the peak upper god realm and could unleash more power from the Sea of Death and the World Tree, while also mastering more laws of time, then beings like Emperor Lishan would likely not even last a few minutes against the Requiem Trio. Taking one last glance at Emperor Lishan to confirm that he could not break free, Sumyubai turned his gaze toward Brian. A pure black, eerie light flashed once more from the wheel of time and space in his palm. The same time acceleration effect instantly enveloped Brian. Outside. Over 10 minutes passed in calm silence. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and he deactivated the time acceleration on Brian. Your realm is mostly stabilized, right? Yes, more stable than ever before. I feel like my foundation is incredibly solid. Brian nodded vigorously, his eyes shooting out sharp rays of light, his soul fire leaping with excitement, almost as if it were about to detach from his eye sockets. It was here. The surprise his lord spoke of was finally coming. Would it be what he had imagined? Brian felt his soul core trembling with excitement, as if it were about to burst. Then clear your mind and focus. Sumyubai nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Prepare to fully experience the great Tao of the Law of Death. Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 737. Ascending the Great Tao of Law once more. The wheel of time and space in Sumyubai's palm suddenly erupted with a pure, flawless white light. The light was gentle yet carried an irresistible, majestic power. Law of space spatial lockdown, powerful, and paralleled spatial fluctuations poured out like liquid mercury, descending like an invisible curtain, instantly sweeping through every inch of the samsara divine domain. The space here was completely solidified, locked down, and isolated. It formed an absolutely enclosed cage. Sumyubai locked down the space, of course. Not because he was worried that Emperor Lishan, who had turned into a tree-bound dumpling, could still escape. He was mainly worried that the upcoming commotion would be too great and attract unnecessary prying eyes. Back when he had freeloaded his promotion to the Great Tao of the Law of Death, he had been forced to use his sovereign authority to find a special world like a tributary of the river of time and space. But now, he had upgraded his gear, and his confidence was bolstered. The dark space, the samsara divine domain, and the spatial lockdown, a triple insurance policy, coupled with the inherent uniqueness and powerful isolation capabilities of his own internal world. Ascending a great Tao of Law would not cause too much of a stir in the outside world. Of course, if he were to freeload the promotion of a new rule artifact, Sumyubai would still have to obediently hide in a tributary of the river of time and space to be safe. After all, any being at the peak upper god realm could begin to touch upon the great Tao of Law. But the phenomena brought about by the birth of a new rule artifact were far more terrifying. The reason Sumyubai still insisted on multiple layers of insurance was that freeloading a promotion to a great Tao of Law was somewhat different from a peak upper god naturally, comprehending all laws before beginning to fuse them. When freeloading a promotion to a great Tao of Law, the Tao laws would descend and forcibly instill knowledge, which would always result in some heavenly phenomena and law fluctuations. This spatial lockdown was the final safety catch to ensure nothing went wrong. The Great Tao of Undeath. Is it really a direct bestowal of a Great Tao of Law? The soul fire in Brian's pupils jumped violently, like two exploding, deep blue stars. A massive shock swept through his soul like a cosmic storm, causing his entire soul body to sway violently, almost losing its footing. This surprise was too terrifying. It was too heaven-defying. Although Brian had guessed it before, hearing it with his own ears still left him stunned. His lord could actually bestow a great Tao of Law directly. Such a method was simply unheard of. The thought had barely flashed through his mind when the scene before Brian's eyes spun, and space shifted. Swish! He was no longer in that samsara divine domain filled with death and bondage. The Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters remained in the small world. As for Brian, he had been moved by Sumyubai's supreme power directly to the true core origin of his internal world. Here, a world tree was rooted, so unimaginably vast that its branches and leaves seemed capable of holding up the world. Every leaf flowed with the radiance of the law of life. Here, the sea of death surged in its true, original form, as if it could bury the heavens. The pitch-black seawater contained the purest essence of death, the aura of the laws of life and death. So dense it had materialized and nearly liquefied, intertwined, collided, and cycled here, forming a profoundly mysterious balance. This scene was like the very beginning of the creation of the world. It deeply shook every strand of Brian's soul. At the same time, Sumyubai's majestic soul projection, which seemed to have merged with this world, appeared beside him. "My lord, is this your internal world?" looking at the vast, boundless world before him, where the aura of the laws was so thick it made his soul tremble. Brian's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and awe, nearly failing him. He had entered the internal world before, but the changes now were beyond his ability to describe. How could this be called an internal world? This was clearly a budding universe, growing vigorously, with perfect laws and infinite potential. It was the cradle of a creator. There will be plenty of time later for you to slowly experience the mysteries here, Sumyubai's soul projection said calmly, his gaze as deep as a sea of stars, resting on Brian. "For now, collect your thoughts and forget both yourself and the world." "Yes." Brian forcibly suppressed the raging waves and infinite shock in his heart, sat cross-legged in the air without hesitation, palms facing the sky, and completely closed his eyes. His entire consciousness sank into the deepest tranquility, like an ancient well without a ripple, adjusting himself to the most perfect state, waiting for the arrival of that supreme opportunity. Sumyubai nodded slightly, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes as his divine sense stirred. Catastrophe target. Law of death and extinction. Prompt. Please select the promotion rank, first rank, second rank, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Attach catastrophe trait. Prompt to confirm. Consuming 9.0 soul power to separately attach a catastrophe trait to it. Confirm. Prompt. You have lost 9.0 points of soul power before the promotion. Sumyubai first attached the catastrophe trait to this path of law. For him now, 9,000 points of soul power was nothing. Immediately after, he stirred his divine sense again. Catastrophe target. Law of death and extinction. Promote to first rank. This promotion did not result into options like his own had back then. This was because the law of death and extinction belonged solely to the death element, unlike the law of catastrophic world, which belonged to both the death and space elements. As Sumyubai activated his talent, the winds and clouds in his internal world suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea of death instantly stirred up countless towering waves. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The incomparably massive world tree also began to sway. Whether it was the golden halo emanating from the sea of death or the emerald green of the world tree, both paled in comparison at this moment. Everything in Sumyubai's internal world was stained with a layer of gray-white. Filled with deathly silence, the vast, boundless laws of death descended suddenly, forcibly extracted by the catastrophe talent and injected into Brian's soul. In an instant, Brian felt his vision go black. And just like Sumyubai back then, he entered another world. There was no time, no space, and no basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Apart from death, there was nothing. Immediately following, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. It was the path of the death element laws that Brian had not yet fully comprehended. Complete pots of law were forcibly infused into his soul by Sumyubai's catastrophe talent. Just like that, each path of law rapidly increased from 0.01% to 100%. Back then, Sumyubai's soul was only at the early stage of a median god and could not bear so many pots of law, which was why he needed the help of the sea of death. But Brian had already broken through to the level of a superior god and had condensed a godhead. If it were just to carry all the pots of law under a certain element's great Tao, even a primary godhead would be enough. The difference between a primary godhead and a top-tier godhead lay in the efficiency of merging with the great Tao of laws. Chapter 738. The second great Tao of laws. Inside the Samsara divine domain, Emperor Lishan was in a miserable state. He was wrapped by the vines of the world tree like an oversized green rice dumpling. tightly and airtight. He was still struggling, but that strength was clearly waning. Compared to his vigor at the beginning, he had withered like an eggplant hit by frost. Because the area he was in had its time accelerated by a full 1,000 times. Only 10 minutes had passed outside, but for Emperor Lishan, it felt like a year for every day. He had been drained of his life force for a full 10 days. Who could withstand this? The golden essence of his divine blood was being drawn away bit by those greedy branches, leaving him feeling hollowed out. And that wasn't all. The sea of death wasn't idle either. The constant soul impacts were like billions of poison-tipped steel needles, stimulating his soul without a moment's rest. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. Emperor Lishan felt as if his soul was about to be churned into paste. In his current state, his aura was significantly weaker than when he was first bound, let alone continuing to break the vines of the world tree. Even moving a finger now required great effort for him. A cold despair colder on Emperor Lishan's heart like a venomous snake. It's over. Am I really going to fall here? Fall into the hands of this damned human brat? The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt, his guts turning green with regret. If I had known this, I would have rather let that madman Sakalnu beat me to death with a stick. At least I would have died like a warrior, instead of being sucked dry as fertilizer so miserably. Just as Emperor Lishan was disheartened, feeling like he was about to become a dried husk, an aura that made his soul tremble uncontrollably suddenly pierced through the layers upon layers of vine restraints. What a terrifying aura of death. This, has the great Tao of the death rule descended? Emperor Lition felt his heart tremble violently. In the eyes barely visible through the gaps in the vines, he was filled with shock and suspicion. But why is this fluctuation of the rule so weak? He was bewildered. The descent of a great Tao is supposed to be an earth-shattering event. Why does it feel as if it's separated by countless worlds? Could it be that something major has happened in another realm? How could he know that Sumyubai's internal world is a super soundproof room? Although the descent of the great Tao of the death rule within the internal world was massive, by the time it reached the outside, less than 1/10 of its intensity remained. Coupled with the double insurance of Sumyubai's reincarnation divine domain and spatial lockdown, let alone the frost prison divine kingdom and the undead realm, even the dark space outside the reincarnation divine domain could barely feel a thing. Sensing that everything was calm and peaceful outside, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. Done, it's stable. He completely set his mind at ease and sank his consciousness entirely into his internal world. As for Emperor Lition, if he knows, he knows. He can't escape anyway. As of now, he is completely unable to break free from the shackles of the world tree. Internal world. Sumyubai's divine soul projection hovered in midair, watching Brian, who was sitting cross-legged below, with great interest. This was his first time acting as a spectator, watching someone else comprehend a great Tao of the rule. The feeling was completely different from when he had comprehended it himself. He saw that the phantom of the descended great Tao of the death rule did not disappear immediately. It was like a super patient master, continuously pouring information into Brian's divine soul. Massive amounts of law information and insights into the rules surged in like a rushing river. The scene was quite spectacular. I remember that when I ascended, it took me about half a month. Sumyubai touched his chin, recalling. Although Brian has comprehended more death-type laws than I had initially, it should still take about 10 days to digest everything and complete the ascension. Wait 10 days? That's not happening. Sumyubai didn't have that kind of leisure time. He flipped his palm, and the ancient and profound wheel of time and space appeared, spinning rapidly. Let's speed things up. With a thought of his divine sense, time rule time acceleration 100 times. This time, he didn't dare to set it to 1,000 times, because the aura of time acceleration not only covered Brian but also enveloped his own divine soul projection avatar. In an instant, inside the reincarnation divine domain, Sumyubai's main body swayed violently, feeling a bit dizzy. It was as if his body was taking a leisurely stroll, while his soul had suddenly boarded a rocket. This sense of detachment so fast, body slow was incredibly uncomfortable. This feeling gets quite intense. Sumyubai shook his head vigorously. Even with the wheel of time and space, it took him some time to adapt. At this moment, his main body was still in the normal flow of time. but a portion of his divine soul was under 100-fold time acceleration. Sumyubai let out a long, heavy breath and glanced at Emperor Lichang, who was becoming increasingly still inside the vine dumpling nearby. Old fellow, continue to enjoy yourself. Steadying his mind, Sumyubai once again sank most of his consciousness into his internal world. This time, it wasn't just about watching the show. He had a major task to accomplish, choosing a new cheat for himself. Internal world. In front of Sumyubai's divine soul projection avatar, a virtual light screen that only he could see unfolded. It was his law interface. Currently, the great Tao of the death rule that Sumyubai had fused with was hosted within the Sea of Death. This was a choice he had been forced to make back then. But now, he had also broken through to the realm of a high god and condensed a godhead. So naturally, he could host a great Tao of the rule within himself. The question now was, which great Tao of the rule should he freeload and ascend with? Looking at his law interface, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, falling into deep thought. Law's current law paths. 1. Law of causality, current comprehension level 27.96% to pattern. 2. Law of spatial movement, current comprehension level 99.99% 9 pattern peak. 3. Law of spatial lockdown, current comprehension level 99.99% 9 pattern peak. 4. Law of spatial teleportation, current comprehension level 99.99% 9 pattern peak. 5. Law of time deceleration, current comprehension level 38.97% 3 pattern. 6. Law of time acceleration, current comprehension level 36.53% 3 pattern. 7. Law of time stasis, current comprehension level 15.82% 1 pattern. 8. Law of time reversal, current comprehension level 18.32% 1 pattern. Let's skip the spatial rules for now. Sumyubai always felt that compared to the time rules, the spatial rules seemed to be much weaker. Of course, this also had something to do with his lack of deep understanding of both rules. Since the spatial rules could be listed as one of the supreme rules alongside time and others, they must have their own strengths. It was just that the current Sumyubai didn't understand them yet. However, even among the supreme rules, there were differences in strength. The time rule had always been synonymous with mystery and power. Below the level of a top-tier godhead, one could host at most one great Tao of the rule. Sumyubai's gaze lingered between the law of causality and the time-type laws for a moment, and finally, with a shift of his divine sense, he made his decision. Chapter 739. The Rule of Fate. Bonus chapter. You're the one. Sumyubai's gaze locked onto the law of causality, and his divine sense moved. Catastrophe. Target. Law of causality. Ascend by 1 tier. The time rule could wait, because even if he were to freeload and ascend it now, the fusion level would only be 0. For Sumyubai, this meant absolutely nothing. With the help of the Wheel of Time, he was now able to mobilize the laws of time at a 50% fusion level. Therefore, the laws of time could wait, but the laws of fate were a different story. Sumyubai was eager to see if his Mystic Heaven divine pupils would undergo any changes once he comprehended all the laws within the fate system and began the process of fusion. Beyond that, there was also the Mystic Heaven treasure mirror, which had remained completely silent ever since he last used it. As the catastrophe talent was activated, an aura, completely distinct from the great Tao of death laws, instantly descended into his internal world. If the great Tao of death laws was an abyss of coldness, silence, and finality, then the aura descending at this moment was ethereal, unpredictable, and seemed to connect to countless possibilities like a mist. The great Tao of fate laws. This aura was strange. If you said it had descended, you could indeed feel that omnipresent quality that toyed with the masses. But if you asked where it specifically was, or what it looked like, you couldn't grasp it at all. You couldn't feel it. It was truly like mist, like rain, and like wind. However, Sumyubai didn't care about these flashy details. Right now, as long as he could comprehend the great Tao of fate laws, that was enough. The moment the laws of fate descended, a massive, unimaginable amount of information regarding every law in the fate system poured into Sumyubai's soul like a cosmic explosion. The torrent of information was too vast, too complex. Sumyubai's vision went black. It wasn't that he had fainted. but rather that his consciousness had been forcibly dragged into a strange world. There was no sky, no earth, no sun, moon, or stars here. There was only an endless, flowing expanse that seemed to be woven from threads of causality of fate. A thick, inseparable aura of fate permeated every corner, but strangely, there were no images or scenes here. All that existed were clear, yet profoundly mysterious paths, or rather, the laws themselves. All the laws of the fate system were laid out before Sumyubai without reservation. Like the disassembled parts of a precision instrument, the thick, sturdy main trunk with its lush branches was the law of causality he was already familiar with. Beyond that, there were many branch laws: law of destiny, law of opportunity, law of fate trajectories. There were countless others, too numerous to list. There was even the law of marriage. Each path of law intertwined and influenced the others, forming an unimaginably vast, invisible web. So, this is fate. Sumyubai was a bit dazed. Unlike the direct nature of the death system's laws, even though the fate system's laws were lying naked before him, he still felt at a loss as to where to begin. The laws of the fate system were like a tangled mess of hemp, filled with possibilities, perhaps, and maybe. It was difficult to comprehend. No wonder they say the difficulty of the laws of fate is on par with the laws of time. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, wanting to fully comprehend all the laws of the fate system, even with his heaven-defying comprehension, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But the catastrophe talent never played by the rules. It didn't care if you understood, if you knew how, or if you were capable of grasping it. An overbearing and reasonable will, carrying the most fundamental and profound understanding of these laws, surged into the depths of Sumyubai's soul like a high-pressure water jet, direct, brutal, and irresistible. Sumyubai felt his very divinity tremble. This time, without the aid of the Sea of Death, he was relying entirely on himself to bear the great Tao of fate laws. Countless mysterious symbols, obscure trajectories, and the underlying logic of how fate operates. They poured in like a tsunami. Understanding, he couldn't worry about that yet, just memorize it first. Carve it into his soul. In a short span of time, insights into various laws appeared out of thin air in Sumyubai's mind. As time passed, the initial sense of unfamiliarity brought by the fate system's laws gradually faded away. Sumyubai slowly developed a sense of extreme familiarity, as if these laws had all been comprehended bit by bit through his own efforts. The unique, taboo-level catastrophe talent remained as unreasonable as ever. First was the law of causality, which he had already comprehended. It shot straight from 27.96% to 100%. Sumyubai couldn't help but reach out, plucking at the threads of causality before him. In a trance, he seemed to see countless images. The people flashing through these images all shared a causal connection with him. Old Man Haijian, Old Man Fang, Brian, the three Signal Light brothers, the Angel Sisters, East Sea City Lord Sichuji. They were all people who had existed in Sumyubai's fate. Beyond them, there were also Blue Star players like Rich Across the World, 3-Foot Green Blade, Grand Ambition, and so on. However, what Sumyubai saw were only scenes that had already occurred. He tried to peer into the future fate of these people, but they were always separated by a thick mist, making it impossible to see clearly. As Sumyubai's mind immersed itself in these images, his comprehension of the fate system's laws progressed by leaps and bounds. Every path of law rose rapidly from 0.01% to 100% as time went on. Sumyubai's understanding of the fate system's laws grew deeper and deeper. Although the catastrophe talent was unreasonable and could allow him to master various laws from scratch, the content force-fed into him still needed to be sorted out by himself. To truly utilize these laws well, it ultimately depended on Sumyubai's own understanding. When all the laws were fully comprehended, the effects of catastrophe gradually faded. At the very last moment, Sumyubai finally found the point of convergence for the fate system's laws and officially stepped onto the path of fusing the great Tao of fate laws. As Sumyubai opened his eyes, a series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 740, Fleecing the Myriad Worlds Game. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending all laws under the rule of destiny. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a second rule Great Tao. Notification. Your divine soul realm has been significantly enhanced. With the same level of comprehension, the stronger the divine soul, the easier it is to comprehend and integrate laws. Conversely, the process of comprehending and integrating laws also tempers the divine soul of the law master. The destiny-type laws that Sumyubai comprehended, along with the rule Great Tao of Destiny he had just begun to integrate, were both promoted through the Catastrophe Talent's freeloading effect. Yet they still tempered his divine soul. Catastrophe did not simply provide the result directly. The process of comprehension was not skipped either. It was just that the process was extremely simple and brutal, benefiting from the tempering effect of rapidly comprehending all destiny-type laws. Sumyubai's divine soul improved to a certain extent, leaving him only a hair's breadth away from the mid-stage of a high-level god. However, this slight improvement did not mean much to him at his current level. Destiny. It truly is an ethereal rule. Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes. Immediately after, another system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to comprehend a second rule Great Tao. Reward. Integration level of the second rule Great Tao Kun 5%. 5%, not bad at all. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that this comprehension of the rule Great Tao would not trigger a system announcement, as he had already triggered one before. He hadn't expected an unexpected bonus. Although this reward was far less generous than triggering a Myriad Worlds announcement, a 5% integration level could save him a significant amount of mental effort. After all, the integration of a rule Great Tao is no easy task. Any lawmaster at the peak high-level god realm has reached that point only after countless years of accumulation. Just as Sumyubai thought the system notifications had ended, the Myriad Worlds game system voice rang out once more. Congratulations to player Baiyi for being the first to comprehend a second rule Great Tao while no other players in the Blue Star region have yet comprehended one. Additional reward. Integration level of the second rule Great Tao Kun 5%. It wasn't over yet. Congratulations to player Baiyi for comprehending to supreme rules. Additional reward. Integration level for both rule Great Taos Kun 5% each. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. Hearing the notification that a Blue Star region announcement was imminent, Sumyubai finally confirmed that the system prompts had concluded. As for a Myriad Worlds announcement, it clearly wouldn't be triggered this time. Among the World Lord level powerhouses, while there aren't many who have integrated to rule Great Tao simultaneously, they do exist. Not to mention Zhixingchen, who is a master of two supreme rules. The Reaper Bach is one such example. The images Sumyubai saw through the scythe of the Reaper had made him realize that besides integrating the Death Rule Great Tao to the extreme of 9 patterns, the Reaper Bach also possessed profound attainments in the Time Rule Great Tao. Moreover, Sumyubai was certain that the Reaper Bach must possess a portion of time authority. Otherwise, how could his time reversal affect a main god-level existence? As the system notifications ended, a golden pillar of light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Sumyubai. A formless power descended. This was the system reward granted by the Myriad Worlds game. Beside him, Brian had also successfully embarked on the path of integrating the Death Rule Great Tao, possessing the combat power of a peak high-level god. Of course, he could at most be considered the weakest of peak high-level gods right now, as his disadvantage in Divine Body and Divine Soul were too great. However, that was without calculating external forces. If he used Divine Descent, coupled with the enhancement of the Scythe of the Reaper, he would still have the strength to fight even against a peak high-level god at the 4 or 5 pattern level. After all, a high-level low-grade treasure like the Scythe of the Reaper was second only to rule supreme treasures in the Myriad Worlds. What's more, the Scythe of the Reaper in Brian's hand possessed the bug-level catastrophe trait, allowing him to borrow the power of the Reaper Bach. Once Brian truly breaks through to the peak high-level god realm, his combat power will be able to improve even further. To be able to comprehend a rule Great Tao the treatment Lord receives is truly enviable. Brian watched Sumyubai, who was enveloped in the golden pillar of light, with longing eyes, feeling incredibly envious. And fortunately, such rewards were only available in the God-forbidden lands. This was a reward mechanism specifically set up by the Myriad Worlds game to allow geniuses from weak races to narrow the gap with powerful races. Normally, only weak races not on the Myriad races ranking could enjoy such treatment. But, is the human race really weak? Before meeting Sumubai, Brian had indeed believed that the current human race was inherently frail. But after seeing Sumubai, everything changed. Now, the hidden powerhouses of the human race were appearing one by one, lifting the human race which had fallen off the Myriad races ranking straight into the middle of the list in one go. A race ranked for 380th on the Myriad races ranking cannot be called very strong, but for such a race to still enjoy the benefits of the God-forbidden lands. Is that right? Brian seriously suspected that this was all a game of chess played by the human race, all for the sake of allowing Sumubai to obtain a series of rewards from the Myriad Worlds game. 1 or 2 times might not be much, but multiple triggered announcements stacked together would be quite substantial. The series of operations by the human race was simply like fleecing the Myriad Worlds game. However, this was also a good thing for Brian, because the biggest beneficiary of this game of chess was the person he followed, Baiyi. Lord Baiyi can even directly bestow a rule Great Tao. It is simply inconceivable. Brian looked at Sumubai with burning eyes, feeling as if all of this were a dream. Yet, the fact that he had indeed begun the integration of a rule Great Tao was real. For a moment, his mind felt somewhat dazed. It was not until the golden pillar of light enveloping Sumubai slowly dissipated that Brian finally regained his composure. He was just about to speak when the soul fire within his pupils trembled violently. Approximately till there's more, before Brian's astonished gaze. Another golden pillar of light descended from the sky, once again wrapping around Sumubai, under the reinforcement of the system's golden light. Sumubai's mastery of the fate-type laws instantly ascended several levels. With the law of causality as the primary branch, the remaining fate-type laws began to merge into it. After his freebie promotion earlier, Sumubai had only just grasped the point of convergence for the fusion of fate-type laws. But now, thanks to the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game, his degree of fusion with the Great Tao of Fate laws was advancing by leaps and bounds. 1%, 2%, 5%, 6%, for every percentage point of progress. Other peak high gods would need to expend a vast amount of time and mental energy. And even then, there was no guarantee of any improvement. But for Sumubai at this moment, merging the Great Tao of laws was no more difficult than breathing. Immersed in the fusion of the Great Tao of Fate laws, Sumubai felt a strange sensation deep within. Having experienced the rewards of the Myriad Worlds game so many times, he increasingly felt that this thing was somewhat similar to the enhancements from Cataclysm. It was just that the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game were much gentler and not as brutal as Cataclysm. Chapter 741. The Hidden Information of Scythe of the Death God. Soon, the second golden pillar of light was also completely absorbed by Sumubai. Immediately after, Brian's jaw dropped, because a third pillar of light had arrived, and this time, the pillar was clearly several times thicker than the previous two, as expected of Lord Baiyi. Even while sharing is done in batches, Brian had had enough of being envious. He gripped the scythe of the death god in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to perceive the power of the death god Bach. Although the scythe of the death god was not a rule-level treasure, the death god Bach was once recognized by all worlds as the #1 high god. His power was still very beneficial to Brian at his current level. The reason the third golden light was thicker was that it was simultaneously enhancing Sumubai's degree of fusion for both the Great Tao of Death laws and the Great Tao of Fate laws. The latter was fine, but the former was different. The further one progresses in merging the Great Tao of laws, the more difficult it becomes. Even though the increase was 5%, Sumubai's death laws had already reached the 8-pattern realm, so naturally, the Myriad Worlds game needed to mobilize more power. After a long while, the golden pillar of light completely dissipated. This time, there were finally no new golden lights descending. The harvest is much greater than I imagined. Sumubai exhaled a look of joy on his face, and immediately opened his own laws interface. Laws. Current Great Tao of Laws 2. Theoretically, the limit has been surpassed. 1. Death laws. One of the 9 supreme laws. Once fully mastered, you will be the incarnation of the death laws within the Myriad Worlds. Current degree of fusion. Hosted within the rule level creation Sea of Death. Friendly reminder. When you fuse the death laws to 99%, you will have the qualifications to challenge the Death Sovereign. Currently, there is no Death Sovereign within the myriad worlds. The first law lord to fully fuse the death laws will directly become the new Death Sovereign and wield the authority of death. 2. Fate laws. One of the 9 supreme laws. Once fully mastered, you will be the incarnation of the fate laws within the myriad worlds. Current degree of fusion: 15.01% hosted within the Godhead. Friendly reminder. When you fuse the fate laws to 99%, you will have the qualifications to challenge the Fate Sovereign. Currently, there is no Fate Sovereign within the myriad worlds. The first law lord to fully fuse the fate laws will directly become the new Fate Sovereign and wield the authority of fate. The rewards from the myriad worlds game allowed Sumubai to fuse the fate laws to 1% in one go, reaching the one pattern realm. Not only that, but even the death laws had been further fused to 87%. Although he couldn't trigger a myriad worlds announcement and failed to fuse the fate laws past the halfway mark, Sumubai was already satisfied with the gains from this freebie promotion. He glanced at Brian beside him and couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally, a subordinate who can barely be of help. Which god? Brian. Undead race. Frost Prison God Kingdom Lord of Frost Prison. Lich King Top Tier Undead Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality. 6 Realms Divine Soul. Mid-Stage High God Divine Body. Early Stage High God Combat Power. Peak High God Panel Combat Power. Excluding additional means. Great Tao of Laws. Death Laws. Degree of fusion with Great Tao of Laws. 0.01%. 0 pattern. A follower of Baiyi. Determined to claim the title of the Death-type god and become the next Death God. Before his breakthrough, Brian already possessed the combat power of an early-stage high god, and the durability of his phylactery was as high as 2.5 realms. After officially breaking through to the high god realm, his phylactery had already merged into his godhead. But his vitality had also directly increased to a terrifying 6 realms. Although not as high as Sumubai's 9 realms, he was already a standout among early-stage high gods. Once he reaches 10 realms of vitality, his divine body will step into the mid-stage high god realm, with Cataclysm, the unique forbidden level talent. As long as those around Sumubai break through to the early-stage high god realm, they can immediately begin merging the Great Tao of Laws and possess the combat power of a peak high god. Brian was just the first. There would be more people in the future, although they could only be considered the bottom tier among peak high gods. They were still peak high gods nonetheless. Even looking across all the myriad worlds, they could definitely be called powerhouses. Sumubai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling upon the scythe of the death god in Brian's hand. When he first obtained this treasure, his mystic heaven pupil could only discern 3 fragmented, intermittent characters. Now, the mystic heaven pupil had absorbed the power of the time-space divine pupil, evolving into the mystic heaven divine pupil. Coupled with the fact that Sumubai had already begun to integrate the rules of fate, he wanted to test whether he could now decipher the complete information. Sumubai's eyes shimmered with golden light, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead instantly opened. Within the brilliant golden vertical pupil, a Teiji diagram resembling an iris slowly rotated. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. This time, Sumubai did not see other images on the scythe of the Death God. As the golden light shone, a line of text slowly emerged on the surface of the scythe of the Death God. Just as Sumubai had guessed, after comprehending the rules of fate, the effectiveness of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil had also been greatly enhanced. After reaching the peak of the Upper God Realm, head to the Death Continent and enter the depths of the Nether Abyss. So it really is here. Looking at the name Nether Abyss, Sumubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was the 3rd time he had encountered the name Nether Abyss. The first time was after he broke through to the 8th tier legendary level. When he opened the Death Codex and obtained a vague coordinate, he would need to travel near the Nether Abyss for the Death Codex to provide further guidance. The second time was deep beneath the Frost Prison Divine Palace, after the Death Codex absorbed the Gate of Death, which he had essentially acquired for free. An additional coordinate appeared. Compared to the previous vague coordinate, this one was very clear, pointing directly to the Nether Abyss. Now, this was the 3rd time. The scythe of the death god contained a secret regarding the reason for the fall of the death god Bach, as well as all the wealth he had left behind. And this secret was also at the bottom of the nether abyss. It seems this nether abyss is a place I must visit. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. After the death codex was fully liberated, although the information about the gate of death was no longer on the panel, he could still open the gate of death by channeling the authority of death. Furthermore, as long as the power of his authority was not exhausted, there was no such thing as a cooldown time. Likewise, the coordinate recorded earlier remained within the death codex. In other words, if Sumyubai wanted to, he could open the gate of death right now and head directly to the nether abyss. However, Sumyubai did not choose to do so. The death continent was the absolute center of the entire death realm, and the nether abyss was a forbidden zone within the death continent. Moreover, Sumyubai had already guessed that because of his own actions, the death continent must currently be swarming with a large number of powerful experts. Among them, there would certainly be no shortage of world lord level existences. Through his battle with the heaven-splitting emperor, Sumyubai had basically gauged his current strength, facing a world lord level expert now. He was not worried about his own safety, but a world lord was not the strongest existence in the myriad worlds. Above the world lord, there were rule sovereigns. Who could say for sure that there wouldn't be a main god hiding in the death continent, waiting for him to walk right into a trap? Therefore, before setting off, Sumyubai still needed to make some preparations. Chapter 742. You wouldn't want to see bonus chapter, Reincarnation Divine Domain. Brian's figure appeared beside Sumyubai. It had taken them a total of half a month to comprehend the rule Great Tao, but under the effect of 100-fold time acceleration, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. However, for the heaven-splitting emperor, who was trapped in a region of 1,000-fold time acceleration, half a year had already passed. He was now gasping for breath, looking on the verge of death. His life force, which had reached 99 worlds, had long since been drained by the world tree until only the final one world remained. His soul, at the peak of the upper god realm, was teetering under the soul-shattering impact of the sea of death, appearing as if it could fall into a permanent slumber at any moment. Sumyubai took a step forward with Brian, arriving directly in front of the heaven-splitting emperor, who was wrapped up like a tree dumpling, while simultaneously stepping into the 1,000-fold time flow zone. Through the gaps in the vines of the world tree, the heaven-splitting emperor saw the two of them. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his soul, fragile as a candle in the wind, began to tremble. An urgent voice immediately rang out in the ears of Sumyubai and Brian. Bai, I am a world lord. You cannot kill me. Even an expert like him would feel timid when truly facing the fear of death. Now that he had no strength left to resist, he could only pin his hope of survival on his status as a world lord. As long as he could make Bai hesitate, he might have a chance to live, although it might be a life worse than death. At least he wouldn't truly die. You split-mouthed freak. Still talking tough when death is at your doorstep. Brian let out a cold snort. So what if you're a world lord? You should feel honored to be the first world lord to fall at the hands of my lord. Sumyubai did not speak, merely watching the heaven-splitting emperor quietly. He didn't need to do anything now. The heaven-splitting emperor was already close to death. He wanted to hear what was so different about a world lord, and why he supposedly couldn't be killed. What would a mere country lord like you understand? Once a world lord falls, the heaven-splitting emperor glared at Brian. Even in such a dire situation, he still did not hold Brian in any regard, but this glare caused him to freeze completely, his words coming to an abrupt halt. No, impossible. How could you have started integrating the rule Great Tao so quickly? The heaven-splitting emperor's voice was filled with shock. He suddenly recalled the vague fluctuations of the death rule Great Tao from earlier. But this guy had clearly only comprehended a dozen or so paths of death-type laws. He was still an incredibly long distance away from the rule Great Tao. What on earth had happened during this time? None of your business. Brian glared back. Tell us what happens when a world lord falls. And do it now if you don't want to die immediately. As a gold medal henchman, he knew his role very well. Right now, his job was to act as the mouthpiece for Lord Bai. The silent powerhouse is the one with the most presence. Hearing this, the expression of the heaven-splitting emperor froze. he suddenly realized that his current goal was simply to survive.